Chapter 251 Octopus. Alive. This thing is still alive. But why? Despite so many attacks, it just stayed at the bottom of the water, as if nothing had happened. Who you didn't understand. And the big turtle didn't understand even more. When it saw those pupils, its heart suddenly trembled. And it immediately floated to the surface of the water, and sent a distress signal to Huyu. This was no longer something it could handle. If it stayed here any longer, it would really become turtle soup. The big turtle floated up very slowly. It was so slow that even the dragon blood sturgeon could easily catch up with it. But the strange thing was, the strange creature lying on the seabed didn't seem to have any intention of chasing. Don't come up yet. Huyu's voice sounded beside the big turtle's ear. This is a communication device installed in the camera, which can contact the big turtle underwater at any time. Didn't you notice that it didn't look like it wanted to attack you? Upon hearing what Huyu said, the big turtle did turn around and look behind him. The pupils were still in the same position as before. And even the observation angle did not change. Always looking forward. What's going on? Try to go around and observe from a distance. If there is any danger, I can take you away immediately. You'd better keep your word. The big turtle thought for a few breaths and finally replied. If there was any danger, no matter what the human said, it would have left the seabed long ago. But now it seems that what he said is right. The guy below did not have any attacking intentions, but simply lingered on the seabed. And even his pupils did not move. If we can find something similar to the egg on it, hee. Returning to the top does not seem to be an unattainable dream. The big turtle turned around and swam to the other side of the pupils. The screen in the conference room also broadcast the scene of the seabed at the same time. Following the pair of pupils upwards, everyone could only see a piece of uneven dark purple skin, and a bulge after dozens of meters. The bulge resembled the shape of an egg. And then, there was a slope downward. Could it be an egg? It's an octopus. Suddenly, Han Weiwei exclaimed. It's an octopus. Huh? Huyu made a puzzled sound and began to imagine some of the features he had seen before. The head was similar to the shape of an egg, and the bulge that looked like a mountain range at the beginning. This thing could indeed be an octopus. It's very likely. Huyu frowned slightly. Shall I estimate the size and species of this octopus? Yes. We are calculating. The estimated circumference of this octopus is about 9,100 meters. And the estimated weight is about 272 tons. It is suspected to be a striped leopard octopus, a crescent leopard octopus, or a spotted leopard octopus. In short, blue-ringed octopus. Hiss. Everyone in the conference room gasped. A blue-ringed octopus with a circumference of more than 9,000 meters. Normally, this thing is only the size of a palm. Now it has expanded to this size. How much food has it eaten? With this size, even a giant turtle in its prime may not be able to swallow this thing. Right? This is an octopus. As the most likely alien species on the blue planet, it not only has 3 hearts, but also 9 brains and 2 independent memory systems. Who on the blue planet has 3 hearts? Let the big turtle try again. Huyu frowned slightly. Let's make sure what's going on now. No one spoke, just staring at the screen. At this moment, the big turtle had floated over the octopus's head and swam behind it. As it approached, the octopus's 8 tentacles were gradually exposed to everyone. The diameter of each tentacle alone was even more than 100 meters. A tentacle swam down, and it could even knock down an ordinary aircraft carrier. Not to mention the length of the tentacles. It looks like an octopus. The voice of the big turtle sounded. As a glutton in the sea, it has eaten countless fish, so it can naturally recognize the species of the one in front of it. There's a sense of excitement in its tone. Hey, human, you said you would let me eat enough. Right? What do you want to do? I'm saving you food? The big turtle began to gradually approach the octopus. Don't look at the octopus. It has 3 hearts. In fact, if you break one, it will die. Maybe you are lucky and have already blown it to death. You can't eat it even if it blew to death. This thing is a blue-ringed octopus. If you eat it, you will die. Huyu explained helplessly. Don't worry. With my physique, no poison can kill me. The big turtle seemed to be starving. I'll just eat 1 tentacle. Just 1. Huyu didn't answer, but looked at Han Weiwei. Really? This? Han Weiwei lowered her head. I'm not sure. After all, she was only proficient in biology, and it was good enough that she could tell it was an octopus. It's not good to force it. Shall Hai report to the master? The octopus has only one main heart, and the other two are gill hearts, which are used to filter blood waste, just like human kidneys. If one gill heart is damaged, the other can still be used normally. If the main heart is damaged, it will die. Huyumo nodded silently and looked at the octopus's appearance that was gradually becoming clear on the screen. Can you tell whether its heart is damaged? According to the detection, no obvious wounds were found on the other party, and the probability of injury is 0.213%. Oh no! This reckless turtle has already rushed up. Huyu immediately connected the channel. Reckless. Don't go up. He's not injured at all. The big turtle is now infinitely close to the octopus tentacles. How can it listen to Huyu's words? It just lowered its head and dubbed down. A bite. It bit directly on the octopus's tentacles. In a flash, Huyu knew that he couldn't stop it, so he could only take rescue measures at the first time. Shall Hai lift off. The higher the better. Everyone, hold the handrails. Secure your body and be prepared for a force collision. After saying that, he rushed out. The big turtle must be rescued no matter what. In the future, the water level will reach more than 8,000 meters. Only when it becomes the foundation can people build a city. Huyu rushed all the way to the deck. And when he looked back, Shinshan and other people who had completed evolution or mutation also followed him out. Even Lu Ling was no exception, holding a tablet ready to record. I don't know whether to say she is dedicated or stubborn. At the same time, underwater, a dark purple mountain range more than 100 meters thick emerged from the water, and a giant turtle several thousand meters high was thrown out directly. The octopus seems to have woken up. Chapter 252, Evil Beast. What are you doing? The big turtle was thrown out of the water, and its huge body was thrown into the air. You can guess how terrifying the power of the octopus is. And this is just one tentacle. If there are 8 tentacles together, Huyu couldn't help but shudder. And he didn't know if the protection of the heart of the ocean could hold up. Taking this opportunity, Huyu also witnessed the body of the octopus with his own eyes. The panel finally reappeared. Name, Yuanshan octopus type, octopus status. Description? Notes? Here it comes again! Except for the name and type. Everything else is a question mark. What use can this be? No. It is useful. Source mountain. This prefix is exactly the same as the big turtle. The big turtle has a source mountain on its body, so it is called the source mountain black turtle. And this octopus also has this prefix. Doesn't it mean there should also be a source mountain on its body? And another egg is hatched on the source mountain. As long as the egg on the source mountain can be taken away, can it be degenerated like the big turtle? And then it can be dealt with. But just now, the big turtle went down and looked around. And except for its tentacles, it couldn't find anything similar to a mountain on its body, let alone another egg. Bang! With a loud noise, the turtle thrown into the air fell back into the water. The splashing water, no. It should be called a tsunami. Each tsunami reached a height of 100 meters, far exceeding the highest in human history. It floated up and swam towards the heart of the ocean at the first time. Obviously, it also knew the consequences of angering the octopus. And now it hurried away just to save its life. It wanted to eat the octopus. And the octopus? Why didn't it want to eat it? Help! Human! Save me quickly! I will listen to whatever you say in the future. A panicked voice sounded. But Huyu discovered something strange. As the giant turtle swam, the ripples on the sea surface were very chaotic, and it was almost impossible to see what was happening under the water. But the general situation could still be seen. After the giant turtle angered the octopus, not only did it not have any new tentacles to attack it, but even the tentacle that had just fallen back to the water surface was silent. It was as if it had returned to silence. Now the giant turtle was almost swimming under the heart of the ocean, and the octopus was still silent. Don't worry, Huyu immediately said to the big turtle, look behind you. Is that thing chasing you? Nonsense. I bit it so hard. It won't chase me. It will chase you. Wait. The big turtle also found something wrong. It dived back into the water and turned to look behind it. Sure enough, the tentacle collapsed again. If the big turtle hadn't been thrown into the sky just now, I'm afraid everyone would think that the octopus was really dead. I'll go and take a look. The big turtle also noticed something was wrong, and plucked up the courage to swim towards the octopus again. Soon, It circled the octopus again. The tentacles, the head, the staring eyes. Everything was exactly the same as before. The only difference was the position of the tentacle that had just landed. The tooth marks of the big turtle's lower mouth could still be vaguely seen on it. What is this? Someone bit you. And you just threw it away and didn't care? Repaying evil with virtue? You, an octopus, have learned Confucianism? Not only who you, but everyone present, including the big turtle, looked at the octopus with an unbelievable look, full of confusion. How about? The big turtle asked tentatively, I'll take another bite and try? I'm afraid you'll die if you try. Who you said? He really didn't want to experience the thrilling experience again. Since the other party is also called Yuan Shan, it is estimated that there should be a mountain like the big turtle. Why not find that mountain first? At present, there is no mountain around the octopus's body, and its head is also very smooth. After eliminating all the impossible, the remaining answer, no matter how outrageous it is, can only be the answer. Under the head, the 9 brains of an octopus are the main brain and the sub-brain that controls the 8 tentacles. Of course, the under the head does not refer to the tentacles, but the under the main brain of the octopus. From the picture, this octopus is lying on the seabed, and the 8 tentacles are like 8 huge mountains, supporting the octopus's head. There is still some space under this head. Maybe another source mountain is under this head. Big turtle, if you want to try, I won't stop you. Just go under the octopus's head and look. Maybe you can find eggs. Eggs? When the big turtle heard this, he immediately became interested. Okay, I'll try. If there is any danger, don't worry. I'll protect your life. The big turtle didn't answer, but swam all the way under the octopus. Soon, it circled around the back of the octopus. Its body was far away from the seabed. Its limbs were accumulating strength, ready to eject from the sea at any time. But it stretched its head very long, carrying a camera, and looked under the octopus's head. The picture gradually became clear. A gray mountain gradually appeared in front of everyone. It was indeed there, but this source mountain was obviously not as big as the previous one. Judging from the current posture of the octopus, this source mountain was at most about 100 meters, far less high than the source mountain on the big turtle before. But as long as it is there, it will be fine. The egg is inside. Big turtle, you first evil beast. What are you going to do? Huyu was just about to call the big turtle back and think about how to deal with this octopus. But before he could finish his words, the beast took action again, opening its mouth and biting the lower half of the octopus's head, as if it wanted to flip it open. No matter how stupid the octopus was, it wouldn't be so silent. The next moment, the 2 tentacles on the left and right sides of the big turtle moved at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, clamping the big turtle as a whole. From the video, this time, the octopus did not intend to flip the big turtle away again, but fixed its limbs and stuffed its body under its head. Don't forget, the octopus's mouthparts are also under the head. Help! The big turtle made a final sound, and its body began to move out of control, moving completely under the octopus's head. Needless to say, it must have been thinking, my teammates, save them. If it weren't for the fact that this thing was still used as a base, Huyu really wanted to make it into a specimen. But having said that, it still had to be saved. Snap! Huyu snapped his fingers, and the iron-feathered black eagle, who had been dragging the fish pond on standby, immediately took action and covered the fish pond on the big turtle's back as quickly as possible. In an instant, the big turtle was taken into the fish pond. Huyu came forward and raised his hand to knock on the glass. How is it? Is it still alive? Chapter 253 Hatching. The big turtle didn't respond, but just crawled at the bottom of the tank, spitting bubbles continuously, as if it had survived a disaster. Hey, why aren't you talking? Don't you want to try? Go and try again. Huyu leaned against the edge of the fish pond, constantly mocking the big turtle. Before officially building the city, he had to educate this thing. Otherwise, with its personality, it might just drag the whole city away when it sees something delicious. What else can we do? Now is not the time to joke. The big turtle looked up at Huyu. Down there, the egg down there is about to hatch. Huyu's pupils trembled, and he immediately put away his playful expression, stared at the big turtle in front of him and asked, Are you serious? Would I joke with you about this? The big turtle almost roared. If that thing hatches, you, me, we'll all be finished. It seems that we can't delay any longer. Yu frowned. He originally thought that since the big octopus down there would not actively attack people, he would temporarily start the city construction work, and it would not be too late to deal with it slowly after the heart of the ocean evolved to the next level. But now it seems, the other party's development progress is far ahead of them, and they can't delay any longer. Now there is only one way. Go to Miss Chiu. Quick! The big turtle's tone was very excited. Where is the weapon you put on my back last time? Hurry up and give it to me. You can detonate it after I send it down. Try to get rid of it before it hatches. Quick! This turtle, why is so excited all of a sudden? Yu felt suspicious. According to the turtle's temperament, he shouldn't be so anxious. Could it be that he really saw something terrible? No matter what the reason is, he also plans to use Miss Chiu to test the big octopus below. Even if the big turtle has evil intentions and has other ideas, he is confident that he can deal with it. After all, the fish in the fish pond are all domesticated, not wild. Let's see what its attitude is. Get ready, Yu said, and with a wave of his hand, 12 small Miss Chius were already on the big turtle. Each of these can destroy a city. What's more, the 12 superimposed together are not as simple as simple addition. Yu is not sure what the chemical reaction produced by the superposition can reach. Maybe it can boil the entire East China Sea. It's too late to prepare. Let me go down quickly and wait for my signal. Yes, Yu replied and threw it into the East China Sea for the third time. The big turtle on the screen moved quickly, and the direction was also where the octopus was. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. President Minono frowned slightly in the committee seat. I always feel that the turtle seems to be a little bit wrong. I know. Yu stared at the screen, his tone somewhat helpless. But we have no other choice now. If it really doesn't work, detonate together. Deal with the body. It's not impossible to use it as a base. After hearing this, everyone nodded slightly. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. They all know this. If the big turtle is obedient, then it would be the best to be a movable base. If it is not obedient, a base that cannot be moved does not seem to be a big disadvantage. Half a minute passed. The big turtle came to the octopus again. It still went around in the same way as before, all the way to the place where it was almost eaten before. It was strange. Not only did the big turtle not take any precautions, but even the octopus seemed to have no interest in it. No matter how close the big turtle got, it did not attack. It wanted to eat it just now. Why is it getting along peacefully now? Something is wrong. It is very wrong. Before Yu could figure out why, the big turtle had already come to the detonation position and placed the 12 Miss Chiu pills next to the octopus. At the same time, he swam towards the sea surface. Detonate! Quick! Yu suddenly had an idea, and he figured it out. He figured out why this big turtle suddenly cooperated so well. When he looked at the big turtle on the screen again, his eyes were full of cunning. The big turtle looked so cautious, and Miss Chiu was about to devote herself to art. But it was not panicking at all, and was even swimming towards the border. This in itself is a big problem. It was because of this incident that Yu finally figured it out. It was right that it wanted to kill the octopus. And it was right that it wanted to help Yu and the others. But more importantly, it was still thinking about itself. The previous times when it pretended to obey, but secretly disobeyed. It found an opportunity. An opportunity that might get rid of its control. The first time, it ran away directly. It didn't expect its fish pond to be so useful, and it turned around and took it back. The second time, he ate the octopus legs. In addition to wanting to strengthen himself, he also wanted to test whether the octopus was alive. If the octopus was dead, it could use it as its own food, slowly consume it, and finally get rid of control. Even if it was not dead, it could restore its own strength with that bite, so it would not be too passive. As for the third time, forced to eat eggs, there is no doubt that he wanted to return to the peak and finally regain his freedom. But he didn't expect that the octopus was so fierce that he couldn't beat it at all. So after being rescued, he pretended to be together, just to kill with a borrowed knife. This is why such a cowardly turtle who was afraid of death actually took the initiative to apply for this dangerous mission. TSK. This thing is really smart, but too smart for its own good. That's what it means. Did you really think you had no backup plan and just let it go to play by itself? Yu smiled and said calmly. Shall I detonate? Yes, master. Buzz. A buzzing sound rang out. A mushroom cloud suddenly exploded outside, and the huge heat flow evaporated a large amount of seawater. The water vapor form floated up, dyeing the outside world hazy. That is, the heart of the ocean automatically activated the defense system. Otherwise, with such a powerful explosion, the floating water vapor alone would be enough to steam everyone on the ship, not to mention the residual power of the explosion. It is estimated that the explosion, just now, was also the result of Xiaohai's silencing. Otherwise, why would it be a buzzing sound instead of a boom? The picture in the video was lost, and Yu walked out of the deck again without looking back. This time, not only Lu Ling and others followed, but also other people sitting in the conference room. When everyone came to the deck, they only saw a hazy white mist outside, as if it were a fairyland. And the next moment, a big turtle suddenly took off. The target seemed to be the heart of the ocean? Chapter 254. What a courageous dog. What a courageous dog. Yu's pupils trembled, and he raised his hand to activate the highest authority of the fish pond. Containment. In order to ensure that the ecological environment is not polluted. Those creatures that have entered the fish pond are the same as non-living things that have entered the storage space. As long as they have been contained, they will no longer be restricted by space. As long as they are within the sight range, they can be directly contained in the fish pond. The reason why Yu did not use this authority before was to keep a hand to prevent the big turtle from turning against him. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy. Bang! As Yu's mind moved, the giant turtle appeared in the fish pond again. In addition, an egg that was half a person's height and was completely blue appeared in front of everyone. Damn! Damn! This thing really brought the egg over. Yu didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately put the egg into the space and checked the conditions of the people around him at the same time. Fortunately, whether it was himself or the others around him, it seemed that they were not affected too much. And it could even be said that they were safe and sound. Without time to think about what effect the egg would have on people, Yu immediately ordered, Shall I sail at full speed towards the Pacific Ocean? Yes, master. It's necessary to run. We have stolen from other people's homes. If we don't run away quickly, the big octopus will come later. I'm afraid that the heart of the ocean will not be able to run away even if it wants to. We should avoid the sharp edge for the time being. It won't be too late to take in the big octopus after it is completely weakened, like the big turtle. The heart of the ocean began to sail at full speed. It was at this time that Yu turned his attention to the big turtle. This guy seemed to be a little bit wrong. If it were before, after it found out it had been tricked, it would never be as quiet as it is now. It would have opened its mouth to sing the Chinese quintessence and closed its mouth to greet. Bang bang! Yu raised his hand and knocked on the surface of the fish pond. Hey, big turtle, don't you want to express your feelings? The big turtle raised his eyelids, glanced at Yu, and then drooped his eyelids again as if nothing had happened. He was so lazy that he didn't want to say a word. Something was wrong. Yu looked up at the screen in the conference room. It played the pictures around the heart of the ocean. They had already rushed out of the steam range, but they didn't see any figure tracking them. And the situation under the water was the same. This is unscientific. Could it be that the big octopus was directly blown to death? Impossible. Even if the turtle's defense is higher than the octopus, the status between the two is too different. One is a pseudo-legend, and the other can at least reach the legendary level or even higher with the blessing of the strange egg. It's impossible that the big turtle is fine, but it was blown to death. Why not go back and take a look? Shall I stop for a moment? Yes, master. The heart of the ocean immediately floated in the air. Seeing this, everyone cast doubtful glances at Yu. There is something fishy about that octopus, Yu said calmly. Let's wait in a safe area and confirm the situation first. How about I go down and take a look? Su Zilong asked on the side. You? Go down? Yu was speechless for a while and asked directly. Shall I report the water's surface temperature? The steam temperature above the water surface is currently about 678 degrees Celsius, and the temperature is still rising. The boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius. If it exceeds this temperature, it will turn into water vapor. If you want to exceed this temperature and remain in liquid state, you have to increase the pressure. but the critical temperature of water vapor can reach 1000 degrees Celsius. Come. Huyu made an invitation gesture. Just tell me how cooked you want to be steamed. This. Boss. Is there a possibility that I cannot be steamed? Su Zilong said. And when he raised his hand, a circle of water rings condensed on his fingertips. Yes. Can't this guy control water? Can you control water vapor? Huyu said in surprise. It can't reach the control level of normal liquid. But it's still easy to do if you just avoid it. Okay. Huyu said and put the fish pond into the space. I'll go with you. Boss. President. Everyone present exclaimed. Su Zilong was on a mission. So he went. If Huyu followed him, who would be responsible if something went wrong? Only I can control the fish pond. Huyu calmly gave a reason. I won't go. And it's useless even if Zilong goes. Then I'll go with you. Shinshan stepped forward immediately. Although Xiener didn't say anything, she had already stood silently beside Huyu. The meaning was obvious. Xiener can go with me. And you, Shan, can stay and take charge of the situation. If there is any accident, you will still be needed for support. Okay, boss. Shinshan responded helplessly. He also knew that this was the best solution. But he was a little worried about Huyu and the others. What about me? Xiao Zissou also jumped out. There is no reason to fight the boss without a nurse. I'll take you with me. Huyu was speechless for a while. And for a moment, he couldn't find a way to refute Xiao Zissou's point of view. He immediately walked out of the deck. Let's go without further delay. Everyone came to the deck. As the heart of the ocean fell back into the water, Su Zilong just took a step forward, and the surrounding water vapor and seawater immediately dissipated, as if they were isolated by an invisible barrier. Huyu and the other two immediately went in and dived into the water. Now that the seawater was isolated, they didn't have to consider the influence of water pressure and went straight to the bottom. Fortunately, Su Zilong chose to evolve and gained this ability. Otherwise it would be inconvenient to move. Soon, everyone fell into the seabed. The land that Miss Chio's high heels had just stepped on now looked very neat. The underwater landscapes such as reefs and corals were now flat. That is, the light at the bottom of the sea is too dim. Otherwise, maybe the big octopus could be seen. Is this the bottom of the sea? Xiao Zissou couldn't help but look up and look at the sky. Looking like this, you can't see anything. You have to look at the depth of the seabed to see the starry sky. Huyu complained. At this depth of the seabed, the only light source you can see should be the light on the head of the anglerfish. Anglerfish? Xiao Zissou was stunned. I don't know. If you don't know, don't mind searching for pictures. You'll have nightmares if you see them. Huyu took out an off-road vehicle from the space. There is air anyway, so water won't enter. Let's just drive over there. The engine started. The roar was particularly harsh in the silent seabed, since the giant octopus didn't make any noise after the explosion. Even if it heard the roar of the engine, it probably wouldn't do anything. Just charge. Chapter 255 come in, for me. In less than 10 minutes, the octopus tentacle shaped like a mountain range appeared in front of the field of vision. When Huyu stared at the tentacle, a brand new panel suddenly came into view. In an instant, he immediately stepped on the brakes and parked aside. Get out. Quick. The vehicle stopped and everyone got out as quickly as possible. Huyu hid behind the car as soon as possible. There is only one reason this octopus is still alive. Name, Yuanshan octopus type, octopus status, lazy description, an existence that was once endowed with mysterious power. When this power disappears, its grade continues to decline. Note, too lazy to write. I will do it next time. Although it has degenerated to the point of pseudo-legend like the giant turtle, it is still a giant creature after all. As long as it wants, a tentacle will fall down and everyone will die on the spot. So, the best way is to approach carefully when you are sure there is no danger. The tentacles have been seen. Even if they are far away, they can't be far away. Huyu. What's going on? Xiao Zissou rarely acts with Huyu, especially in this situation. She can't help but feel confused. This thing is still alive, Huyu said. And after confirming that there was no danger, he had already put the vehicle into the space, for safety reasons. It is better to walk forward. Still alive? Xiao Zissou asked in confusion. Then why is it motionless? I don't know either, Huyu said helplessly. But his eyes stayed on the status column on the panel. Laziness. This state is the first time I have seen it. That's right. That big turtle. Its current state is also very similar to this. Verify it first. Before setting off, Huyu took out the fish pond and just took a look, and he confirmed what he thought in his heart. Sure enough, now the status bars of the two mutant creatures are both in a lazy state. It seems that creatures in this state will show different degrees of idle symptoms. Is this related to the egg? Huyu couldn't be sure, and it was impossible to take out the second egg for experiment now. After making a bold assumption, now it's a careful experiment. He led everyone to move towards the head of the giant octopus. If this conclusion is true, no matter what they do, even if they throw the giant octopus directly into the fish pond, the other party will not react at all. At least, the reaction will not be too intense. Everyone walked forward for almost 2 hours before they could see the octopus's head. Just like what they saw on the screen before. The octopus's purple eyes were still staring ahead. But only half of its head was left. The rotten flesh on that half of the head looked like maggots wriggling. And just looking at it from a distance made people feel nauseous. No, that's not right. The rotten flesh was not only wriggling, but also recovering. Although the speed was very slow, it was indeed recovering from the injury. Brother, you are too inspirational to think about healing even though half of your head was blown off. Seeing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. His eyes could not help but circle back and forth between the octopus's head and Huyu's head. Although no one spoke, Huyu knew that they wanted to ask whether they should continue to move forward. This octopus can still repair itself even in this state. What if they get close and absorb the 4 people as nutrients directly? As the saying goes, we are here now. Huyu slowly uttered a sentence, and then looked at Su Zilong behind him. Zilong, let's send the 2 of them up first. You come with me and try it. Originally, he wanted to go alone. But now the pressure at the bottom of the sea has reached a terrifying level. Without Su Zilong's protection, he knew what his fate would be. Meat pie? I guess there won't be even a pie left. Ah? Su Zilong was stunned and pointed at himself. Me? Who else could it be? I'll go with you. Xiao Zissou quickly said. You agreed to let me join this operation. Be good. Stop making trouble. We don't need a nanny here. Huyu said helplessly. You go up with Xiener. If the big octopus is not dangerous, there is no point for you to stay here. If it is dangerous, including you, we won't live a second longer. I agree with your analysis. Xiao Zissou pondered for a few breaths and finally uttered a sentence. After rational analysis, she had to admit that what Huyu said was indeed true. But have you ever thought about a question? Time. Xiao Zissou said calmly. You will encounter steam on the way when you send us up? The temperature of steam is estimated to be above 300 to 500 degrees now. Without Su Zilong's escort, we can't reach the heart of the ocean safely. But if you wait for the heart of the ocean to come and then dive down, how long will it take? Can you ensure that the giant octopus will not recover during this period of time? Huyu did not answer. Obviously, he could not guarantee it. So, don't hesitate. Xiao Zissou said and walked forward. Catching fish is the important thing. Okay, Huyu said, and followed Xiao Zissou to walk forward. Hesitation? Who wouldn't hesitate at this time? That is regarded as the prototype of Cthulhu. If there is any mistake, Huyu will regret it for the rest of his life. Another half an hour. Everyone finally approached the big octopus without any danger. At this time, the distance to the broken head of the giant octopus was only about 100 meters. The originally blurred rotten flesh became clearly visible, and even the surrounding seawater dyed dark purple could be seen. Fortunately, Su Zilong isolated the water from the outside. Otherwise, they would not last more than 10 seconds just soaking in this liquid. Huyu raised his hand and pointed upwards, but did not speak. To be on the safe side, it is best not to speak around this head. Otherwise it will be troublesome if this thing hears any sound. Su Zilong also understood Huyu's gestures and began to control the liquid to lift everyone up. 100 meters away. It was gone in a flash. Huyu was already very close to the octopus's head. He only needed to take out the fish tank and put it on top to successfully capture it. But the next moment after he took out the fish tank, the big turtle inside seemed to have noticed something. It was too lazy to say a word just now. But now it almost jumped out. Human! What are you doing? The voice resounded throughout the seabed. Not to mention the big octopus. Even SpongeBob, who lived next door, heard it. Damn! Huyu secretly said in his heart that it was not good. But he did not dare to delay for a moment, and directly pulled up the fish tank and put it on the big octopus's head. Come in. Chapter 256, Revenge. After this roar, Huyu felt like he was about to explode. It's not an exaggeration. But, on a physical level, the octopus had heard the roar of the giant turtle. But it didn't react at all, and just stood there in a daze. Huyu pulled up the fish pond and put the giant octopus into it. As for why he exploded, think about it. Although the giant octopus's rank has dropped to a pseudo-legend, its body is still as big as 9 kilometers. In order for the fish pond to be able to accommodate it, it needs to expand at least twice to barely accommodate the two giant creatures, the giant octopus and the giant turtle. At this time, Huyu was still hugging the fish pond, and his body was directly squeezed out by the expansion of the fish pond. Fortunately, Su Zilong reacted quickly and controlled the seawater around Huyu in the first time, so that he was not squeezed into a meat pie after the bubbles were squeezed out. In any case, the crisis is resolved. Huyu breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Su Zilong and the others. After the reunion, everyone's face showed a smile of surviving a disaster. It's so easy to do it. Xiao Zissou was a little surprised. I thought we were going to fight for 300 rounds. Isn't it better to be peaceful? Huyu replied helplessly. If you want excitement, I'll go back and dig out the stories of Sun Wukong forcibly marrying Lin Daiyu, and Liu Bei's 3 attacks on Jin Guanxi for you to see. And that thing. Su Zilong couldn't help but exclaimed. Nonsense. Of course not. If you want to see it, I'll ask Xiao Hai to compile a book for you. No need for that. Suzy replied helplessly. After joking with Xiao Zissou, Huyu was a lot more relaxed. To be honest, the roar of the big turtle just now really scared him. If the big octopus heard this guy's voice and went berserk, no matter how many people there were, it would not be enough to fill its teeth. Fortunately, Comrade Big Octopus was lying flat as always, which gave Huyu this opportunity. He looked at the fish pond in the middle of the seabed. Now the size of the fish pond has doubled again, almost catching up with the area of the first floor cabin of the heart of the ocean. 2 behemoths live in this way. A octopus as tightly fits the bottom of the fish farming pond. The carrion on the head is still growing. It is like a toy that is not in the world. There is no movement at all. On the other hand, the king ate. Since the big octopus enters the fish farming pond, Wang Ba seems to be excited. And there is no feeling of indifferent things. The whole body is constantly traveling towards the big octopus. And Wang Ba's head is shrank, as if trying to eat the big octopus. Unfortunately, the creatures in this fish farming pond are prohibited from attacking each other. Otherwise, this king ate his mouth. As for an unlucky dragon blood catfish, it was located at the upper left corner of the fish pond, and it didn't dare to occupy any more space. It was afraid that it would be eaten by the water flow caused by the breathing of the 2 people. Huyu casually moved the fish pond into the space. Now is not the time to settle the score. Wait until we return to the heart of the ocean. Let's go back to the dinner party to celebrate. Another dinner party? Xiao Zissou followed behind Huyu. I said, even if you store more food, you can't waste it like this. What's the name of this time? The city building ceremony has begun. Huyu replied as a matter of course. We have finally found a place suitable for building a city. If we give up, wouldn't it be a pity? Build a city here? Xiao Zissou frowned. You just detonated Miss Chiu here. Aren't you afraid of radiation? Huyu smiled and shook his head. Not to mention that our city will be built at an altitude of more than 9,000 meters. Even if it is on the water, I can guarantee that there will be no nuclear radiation. Xiao Zissou was full of confusion. What do you mean? I will bring it up at the committee meeting later, and you will know then. Still keeping it a secret. Xiao Zissou pouted and said angrily. Do you know that if you say something halfway, your tongue will be cut off? It's okay. Our great Saint Xiao can heal it. I won't heal you. Huyu chuckled and said nothing. After being under high pressure for so long, being able to joke is also a kind of psychological therapy. Soon, everyone returned to the heart of the ocean. The steam brought by the high temperature was still lingering above the water surface, and it was estimated that it would not disappear for a while. Everyone looked at Huyu and others coming up. Although they did not ask directly, their eyes were full of curiosity and doubt. I have lived up to your expectations and completed the task perfectly, Huyu said, and with a wave of his hand, he released the fish pond that was almost 50 meters long. You should know that the length of a standard swimming pool is only 50 meters, not to mention the depth. in order to ensure the normal movement of these two behemoths. The depth of the fish pond has reached more than 50 meters. Imagine a transparent frameless swimming pool that is almost 20 stories deep, with a turtle over 10 meters long and an octopus over 9 meters long in it. Oh, yes, there is also a 10-centimeter long dragon blood sturgeon. This scene is probably not seen in any aquarium in the world. Not only the people on the boat, but also the children who just got out of class came out to see the scene. What was a bit surprising was that they were not as scared as imagined, but more curious. A group of slightly precocious children, led by Guanli, even came directly to the fish pond, looked into the fish pond through the glass, and observed the situation of the giant turtle and the giant octopus. Hey! Look! There is a shrimp on the fish tank. Really? This shrimp is so pitiful. It hasn't been eaten yet. You are the shrimp. Your whole family is shrimp. It's just that the dragon blood sturgeon can't talk. Otherwise it would have sprayed now. Okay. Huyu smiled and stepped forward and said to the group of children, I will ask your teacher to take you to visit these two creatures when there is a chance in the future. But I still have something to talk to them about now. Classmates, let's go to class first. Okay? Yes. Captain. Everyone stood at attention and saluted at the same time. They didn't look like children or students, but like real crew members. Led by Guanli, they lined up and walked towards the classroom in a very orderly manner. Actually, Xiao Zisu said on the side, you don't have to treat them as students at all. What then? Palu? You know what I mean. Huyu certainly knew what Zisu meant. After so many things, and with Guanli as a role model, the mental age of these children has completely reached the level of adults. It is not fair to treat them as children. Don't worry. I will give them a chance to prove themselves. But, Huyu dragged out the last word and looked at the two giant creatures in the fish tank. Now, it's time to settle the accounts. Chapter 257 Little Fish. Do you want to go one step further? The heart of the ocean. The bottom cabin. Huyu looked at the fish pond in front of him alone. He deliberately dismissed Lu Ling and Xioner. Not for anything else, but simply to know what the big octopus wanted to do. To be able to be on par with the big turtle. Even if it is a paramecium, it should have evolved its own thinking ability. Right? Huyu would never believe that such an octopus, which has independent thinking ability, can't speak after evolution, and even has no thoughts of its own. Fewer people can give it a sense of security, and maybe it can get some information out. But before that, there is one more important thing. I say, Huyu walked to the glass on the side of the big turtle and knocked on it. Do you have something that you haven't told me yet? Tell me. Tell me what? The big turtle pretended to be confused and thought of the conditions Huyu mentioned before. You asked me to go down and fry the octopus. Did I fry it? I fried it. Then if you want that egg, I don't even need to tell you. I will bring it up to you directly. Indeed? Then what else do you want me to explain? The big turtle asked with a sense of righteousness. I have made contributions to the organization. I have shed blood for the organization. You still want me to explain? Isn't it too much? Heh. Huyu sneered. I say, Big Turtle, do you know how far human civilization, especially Chinese civilization, has gone in the way of debate? Eloquent? Speaks well? Please. It's useless. Useless? The big turtle asked back, and imitated Huyu's tone, and said in a weird way. Heh. Why do I think it's useful? TSK. If this big turtle weighs 10,000 tons, it must have 9,900 tons of rebellious bones. It's really a case of not crying until you see the coffin. It probably knows that it's useful to him, and won't be easily disposed of. So it starts to be arrogant again. We have to think of a way to cure it. Huyu's eyes turned and immediately fell on a trembling dragon blood sturgeon in the fish tank. That's right. Fish raised in the fish pond cannot hunt or attack each other. But if it is feed put into the fish pond, it's completely different. At that time, only the dragon blood sturgeon will attack the big turtle. And the big turtle can only bear it. Do it as soon as you say it. Huyu set the identity and authority of the big turtle in the fish pond to feed. Whether it is from the feeling, position, or storage space, the fish pond has not changed at all. And the fish in the fish pond have not felt anything. Hey! What's wrong? The big turtle saw Huyu stunned and didn't say anything. And he didn't forget to mock. Did I poke your lung tube and you can't breathe? Why don't you go up and breathe oxygen quickly and come down later? Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter came from the fish pond. Who you just looked at the dragon blood sturgeon. Little fish. Do you want to go a step further and grow as big as them? Who? Before the dragon blood sturgeon could respond, the big turtle asked in confusion. Who are you talking about? This little dragon fish? Ha ha. Don't be funny. With its size, it's too small to chew the dead skin on the bottom of my feet. The dragon blood sturgeon was also panicked and obviously didn't dare to move forward. Huyu cut his finger, and a drop of blood condensed. Take a bite. This is yours. Instantly. Not only the giant turtle and the dragon blood sturgeon, but even the octopus that was recovering from its injuries nearby raised its eyes and stared at Huyu's fingertips with its dark purple eyes. Staring at that drop of blood, Huyu did not stop the bleeding or heal the wound. And the blood was still flowing out while he stared at them. He wanted to see if his blood was also attracted to them. Bang! The dragon blood sturgeon went crazy. It had lost its mind. And it seemed that it didn't understand what Huyu just said. And it began to hit the glass of the fish pond. The big turtle was a little better. But it was obvious that it was restraining itself. Restraining its desire to reveal its true thoughts. As for the big octopus, it repaired the rotten meat faster. As if it wanted to do something. Bang! Another collision. The dragon blood sturgeon almost smashed its head. Huyu had to collect the blood and did a simple hemostasis. It shouldn't be. This dragon blood sturgeon had seen his blood before. And was able to restrain himself before. Why now? Oh right. Advancement. Hasn't he advanced to the elite level? Could it be that as he advanced, the attraction of his blood to these mutant fish has also increased? This is the only possibility left. Human. The big turtle's tone began to become heavy. Have you eaten something? What do you care about me? Huyu didn't want to talk to this big turtle now. He looked at the dragon blood sturgeon and just wanted to tempt it to eat the turtle again. But he found that this guy had become a dead sturgeon. The 2 hits just now smashed its head. The fish corpse was already floating on the water. Huyu was speechless for a while. So he had to pick it up and take out the mutant crystal in its head that was about to advance to the epic level. What a pity. But who can I complain to? If I want to blame someone, I can only blame this little fish for being too disappointing. But he doesn't have only this one fish. Golden scale dragon fish. This is the little guy Zhao Zhong caught earlier. It was only the size of a palm at first. And it was very ornamental. It would be very obedient as long as it was fed with some sweet spring water. I don't know which fish tank it is kept in now. Xiao Hai. Ask someone to bring the golden scale dragon fish. Yes, master. Xiao Hai responded. But the big turtle didn't want to wait any longer. It put its head on the fish pond. Human. Don't do those fancy things. As long as you are willing to give me your blood, we can cooperate. What do you want me to do? Just tell me. I can guarantee it. Wasn't our previous cooperation very pleasant? Pleasant? You were happy. But I am almost depressed. Huyu ignored the big turtle and waited until Xiao Zissou sent the golden dragon fish over. The golden dragon fish, which was originally only the size of a palm, has been fed by Li Chuan and has now grown to more than 2 meters long, even reaching the elite level. With this size, let alone compared with the big turtles, even compared with the dragon blood sturgeon, it seems a bit pitiful. What does it matter? It's just an advancement. What do you need? Materials. What we don't lack the most is materials. Huyu stuffed 10 perfect level mutant crystals into the golden scale dragon fish and dripped more than 10 milliliters of blood. The big turtles in the fish pond were almost dying of greed. Half an hour later, the golden scale dragon fish had been reborn and reached the perfect level. Although it was only more than 10 meters long at the perfect level, it was like a stunted fish compared to those perfect level mutant fish. But it's just eating fish. It's enough. Chapter 258 The Silent and Lazy Octopus Girl. Everything was ready. Huyu put the golden scale dragon fish directly into the fish pond. The moment it fell into the fish pond, the big turtle's hearty laughter immediately spread throughout the fish pond. Ha ha ha. That's it? I say, human, you look down on me too much. I don't know how many small fish like this I have swallowed. Are you sure you are not giving them to me to satisfy my tooth? You got the idea right. But the role is wrong. Huyu looked at the big turtle with a chuckle on his lips. Don't cry and call daddy later. Call daddy? Ha! The big turtle sneered. If I make a sound later, you'll be my grandpa. Huyu didn't say anything after hearing this. but just looked at the golden-scaled dragonfish silently. While the man and the turtle were talking, the golden-scaled dragonfish had already swam to the side of the big turtle. After the evolution just now, plus who used blood feeding, the golden-scaled dragonfish is now like a teenage boy. It doesn't matter if it's not hungry. But once it's hungry, it's like it can swallow a cow. Especially, it has just evolved. Ah! A sharp scream came. The big turtle immediately turned his head to look behind him, his eyes full of disbelief. That fish that was only as big as his toenail actually bit off a piece of his tortoise shell. It even started to drill into the small hole. It actually broke through its own defense. How is this possible? Dad. The big turtle felt the strangeness swimming in his body. And without any hesitation, he immediately turned his head to look at Huyu outside the fish pond. Dad. This son of a bitch is wrong. Please let me go. Please let me go. Huyu didn't say anything. Just watched silently. As the saying goes, once you are unfaithful, you will never be betrayed again. He had experienced betrayal before, and knew that those who betrayed him, 99% of them are like dogs that can't change their eating habits, and will stab you in the back when they find a chance. As for the remaining 0.1%, Huyu will not gamble his life and property on this 1% possibility. Since the golden-scaled dragonfish wants to eat and can eat, why not? Let it eat it all. Anyway, even if it is just an empty shell, it can play the role that Huyu wants. Grandpa. Seeing that Huyu didn't speak, the big turtle became more and more anxious. I was wrong. Grandpa. Let that thing out quickly. I promise. In the future, if you ask me to bite a dog, I will never chase a chicken. And if you ask me to go east, I will never go west. Oh. Huyu asked in confusion. Really? Really? Seeing that there was hope, the big turtle blurted out immediately. But he was already prepared in his heart. Damn human. I don't know where to find such a small fish. Forget it. At worst, I will be a dog first. After the injury is healed, I will slowly look for an opportunity to kill him. Anyway, this human will not have the same mutation opportunity as us, and he will only become my meal in the end. That's good. Huyu raised his lips slightly and said slowly. Then you should be a good food. Big turtle? You can still play like this. Right. Human. Puff. The little fish had already eaten its stomach. Although the speed of eating was very slow, every bite caused internal injuries. Before it could finish its words, it spurted out a mouthful of blood. Okay. Stop talking. Huyu looked down at the big turtle in front of him and shook his head with a little pity. To be honest, if you hadn't been causing trouble again and again, maybe I would have given you another chance to be loyal. It's a pity that you don't know how to cherish it. After that, Huyu ignored the big turtle and set his eyes on the big octopus, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The killing has already begun. If this big octopus has a little human nature, it will not be indifferent. Let's talk. The big octopus still didn't speak, but stretched out a tentacle lazily and began to explore outside the fish pond. Wow! It's not easy. Such a lazy guy actually took the initiative to reach out? I guess he saw the fate of the big turtle and didn't want to be turned into food for the golden-scaled dragonfish. So he started to act. But what does it mean to reach out? I want to talk to you. Are you going to do it directly? Because of the restrictions of the fish pond, even if the big octopus reaches out, it can only put its tentacles on the edge of the fish pond. Unless Huyu lifts the restrictions, it can't reach out. Let's see what it wants to do first. Restriction. Lifted. The tentacle stretched out about half a meter and drooped on the edge of the fish pond. And then, there was no movement. Are you so lazy? Human. Seeing this, the big turtle panicked. Don't believe it. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can serve as a bridge for you to communicate. You won't have, any danger. There is no way. The body of the golden-scaled dragonfish is too small. After eating for so long, the big turtle still didn't die, and even had the strength to beg for mercy. Huyu glanced at it and said nothing. He no longer wanted to pay attention to this dying turtle. He took out a steel plate, stepped on it, and slowly rose into the air, coming to the edge of the fish pond, only a hair's breadth away from the giant octopus's tentacles. As long as he stretched out his hand, he could easily touch the tentacle. I'm warning you. Huyu's voice sounded indifferently. You, like this giant turtle, only have this one chance. If you miss it, your consequences will not be much better than its. The big octopus didn't react, and it was unknown whether it had heard or not. Huyu tentatively reached out his hand at the same time, and his fingertips touched the other party's suction cup. Instantly, a mental force similar to Xiao Mo's, but completely different, attacked him. Huyu had no means, and no time to react, so he could only passively endure it. And the next moment, an extremely lazy female voice sounded in his ears. "Spare my life." Spoken. Although there were only 2 words, it at least broke the deadlock, and it also gave in. Huyu was delighted and said to the big octopus, "Since we can communicate, it will be easy. Tell me how you got the egg and what you know. As long as you cooperate, I can keep you alive." The octopus girl paused for a while and did not respond. After about 3 minutes, a voice sounded. "A lot. I don't want to say. You can see for yourself." Huyu's eyes twitched. This octopus girl is really too lazy. I'm afraid that if Yu Xian comes, he can only become her apprentice. Also, what do you mean by seeing for yourself? How do you see it? Cross your eyes? Stare at each other? As soon as the thought came to Huyu, before he could ask the question in his mind, his vision suddenly went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was already at the bottom of the sea. His limbs turned into tentacles, climbing on the reef. He turned into an octopus. Chapter 259, the third evolution? Are you kidding me? Can this mental power be used like this? Pull people directly into the events they have experienced before? How many tricks did this octopus girl master to slack off? Wait, that's not right. If he is in the memory of the octopus girl, then doesn't he have to experience the 20 days that the octopus girl survived in the apocalypse? The next moment, a scorching heat hit him from the top of his head. The moment the octopus looked up, he saw a flash of fire falling from the sky, crossing the ocean, and landing right in front of it. As the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge blue egg appeared in front of him. At that time, the octopus girl didn't have too many thoughts in her mind. She just wanted to fill her stomach. It crawled on the ground, covering the giant egg with its body, and its mouth parts kept moving, as if it wanted to bite the eggshell and suck the nutrients inside. But no matter how its mouth parts moved and cut, the giant egg didn't move at all, just stood there quietly, until a deep blue light flashed. The size of the octopus girl instantly expanded by more than 100 times. Originally, it could only lie on the giant egg, but now it can completely wrap the entire giant egg. And similar growth has just begun. The first day, 2 meters. The second day, 4 meters. The third day, 8 meters. The seventh day, 128 meters. During this time, it did not hunt, nor did it move. It just let its body grow while staying in place without moving, as if it did not need to eat. Just then, a heavy rain fell. The marine life around its body began to riot. One after another, the sea beasts set their sights on this huge food. But no matter whether it was a killer whale, a shark, or some mutated fish, as long as they saw the octopus girl, they all wanted to bully her. It seemed that they wanted to see whether such a big thing was dead or alive. The octopus girl did not dodge or evade, and remained in the same place until the invaders took a bite of her body. This poison was enough to kill any creature on the seabed. After the invaders died, the octopus girl reluctantly moved her tentacles and threw the bodies next to the giant egg. While hatching the giant egg, she also received the benefits of evolution, and her body continued to expand. The 8th day, 256 meters. The 9th day, 512 meters. The 13th day, 8,192 meters. On the 14th day, it was 16,384 meters long. Its body was still expanding. At this time, the length of one of its tentacles had reached more than 2,000 meters. And this exponential growth showed no sign of stopping, and continued until the 21st day, which was the 14th day of the apocalypse. At that time, its body had expanded to cover 2,097 kilometers. You should know that the diameter of the East China Sea is only 656 kilometers. Now the 2 tentacles of this octopus girl can cover the entire East China Sea. It is precisely because of the existence of this behemoth that most of the creatures in the East China Sea chose to flee. Anyway, at that time, the coastal land had been submerged, and there was no obstacle whether it ran inland or fled to the Pacific Ocean. The octopus girl didn't seem to be trying to move, but just held up her huge body and sat on the strange egg. At this time, the octopus girl suddenly felt a sense of crisis. It was the feeling that the big turtle said. Suddenly, she could feel 6 other similar beings. The giant egg seemed to feel some crisis, and it stopped stimulating the octopus girl's body to grow again, but began to absorb. The body, which originally had a circumference of more than 2,000 kilometers, was reduced to half in one day. By the time Huyu and others found it, its size had shrunk to the current 9,100 meters. Fortunately, Huyu felt relieved. Fortunately, he chose to go to the sea to look for it at this time. If it had been 1 or 2 days earlier, the size of the octopus girl would have been so terrifying. The few Mischio he knew might not be enough to tickle this person. Soon, Huyu's eyes darkened again. When he came to his senses, the scene in front of him had returned to normal. If the memories given to him by the octopus girl were all true, then he knew even less about the other existences. The big turtle at least remembered the other party's location and began to look for it. But this guy, seeing that the big turtle was still far away in the Pacific Ocean, he didn't even remember the location and continued to sleep. A big heart makes a big body. I'm afraid this is the octopus girl. As if sensing Huyu's thoughts, the octopus girl retracted her tentacles, turned around like a tsundere, and stopped looking at him. Huyu also smiled helplessly. No matter whether the experience of this octopus girl is true or false, as long as it is in the fish pond, it will not cause any big waves. Wait for another investigation later. And after settling down and developing to a certain extent, go and look for other similar existences. After these 2 times, Huyu also clearly understood the gap between him and these monsters. One big turtle is a foodie, and the big octopus is a lazy ghost. It took so much effort to deal with him. If the other 5 existences were more abnormal, I am afraid that he would be killed immediately if he showed his head. It's better to develop first. Huyu turned his head and looked to the other side. Now the big turtle has died. Although its body has not been completely eaten, it has lost all vitality. Little dragon fish. Huyu raised his hand and knocked on the glass of the fish pond. Take out this crystal for me. This is a test. The golden scale dragon fish has eaten so many supplements. It should be able to understand human words. If it obeys orders, curbs its nature, and takes out the crystal and gives it to me, then there will be no problem in keeping it. But if it swallows it privately, it can still eat the remains of the big turtle. But sooner or later, it will be served on Huyu's table. I saw a figure quickly shuttled in the big turtle's body. 10 seconds later, the golden scale dragon fish came out from the big turtle's head, holding a mutant crystal in its mouth. Unlike the epic mutant crystal, this pseudo-legend crystal flashed with red light all over. Just looking at it from a distance, it gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. Even the octopus tsundere girl turned her head and looked at the crystal. The golden scale dragon fish held the crystal in its mouth and threw it out to Huyu outside the fish pond. The crystal continued to expand. The crystal that was originally only the size of a grain of rice in the fish pond became half the size of a person after being thrown out. This is just a pseudo-legend. God knows how terrifying a true legendary mutated crystal can be. Oh! Right. Today's word spirit has not been used yet. Can I use the word spirit to make this pseudo-legend have the effect of a legendary crystal? Then, assist myself. The Third Evolution. Chapter 260, Groundwork. Start. August 8th. 7 a.m. 26 days have passed since the end of the world. Since reaching a peaceful coexistence policy with Octopus Girl, Huyu went straight into the room, holding the pseudo-legend crystal stone obtained from the sea turtle, and kept trying to trigger the word spirit. Unfortunately, it has been almost 12 hours since the beginning, and Huyu doesn't know how much water he drank, how many times he said the same words. But the word spirit still can't be triggered. For this reason, he even gave up yesterday's dinner and his own sleep. As expected, it is still difficult for the excellent level to influence the existence of the legendary level. Forget it. Don't do it. Huyu reluctantly put the pseudo-legendary crystal into the space and yawned. Xiao Hai. Master. I'm here. Start the morning report. Yes. Xiao Hai's voice sounded respectfully. The current water level has reached 1,625 meters, and the rising speed is 51.2 meters per hour. Nothing happened at the dinner last night. After midnight, Mi Susu and Tu Xingyi led 2 teams to leave the heart of the ocean and return to their respective aircraft carriers. Su Linglong's hastily prepared city planning drawings have been completed and have been loaded into the database. After 13 calculations, they can meet functions including but not limited to waterproofing, living, and animal husbandry. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the first person who obtained 1,000 points has been redeemed and became an apprentice crew member of the Ocean Heart, and has completed preparations such as assigning rooms. Oh! Who, you asked in confusion. Someone has already achieved 1,000 points. The points activity was only held once. How did he do it? Trade. Xiaohai quickly turned on the screen in the room and listed the other party's points data on it. The first 5 transactions were 200 points each. After the aircraft carrier was driven back, he accumulated 1,000 points, and including his own points, it even exceeded 1,200 points. After 1 a.m., he exchanged for the quota of trainee crew members, and after boarding the heart of the ocean, he quickly conducted hundreds of transactions. With only 200 points, he exchanged a large number of items and returned to Tu Xingyi's ship to conduct a large number of transactions. It lasted until 6 in the morning. In the last few transactions, he returned the first 1,000 points to the 5 people who gave him the points at the beginning. After the last transaction, the points in his account had reached 1,600 points. Don't look at the small number of points. In addition to his own 200 points, the remaining 1,400 points were completely obtained by him out of nothing. As for how he did it, discount. Apprentice crew members on the Heart of the Ocean have the privilege of 99% off on exchanged goods. He used this 1% price difference to sweep away all the points of the rest of the people on the 2 ships. It is not difficult to see from the transaction data that no matter what it is, he sells it to the rest of the people at a discount of 99.5%. Although everyone can think of this method, there are not many people who dare to do it and have strong sales ability and resource integration ability. This method is not afraid of being copied. By the time others reacted, most of the points in their hands had been exchanged for items. It is self-evident how difficult it is to collect 1,000 points to exchange for the qualification of trainee crew members. He's a talent. Who, you glanced at the guy's name? Jin Wankai. This name really means he's rich. But talent is talent. Once this kind of behavior is allowed to continue, the point system will collapse sooner or later. He doesn't want the capitalist game to spread on the ship before the city is built. As Palu, he couldn't control the behavior of capitalists before. But now, all the dog capitalists should die. Xiaohai. Prohibit similar purchases, and limit all the goods that can be purchased at the privileged price to be used by yourself. Yes, master. Anything else? As for the fish pond, the body of the giant turtle has been processed and can be used at any time. As for research, after Ms. Xiaozisa gained the ability, she produced a large number of hemolytic crystals and tried to sell them in the Points Mall. Do you agree? Hu nodded without thinking too much. I agree. But the price needs to be negotiated. After all, the raw materials do not belong to her, and the points sold need to be shared with others. Notify Brother Shan and Xiener to discuss the profit-sharing ratio in the meeting room at 7:30. The killing of those mutant fishes was largely due to the contributions of Xiener and Shinshan. If they were to just sell them without sharing, even if they had no complaints, Hu would still feel bad. Yes, I have booked a meeting for you at 7:30 in the morning. Anything else? Miss Misuzu has collected 10,000 points and applied for an evolution quota. It goes without saying that these 10,000 points were probably all contributed by Misuzu's loyal followers. This woman is really restless. Agreed. Arrange it after noon. Yes, master. All matters have been reported. Do you have any instructions? Announced to the whole ship. Hu walked to the bathroom, rinsed his face with cold water, and looked up at himself in the mirror. Today at 8 o'clock. Start building the city. Yes, master. The announcement immediately resounded throughout the Heart of the Ocean and the other 2 aircraft carriers. Everyone was immediately excited, not only because they were about to set foot on land, but also because, points. After being on the ship for so long, they naturally understood a truth. As long as they worked hard, they could get points. Building a city is such a big thing. Points are definitely indispensable. Hu walked out of the room, all the way to the bottom cabin, looked at the fish pond in front of him, and was stunned for a moment. This golden scale dragonfish, isn't it a bit too big? After a night of eating, the size of the golden scale dragonfish has expanded to more than 1 meter. Don't look at it as only 1 meter. This is 1 meter in the fish pond. If it is released from the fish pond, Its size will reach 1,000 meters in a minute. It seems that turtle soup is really nourishing. The golden-scaled dragonfish saw Huyu coming, and the whole fish was so excited that it fluttered and tried to jump out of the fish pond. If it weren't for the restriction, it might have jumped onto Huyu's face. Be good and don't make trouble. I'll let you out to play when I have time. Huyu coaxed her like a pet, and turned to glance at the big octopus. The big octopus now just squinted its eyes, and it looked almost the same as when he left last time. If the fish pond could not detect the other party's state, Huyu really thought it was dead. He didn't care about the sleeping posture of the octopus girl, and directly put the big turtle shell into the space, and walked all the way to the deck. The foundation work can begin. Chapter 261. We are about to land. The heart of the ocean. The deck. Huyu turned the big turtle shell upside down, with the tip facing down, and sank it to the bottom of the water. The mountain, which was more than 8,000 meters high, sank madly, and it took several minutes to stabilize. The sharp side sank deeply into the seabed, forming the foundation. The back of the turtle shell was facing up, and the plain of more than 12 square kilometers would become the base, supporting the entire Zijing Mountain. Luckily, the area of Zijing Mountain is only about 30 square kilometers, and it is still safe to build on this plain. After the foundation was built, Huyu directly put the entire Zijing Mountain on it. The huge mountain appeared, shielding the heavy rain from the sky. In just a moment, a circle of water curtains formed around the mountain, like a waterfall with no dead angles, covering the 3 ships under the mountain. Everyone was about to cry when they saw the scene. Only those who have drifted on the sea know how powerful the land is when it appears in front of them, especially in this situation. More than 90% of the people on the ship thought they would never see land again in this life. But now, the land is right in front of us. Everyone, please get ready. We are about to land, Huyu said, and transferred everyone on the 2 aircraft carriers to the heart of the ocean, and at the same time activated the hovering function, flying towards the Zijing Mountain in the sky. After landing, Huyu looked at his hometown in front of him, and his mind was full of thoughts. No matter what, he can finally end his wandering days and have a formal base. That's it. Huyu looked at the heavy rain falling from the sky, and then looked at Jinling in the heavy rain. We have to hurry up to do the rainproof work. Otherwise, with this level of storm, even the best materials and the most solid engineering will eventually become a ruin. As soon as the thought came up, a circular barrier formed above Zijing Mountain. The falling rainstorm all flowed along the invisible barrier. The remaining rain flowed along the edge of Zijing Mountain. Huyu turned his head and looked at Su Zilong beside him. Needless to say, at this stage, he is the only one who can do this. Zilong, can you hold on? You have to hold on even if you can't. Su Zilong's voice trembled slightly. Boss, don't worry. Before the rainproof project is built, I will give you the job. As long as you give me enough points, it will be easy. Is it easy? This is an area of 31 square kilometers. The area of an ordinary county town is about this size, and even the area of most county towns is smaller than this. If it were really that easy, I could just tie Su Zilong to the top of Zijing Mountain and make him a living water-repellent bead. Don't worry. We'll do it as soon as possible, Huyu said, controlling the heart of the ocean to come to the Jinling Conference Hotel where they had lived before. The configuration here is enough for them to live for a short period of time. After putting away the heart of the ocean, Huyu looked at the people in front of him. Today is the first day of the official landing. And don't say I don't give you a holiday. You have 12 hours to move freely in Zijing Mountain. Whether it is searching for resources or lying down, it is up to you. You just need to remember one thing. It's 7:20 now. Gather at this location in 12 hours. You can arrange all the supplies you find. As for transportation, you can use whatever you see. I have asked Shanghai to lift all restrictions. As long as you have a driver's license, you can use it. Like Lamborghini, Ferrari and so on. We also have them. It depends on whether you can find them. I won't say anything more. Have a happy holiday. Long live the president. With a cheer, everyone ran away from the spot. Whether they were students or idlers, whether they were busy cooking, whether they were busy sitting in front of the computer for a long time, whether they were over 50 years old Chinese medicine practitioners, or old men in their 60s who were farming. Now they all have only one identity: survivors. At this moment, in their hearts, There is only one thought. Enjoy the hard-earned normal life in the end times. In less than 5 minutes, everyone left the spot. No, it shouldn't be everyone. In addition to Hu Yu, there are 7 people left. Xian'er, Shinshan and Su Zilong are not to be mentioned. They either want to protect Hu Yu's safety or have no intention of going shopping. With Su Zilong's current state, if something goes wrong, everyone on Zijing Mountain will become a drowned rat. He wanted to make Li Chuan into an 4 drip and hang a bottle on the edge of the sky. As for the remaining 4 people, Minanyuo, Mi Susu, Xiao Zisu and Lu Ling. The 2 sisters Mi Susu should be here for evolution, while Xiao Zisu is waiting for a meeting. The only thing Hu Yu didn't expect was Lu Ling. You don't have to be here. Hu Yu looked at Lu Ling and said, I said it's a holiday. And it naturally includes you. Go shopping. I'm your secretary. Lu Ling said seriously. You don't have a holiday. How can I have a holiday? Really not going? If you miss it, you won't have a chance. Not going. Lu Ling's eyes clearly flashed with a hint of hesitation. But she obviously has her own ideas. Half a day off and the opportunity to show herself in front of the leader. She naturally knows which one to choose. It's up to you. Hu Yu led everyone to the conference hotel and came to the small conference room with ease. Everyone sit down. I'll try to be faster so that you can take a vacation. It's okay, President. Minono immediately replied. We are not in a hurry. I am in a hurry. Hu Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, I thought you were the only ones who wanted to take a vacation. Everyone was speechless. Let's talk about the division first. Hu Yu looked at Xiao Zisu. Zisu, tell me your idea first. Divide it into 4 parts. 25% each. Xiao Zisu said quickly. There is no doubt that this distribution method is not fair. In terms of her unique skills, it would not be too much for her to get 50% alone. But now she only wants 25%, which obviously makes Hu Yu and his team take advantage. Don't consider me. Hu Yu waved his hand. Let's divide it into 3 parts. Zisu, you get 40%. Xian'er and Shaner each get 30%. What points does he need as the president? The entire ocean heart and the base belong to him. That? I have no objection. Xiao Zisu looked at Shinshan and the others. Shaner. Xian'er. What about you? I have no objection either. Shinshan smiled and said, Miss Xiao, I hope you don't mind that we get too much. Add 1. Xian'er silently uttered 2 words. Then let's do it this way. Hu Yu finalized. In the future, the blood of mutant fish will also be divided in the same way. No one objected. This first thing is done. And it's time to deal with the second thing. Hu Yu looked at Mi Susu and asked, Have you thought it out? It's not me. Mi Susu smiled helplessly and pointed at Minanyuo beside her. It's her. Chapter 262, Building is not shopping. Hu Yu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Mi Susu to give such an opportunity to Minanyuo. But anyway, the points belong to Mi Susu. And Minanyuo is also one of the committee members, which is in line with the rules. Then she can arrange it however she wants. Okay. Hu Yu looked at Minanyuo again. Before he could speak, Minanyuo said first. I've thought about it. Please help me. President. Okay. People who admire the strong will not miss any opportunity to become stronger. I don't know what a highly intelligent being like Minono will look like after evolution. Seeing Minono's determination, Hu Yu didn't say much, but just transferred the points from Mi Susu's account. He took out 2 perfect-grade mutation crystals from the space, placed them on a wooden tray, and pushed them in front of Minono. With the experience of the previous few times, normally, 2 perfect-grade mutation crystals are enough for evolution. You're ready. Let's eat. Just eat it directly. Minono was a little confused. This is a mutant crystal. You can't eat it directly, or your teeth will break. Right? Yeah. Hu Yu pointed at the 4 people behind him. Ask these seniors. They all eat it directly. Minono looked at them, and saw that they all nodded slowly at the same time. I don't know why, their eyes seemed to be fixed on Hu Yu, as if they were waiting for something to appear. Let's eat when you are ready. Hu Yu looked at Minono. I wish you a useful ability in advance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the ordinary word spirit. Hu Yu was stunned when he heard the prompt in his ear. Okay. It's triggered now. Right. I talked so much last night that my mouth was dry. But I couldn't trigger it once. This time I'm diligent. But it's not impossible. A useful ability. Yu stared at Minono in front of him, full of expectations. I don't know how useful this is. Minono saw Yu looking at him, and he no longer hesitated. Give it a try. At worst, I can just spend points to fill my teeth. She grabbed one of the crystals and stuffed it directly into her mouth. This thing was as hard as she imagined. The mutant crystal was indeed hard to chew, but it was like an ice cube that melted very quickly and soon melted in her mouth. Just as she was about to chew the second piece, Yu, whom she had been thinking about, had already arrived in front of her. Minono's pretty face turned red, and she lowered her head and was about to speak. But a bloody finger was stuffed into her mouth. What's going on? Her heartbeat was fast in an instant. Minono even selectively ignored the bloody smell in her mouth and stared straight at Yu in front of her. President. This action is too ambiguous. There are so many people here. Focus. Yu frowned and spat out 4 words. What on earth is this woman thinking about? How can she be distracted at this time? With a roar, Minono also came back to his senses. The next moment, a piercing pain came. Purple lines began to occupy the original position of blood vessels, like a spider web, all over Minono's body. Almost done. Yu drank the sweet spring, pulled his finger out of the other's mouth, and at the same time did not forget to put the second perfect grade mutant crystal into it. Crack! Crunch! The second mutant crystal was directly bitten by her. Evolution officially started, just like the previous evolutions. After a few breaths, Minono's state gradually returned to normal. When her face was covered with red again, the evolution was officially completed. Yu also opened the other party's panel at the first time, ready to satisfy his curiosity. Name, Minono. Gender, female. Age, 24. Skills, proficient in construction, perfect coordination, perfect planning, perfect acting, perfect organization and operation, perfect disguise, proficient in communication, personality, kind, grateful, vigilant, cautious, admires the strong, favorability, 91. Purity, 100. Mastery of construction? Yu looked at it several times and confirmed that there was no problem with the panel. And the 2 words were not shopping but construction. What does this skill mean? Clicking on the detail panel, Yu was stunned. It's too early. The skill copy book was used too early. Name, Mastery of Construction. Type, Skill Effect. You can combine existing materials into various non-biological items composed of the materials at will, and can only be used once a day. Note, construction is not shopping. Please do not try to use any excrement to construct weapons. This is inhumane. If this skill is not used well, it will be a Candyman. It's just that the materials are replaced with various existing materials. But if it is used well, it will be a creator who does not have the ability to create things out of thin air. Let me give you a simple example. Isn't Sieging Mountain in a rainstorm now? As long as Minono is given enough tempered glass, she can activate her ability to create a tempered glass cover that fits Sieging Mountain perfectly. If she is given some electronic components or chips, she can make this glass cover have intelligent control functions. At least simple ventilation, window opening, and window closing functions can be realized one by one. Useful. Really useful. It can even be directly used. No wonder this skill is the same as the word spirit. It can only be used once a day. Done, Yu said, and smiled. Everything is normal. No. Misuzu immediately stepped forward after hearing this. How do you feel now? I feel great. It's simply amazing. Minono came back to her senses and immediately came to Yu. President, I have a way to stop the heavy rain over Sieging Mountain. She is a smart person. When she knows what her ability is, she naturally knows how to use it. So he immediately found Yu and planned to improve his favorability. Oh! Yu pretended not to know and asked. Is it related to your ability? Yes. Minono quickly explained his ability. Yu nodded slowly to show his approval, and took out all the tempered glass in the space. He didn't even know if this thing was enough. If it wasn't enough, he would have to find a way to dismantle it. After all, there was not much glass available in the island country. But there was a lot of glass already used in buildings. Minono took a look and found it was barely enough. He used his ability to integrate all the tempered glass and electronic components in front of him to build a super large rainproof glass cover. The size was even larger than the barrier area that Su Zilong had used his ability to clear. It was directly covered over the Sieging Mountain. I have lived up to the trust of the president and have done it. After saying that, Minono fainted. No. Misuzu rushed forward and supported Minono. Xiao Zissou followed closely, checked it, and fed a piece of hemolytic crystal. It's okay. It's just too much consumption. Just rest for a while. Susu, who you also took out a liter of Lichuan, this is for you. Feed it to your sister when she wakes up. And then have a good rest. This matter is considered a great achievement. So the 10,000 points are waived. And this evolution quota is earned by her. Thank you. President Misuzu bowed and thanked. Then I will apply for a quota first. And come to you for evolution after she recovers. I also want to do more for the organization. Don't worry. There will be a chance. Huyu replied. And watched them go back to the hotel room to rest. The rain protection problem of the base was solved. And there was something more important next, a holiday. He looked at his hometown in front of him. And he couldn't help but rush up to make a scene and party all night. However, as the owner of the Heart of the Ocean, the chairman of the Salvation Committee, and the owner of Bauhinia Mountain, he should be reserved. Well, keep a low profile. Huyu casually took out the Brabus and turned to look at Shinshan and others. Let's go for a drive. Chapter 263. You have to believe me. Everyone drove all the way to the top of Zijing Mountain, overlooking the scene below the mountain. The place that should have been crowded with people is now only lonely. In addition to the sound of heavy rain hitting the dome, there are only sporadic engine roars echoing below the mountain. They can even hear the roar of everyone's car. Huyu casually found a stone to sit down, saying nothing, as if he wanted to find the feeling before. But because of the existence of the dome, there is no wind or sun on the top of the mountain. Looking at the scenery in front of you, it feels like watching a movie, giving people an extremely unreal feeling. Huyu even felt like he was living in a petri dish. In fact, if possible, Huyu didn't want to build a base like this, but would rather continue to wander outside on the heart of the ocean, not only for freedom and to find a way to go further, but also for the other 5 special beings that have not been found yet. As for why the city was built now, it's very simple. He wants to wander, but it doesn't mean that others want to wander too. Just like people like Yuxian, they are more eager to step on the land for stability. And now this place, this time, is undoubtedly the best choice. Even if he wants to continue wandering, he has to admit that building a city at this time is the best choice, no one else. It seems that we can't stay here for long. Xiao Zissou sat next to Huyu, shaking her legs. The long legs look even more slender under the jeans. What do you think? Captain Hu? How long do you plan to take this vacation? What are you talking about? Huyu replied, still pretending to be himself, not wanting his emotions to affect other people's judgment. You have to know that except for the people on the other 2 aircraft carriers, all the crew members on the Heart of the Ocean have a favorable impression of him above 30. People like Shinshan who were selected as members of the Salvation Committee generally have a favorable impression of more than 70. And some even have 90. As long as he says he still wants to wander around, they will definitely go against their conscience and choose to follow him. Don't pretend. Xiao Zissou raised her elbow and pushed. There is no need to save people now. But what else can we do besides saving people? You're not going to collect mutant crystals? You're not going to look for monsters like octopuses and turtles? Are you going to stay here and be a city lord who farms? Huyu didn't say anything. He actually asked everyone to come here. In addition to relaxing, to confirm one thing. Now that Xiao Zissou has brought it up, it's just the right time to bring it up. In fact, there may be 5 more beings like the big turtle and the octopus girl on Blue Star. Huyu said, turning his head to look at Shinshan and others. We don't know what's in that egg now. Nor do we know what the other situations on Blue Star are like. Anyway, the food supply chain is mature now. Whether I am here or not, you can rely on the magic beans to ensure food supply in a short period of time. So to be on the safe side, I have an immature little idea. Divide the troops. No! As soon as the 2 words were spoken, Shinshan knew what he wanted to say. Throw the pot. Go out and wander around. Find a poor guy to supervise the city. Without a doubt, he is the best candidate. So you must throw the pot before the boss makes a decision. Shinshan immediately stepped forward and said, Boss, I am your bodyguard. But only your bodyguard. You have to take me with you wherever you go. +1. Su Zilong also came back to his senses and responded immediately. Although he was arrogant and conceited, he knew what he could and could not do. Things like managing a city were not something he could touch. There were also Lu Ling and Xiao Zisu present. Neither of them spoke, but just listened silently. They all knew that Hu Yu would never give such a thing to them. No. Hu Yu pretended to be speechless. It's just a small idea of mine. How could you think of that? Don't worry. Even if we have to split up the army, I will leave after everything here is on track. I will definitely take you all with me when the time comes. Really? Everyone looked at Hu Yu suspiciously. Hu Yu nodded seriously. You have to believe me. This is of course fake. Just kidding. This is building a city. After the city is built, who knows how long it will take? By then, not to mention that the rain may have stopped. Maybe the remaining 5 eggs will have grown into heaven-defying existences. It's too late. But from the attitude of Shinshan and others, it's obvious that they don't intend to let him leave alone. This won't work. He is now carrying the golden scale dragonfish, the heart of the ocean, and some semi-vegetative people. So he can walk sideways. Even if he encounters an epic or even truly legendary mutant creature, he won't be afraid. And here, once he leaves, the defense here will seem a little weak. Whether it's for management or defense, it's better for Shinshan and others to stay here than to follow him. Since they don't agree, there is only one way, run away. After dealing with things here, take the heart of the ocean and run away. Hu Yu stopped talking, but sat on the top of the mountain, silently looking at the front, which was also a rare leisure time. After sitting for a short time, the group drove away from the mountaintop and returned to the hotel. Only 3 hours had passed, and most people had not returned yet, still enjoying their rare vacation. As for those who returned early, most of them had things to do. Su Linglong returned with a team of people, ready to stay up all night to design the city construction plan. Mr. Fang and Zhang Shenong had already begun to explore where suitable for planting and animal husbandry were. Even Zhou Wenxuan brought 2 or 3 senior programmers back to the hotel and started to install the local area network. Hu Yu was very satisfied looking at the enthusiastic people. Perhaps in a few days, he could leave here quietly. It was this temporary supervisor. It seemed that no matter who he chose, it was a little bit off. It seemed that we had to find a way to trick Brother Shan into taking the position. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Except for Lu Ling and Enciener, who had been following Hu Yu. Shinshan and others also went out. I don't know why, but I always felt that they were a little mysterious. It seemed that they were preparing something. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Most people have returned. They all returned with a lot of things and agreed to hold a dinner party tonight. It was different from the dinner parties Hu Yu had held before. For this dinner party, all the materials and resources were collected by them bit by bit, and Hu Yu didn't need to subsidize a single rice or dish. They even printed an invitation for him. Everyone's name was written on the signature. It clearly stated that this was a thank you banquet. A thank you banquet presented to him by everyone. For some reason, Hu Yu's eyes were a little sandy. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the thank you banquet officially began. Chapter 264, Slipping? At the banquet, Hu Yu ate too much for the first time. Even though he had a lot of supplies stored in his space, he was used to enjoying himself. And each time he ate, he only ate until he was 70% full. In addition to health reasons, it was more of a caution. Long-term and repeated fullness would lower people's vigilance, which was naturally okay in a peaceful and prosperous era. But in the end times, it was a chronic poison. But this time, Hu Yu was an exception. As long as someone came up to toast, he would respond, even though the white wine in his glass was purified water produced by Wawaha. As long as the food was placed in front of him, he would chew it carefully and swallow it. What he ate was not food, but his own reward. This feeling is like a kitten that you raised yourself. And after going out, it actually brought you a big fish weighing 5 or 6 kilograms. People who have not experienced it will never understand the feeling of this kindness. After eating and drinking, Hu Yu swallowed a box of stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets to feel better. Others also ate until they hiccuped. And they had fun until 12 o'clock. And then the dinner slowly ended. In addition to this thank you banquet, everyone also had some resources left. Those resources were either kept by themselves or exchanged for points. It is estimated that after a few more such events, all crew members can be promoted to the heart of the ocean and become trainee crew members. Fortunately, Lu Ling thought of this problem at the beginning. After she discussed with Hu Yu and Zhang Siri, she set the number of trainee crew members on the heart of the ocean as a fixed number. 241 people. including trainee crew members and members of the Salvation Committee, can only have a total of 241 people. The extra one is naturally Hu Yu. So even if there is no Jin Wan Kai, it is estimated that it will not be long before a new trainee crew member appears. 12:30. Hu Yu returned to his room, washed up, and lay down to sleep. At the same time, he did not forget to order Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, remember to wake me up after everyone goes to bed. Yes, master. 3 o'clock in the morning. A tremor came, slowly waking Hu Yu up. He opened his eyes and whispered, "Are they all asleep?" "Yes, master." As Xiao Hai said this, the hotel's robot slowly slid in, holding a room card on a plate in its hand. "The universal room card has been arranged. Which room do you want to go to? I will plan a route for you right away." Hu Yu, what kind of yellow garbage is in this guy's brain? He wants everyone to fall asleep before he gets up. That's what he means. It seems that it's time to clear its cache. Not going anywhere, Hu Yu replied helplessly, but still put the room card into the space backpack. Came to the window, and jumped. The Longquan ancient sword in the space flew out instantly, and under his control. He carried it to the distance. Of course, he didn't plan to slip away now. Things that should be arranged have not been arranged yet. And slipping away now would be too irresponsible. Just try it once. Find a feasible route out. Hu Yu found his way out of the hotel room and took off. And there was a shadow behind him. He knew who it was without even looking. Siener. Only she could control metal like him. And followed him silently. Didn't she say she was asleep? Why did she wake up when I came out? Did they install an alarm on me? Once I leave the range of a few meters, the tracking mode will be activated? In any case, I can't get away today. So I might as well go around in a circle. Hu Yu stepped on the flying sword and finally smelled the mountain breeze. But he hadn't flown far when he saw a flash of fire not far away. There are people. To be precise, there are a group of people. Unfortunately, the distance is too far, and I can't see what they are doing. Nor can I see their specific identities, and even the panel cannot be triggered. Strange. Who would gather at this time? Hu Yu was puzzled, so he simply stopped and waited until Siener behind him caught up. He didn't explain anything, but whispered, "Don't make any noise. Let's go see what the guys in front are going to do." Siener nodded silently. The two stepped on the flying sword, flew low, shuttled between the mountains and forests, and soon came to the campfire. Dig. Dig quickly. Don't be lazy. Do you hear me? If you don't dig well, I guarantee you will have a hard time in the future. TSK. Hu Yu frowned. Since when did others decide whether you would have a good time? He looked in front of him and found that there were 9 adult men in this group, all of whom were non-staff members managed by Tu Xingyi. Everyone here carried a hoe on their shoulders, digging the soil from time to time, as if they wanted to dig out something underneath. Wait. Since ancient times, Zijing Mountain has been a feng shui treasure land, and many princes and nobles are buried here. Could this group of guys want to steal the treasure? Great. Hu Yu, who was just full of emotion, was now full of violence. He was reluctant to touch these things of his ancestors, but now they were seen by this group of people. It depends on whether they have the life to dig or not. Oh, there are fruits to eat? Hu Yu walked out directly and asked the group of people, "What kind of fruit? Is there any for me?" President. When everyone saw that it was Hu Yu, they panicked, but they didn't drop the hoe in their hands. The little leader, who had just shouted, even came up to greet them with a smile. President. It's so late. Why are you still out? Why don't you leave these things to us? I guarantee that we will handle them properly. Leave it to you? Hu Yu glanced at this person, not understanding where he got the courage to say such words now. Oh, then I really trouble you. No trouble. No trouble, the little leader said, scratching his head and laughing. Looking a little silly, you gave so many points. If we don't do things reliably, wouldn't it be a waste of your care? Points? Hu Yu frowned and spat out a sentence. There are points for digging a pit. Could it be that there is someone behind them manipulating it? There are only a few people who dare to issue tasks so blatantly under their own names and have points to hire people. He wanted to see who was so bold that he dared to make such a fortune. Yes. Hu Yu's expression changed, and he smiled at everyone. Where's that guy? He asked me to come over to distribute points. But he's not here. You call him over. Don't tell him I'm here. I want to see what he's doing. Hey, President. Please wait a moment. As he said that, the little leader began to contact his superiors. Not long after, a voice sounded from behind Hu Yu. President? Why are you here? Chapter 265. Wow. Golden Legend. This is Mr. Fong's voice. Could this academician who is obsessed with farming also have the identity of a tomb raider? Hu Yu was stunned for a moment, and quickly coughed twice. Oh, nothing. I came out for a walk, and I saw this group of people digging the ground here. Mr. Fong. Hu Yu thought about it, and decided to get straight to the point. This group of people, are they not the grave diggers you found? Grave diggers. Mr. Fong was stunned, and he quickly waved his hand to deny. How is it possible? President. How could I do such a thing? This kind of thing will damage my virtue. I don't have many years left to live. How could I do such a bad thing? I almost forgot. This old man is very superstitious. He used to think that he was a god sent by heaven to save the world. This kind of superstitious old man would never do such a bad thing. Then what are they doing? Hu Yu asked in confusion. Hoeing the land. Reclaiming wasteland. Mr. Fong said helplessly. There are many places on Zijing Mountain that can be used as farmland. But unfortunately, they have not been cultivated. Most of them are planted with trees. I asked Xiaohai to calculate before. These trees provide more oxygen to the station than necessary. So I thought of cutting down some of them and cultivating the rest to plant magic beans. Who is a good person who cultivates land in the middle of the night? Who you couldn't help but question directly. If it was cultivated in broad daylight, he would never have such a misunderstanding. But this group of people were sneaking around in the middle of the night. And with these tools and this location, it would be strange if they didn't go astray. There's nothing we can do about it. Mr. Fong sighed. If it were just us, it would be easy. The current production of Sinza beans is more than enough. President. You will build a city in the future. And it's impossible for only us to be there. For the sake of the new members who will join in the future. Or our descendants to have a better life. It doesn't matter if we suffer a little more. Hu Yu was stunned, looking at Mr. Fong. He couldn't help but think of the group of ancestors 90 years ago. At that time, they might have had the same idea as Mr. Fong. It doesn't matter if you suffer a little, as long as the younger generation can enjoy the shade under the achievements they have established. It is worth it. And Mr. Fong lowered his head, looked at the cultivated land and lamented. President. We can't just grow fairy beans. I admit that fairy beans are undoubtedly the most economically valuable and practical crop. But we Chinese are not those low-level civilizations that only have one staple food. We must plant more rice, wheat, and various vegetables, not only to satisfy our appetite, but also to pass on our Chinese food culture. After all, food culture is also culture. Hu Yu nodded. I have to admit that what Mr. Fong said is true. No wonder he has to find people to reclaim these wastelands in the middle of the night. Manpower, resources, time, for the new city to be built. None of these are too much. If we don't come to reclaim the wasteland at night, will we compete with the city builders during the day? At this moment, Hu Yu's desire to sneak away wavered. It's not that he feels so indispensable, but if he stays here, even if he does nothing, he can add a mental buff to everyone and prevent them from panicking. Is it really right to choose to be absent? Hu Yu has no answer. He allocated a batch of points to Mr. Fong to use for the funds to recruit strong men to reclaim the wasteland, and then flew back to the hotel on his sword. This time, Sienna did not leave, but silently guarded him. Don't look at this girl who is taciturn, as if she is missing a string. But in fact her heart is as clear as a mirror. Why did Hu Yu go out so late at night? Maybe she already had the answer in her heart. But she just didn't say it. If she didn't say it, Hu Yu would definitely not expose herself. The two of them kept it to themselves. No words were spoken all night. When Hu Yu woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The first thing he saw when he got up was Sienna, who was guarding him. Unlike every time she watched him sleep, this time, she had dark circles under her eyes. Sienna, what are you doing? Sienna didn't say anything, but stood up silently and walked out of the room. Hu Yu immediately chased after her, watched her enter her room, and then fell asleep. Is this tired? Could it be that when she was watching over him before, she didn't stay up all night, but rested and woke up before he woke up, which caused her to stay up all night? But this time was different. She really didn't sleep all night and kept watching over him. This is because he is afraid that he will leave without her. Hu Yu frowned. but still went back to his room. Today is August 9th. 27 days have passed since the end of the world. And it is time to crack eggs again. After cracking today's eggs, I will decide whether to leave or not. Huyu walked all the way to the windowsill and lined up the black eggs accumulated in the past 3 days. Crack! The first black egg broke and exploded with white light. A bowl of hot Yangzhou fried rice appeared in front of him, and the aroma of meat immediately came to his nose. The green beans dotted on it were so green that people wanted to swallow it in one bite. Name: Yangzhou fried rice. Type: food effect: fill your stomach. Note: fried rice made with gold-wrapped silver and 18 kinds of ingredients. Okay. Breakfast +1. Huyu picked up the bowl of fried rice and started eating it directly, and cracked the second black egg with his backhand. This time, a purple light exploded. It's out! A telescope appeared on the table. Huyu picked it up and looked at it, and the panel popped up immediately. Name: Captain Jack's telescope. Type: prop effect: enter the target and you can lock its direction. Note: oh! Let me see who is here. It turned out to be the great Captain Jack Sparrow. What a good thing. With this, he can completely use the remaining 5 strange eggs as targets and find their directions. Unfortunately, this thing can only mark the direction, not the distance. If you are unlucky, the target may be outside half of the blue planet, which is not fun. There is one last egg. Huyu picked up the telescope and pried it open directly. A golden light exploded. White is ordinary. Blue is excellent. Purple is perfect. Orange is epic. And this golden light, legend? It is a legend. Huyu's pupils trembled, and he felt that his breathing became a little faster. This is the first time he has opened a legendary item in more than a month. As the red light dissipated, a bronze door handle appeared on the table. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a legendary item. But when Huyu called up the panel, he was stunned for a moment. And then he was overwhelmed with ecstasy. Ancestors who have been sleeping in the ground of the African continent. Your descendants have finally escaped from Africa and entered Europe. Chapter 266. Hometown Doorknob. Name: Hometown Doorknob. Type: prop effect: twist the handle on any door to return to the position where the handle was used the last time. Note: hush! Quietly. They have already started taking a bath. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Huyu was so excited. Of course, it was not because he could go to the women's bathroom to peek at others taking a bath, but because all the problems he had considered before were no longer problems. What about not being able to control the development of the base after leaving? What about leaving causing some people to be in a wrong state? Are these still problems? Not at all. With the hometown doorknob, coupled with his infinite space backpack, he can completely look for the location of other monster eggs in the world while taking into account the progress of building the city here. Even if he finds a better base location, he can transfer everyone there at any time. Or if he encounters any danger in the heart of the ocean, he can return to the city with one click. It is indeed a legendary item. Huyu put the door handle into the space. He originally wanted to take a nap, but now he is not sleepy at all. Xiao Hai, you can start the morning report. Yes, Master. Xiao Hai's voice slowly sounded. It is now August 9th. 7 o'clock in the morning. It has been 27 days since the end of the world. The water level has reached 3,211 meters, and the rising speed is 102.4 meters per hour. Wait! The precipitation is still increasing? Huyu frowned. He originally thought that the precipitation would decrease on a certain day, just like in the previous life, and slowly approach zero, and stop on the 49th day. But now it seems that the rain has no intention of stopping, and is even doubling. If it continues to rise at this rate, the water level will reach 4,900 meters by the early morning of August 10th. Even if it does not continue to double, it will reach 7,300 meters in the early morning of August 11th. At most, it will reach noon on August 11th. The water level will exceed 8,000 meters. And by then, it will only be 29 days before the end of the world. Don't think that now they can build a city at an altitude of about 9,000 meters with the support of the turtle shell. But if they continue at this speed, on the 30th day of the end of the world, they will have to soak in water again. This precipitation progress is much faster than in the previous life. There is a problem. There must be some reason that he doesn't know, which caused the precipitation to surge wildly. Yes, Master. Xiao Hai did not understand Huyu's confusion, but just responded honestly. continued to report. Yes, Master. Xiao Hai's calm voice continued. Last night, the Architecture Research Institute headed by Su Linglong held a meeting overnight and has formulated a preliminary construction plan. It has abandoned some fortifications and is preparing to expand outward with Jinling Conference Hotel as the core. At 12 o'clock this morning, 6 aircraft carrier crew members were promoted to trainee crew members, and 3 trainee crew members were promoted to regular crew members. This morning, the land reclamation task was initially completed. The first bean field has been reclaimed and is waiting for you to sow the first seed. The other planting fields are still being dug. At 7 o'clock this morning, Han Weiwei took the children to take outdoor classes, under the pretext of broadening their horizons. Report completed. Hu Yu nodded, and his brows, which had just been relaxed for a short while, wrinkled again. Going out to explore is imminent. If they just wait here, no matter how much supplies they have, they will die. Not drowned, not starved or thirsty, but suffocated. The oxygen on the blue planet is limited. Now that the photosynthesis of plants has been lost, the oxygen content in the air will drop significantly. Of course, with the current water level, there is no obvious feeling. Once the water level exceeds 9 kilometers, it will be completely different. Even if this is not the end of the world, even under normal circumstances, once humans enter an altitude of 10,000 meters, they will have a hypoxic reaction. When that time comes, no matter whether you are a mutant or an evolver, as long as you need oxygen, you will have a negative state. If the water level drops in time, it will be fine. Once it continues to maintain this height, or even continues to grow, when the water level rises to more than 10,000 meters, it is needless to say what the consequences will be. In any case, we have to find the root cause of the problem. Hu Yu simply washed up and walked straight out the door. Now that we have a magical tool like the door handle, we don't have to consider who to take with us, but who to take with us. 10 minutes later, meeting room of the Salvation Committee. Except for Xiener, who was sleeping, the other 12 members participated in the meeting. Even Han Weiwei was temporarily brought back and replaced by another teacher to take her out for fun. Hu Yu simply expressed his thoughts, and no one objected. They even started to discuss who would go with them. Unexpectedly, the 12 people present, even Han Weiwei, wanted to board the Ocean Heart instead of staying in the base. Not to mention the others. For the elders, who have been following Hu Yu since a long time ago, the place where Hu Yu is the real safe place. As for the base or not, as long as this boss is still alive, any base can be rebuilt. On the contrary, once you fail to keep up with this boss, even if you stay in the base, it will be meaningless. We still need some people to look after this place. Hu Yu's words dampened everyone's enthusiasm. So, I don't plan to bring too many people. The people whose names I call can come with me, and the rest can stay here. I'll come back to check on them after a while. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly became quiet, and all looked at Hu Yu intently. This feeling was just like waiting for the teacher to ask questions in school. It was just that everyone's ideas were completely different. Xiao Zhisu, and Xiener, Xiao Mo, Lu Ling. These 4 people come on board with me, and the rest of you stay in the heart of the ocean. Although these 4 are women, Hu Yu really has no other thoughts. Think about it. Who are the evolvers and mutants? In addition to Hu Yu himself, there are only Shinshan, Su Zilong, and Xiener, Minono, Xiao Zhisu, Xiao Mo. A total of 6 people. Shinshan needs to stay here to take charge of the overall situation. Su Zilong is very capable, but staying here can prevent the dome from breaking and the base from being submerged, which is much more useful than him going to the heart of the ocean. The same goes for Minono's ability. It's much better to be in the base than to appear in the heart of the ocean. The other 3 are more suitable to follow him. And Xiener's absolute force, Xiao Zisu's healing ability, and Xiao Mo's ability to control the situation are of little use in the base. As for Lu Ling, secretary, she has to follow the boss after all. Do you have any objections? Hu Yu had just finished speaking when a voice sounded in the conference room. President, I have objections. Chapter 267 Shan Vice President Shan. The source of the voice was Misusu. She raised her hand timidly and spoke tentatively. President, I know your selection criteria, but I still have one evolution to go. If I gain useful abilities, can I follow you? Yes. Yesterday we agreed to evolve Misusu. But why does she want to follow me? With her organizational and operational capabilities, She can play a greater role in the base. Right? But she was not wrong. If she can evolve some useful abilities, it doesn't matter if we take her with us. Then evolve first. Huyu stood up and looked at the others in the meeting room. Minato also completed the evolution yesterday. But you were on vacation at that time, and didn't have time to watch. It's a good opportunity. Everyone should take a look and gain experience for your future exchange of evolution opportunities. Everyone immediately made way. Those who had never seen the evolution process seemed extremely excited at this moment. Yesterday, they were still beating their chests and stamping their feet for missing the opportunity to observe. But they didn't expect to have another opportunity to observe today. After all, it is related to their own body. So it is always right to be cautious. Huyu took out 2 perfect grade mutant crystals, and without saying anything, Misusu picked up one and ate it. When Minato evolved yesterday, she witnessed the whole process. So she didn't need Huyu to remind her. She also knew what to do. When the first purple line appeared on her body, Huyu also followed the previous steps and put the cut finger into her mouth. At the same time, a buff was added to her. I wish you all the best. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the excellent word spirit. Okay. You 2 sisters are here to steal my word spirit. Right? We can't trigger it when we use it ourselves. So I'll give it to you. It will work if you trigger it. But think about it. After all, they are just preliminary evolutions. According to the grade, they are at the excellent level at most. Word spirits of the same excellent level have a 10% chance of coming true. If they are ordinary grades, the success rate is 100%. Huyu recovered from his wounds and took a step back, quietly waiting for Misusu's changes. 10 minutes passed. Misusu soon returned to normal. Her new panel also appeared in front of Huyu. Name, Misusu. Gender, female. Age, 27. Skills, proficient in cultivation, perfect coordination, perfect planning, perfect acting, perfect organization and operation, proficient in disguise, proficient in communication, personality, black-bellied, kind and tolerant, hypocritical, cruel favorability, 79 purity, 77 cultivation. This skill is also a skill that can be obtained by the evolver? Isn't this an exclusive skill in Fan Lao's work group? Huyu frowned. The words were effective. How could it give Misusu such a skill? He clicked on the detailed information of mastery of cultivation. And after a glance, he understood what was going on. Name, mastery of cultivation. Type, passive skill effect. There is a certain probability to increase the skill level or item level of the cultivated creature or non-creature. Note, be careful not to let cockroaches, rats, etc. sneak in when teaching. I don't think you want to face a group of big cockroaches calling you teacher. Right? This skill was given to the wrong person. If this skill was given to Han Weiwei, her ability to teach and educate people would definitely be unmatched. And she could even sow seeds whenever she had nothing to do. But if this skill appears on Misusu, she is a cultist. She has restrained herself a lot now. If she is released now, it will not take long for her to establish a country with a unified political and religious system. And this thing is a passive skill. God knows what kind of monster she will be if she grows up. Hey, that's not right. It seems there is another bright spot. Huyu called up Misusu's previous panel and compared it. As expected, he found a hidden spot. Purity. When he first saw Misusu, her purity was still 78. But now it has become 77. Could it be that she has found her own spring? Huyu didn't care about these gossips. Now it's the end of the world. He hopes that these people under his command can quickly find their own spring, have children, and continue human civilization. It's still pretty good that Misusu can find a partner. What a pity. Huyu sighed and told Misusu, your own ability is best left to you. Don't tell anyone else except me. No way. This ability itself is not sensitive. But if it is combined with Misusu's ability, it will be too sensitive. It is better not to announce it if it can be kept secret. Don't worry, President. Misusu responded respectfully. And after evolving, she never mentioned the matter of going on board with him. Obviously, she just thought of an excuse to get Huyu to help her evolve quickly. Does anyone else have any opinions? Huyu looked at the others. If not, I will set off as soon as I am busy sowing seeds. After half a minute, most people shook their heads and said nothing. Only Shinshan looked at Huyu with a sad face. What he wanted to say was self-evident. He knew in his heart why Huyu didn't take him with him. But he still felt a little aggrieved. Well, Huyu turned to look at Shinshan and raised his hands to applaud. Then let us congratulate Comrade Shinshan for becoming the vice chairman of the committee and in charge of all matters of the base. If there is anything happening in the base in the future, let him know, and he will decide. Instantly, there was thunderous applause. There is no doubt that Shinshan can take on the position of vice president. No matter his identity or ability. No one would object. Except Shinshan himself. Boss. Actually Don't say that. Huyu interrupted the spell directly. I know this position doesn't match the salary I offer you. But, Brother Shan, please help me. Only you can be competent for this position. The conversation has come to this point. Shinshan naturally had nothing to say, so he had to nod in agreement. Done! After throwing away most of the burden on his shoulders, Huyu felt that walking was much easier. He seemed to understand Yuxian's happiness. By the way, I don't know where this guy went. It's strange that a person with such good luck has disappeared in the past few days. Huyu didn't deliberately look for him, but went back to the hotel with Mr. Fong after completing the sewing of the first fairy bean. He walked past Ancienner's door, originally wanting her to sleep a little longer and rest before leaving. It was just right that he could take a light nap. But the moment he walked past the door opened. An arm stretched out and pulled him into the room directly. Chapter 268 Ancienner's Second Evolution. Ancienner. You? After Huyu uttered these 3 words, he realized that something was wrong. The one who pulled him in was not Ancienner at all, but Xiao Zissou. Zissou? Why are you here? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Xiao Zissou put her finger between her lips and pulled Huyu into the room. Come with me. Huyu didn't say anything and followed her into the room. Due to the dark sky and the curtains in the room, the whole room seemed extremely dark, and only the shapes of objects could be vaguely seen. Huyu didn't dare to walk a step faster, and followed Xiao Zissou silently until he saw Ancienner lying on the bed. His brows knitted instantly. This state doesn't look like she stayed up late or didn't sleep. I just came in and wanted to ask her if she needed to bring anything, and I saw her like this. Xiao Zissou's voice sounded at the side. I was just about to call you, and you came back just in time. Have you fed the bloodstone? Huyu frowned and asked. I have. Xiao Zissou frowned and said, but she still looks like this. She shouldn't be injured. Not injured, but unconscious? Could it be? Huyu looked at Ancienner's panel and was stunned. Name, Ancienner's Second Evolution. How did she evolve for the second time? That's right. Ancienner didn't know how much of her blood she had drunk, and she should be only 1 step away from evolution. I just don't know why she evolved at this time. Huyu was puzzled, but he also found a solution. The last time he evolved, he swallowed an epic-level mutant crystal to complete his evolution. Could it be that Ancienner was stuck at this stage? Huyu immediately controlled the synthesis table, synthesized an epic-level mutant crystal, and put it into Ancienner's palm. Sure enough, the moment the crystal sank into Ancienner's palm, it shattered instantly, and Ancienner's eyes began to tremble slightly, which was obviously a sign of awakening. Huyu looked at her panel again, and it was indeed brand new. Name, Ancienner. Gender, female. Age, 25. Skills, legendary combat, legendary assassination, legendary firearms, legendary off-road, legendary camouflage, perfect metal control, personality, loyal, cute, ambitious, protective, confessional, shy, purity, 100. Favorability, 79. Hey. Huyu looked at the panel in front of him and noticed Ancienner's favorability towards him at a glance. It was 80 before, but now it has dropped to 79. I guess it was because I wanted to leave without saying goodbye before, which stimulated her. Wait, could it be? Huyu seems to know why she has evolved. It is very likely that she could not fly faster than him when they were flying swords yesterday. So she was so angry that she could not figure it out and finally evolved. Apart from this reason, Huyu could not think of any other possibility. No matter what the reason is, as long as she wakes up, it's fine. Ancienner, are you okay? Huyu asked in confusion. Ancienner's face was still ugly, but she still shook her head. But a string of words appeared above her head. Aren't you leaving? Why are you asking me if I have anything to do? This is mind reading. Didn't mind reading fail to work on Ancienner before? How come it works again now? Could it be that with the continuous evolution, Ancienner's physical condition has also begun to improve, so her personality has gradually returned to normal? no matter what the reason is. Returning to normal is always a good thing. Oh, there's something else I want to tell you. Hu squatted beside Ancianer. We are going to go out to sea. If your injury is not serious, why not wait until you get on the heart of the ocean to recover? Go to sea? Ancianer looked a little confused. Here's the thing. Hu briefly explained the door handle and looked at her seriously. Before, I did think about leaving alone. But then I figured it out. Even if there was no door handle, I shouldn't have ignored your concern for me. It was indeed my fault to leave alone. So sorry. After these two words came out, Ancianer's expression did improve a lot. And her favorability also rose back to 80. Done! Hu also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Ancianer and Xiao Zissou and asked, Can you forgive me? Forgive bullshit. Ancianer was fine. But Xiao Zissou rushed over directly, pulled out the golden needle from her hair, and hit Hu on the head. You bastard. You're still thinking about slipping away. I'm going to kill you now. Lady. Spare me. Hu knew that Xiao Zissou was just joking and wanted to use this method to calm Ancianer down. He was also happy to cooperate. I was wrong. Really wrong. Do you want to see the Northern Lights? Let's go now, and we'll be there in 3 days. As soon as these words came out, the two women's eyes lit up. Sure enough, no woman would refuse the temptation of the Northern Lights. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go! Hu said and quickly fled the scene, and used the door handle at the hotel door. After boarding the heart of the ocean, he could open the door and come to the hotel entrance by using the door handle on any door. 1 hour later, the 4 girls had packed up and were waiting for Hu at the entrance of the base. After a simple farewell, Hu and others boarded the heart of the ocean again. He also took out Captain Jack's telescope and selected a target, the strange egg. Since there were 2 strange eggs in the space backpack, the target was still easy to select. Location confirmed. The north direction just overlaps with the road to the North Pole. I just don't know how far it is. Hu didn't care about these, but after explaining everything on the ship, he went all the way to the bottom cabin, since he has left the base. In addition to looking for the traces of the other 5 eggs, it is time to deal with another thing. Egg. He alone obviously can't hatch any of the 2 eggs. So, he plans to return the second egg to the giant octopus. Let it continue to hatch. Only in this way can we know what is inside the egg. It's good to prepare for the future. He saw the big octopus again and raised his hand to knock on the glass of the fish pond. It was the same as it was when he left last time. Hey, are you awake? The big octopus didn't open his eyes, but just moved his eyelids to show that he was awake. As long as you're awake. Hu first fished out the golden scale dragon fish, and then stuffed the egg into the fish pond. Then, ran away. What? Does the octopus girl agree or not? Who cares if she agrees or not? But the next moment, the fish pond began to tremble violently. So loud that even the entire heart of the ocean trembled with it. Hu couldn't help but look back. And the whole person froze in place. The egg flew out. Chapter 269 Yuan Shan. Salted fish. Hu had no time to react. He didn't even have time to think about how this egg got out of the fish pond. He could only watch this strange blue egg swooping towards him. It's over. This time it's really over. The next moment, a strong wind blew past his ears. He was ready to die. But 3 seconds later, Hu didn't feel any pain or other feelings. Where are the eggs? Hu was stunned, and subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. He saw a figure lying behind the stairs, and his belly was swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. That was Yu Xian. How did this salted fish get on this ship? Hu hurriedly checked the other party's panel, and was stunned in place. The panel slowly emerged. Name, Yuan Shan salted fish type, human status? Description? Notes? Damn! This thing has become a host. It doesn't go to host such a big octopus girl, but comes to host this guy. To be on the safe side, Hu didn't dare to rush forward, and could only stand there and shout to the guy lying on the ground. Hey! Salted fish. How do you feel now? 1. Many people usually use this to express knowing or agreeing. What's the matter with this guy using 1 now? To express that he is fine? Do you want to be a little lazier? Hey. Hu's mouth twitched. No matter what. It's good to be able to speak. Just now an egg got into your stomach. Can you feel its existence? Yeah. Well, another word. Hu's face was full of speechlessness. But he couldn't just leave this guy alone. If he was living in some marine organism, he could just throw it into the fish pond. But he couldn't throw a living human into the fish pond. Right? But if he left it outside, the risk factor was sky high. Freedom. The taste of freedom. Before Huyu could come to his senses, there was another noise coming from the fish pond behind him. He turned his head and looked behind him, and found that the octopus girl had begun to move in the fish pond, which was in stark contrast to her previous lazy appearance. Finally! I'm finally free. Human. I can cooperate with you. No matter what you want or what you want to know, I can satisfy you. Let me out now. I want to swim. I want to soak my whole body in the seawater and feel the salty and wet pleasure. Shut up. Huyu frowned. The reaction of this octopus girl was too different before and after. But now if you want to know what Yusian is like, you can only ask it. He retreated to the fish pond. What do you know? Just tell me the main points. Okay. Okay. The octopus girl responded obediently. Do you want to know why he was chosen? Or why he is here? Or how to deal with him? Or... Stop! Huyu interrupted the octopus girl quickly. Start from the moment you met him. Okay. The octopus girl responded quickly, and at the same time raised her 8 tentacles, and the suction cups on them immediately turned into small mouths, surrounding all angles, and began to speak. Imagine thousands of little cherry mouths surrounding you and speaking at the same time. Seeing this scene, Huyu suddenly felt his whole body tremble. He now knew why Cthulhu was so polluting. But it was okay. Apart from visual pollution, these thousands of little mouths did not produce any practical effect, but only played a surround sound effect. After you released the ship, I don't know how the guy got to the bottom cabin. At that time, I hadn't recovered yet, so I ignored him. He curled up at the bottom of the stairs and fell asleep. My guess is, he wanted to be lazy. After all, no one would come to this place to catch lazy people. I have to say that there is a 90% chance that Octopus Girl's speculation is true. No wonder I didn't see this salted fish before. It turned out to be because of this. Then you came, and you saw what happened just now. Octopus Girl continued to narrate. As for why the egg flew out, it is obvious. Your fish pond can't trap non-living things. Right? Go on. Huyu frowned and replied, I want to know how this egg flew to him. If you keep talking nonsense, I don't mind eating grilled octopus legs. That's grilled squid legs. Our octopus legs are not easy to eat, especially blue-ringed octopus. Huyu didn't say anything, but silently took out a pair of scissors and prepared to cut. Hey, hurry up. The octopus girl began to swim in the fish pond, while Yusian, who was under the gangway, had a belly that was almost as big as a pregnant woman in her 10th month. Don't think it's just an egg. In fact, it already has its own thoughts. As for why it chose that human as the host, it's very simple. He is more suitable than me. Suitable? Huyu frowned and spat out 2 words. According to the saying that who is lazier is more suitable. This statement seems to be true. The solution is also very simple. The octopus girl floated and threw out a condition. As long as you let me go back to the ocean, I will tell you. Anyway, I am no longer a threat to you now. Impossible, Huyu said calmly. Now the octopus girl has intelligence that is no less than that of humans, and her rank is still a pseudo-legend. If she is really released into the sea, who knows what will happen if she continues to evolve? To be on the safe side, it is best to keep her in a fish pond. 12 hours. The octopus girl gave in. As long as you guarantee that I have 12 hours of free time a day, I will tell you. Don't worry. Even if it is free time, I will guarantee that it is under your nose. Huyu pondered for a few breaths. If it's just to be let out for a walk, it doesn't seem to be a problem. As long as it is under his control, it's fine. And if we can reach a preliminary cooperation now, and then deepen the relationship little by little, and completely naturalize it, it will also be a good thing. Okay. Huyu nodded. You tell me how to deal with it first. Sleep. Octopus girl spit out 2 words. Just let him be lazy all the time, and the egg will slowly hatch. Anyway, he can't do anything during this period. You just leave it here. Throw it here? Forget it. I have a better way. Huyu was not going to leave it to fate. He turned to look at Yusian. His eyes gradually filled with pity, and walked up to him and said, Brother, I'm sorry. You may become the first man in the heart of the ocean to undergo a cesarean section. Huh? Yusian's eyes widened, but he still uttered a syllable. Even if it was only one syllable, it was enough to express his shock and helplessness. Oh! Of course. It could also be the last one. Chapter 270 Boss. Don't eat me. There is a sterile operating room on board. Doctor. There is one on board. When Hu Yu decided to dissect Yu Xian, the whole process took less than 3 minutes to send him to the operating room. Xiao Zissou was already putting on surgical gown. What's going on? She looked at Hu Yu beside her. Puzzled. Didn't we say we were going on an adventure? How come there's a pregnant woman not long after we set off? To be precise, she should be called the pregnant father. Hu Yu helplessly replied, it's a long story. Let's get the baby out first. When the child was mentioned, everyone present, including Ancienne, looked a little strange. Especially Xiao Mo. She simply came up to him and said loudly, President, you are so anxious to take us away. Are you trying to hide the fact that you and a sister got pregnant before marriage? And you took us with you? Honestly, do you want to start a harem? Go to hell. Hu Yu raised his hand and knocked on the guy's head. You just daydream all day. So I'll punish you by not allowing you to eat snacks for a day. He took the snacks from Xiao Mo's hand and looked at the others. I'm not kidding you now. I don't know what will happen later. So let's make it clear in advance. Zissou, and Lu Ling will enter the operating room later. Zissou will be responsible for the autopsy. I will be responsible for recording. And Lu Ling, you will be responsible for every minute and send a safety signal outside the operating room. Xiao Mo, Xianer, you stay outside the operating room. If the safety signal is not delivered for more than 3 seconds, leave the heart of the ocean and find a way to return to the base. Hearing Hu Yu say this, everyone's faces gradually became solemn. The one in the operating room who can make this person respond in this state. Could it be that she is pregnant with Neza? Okay. Without further ado, act. Hu Yu and the other two put on surgical gowns and entered the sterile operating room. At a glance, Xiao Zissou and Lu Ling saw the person lying on the bed. Yu Xian. He is actually a pregnant father. They thought it was Hu Yu's accent that was wrong. There was no time to think about it. When Xiao Zissou saw the big belly, she realized something was wrong. Without Hu Yu saying anything, she stepped forward, picked up the sterilized scalpel, and prepared to start the dissection. Although Lu Ling was panicked, she stood at the door and pressed the signal bell. The operation begins. Hu Yu stood aside and silently turned on the video. Once the 3 people in the room have problems, this will be the carrier of all the truth. As the scalpel cuts through the skin and fat, Yu Xian's abdominal cavity is successfully exposed. Because there is no uterus in his body structure, the egg is directly pressed on the intestines and stomach. The azure eggshell is wrapped in dark red blood, and it is almost impossible to see its original color. It can't be peeled. Xiao Zissou quickly examined it and immediately said, this egg has been fused with his blood vessels, directly connected to his internal organs, like an extra organ. If it is removed, it will turn him into a dead salted fish. Fortunately, Hu Yu had enough anesthetics, and Yu Xian didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would have stood up straight. Dead fish? No! Hu Yu frowned and responded. If he died, the egg would still exist, and he might choose one of the 3 of us as a carrier. After all, such things have happened before. Instead of sending them one by one, it's better to let Yu Xian take it alone. Try to dismantle it. With this egg, his vitality is more tenacious than we thought. Okay. Xiao Zissou replied and began to swing the scalpel. The blade landed on the blood vessel connected to the egg, but it could not be easily solved like before. Xiao Zissou frowned, raised the scalpel directly, and cut it hard. In return, there was a crisp sound. Ding! In an instant, Xiao Zissou was stunned on the spot. What is this? What's going on? Using flesh and blood to resist the scalpel. Change things, Hu Yu said calmly. If the human being was parasitized by the strange egg, it would not be as fragile as before. Even a blue-ringed octopus can turn into a prehistoric beast. So how can humans turn into a King Kong or the Hulk? Scalpel? Just use a diamond saw blade. Hu Yu took out a cutting machine from the space, replaced it with a special diamond saw blade, and pressed the start button under Xiao Zissou's surprised expression. This thing is used to cut diamonds. If even this machine doesn't work, there is nothing else in the world that can cut this flesh and blood. 1 minute passed. The saw blade was directly worn out. 10 minutes passed. The scrap saw blades piled up nearly a meter high. Yu Xian was still the same as before. Even the skin that had just been cut had begun to heal. It was like half of the octopus monster's head had been blown off. Huyu had no choice but to turn off the cutter. It was obvious that human means were completely unable to deal with this. He couldn't even put this strange egg into the space. This egg had merged with Yuxian. The two were considered the same individual. A biological chimera. He couldn't collect it directly. As for killing Yuxian, putting his body and the egg into the space together, Huyu had thought about it. But with this guy's healing speed, even if his heart was taken out, a new heart would grow in less than 3 seconds. Kill. Can't kill. Collect. Can't take it back. Now he could only follow the advice of Octopus Girl and lock him up first. Dissection. Failed. Huyu simply cleaned up the scene, asked Xiaozisu and others to leave first, and sent Yuxian to the bottom cabin. He needs to talk to Octopus Girl. There is no doubt that Octopus Girl's solution is the only way now. But he has a proper solution for how to operate it. Coming to the bottom cabin, Octopus Girl seemed extremely excited. Just as those thousands of cherry mouths were about to complain, Huyu took the lead and interrupted the spell. I can give you the freedom you want, but I have to add an additional condition. You say, as long as I can do it, I can promise you. It's very simple. Huyu picked up Yuxian in his hand and said 3 words calmly. Eat him. Octopus Girl, as long as Octopus Girl eats Yuxian, it can not only provide 24-hour supervision. Once something happens, it will react immediately. Without a doubt. This is the safest solution now. No! Before Octopus Girl could express her opinion, Yuxian in her hand actually exclaimed. It seems that this guy has woken up a long time ago. But he was too lazy to speak. Now he is forced to turn on the machine. He looked up at Huyu, and his pupils had completely turned dark purple. Boss, don't eat me. I have a way to hatch it safely. Chapter 271 Extraterrestrial Creatures. Oh! Salted Fish asked for mercy? It seems that life is more important than freedom and enjoyment. Huyu ignored him and just looked at the Octopus Girl, waiting for her choice. Yes, he wanted the monster egg to hatch safely. But the premise is that everything must be under control. But now Yuxian's existence has exceeded his control over everything. Recognize the master. Seeing that Huyu didn't speak, Yuxian threw another bomb. I have a way to make it. No. I should say, let me recognize its master. Huyu was now interested. He turned to look at Yuxian. Tell me about it. Yuxian did not speak, but raised his hand and pressed it between his eyebrows. As his palm continued to bulge, a mutant crystal appeared in his palm. You should know that even Huyu, who had evolved twice, did not have this thing. But Yuxian has it now. It is difficult to judge whether he is a human now. After all, even if it is a mutant creature, it will not be alive, and well after taking out the crystal, he handed the palm-sized mutant crystal to Huyu, then glanced at the Octopus Girl and fell asleep. The meaning is obvious. He didn't want to explain. If Huyu wanted to explain, let Octopus Girl do it. Huyu looked at the crystal in his hand, and then looked at Octopus Girl. Without him saying anything, those thousands of cherry lips began to chatter. It's like this. If we take out the crystal on our own initiative, we won't die directly. Does Schrodinger's cat know? Because the crystal just left our body, but was not destroyed. So we are in a superposition state of life and death. If you crush the crystal, it's like opening the box of the cat. We will die directly because of the disappearance of the crystal. Octopus Girl said, not forgetting to look at Yuxian. This human is really bad. No wonder Octopus Girl scolded him. If it weren't for Yuxian's trick, Huyu wouldn't have known there was such a setting. It is estimated that after signing the contract with him, Octopus Girl will also try every means to escape from control and find true freedom. But now, since Huyu knows about this, if it doesn't take out its crystal, how can he let it go? Well, no matter what, I freed you. Right? Huyu looked at the Octopus Girl in front of him and smiled kindly. Be good. Hand over the things. Although reluctant, the Octopus Girl still handed over the crystal. Like Yuxian, the Octopus Girl fainted instantly after handing over the crystal. Huyu looked at the panel of the man and the fish. They were both in an extremely weak state. The panel showed that it would take a day to get out of this state. Finally, this matter was temporarily settled. After a day, I will ask Yuxian what his hatching plan is. The most important thing now is lunch. After working for so long, it is almost noon. 12 o'clock noon. Since no chef was brought up, Yu had to take out half of the food on the snack street for everyone to have a simple lunch. Seeing this, Lu Ling asked Yu for a recipe book and started to learn how to cook by herself. As a competent secretary, she would do whatever the boss needed. And if she couldn't do something, she would learn it. Yu also appreciated this attitude. But in the evening, when he saw a pot of coke called egg fried rice, he directly deprived her of the right to cook. Let her cook when she draws it or fishes for the cooking skill book. During dinner time, Yu had to take out the other half of the snack street to satisfy everyone's appetite. So much so that he even had an idea. Why not just go back and bring Zhang Siri or Li Ji on board? But that was just an idea. The base now needs Zhang Siri's management skills. As for Li Ji, he is also tired during this period. Let him rest for a few days. The sky gradually darkened. Yu sat at the bow of the boat, looking at the heavy rain falling like a waterfall in front of him. A few days ago, they could still brave the rain on the boat and do water activities. But now this level of rainfall, no. It should be more appropriate to say water flow. The current water flow is like a waterfall, pouring down from the sky, let alone going into the water. Even if they simply walked onto the deck, the horrible amount of precipitation was enough to crush a normal adult. Activities? Going out to be compressed biscuits? If there was such a level of precipitation in the previous life, let alone the inflatable raft, I'm afraid the aircraft carrier would be crushed. Yu and the others would not have survived until the 49th day to see the long-lost sun. If the difficulty of survival in the previous life was an easy mode, this life directly soared to the hell level. Even putting aside the horrible amount of precipitation, the temperature has now dropped to 5 degrees Celsius. This is summer. That is, they are enjoying the 5 constant services of constant temperature, constant humidity, constant oxygen, constant cleanliness, and constant purity on the heart of the ocean. Otherwise, the current temperature is enough to make those wearing short sleeves fall into the ice storage. It is estimated that only the people in the shelter are still alive. It was indeed a wise choice for China to put a large number of shelters underwater. Buzz. Suddenly, a vibration came from my pocket. Huh? Yu took out the communicator in his pocket and looked at the message on it, and was stunned. Help! Help! This is China's shelter number 004. All fleets, shelters, individuals or organizations that receive this message are requested to come to support. A spaceship crashed over my shelter. The shelter was damaged and leaked, and it is about to be submerged. But we found an extraterrestrial civilization. Repeat, we found an extraterrestrial civilization. Our coordinates are August 9th, 2024 extraterrestrial civilization. If Yu had not contacted Wei Shengnan and others, he might have questioned the authenticity of this message. But now, the rate of rainfall increase is so strange. He doesn't believe that there is no extraterrestrial civilization. Now he has received news from shelter number 004. And it would be unreasonable if he doesn't go to take a look. Xiao Hai, go to this coordinate as fast as possible. Yes, Master. After entering the coordinates, Xiao Hai directly activated the hovering mode and flew towards the target location. In less than 10 minutes, Yu and others have arrived above shelter number 004. A hemispherical object was floating on the water, and a circular aircraft was blocking the sky above the dome. The waterfall-like precipitation was pouring into the dome. Even if the aircraft plugged the leak, the entire shelter 004 would be almost submerged. No matter what, people still have to be rescued first. I just hope these people living in the shelter are not still living in a dream. Otherwise it will be bad to deal with them later. The heart of the ocean landed on the side, and Yu raised his hand and put the entire shelter 004 and the spacecraft on it into the space. In an instant, a humanoid creature in an aviation suit appeared. There really is an extraterrestrial civilization, and it was not collected by the space backpack, which proves this thing is still alive. Chapter 272, Dissecting Extraterrestrial Creatures. Instantly, a panel popped up. Name, Asraka's gender, female age, 127 skills, unable to view personality, unable to view favorability, 0 purity, 100 it's true. This is really a living alien. Yu subconsciously wanted to go forward to check the situation. But before he could move, the hundreds of people he rescued from the shelter in front of him began to talk. Are we saved? Great. We won't drown. Bullshit. Where's the food? We haven't taken out the food stored in the shelter yet. Wait. Look. The shelter seems to have disappeared. Instead of worrying about these, why don't you look at where this is? Yes. Let's explore this ship first. Maybe this is also the technology of extraterrestrial civilization? These more than 100 people were like chirping sparrows, chatting about their own things. And some people had even started to walk into the heart of the ocean to explore the situation here. As for Huyu, when he took away the shelter and the spaceship, he leaned forward, and his clothes were wet by the rain. From the outside, he was no different from the people in the shelter. After all, there was no shortage of food in the shelter, unlike the survivors in other places, who had long lost weight due to hunger. Ahem. Huyu coughed twice to attract everyone's attention. But this kind of sound might not even get a glance from the crowd of hundreds of people. So they had to do what they had to do. Some people even ignored their wet clothes and went to the sofa to lie down comfortably, as if they would fall asleep in the next moment. Okay. They treat this place as their own home. Shall hi. Master. I'm here. A sudden mechanical sound rang out, and everyone's attention was instantly drawn, looking around for the source of the sound. Finally, it was quiet. Huyu's cold voice sounded in the silence. Start defense mode and lock all people without identity authentication. Yes. Hundreds of red beams fell, aiming at everyone's eyebrows. Those who were already lying on the sofa suddenly jumped up, not daring to move at all. Master, the lock has been completed. Now these people know who is the master here. Everyone looked at the ordinary young man in front of them. An old lady walked up directly, with a round belly and a flowery cotton jacket, and cursed with her hands on her waist. Monty! Monty! Why are you pointing a gun at us? Do you think this ship belongs to you alone? It's hard to imagine how such a person survived in the apocalypse. Perhaps, this is the drawback of the shelter model. Once you enter the shelter, even if there are basalt robots that divide the levels and permissions according to ability, everyone is allocated the same food. In this case, naturally many people who don't understand the situation survived. This ant is obviously a typical example. Sorry. This ship is really mine alone. Huyu is not a bloodthirsty person. He simply replied, his eyes sweeping over everyone in front of him. I rescued you all and put you on the boat. My requirements are not high. As long as you are obedient, you will be provided with food and drink. Do you understand? There is no other way. The construction of the base area now requires a large number of laborers. If we rely on the hundreds of people now, it will take a long time to see the prototype of the city. Therefore, as long as these people's character is basically acceptable, it is not impossible to send them to the base area as laborers. People's hearts have changed. The old lady spoke up again. Young people nowadays don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young? Oh, you saved us on the boat, so we should be grateful to you. Have you ever asked me if I want you to save me? Huyu glanced at the person in front of him, without saying a word, but just controlled a steel plate with his mind and sent her back into the water. The water flowed down like a waterfall, and the old lady disappeared in an instant, and even her wailing could not be heard at all. He turned to look at the rest of the people. Who else doesn't want me to save? I'll send you back now. For a moment, everyone in the cabin was silent. Just that move just now was enough to establish Huyu's image in everyone's mind. Decisive killing. Strange ability. Faced with such a person, even the bravest saint would not dare to say a word. Very good. Huyu nodded with satisfaction, raised his hand and pointed to the corner of the cabin. Everyone, men and women, stand over there first. Lu Ling, you come and register them briefly. Okay, boss. Lu Ling took a step forward with the tablet. Everyone also cooperated very well. Men on the left and women on the right, standing on one side of the cabin to help Lu Ling register. Huyu looked at the alien in front of him, and did not act rashly, but manipulated a steel plate to lift it up. He walked all the way to the sterile operating room, and at the same time, he did not forget to shout at Xiao Mo, who was drawing circles and cursing him next to him. This girl, is she still resentful that he deducted her snacks? Xiao Mo, watch outside. Snacks. When Xiao Mo heard the task, he immediately looked up, his eyes shining. I'll give it to you when I'm done. Okay. As she said that, she rushed directly behind Lu Ling and glanced at the people in front of her. With Xiao Mo watching, Huyu felt relieved. After all, with her ability, even if all these hundreds of people rushed forward, they would never be her opponent. Yu could also deal with the alien corpse first. He picked up the intercom and shouted to Xiao Zissou. Zissou, hurry up. It's time to work. Xiao Zissou, who was studying blood ratios in the room, shouted outside when she heard it. If it's still dissection or something, I won't go. There's no technical content at all. Go and saw it yourself. Really? Yu looked at the corpse behind him helplessly. The target this time is very likely to be an alien. Wait for me. If you dare to saw it, I'll be angry with you. Ha! Woman! When Yu arrived at the operating room, Xiao Zissou was already waiting at the door with a scalpel. This time was different from helping Yu Xian perform a cesarean section. Although there was no need to make a big fuss, basic protective measures still needed to be taken. After putting on protective clothing, the two looked at the humanoid creature lying on the operating table, took a deep breath of oxygen, and then began recording and operating. This is an extraterrestrial creature, and there is a high probability that it is a living extraterrestrial creature. What it means to human civilization is naturally self-evident. It's just a pity. This thing on the operating table is very likely the culprit of this world-destroying natural disaster. Otherwise, she would not appear on the operating table, but in the reception room. Dissection. Start. Chapter 273 Compatriots. Please, save us. As the scalpel cut through the layer of clothes on the surface of the extraterrestrial creature, a stream of azure liquid poured out. Yu and Xiao Zissou had no time to dodge. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and was able to collect all the liquid into the space in the first place. Then, a layer of extremely pale skin was exposed to everyone. At the same time, his abdomen also appeared. It was covered with layers of narrow cuts. As the azure liquid flowed away, those cuts floated up and down, just like fish gills. Xiao Hai, start recording and analyzing, Yu said, and Xiao Hai's voice came to his ears immediately. Yes, master. Based on the skin color, this creature should live in an area with little sunlight all year round. The characteristic organs in the abdomen are similar to fish gills, and it has the ability to convert oxygen in water. Xiao Zissou also listened to the voice coming from her ears, but her hands did not stop moving at all. The scalpel continued to cut upwards, exposing the chest of this life form. The skin color was still the same, but there was an unknown red gem hanging on her chest. Judging from the craftsmanship, it should be a handmade product that was polished. According to the photosynthetic spectrum analysis, this mineral does not exist in any known or recorded by humans, is not radioactive, and has a hardness of tin, the same as the hardness of diamond. Appearance analysis, this ore is made by simple polishing, and the other civilization is suspected to have extremely high production technology. Aesthetic analysis, similar patterns appear in a total of 6 places on its body, and the other civilization is suspected to have some kind of belief. One after another, the analysis echoed in the operating room. But Yu and Xiao Zissou had no mind to listen. The scalpel has reached the head of the protective suit. As long as this layer is cut open, the true appearance of this extraterrestrial civilization can be seen. As the scalpel is slowly raised, the scene in front of them makes the two people take a step back. Similar. Too similar. A pair of pupils, a beautiful nose, a cherry mouth, and even the entire skull bone structure are very similar to humans. Unlike all aliens constructed in all cultural works, the face of this extraterrestrial creature is like a copy and paste of humans. Even from the perspective of human aesthetics, her appearance in the internet age would definitely make her a small internet celebrity. Draw blood. Yu frowned and said, do DNA sequencing. Okay. Xiao Zissou nodded, and had already taken out the needle, ready to draw blood from this person. You should know that the DNA similarity between humans reaches 99.9%, and only 0.1% difference determines individual differences. If the DNA of this creature is not much different from that of humans, then it is very likely she is not an extraterrestrial life, but a second civilization on the blue planet that humans have never discovered. But at the moment when the needle was about to pierce her skin, she moved. Astrid first covered his upper body, and then swept Yu and the others with a horrified look. Xiao Hai's voice continued. Behavior analysis shows that this creature has a sense of shame, is extremely protective of sensitive parts, and has a high level of civilization and morality. Listening to the voice in my ear, Astrid became nervous instantly, and immediately jumped off the operating table, looking around, looking for a way to leave. When she saw the porthole, She jumped directly. Did she want to break the glass and get out? This is bulletproof glass produced by the system. Even if you use a Barrett to blast it, it may not be able to be blasted open. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The glass didn't break, but the entire heart of the ocean tilted a lot with this collision. This force is almost as strong as that of the big turtle. Be careful. Don't be nervous. Huyu came in front of Xiao Zissou and protected her behind him. We have no ill intentions. We just want to know something. Astrid didn't respond, and didn't even look at Huyu, but stared at the porthole in front of him. Ready for the second collision. Xiao Hai. Triple sedatives are fired. Yes, master. A needle was fired directly from a corner of the wall and pierced into Astrid's shoulder. The azure medicine was pushed into his body. The amount of this injection was enough for 3 adults to sleep until dawn. I think it should be enough. But the next moment, Astrid was not calm, but even more violent. She rushed to the porthole and hit the tempered glass again and again. The azure blue blood was already flowing down from the porthole. No! If she continued, she might smash herself to death. You can't stuff her into the fish pond too? She was only about 1.7 meters tall after shrinking 1,000 times. If she fell into the fish pond, she would only be 0.17 centimeters. It's smaller than a normal shrimp. So there's no way to communicate. Oh, right. If she has gills, is she also a fish? Huyu took out the sea god's favor and threw it in front of him. To be honest, this was the first time he used this fishing rod on land, and he didn't know if it would work. At the moment the fish hook landed, Astrid, who was banging against the wall, suddenly turned his head and looked at the position of the fish hook. He rushed forward and bit it directly. It worked. In order to ensure that she would not get hurt, Huyu did not retract the rod, and the fish hook was just wrapped in her mouth to ensure that she would not hit the wall. Huyu came forward. Just as he was about to ask questions, he saw that her skin, which was originally white, tender and smooth like fish skin, was now aging and wrinkling at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like she was dehydrated. She was so excited just now. Could it be that she was dehydrated? Otherwise, who would have a lot of water in their clothes? Huyu did not dare to hesitate and directly poured the blue liquid he had just collected on her. Sure enough, her skin began to gradually return to normal. But these liquids were far from enough. Zissou, open the door. Go to the swimming pool, Huyu said, and then manipulated a steel plate to lift her up, while constantly watering her. He also took her all the way to the indoor swimming pool. As soon as he threw it into the pool, the thing instantly turned into a black shadow and swam quickly in the pool. Not long after, the water in the swimming pool was directly reduced by 1/3. Huyu's eyes lit up immediately. If there were hundreds of millions of such creatures, put them in the water to drink water, would they be able to survive the rainstorm disaster? That being said, if there were really hundreds of millions of such individuals, with their strong individual combat power, plus the flying vehicles built with unknown technology, the overlord of the Blue Star would have to change positions. Huyu held the sea god's favor tightly in both hands and waited. When the water level in the swimming pool dropped to 1/3, Astrid finally calmed down, swam slowly to the side of the swimming pool, and looked at Huyu. Compatriots, with a fishhook in his mouth. Astrid's voice was particularly clear. Please, save us. Chapter 274 Atlantis. Fellows. Wait. She actually spoke Chinese? Huyu was stunned for a moment. He didn't know if the dialect of some planet was similar to Chinese, which gave him this illusion. Whether it was from the skin color, eye color, or body structure, he and the person in front of him could not be called fellows. Right? But since they could communicate, it would be easy. Fellows? Huyu squatted beside the swimming pool. Why do you say that? You and I are still a little different. Right? Astrid didn't say anything, but swam to the stairs and walked towards the pool step by step. With every step she took, her inhuman features would be reduced. When she walked in front of Huyu, she was no different from a normal human. Even the most obvious gills on both sides of her waistline had disappeared. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her hands were folded in front of her chest. Now, are we the same? Okay. Now I can be sure that she is speaking Chinese. Huyu first threw a set of clothes from the space. Put it on first, and then we'll talk. That being said, he still didn't take away the favor of the sea god. When Astrid put on her clothes, Huyu also sat in front of her and asked, Tell me, what species are you? Human, to be precise, should be considered a more advanced human than you. Although she didn't want to admit it. Judging from the changes she had just undergone, there was nothing wrong with this statement. After all, she could transform into a human. But as humans, they couldn't transform into their appearance. You have also been living on the Blue Star? Who you asked with a frown. To be precise, I lived on the Blue Star tens of thousands of years ago. Astrid spoke calmly, and then said, I don't know if you have heard of Atlantis. This name is not unfamiliar. Before the end of the world, he searched for floods or heavy rains in human history. Among them was the description of Atlantis. It is said that the civilization of Atlantis had developed to a level more advanced than modern civilization. But because of a world-destroying flood, their civilization was destroyed and the entire country was submerged underwater. Could it be she is from Atlantis? In that case, she is not really an outsider. It seems you have heard of it. Athrod smiled with relief. 12,000 years ago, we lost our original civilization due to a rainstorm. More than 99% of the people died, and only a few hundred people were left in the rainstorm to evolve into the current race. Wait! Huyu keenly caught the two words in her words, and couldn't help but feel a numbness in his body. Heavy rain. Evolution. These two words are too familiar. You mean evolution? Like we are now? Huyu tried to use his ability, and suspended several metal knives in front of him. That's right. Astrid nodded. You are now what we were before. Later, we mastered the ability to live in water, and our race took root underwater. Not long after, the flood receded, the landform changed, and a new part of human beings was born on the ground. They gradually developed and eventually became a new civilization, which is you now. We also had contact with you and told you about our existence. We thought about returning to the land to live as mentors or ancestors. But our bodies are no longer suitable for survival on land. And the contact gradually broke off. In the end, we left you a legend, Astrid said. Her body began to wrinkle again. Obviously, she was not lying about this. She jumped back into the pool, and her body returned to its previous state. I understand your identity. Huyu looked at the pool where the water level dropped again and asked again. What do you mean by saving you? Now the whole world is water. Shouldn't it be more suitable for you to live? As you can see, we can only live in water. Astrid frowned and said, but we can only live in normal seawater or fresh water. The water now is no longer the same. With more and more precipitation, the normal seawater has gradually started to have problems, and our people have begun to die. It's different from last time. This time, we can't escape. In order to preserve our race, I can only take the risk to find you. I hope you can give us a hand because we are of the same origin. Pull? With the amount of water you drink. You can only drink fresh water and seawater. Who can pull you? Let's not talk about rescue for now. Huyu looked at Astrid in front of him, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. How? Do you know how to speak Chinese? Learn. Astrid answered honestly. The teachers in the tribe will regularly go ashore to collect your latest civilization progress, so that we can learn various knowledge. This naturally includes language. This can be explained and is quite normal. How many people are there in your tribe? 31,564. Astrid quickly reported a number, and his eyes dimmed at the same time. Now, there are only 1,625 left. 1/30. Their loss ratio is indeed less than that of humans. But if we look at the total number, they are almost endangered. Out of humanitarian spirit, it is better to help them keep a fire. As for rescue? Are you kidding? Humans are now busy with their own affairs, and they are still trying to save other races? Are you crazy? Huyu pondered for a few breaths. And just when he was about to speak, he heard Astrid's voice first. As long as you are willing to take us in and provide us with sufficient water, I am willing to offer all the knowledge of our tribe and serve you as my master. Astrid stared at Huyu and said word by word. And present the truth of all this. Huyu was silent. The knowledge of Atlantis, and the truth of everything. It must be said that this condition is indeed tempting. But if more than 1,000 tribesmen need to consume this level of fresh water or seawater, even if it is reduced to 1 ton per person per day, the water stored in his space is not enough. Huyu. Xiao Zisu's voice suddenly sounded. She had followed all the way from the operating room before, and she naturally heard everything the two talked just now. Come here for a moment. Okay. Huyu nodded, then looked at Astrid. I need to think about this matter, and then give you an answer. Please decide as soon as possible. Astrid stood up in a hurry. His clothes wet by the water outlined his graceful curves. Every second that the rescue is delayed, my people will be in more danger. Chapter 275 Truth or Lie. Don't worry. I'll do it as soon as possible. Who you followed Xiao Zissou all the way to a room? He asked directly. What's wrong? This. You give it to her, and see if it can keep them alive. Xiao Zissou took out a bottle of water. From the appearance, it looks no different from ordinary mineral water. Since Hu Yu could think of it, she certainly thought of it too. The key to saving or not saving is how much clean water there is. This is the water after I extracted the unknown substance. Xiao Zissou spoke calmly, but dropped a shocking news. I just discovered recently that the essence of that unknown substance is actually a kind of blood. My ability can extract this substance from the water, but it is more troublesome than normal hemolysis. Blood? Hu Yu was stunned. Are you sure? At least judging from my ability. It is a kind of blood. This is no small matter. Hu Yu had thought about it before, wondering where this torrential rain came from. You know, there is only so much water on the blue planet. Now the torrential rain has flooded all the land, and even reached such a terrifying amount of precipitation. Unless there is a hole in the sky like in myths and legends, it is impossible to explain this matter with normal logic. But if this is a kind of blood, it is not impossible. Think about it. A normal-sized blue-ringed octopus is at most 20 centimeters, and even such a creature can evolve to more than 2,000 kilometers. So, what if the host is a blue whale? A body of 30 meters will expand directly to 300,000 kilometers. The diameter of the entire sun is only 130,000 kilometers. If there really is a creature with a body length of 300,000 kilometers, then the blood contained in its body may really be able to create such a heavy rain. Hu Yu shook his head and threw away his abnormal thoughts. How is this possible? If such a creature really appeared over the blue planet, the gravity it generated alone would be enough to pull the entire blue planet out of the orbit of the solar system and crash into it like a moth to a flame. Go try it first. Hu Yu took the bottle of water and walked back to the swimming pool. The pool, which originally had 1/3 of its water left, was almost dry now. With this amount of water, it was probably the legendary Guishu, or the one that was drunk by this group of people. Here. He crouched down and handed the bottle of purified water to Astrid. Take a look. Can this meet the needs of your race? Astrid took the water, sniffed it first, and then drank it all. His pupils dilated instantly. Very strange. Although it still has a strange smell. We can absorb it. Human. Where did you get the water from? Don't worry about that. Hu Yu naturally wouldn't announce Xiao Zissou's existence to avoid any accidents. He pointed to the swimming pool. Does each of you need to consume so much water to survive? Of course not. Astrid shook his head. If we don't maintain the human form, according to your measurement unit, we only need to consume half a ton of water a day to meet the needs of normal activities. Half a ton? The water in this swimming pool is almost 2 tons. As if he noticed that Hu Yu's expression was not right. Astrid smiled awkwardly. I consumed too much and haven't eaten properly for a long time. No need to explain. Hu Yu waved his hand and put the favor of the sea god into the space. Can you make the decision about the cooperation plan you mentioned? Of course. Astrid took off the ruby on his chest. This is a symbol of the Atlantis people. I brought it up, so I am qualified to make decisions on behalf of all Atlanteans. Symbol? Just a stone? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Hu Yu expressed doubts about this sentence and just nodded symbolically. Then where are the coordinates of your tribe's location? If it is too deep, I can't go. You don't have to go, Astrid said excitedly. Did you take the submarine? With it, I can return to our tribe soon. As long as you stay here and wait for me. I can be back in 3 days at most. 3 days? Submarine? The more Hu Yu listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Especially when the word submarine came out. At that time, he saw the location where the shelter collided with the circular vehicle. It was obvious that the thing hit from above. The shelter was underwater, and there was only one way to cause such collision damage. Landing. From above the water surface. Landing below the water surface. But shouldn't she float up? Okay. Hu Yu chuckled, agreeing with Astrid's statement, and at the same time did not forget to test. By the way, aren't you anxious? Why don't I go with you? That's great. Astrid agreed readily on the surface. but Yu also noticed a flash of panic in her eyes. Whether this person is from Atlantis or not, he is hiding something from him. Let's go now without further delay. I'll go with you. Xiao Zissou immediately raised her hand. That's Atlantis. A civilization that has been studied by countless scholars from ancient times to the present. Now there is a chance to get close to it. If you don't go, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good opportunity? Sure, Yu said, not forgetting to look at Astrid. By the way, how much water do you need? I'll prepare it for you. No. There is still some clean water under the water. Astrid waved his hand stiffly. Let's bring my compatriots back as soon as possible. Okay, Yu said, and was about to move forward. But the moment he turned around, the fish pond fell directly from the sky. With the octopus girl, Astrid was directly covered in it. Astrid, who was about 1.7 meters tall, fell into it, and the whole person was only 0.17 cm, not even as big as a small shrimp in the huge fish tank. Fortunately, with the authority, Yu quickly found her location. He stared at Astrid, who was not much bigger than a shrimp, and could clearly feel her struggle. The reason was simple: water pressure. The formula for calculating pressure is gravity divided by the force-bearing area. Under the same pressure, the smaller the force-bearing area, the greater the pressure. According to the current water depth of the fish pond and Astrid's force-bearing area, it can be roughly simulated that she is under pressure at a depth of 1,000 meters under normal area. For a creature living in the deep sea, this is nothing. But if she does not live in the deep sea, the consequences will be interesting. Chapter 276. This is a chance for you. Understand? Because Astrid is so small. Even if Yu sticks her to the fish pond and uses a magnifying glass to look at her, he may not be able to see her specific situation clearly. Fortunately, Xiao Hai's camera can perfectly solve this problem. On the tablet, Astrid's struggling expression is so clear. She needs water. And even at this size, she can cause the water content in the fish pond to gradually decrease. But she also does not live in the deep sea. The 1,000-meter level water pressure was enough to make her collapse. As she sank a little bit, her vital signs were also rapidly lost. Language, facial expressions, and even subtle body movements can deceive people. But the body's instincts cannot. When she was about to collapse, Yu released her from the fish pond. When she just returned to the swimming pool, Astrid lay directly on the ground, motionless. This is a manifestation of diving syndrome. Not only can her body not withstand the 1,000-meter level water pressure, but it can also not recover from the rapid change of pressure. This is another proof of her lies. Tell me. Yu looked down at Astrid in front of him. I don't believe that your civilization only lives in waters of about 1,000 meters. You have even evolved fins. Can't you adapt to the deep sea? Astrid did not respond, but just lay on the tiles of the swimming pool, feeling the crazy beating heart in her body. Now she didn't even have the ability to answer Yu's questions. Just surviving was already a struggle. Seeing this, Yu took out half of the Lichuan and poured it on her. When the Lichuan fell on Astrid, the diving syndrome was instantly relieved. She stood up and stared at the other half of the Lichuan. Give it to me. Give me this thing, and I will tell you everything you want to know. Heh. Yu had been fooled once. How could he fall into the same pit for the second time? He sneered and put the Lichuan into the space. Whether to say or not, that is your freedom. Whether to listen or not, that is my choice. Anyway, you shouldn't be in a hurry now. Right? Xiao Hai. Seal off the swimming pool. Yes, master. As Xiao Hai responded, a layer of bulletproof glass fell from the sky, covering the entire swimming pool. Before Astrid could escape, a layer of steel mesh made of rebar was added above the bulletproof glass, fixing the glass firmly above the swimming pool. If Astrid wanted to get out from below, he would not only have to break through the bulletproof glass on the plane, but also find a way to cut the steel mesh made of rebar. The whole process had to be completed before Xiao Hai and Yu found out. Otherwise it would fail. She had less than 3 seconds left. Who could do this? A flash of despair flashed across Astrid's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he found that the instigator of all this was about to leave the scene. Hey! Human! Astrid knew that it was impossible to let him let go or beg for his forgiveness. All he could do now was to find ways to make himself feel better. Water? I need plenty of water. Otherwise I will die. Yu turned his head and glanced at her, not knowing whether this was true or false. But it's just water. It's not that I can't give it. As long as it follows the standard, there will be no problem. He stepped out of the swimming pool and instructed Xiao Hai. Remember to feed water. According to the amount of water resources consumed by normal people, 500 milliliters a day is enough. Yes, master. 500 milliliters? It's not enough to rinse your mouth. Astrid wanted to speak, but before she could open her mouth, Huyu's next sentence floated out. If you don't obey, throw you directly into the fish pond to feed the octopus. Yes, master. Octopus. Astrid still remembers the huge monster she saw when she entered that area of water. Could a giant of that level be an octopus? Astrid's body trembled just thinking about it. The words that were about to come out were swallowed by her. After dealing with Astrid, Huyu walked towards the cabin. The more than 100 people couldn't be left on the heart of the ocean. It would be better to send them back to the base after a simple screening. Huyu came in front of the crowd and took a look. Under the threat of force, they were still slightly obedient. Of course, except for a few people. Boss. Lu Ling came forward with a tablet. The registration has been completed. According to the classification in Shihai's database, there are 21 B-level talents, 63 C-level talents, 12 D-level talents, and 14 E-level talents. The names and specific files are all here. Yes. Huyu responded and took the tablet to check it briefly. Most of these people are mediocre. The areas that B-level talents are good at are not easy to display in today's world, and they seem a little useless. He turned his head to look at the people in front of him and said calmly, Now, there is a chance for you to live. If you are willing to obey, I can provide you with sufficient food and good shelter, so that you can continue. He didn't finish his words. A harsh voice interrupted him. Who do you think you are? Huyu frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a woman in shelter clothing with a look of disdain on her face. She crossed her arms and looked straight at him. What are you looking at? Don't think you are great just because you have a broken ship. What do you mean by obedient? Why should we be obedient? We are not your slaves. If you have the guts, throw all of us down. Anyway, we have just contacted the aircraft carrier, and someone will come to pick us up soon. I don't believe you dare to kill all of us. Yeah. After hearing what the woman said, several people actually agreed. Haven't we sent out a distress signal? If an aircraft carrier receives it nearby, it will definitely come to rescue us as soon as possible. Why should we look at this person's face? That's right. Isn't it just a broken ship? When the aircraft carrier arrives, who would care about being on it? Brother, I'm not saying that you're a bit too pretentious. Heh. Huyu looked at the people talking in front of him. Without saying much, just sneered. Okay. If any of you want to get off the ship, you can do so now. I won't stop you. Hey! What are you talking about? The woman just now spoke again. We are on your ship. This is a chance for you. Understand? We are people who came out of the shelter. We are different from the aliens, like you who wander outside. We have the right to do so. Let us stay on the ship now. If we serve you well, maybe we can introduce you to the people who come with the aircraft carrier, and let your ship join the aircraft carrier fleet. Chapter 277 Afternoon Tea Time. Join the aircraft carrier fleet? Oh! Not to mention that this is just a common man's speculation. Even if the captain of the 001 fleet, EC, personally begged him, he might not agree. But then again, now the base construction is indeed short of people. With the current level of heavy rain, EC and his men should not carry out rescue or kill mutant fish activities anymore. Wouldn't it be nice to take them into the base and build together? With a thought, Huyu took out the communicator and checked the location of the nearest aircraft carrier. In addition to him, there is indeed another fleet that received the rescue information and is rushing here. It is estimated that it will take at least 10 minutes. If Huyu hadn't come here first, in this time, these chattering people in front of him would have been killed countless times. Still looking at your phone? The woman spoke again, looking Huyu up and down for a while, her tone full of arrogance. Young people nowadays are ignorant and don't even understand this little bit of social etiquette. You should provide us with good food and drink now. Otherwise, when the fleet comes, we will sue you and hand your ship over to the government. Believe it or not. Hand it over to the government? Do you think this is still the era of 500 yuan plus a banner? Huyu ignored the woman and just looked at the others and asked, Does anyone else have the same idea as her? After asking this question, some people who were still rational did not speak, but just stood silently in the crowd. Neither agree nor oppose. Speak up. Are you mute? Hu Yu was not anxious yet. But the woman was anxious first. She looked at the silent crowd and shouted. Even if he dares to kill people, I don't believe he dares to kill all of us. Yes. Hu Yu smiled and replied. I don't kill people. I just ask for your opinions normally, he said. And he didn't forget to raise the communicator in his hand. You should be familiar with this. The nearest fleet can arrive in 10 minutes. How could I kill people in this situation? When the woman heard this, she became excited and even forgot the most basic thinking. She pointed at the communicator and shouted. See? I said he was scared. However, there were still smart people in the crowd. One of the teenagers asked. Sir, how do you have this communicator? As soon as this question came out, the woman who was as excited as an ape just now was also stunned. Oh, right. Isn't this communicator only owned by the controller of the shelter or the aircraft carrier? The communicator of their shelter is still in the director's possession. Why does he also have a communicator? Are you the director of this shelter? Hu Yu looked at the boy and asked. No. The boy shook his head. The director was swept away by the turbulence when the shelter was broken just now. No wonder. If there was a leader among this group of people, it wouldn't be so chaotic just now. Hey, why are you changing the subject? Our director has nothing to do with you. The woman spoke again. I'm asking you how you got this communicator. Didn't you hear it? Hu Yu frowned slightly. If you give up 1 point, you will be occupied by 1 foot. He ignored the woman's rudeness and looked at the boy who just spoke. This woman is the director's wife. No wonder. With such an arrogant tone, it is impossible to say that she has no status and position in the shelter. But how can the gap between people be so big? The director died because of saving people. And this director's wife is still talking. Forget it. The fleet will arrive soon anyway. It won't be too late to deal with it after the official people arrive. As for now, it's afternoon tea time. Xiao Hai. Is the afternoon tea ready? Master. It's ready. Today is Cantonese afternoon tea. Do you want it served now? Yes. When they heard about afternoon tea, everyone's eyes were wide open. Especially the director's wife. She even had a satisfied smile on her face. You are sensible. Hurry up and serve us afternoon tea. We are satisfied with the food. We will naturally say a few good words to you later. Hu Yu glanced at her and said nothing. He just came to the dining table and sat down. One by one, small steamers were delivered to the table by drones. Pork ribs with black bean sauce, boneless chicken feet, shrimp dumplings, bean buns, braised goose and barbecued pork. One after another of the famous Cantonese snacks were delivered to the table. The aroma alone was enough to make people salivate. Compared with the compressed biscuits they ate in the shelter, this was simply the dragon liver and phoenix marrow from heaven. Gulp. The swallowing sounds came one after another. Hu Yu looked in the direction of the crowd. Why are you still standing there? Come and eat. Okay. Little Foodie Mo ignored all that and hopped towards the dining table. It had been 3 hours since she was deprived of her right to snacks. If she didn't eat something, her teeth would soon degenerate. Xiao Zissa sat next to Hu Yu naturally, already holding a cup of iced lemon tea and drinking it. Seeing this, the director's wife also raised her noble head and prepared to step forward. But the next moment, bang! The laser shot out from the muzzle and hit her 1 point before she landed. The leather shoes were directly pierced by the laser. A burnt smell mixed with the aroma of the food was extremely abrupt. Obviously, the people who you called just now were not them. First warning. Xiao Hai's extremely cold voice sounded. Warning. The second time will cause direct damage. You. The director's wife was so angry that she couldn't speak. She could only raise her hand and point at Hu Yu, her arm shaking constantly. Hu Yu frowned slightly and spoke directly. Xiao Hai. I don't like this kind of noise. Yes, master. The noise reduction mode has been turned on for you. As soon as the voice fell, 5 double-layer bulletproof glass directly covered everyone. Not to mention just being noisy. Even if they were dancing inside, Hu Yu couldn't feel the slightest vibration. Seeing this, Lu Ling, who was standing next to her, hesitated for a few breaths, but still walked over in her high heels and stood silently beside Hu Yu. She didn't spend enough time with this boss, and she didn't have a close relationship with him like Xiao Zissou. Nor could she be as unscrupulous as Xiao Mo. She didn't even know if she was qualified to have afternoon tea with him. Why are you still standing? Hu took a bite of the shrimp dumpling and looked up at Lu Ling. Let's sit down and eat together. Okay. Lu Ling showed a standard smile, sitting next to Xiao Mo, and did not forget to respond. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. Hu savored the sweetness of the shrimp meat in his mouth. Eating and drinking are the top priorities in life. Don't be restrained when eating in the future. It's more delicious to eat together. Okay, boss. Lu Ling responded and began to enjoy afternoon tea. At the same time, a fleet was approaching in the distance. A man in military uniform looked into the distance and sighed subconsciously. Shengnan, what do you think of our aircraft carrier now? Chapter 278 The Great Lord? Hey, Chief. Wei Shengnan sighed helplessly. Are you still thinking about that aircraft carrier? With the current level of rainfall, even ships of our level have difficulty draining water, let alone Boss Hu's yacht. I guess your aircraft carrier has become someone else's aircraft carrier now. EC was speechless after listening to this, and the words of rebuttal came to his lips. But he couldn't say a word, although he didn't want to admit it. This was indeed the fact. As for what Hu said about going to the Pacific Ocean to get other countries' aircraft carriers back, given the current situation, let alone getting an aircraft carrier back, it would be good if he could return safely from the Pacific Ocean. I'd better go and take a look to see if there is any situation. EC's voice was filled with a trace of sadness. Wait! Before EC could go up to the observation deck, Wei Shengnan's voice sounded beside him. Chief, look at the radar. Huh? What's wrong? EC asked in confusion, and his eyes also fell on the radar. There was a red dot flashing not far away on the radar icon, but there was no information on it. That was a ship. There are still ships that can operate in such heavy rain? Commander, do you think it could be that Boss Hu? Wei Shengnan asked tentatively. Apart from the mysterious Boss Hu, she really couldn't think of a second possibility. But shouldn't he still be in the Pacific Ocean? How did he appear here? Whether it is or not, we'll know after we go over and take a look, EC said. Remember to give them a heads up in advance. Don't be presumptuous. Yes, Chief. Wei Shengnan was about to order the message to be sent, when an armed man guarding the radio raised his hand and shouted. Report. Speak. There is a message coming from the front. It is not encrypted. It has been deciphered. It is. The armed man was a little embarrassed, not knowing whether he should say it. Hurry up and say it. Wei Shengnan frowned. If you keep on wasting time, I will transfer you out to clean the toilet. Believe it or not. Yes. The armed personnel immediately stood at attention and shouted the decoded information in the direction of Wei Shengnan. Afternoon tea? Come quickly. When these words came out, everyone in the command room was stunned. But EC and Wei Shengnan both thought of a figure. This tone. Could it be that person? The two looked at each other and made a decision at the same time. Let's go first. Apart from that person, they couldn't think of anyone else who would send such a message under such circumstances. Adjust horsepower to maximum. Sail at full speed. Strive to reach the destination in the shortest time. They had to hurry. Otherwise, if they missed the afternoon tea, they would regret it for a long time. The distance that originally took 4 minutes to reach, in less than 2 minutes, the aircraft carrier had already stopped next to the heart of the ocean. Even with the current visibility, everyone trapped in the cabin could clearly see the aircraft carrier in front of them. It's here. It's finally here. Everyone in the glass cage, especially the director's wife, was so excited, regardless of whether people outside could hear her or not. She rushed to the glass and started to smash it crazily. Just looking at her crazy appearance, Hu couldn't help but dub her in his mind. If you have the ability to rob a man, you have the ability to open the door. Master, it is detected that there are outsiders applying to board the ship. Do you agree? Xiao Hai's voice sounded, pulling his thoughts back. Hu shook his head and put a boneless chicken claw into his mouth. Agree. Just let them come up 2 people. This was not the first time he had come into contact with Wei Shengnan and the others. If the number of people was not limited, who knows how many people would come up to take advantage of him. It was not that he felt sorry for the supplies, but he had to discuss business later. So there was no need to let too many people come up. It would not matter if he gave some more supplies after the discussion. Soon, Wei Shengnan and EC boarded the heart of the ocean through the gangway and walked all the way to the cabin with ease. At first glance, they saw the people in the glass cage. Boss Hu, what are you doing? We'll talk later. Hu Yu put down his chopsticks and drank the remaining iced lemon tea, which was considered to be the end of the afternoon tea. Let's eat something first. And talk while eating. Although they wanted to refuse, the aroma of the food had already penetrated into their noses and throats, and deeply dormant in their brains, controlling their behavior. They couldn't refuse. Anyway, Boss Hu was also an acquaintance, so there was no problem with eating and talking. Wei Shengnan turned her head to look at EC, and just wanted to ask his opinion. But she saw, well, this guy was already sitting opposite Hu Yu. She had no choice but to follow and sit aside. You're welcome, Hu Yu said calmly. This meal is my way of thanking EC. You're welcome. EC had just stuffed a shrimp dumpling into his mouth and replied subconsciously. When he came to his senses, he heard what Hu Yu said, but didn't understand what it meant. Thank you for what? Your news. Hu Yu wiped his hands with a hot towel and put them aside. News? EC immediately came to his senses. You mean the Pacific Ocean? Wait, did you really go there? And come back? What else? Hu Yu asked curiously, do I look like a person who talks big? EC did not answer. The answer he gave was too obvious. Isn't it said that the giant mountain is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? It's only been a few days? You went there and back? Who would believe it? That? Wei Shengnan saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong and immediately spoke. Boss Hu, since you are back. Then the aircraft carrier number 001. Yes. EC also reacted. Regardless of whether this person really went to the Central Pacific or not. Since he is back, the aircraft carrier number 001 should also be returned. Right? Boss Hu. This aircraft carrier number 001. I called you here to talk about this. Hu Yu pointed to the people in the glass cage. By the way, let's talk about shelter number 004. Are they from the shelter? EC frowned and looked at Hu Yu with a strange look. Boss Hu. No matter what. We are all compatriots. I can understand that you don't provide them with supplies. After all, they are your personal belongings. But, you locked up all the people in the shelter in there. Isn't that a bit too much? Too much? Hu Yu chuckled. He didn't like to prove himself. Nor did he need to prove himself. Shall I let them out? Yes, master. The glass cage disappeared, and the starving people immediately rushed to the dining table, especially the director's wife. She rushed to the dining table and was about to reach out for the food on the table. But she held back and turned to look at EC, who was sitting at the table, and shouted immediately. This man not only destroyed Shelter 004, but also imprisoned us, saying that he wanted to eat us like pigs. Look at the food on his table. I don't know what it's made of. God, you must take care of our Shelter 004. Chapter 279 Master Chi Tang. Don't worry. EC frowned and said 2 words. His eyes also fell on Hu Yu. If he really did these things, I will not let him go. That's right. But EC didn't completely believe what the woman said. Pigs? Food? Others don't know. But doesn't he? Let alone the few magic beans he provided to the fleet. They are enough to supply the entire fleet. People with such treasures need to eat human flesh. Don't be funny. But the previous accusation still needs to be investigated carefully. With this person's ability, he can completely destroy the shelter. If this is really what he did, it is not impossible to turn against him. Boss Hu, can you explain it? Sir, it's not like that. Before Hu Yu could speak, Lu Ling, the secretary next to him, spoke first. She didn't know EC, but from his conversation with the boss just now, she could guess his identity. It's better not to have such misunderstandings. Before Lu Ling could continue, Hu Yu interrupted. No need. He looked at EC. I asked you to come here, not to be a master of clear soup, but to give you a choice. According to the agreement, I will return the boat to you. Do you want these people? If not, I will take them away. If you want, I will give them to you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The director's wife was immediately angry when she heard it. What do you mean by Master Chi Tang? Do you know who this person is? Just based on the evidence of your destruction of Shelter 004. You should be shot 100 times. How dare you still be so arrogant here? Master, please shoot him immediately. Or ask him to compensate us for this ship and the supplies on it. And we can barely forgive him. In fact, when the director's wife spoke, many people in the crowd tried to come forward and say something. But when they heard about this ship and the supplies on it, Those who wanted to speak were silenced immediately. Supplies? Even those who were well protected by the shelter knew what was happening now. Without supplies and a place to live, they might not survive the next day. This was their only lifeline. Seeing this, Huyu said nothing, but just leisurely trimmed his nails and waited for EC's answer. The pressure fell on his shoulders. When he heard the woman asking for a boat and supplies, he probably knew what was going on. Greed. This guy just covets Boss Hu's ship, and he wants to instigate himself, intending to kill someone with a borrowed knife. EC is not a fool. How could he turn against Huyu with just 1 or 2 words? It's not like the two of them haven't fought before. But they couldn't win at all. He naturally knows which side to choose. But what's unclear is which path Huyu gave him to choose, and whether to take in these people. Or which path Boss Hu wants him to choose. Or, I take these people away? EC asked tentatively. Then I will have a good talk with you about their slander against me. I understand. EC immediately understood what Huyu meant. He stood up and smiled, and stretched out his right hand to him. Then Boss Hu, I thank you in advance for taking in these people. Give us the boat, and we will leave now. There are other shelters waiting for us to rescue them. Huyu was stunned. Brother, although I know you will sell them, you are selling them too quickly. He came to his senses, and also stretched out his right hand to shake hands with EC. Happy cooperation. No! The director's wife immediately exclaimed and rushed to EC. My lord, did you hear that clearly? It was him. He destroyed the entire shelter 004. You don't take action against him. And you plan to sell us out? That's enough. Wei Sheng'an frowned and said, we know what kind of firepower this guy has. If he really takes action, you won't even be able to send out a distress signal. Are you still acting here? Yes, comrade. EC also looked at the director's wife helplessly. Don't worry. As long as you follow this person, you will not be hungry or cold. As long as you are honest, you will survive. This has been said very clearly. It's almost like telling everyone directly that if you follow Huyu, you will have meat to eat. Most of the people present also understood what EC meant. Their expressions were a little embarrassed, but they also inadvertently moved away from the director's wife. People are like this. Except for a few people with strong self-awareness or beliefs. Most people will choose the side that is beneficial to them, no matter how many times this choice will change. I don't care. The director's wife's body softened and she hugged EC's thigh. If I stay here, I will die. I want to follow you. This. EC was speechless for a while and turned to look at Huyu. Boss Hu. Look. Don't rush to decide where they belong. I have something else to talk to you about. What's the matter? Huyu casually took out a few cups of milk tea and put them on the table. He took 1 cup and drank it first. With this level of heavy rain, except for the people in the shelter, no one else will survive. And those mutant creatures should not leave the water under such circumstances. Do you still need to protect the shelter? Or find people outside the shelter? This. EC frowned and said, what does Boss Hu mean? Why don't you join my base? Huyu said calmly, we have already established a base. But we are short of manpower. If you join us, we will also provide you with some help when you need to find a shelter after the rainstorm stops. Base? EC was stunned. He realized that there were fewer people on the heart of the ocean. Not only were the 2 frigates gone, but there were only Huyu and his men on the ship. Did they all go to build a shelter? That? Boss Hu. Where is the base you mentioned? The East China Sea. It's not far. EC pondered for a few breaths, and then said, Boss Hu, are you going to send these people to the base as well? How about this? I'll take them there and see what your base is like first, and then we'll make a decision. Please understand. After all, I have to be responsible for my brothers on the ship. Don't bother. Huyu took out the door handle, came to the toilet next to the cabin, turned it directly, and pushed open the toilet door. I can take you there now. Chapter 280. Then what? Go. Where? The toilet. Everyone present, including EC, was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Huyu was up to. That's the East China Sea. Although it's quite close to here, it's still hundreds of kilometers away. Do you think you're Doraemon and can just open a door and get through? Even if you are Doraemon and have a random door, it's not meant to go to the toilet. What are you standing there for? Huyu asked in confusion. Everyone. Go in. Boss Hu. You. The first person to go in will get a can of meat as a reward. After saying that, a figure passed EC and ran towards the toilet door. After seeing who the figure was, "Who you?" said helplessly. "Siener." As soon as the voice fell, and Siener blocked the door and stopped the figure. "What are you doing?" Xiao Imo said angrily. "Didn't you say that the first person to go in will get a can of meat?" Hu Yu sighed helplessly. "This idiot really doesn't let go of any food. Big sister, why are you arguing with him? The afternoon tea on the table is not enough for you to eat." "I don't care. Who told you not to make it clear in advance that you are participating in the group?" Okay. Hu Yu was helpless and took out a can of meat and threw it to Xiao Imo. It was just a can of meat. He didn't care. Just regarded it as a deduction from Xiao Mo's snack reserve. The foodie took the can, happily ran to the table, and continued to eat snacks. As for the can of meat, it was hidden by a hamster. Hu Yu looked at everyone again. The rules remain the same. You can continue. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately began to rush forward. It was not because of the attraction of canned food to them, nor because they suddenly became obedient. But just now, they witnessed the origin of the canned meat with their own eyes. Before, their attention was not on Hu Yu. Even if he took out the door handle from the space, no one noticed anything. But now, the canned meat seemed to appear out of thin air. It was hard to imagine how much supplies he had. Plus the endorsement that EC had just given him, which indirectly proved the quantity and strength of the supplies he had. Everyone knew who to follow, no matter if the door was a toilet or something else. They had to show their attitude, just like the scene when Zhao Gao called a deer a horse. Does it matter whether it is a deer or a horse? It never matters. Soon, the 1st, 5th, 10th, hundreds of people in the shelter went in, and the toilet was still not full. EC also realized that something was wrong. He lined up behind the crowd and looked at Hu Yu with a puzzled look. "Boss Hu, what is in here?" "I told you," Hu Yu said as a matter of course. "This door leads to my base. If you believe it, Captain E, go in and take a look. If you don't believe it, you know where the gangway is." "Hey, what are you talking about?" "Boss Hu, EC is also a smart man. How could he not hear the meaning of this sentence?" He smiled at Hu Yu. "I'm queuing up. But then again, if we really join your base, Boss Hu, what are our responsibilities and obligations?" This seems to be asking about responsibilities and obligations. But in fact, it is about treatment. Our base has a complete set of task assignment and promotion procedures. Hu Yu looked at Lu Ling beside him. Without saying anything, she had already trotted over with the tablet, brought up the position interface, and handed it to him. "Captain E, can you take a look?" EC took the tablet and read the text carefully. Although this rule is simple and crude, it is enough to manage about 1,000 people. The only problem is the issue of subordination. Boss Hu means to merge us into your base? No matter what the end of the world is like now, or what China is like, they are still soldiers. He will never bring everyone to directly merge into Hu Yu's organization and be under its jurisdiction. If Hu Yu really thinks so, then there is no doubt that he will turn around and leave. Of course not. Hu Yu responded calmly. "We are just a cooperative relationship. I will prepare a committee seat for you, Captain E, to participate in the decision-making of major and minor affairs in the base. The people you bring will only listen to your orders and command. If I need anything, I will only communicate with you in a single line. For the points, your contributions will also be converted into points according to your work, but they will not be upgraded. The conversion rights and benefits will be based on the standards of senior crew members." Senior crew members? EC had just read through the points rules and naturally knew what senior crew members meant. In addition to the 25% discount on exchange, most of the supplies on the ship except for weapons and ammunition are on the exchangeable list. It is estimated that there are not many senior crew members on the heart of the ocean. "Boss Hu, are you willing to give it to me?" "Why? If I wasn't willing, I wouldn't give you the beans," Hu Yu asked back, raised his hand and patted EC on the shoulder. "Uncle E, to be honest, I admire you guys. I didn't have the ability to help you before. Even if I told you the news of the end of the world before it came, it wouldn't have any effect on changing the environment. Now all I can do is to help you as much as possible while ensuring my own safety. As for the matter between you and Brother Shan, to put it bluntly, it's all internal conflicts. Brother Shan and his men were just angry at what you did at the time. But they can understand you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to just throw you into the water. After listening, EC also understood what Huyu meant. He also put a hand on Huyu's shoulder. Okay. Since you have this intention, I agree to cooperate with you. The conditions are as you set. Any dirty work can be handed over to us. Okay. Huyu slapped him again. After 2 evolutions, his physical fitness was no less than Su Zilong's. Even EC was a little bit overwhelmed by this full-strength slap. EC had to stop, forced out an awkward smile, and pointed to the crowded toilet door. Then Boss Hu, I'll go in first and take a look. If there's no problem, I'll take people in after I come out. Really cautious enough. Go ahead. Soon, everyone in Shelter 004 went in. This also includes the director's wife, who refused to join the base. Even when Huyu announced that there were canned meat, she was still the first to rush in. Huyu did not stop them. Anyway, the people in the shelter were all doing hard labor, with food, drink and accommodation. But they would never be as free as in the shelter. But when EC came out, the director's wife also came out. Before Huyu could speak, the director's wife started to attack. You thief. Give me back my hotel. Huh? What do you mean? It's like this. EC explained helplessly. Just now I went to see it. Boss Hu, the hotel where your base is located. One of the major shareholders is this lady. Oh. Huyu floated out a sentence. And then? Chapter 281 I see. Then? What then? The director's wife slammed the table and yelled. You are a robber. You robbed my things and you still ask me what's next. What do you mean by what's next? Give my things back to me. Calm down. EC was afraid that the woman in front of him would get angry. So he threw the woman into the sea. Madam, calm down first. How do you want me to calm down? The director's wife turned to EC and yelled again. If your house was robbed, would you be able to calm down? By the way, you are the captain, right? Tell me, how should this be handled? He is illegally occupying other people's property. Right? This? EC was choking on his words, not knowing what to say. Illegal occupation? Then there must be laws now. Even if there is a law. If you want to put this person in labor reform, there must be a place for labor reform. It is still the early stage of cooperation. And Huyu does not want to make it difficult for EC. He glanced at the director's wife. Do you have the documents proving your equity? Yes. The director's wife raised her head and casually took out a file. Fortunately, I had foresight. All equity documents are backed up in the company. Lu Ling took the file and quickly flipped through it, and soon found the shareholder page. There were more than a dozen names on it, and no one knew which one was the director's wife. Yes. The director's wife stepped forward and raised her hand to point to a name at the end. Li Fengxia. That's me. Huyu glanced at the name, and the share of equity owned by this person was marked behind it. 0.15%. Wow. Huyu couldn't help rolling his eyes. He thought this person had a certain share of equity, and it sounded like something. But it was less than 0.2%. The entire Jinling International Conference Hotel has a total of 1,000 rooms, and 0.15% is 1.5 rooms. If the public area is also included, she would have 2 rooms, which would be too much. 1,500. Right? Yes. The director's wife was like a victorious rooster, and she had already begun to imagine her beautiful future life. After all, she was also the owner of the hotel. As long as this guy was soft-hearted and said something soft, she could rent the room to him. But the price? Of course, you have to decide it yourself. When she entered the base just now, she also saw that the points were equivalent to the purchasing power of 100 yuan before the end of the world. According to the hotel's peak price, 2 rooms can be rented for 1,000 yuan a day. As long as this person gives me 20 points a day, it's not impossible to rent it to him. Little brother, your last name is Hu, right? Is it okay for me to call you Xiao Hu? The director's wife said earnestly. Xiao Hu, the world is not easy now. Don't say that I'm making things difficult for you. We won't talk about your seizure of my property. You just apologize to me first. When the time comes, I will rent you my property rights. 20 points a day. It's a bargain for you, isn't it? Heh. Huyu sneered. Little Hu? Sister? You are really a wild boar with a green onion stuck in its nose. Why are you pretending to be so great? 2 rooms. Right? I'll give them to you. Huyu directly divided 2 hotel suites from a hotel in an island country. In terms of size, they are similar to those of Jinling Conference Hotel. But the decoration style is different. With a flick of his hand, he threw it directly into the sea. Once the reinforced concrete structure was thrown into the water, it was no different from a stone and sank directly. But the splash was slightly larger. Yes. Go get it. You. The director's wife was so angry that she couldn't speak. Her face turned pale and blue. And she almost couldn't breathe. Why did you throw my things down? Why? She screamed and rushed over to strangle Hu Yu's neck. But how could Ancianer next to him watch? With just a thought, a steel fork flew up from the dining table and hung between the woman's eyebrows. As long as she dared to take another step forward, the consequences were self-evident. Sienner, send our director's wife to her room. And Sienner stepped forward, grabbed the old lady's neck, threw her into the water. The location was exactly the same as the location where the two rooms fell into the water just now. Almost the next moment, Hu Yu put the two rooms into the space again. Anyway, the property owner is gone now. And as an ownerless thing, it can't be wasted. After dealing with the brainless people, it's time to do real work. He looked at EC in front of him. Captain E, how did you investigate the situation inside? Very good. To be fair, the conditions inside are naturally much better than the apocalypse outside. If you can really join that base, at least you don't have to worry about survival in the short term. And everything can be arranged after the rain stops. That's good. Hu Yu stood up and stretched out his right hand to EC. Then wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Happy cooperation. In the next half an hour, Hu Yu put the ship into the space and let EC lead the rest of the people into the base to officially start infrastructure work. The crowd also included Xiao Yi. Although he had been disguised, Hu Yu still noticed him when he walked into the toilet, but did not expose him. With Xiao Yi's personality, even if he entered the base, he would not go to Shan Ge and others to recognize him. It is estimated that he would just work silently like other armed personnel and use points to exchange for food and resources. After all, he is also Zhao Long's younger brother. In this world, he certainly has no chance of wealth and glory. But it is no problem to give him a bite to eat. After dealing with EC and his group, the heart of the ocean moved forward at full speed again. Target, the North Pole. In the afternoon, Hu Yu took a nap. When he woke up again, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There were crisp crashes outside, like thunder, making it impossible to sleep. He looked up at the porthole. He could see some sea views before, but now he could only see the pouring hail. Xiao Hai. Where are we now? Master, we are already in the White Bear territory. White Bear territory. No wonder it's so cold. So far, the telescope is still pointing to the north, which means they haven't found the exact location yet. Maybe they really have to go to the North Pole to find that thing. Hu Yu got up, put on a down jacket, and walked slowly to the cabin. He looked out of the cabin, and the coldness became more and more spectacular. Dense ice balls fell. The small ones were the size of fists. And the big ones? I'm afraid they have exceeded the size of the heart of the ocean. One by one, the ice balls fell and hit the frozen water surface, splashing countless ice flowers. Just looking at it makes people feel a chill. Wait! That's not right. The water surface is frozen now. How can the heart of the ocean still sail? Chapter 282. An effective way to lower the water level. Hanging in the air? This function can only last for 1 hour. What if the time runs out? Stranded on the ice? Xiao Hai. Hu Yu frowned and said, How long have we been hovering in the air? Master, 43 minutes have passed. And there are 17 minutes left to end the hovering. Descend first. Yes, Master. As the heart of the ocean descended and landed on the ice, the dense banging sound continued to sound on the hull. This is not a solution. The temperature has dropped to this point just after we arrived at the White Bear. If we really reach the North Pole, we don't know how thick the ice will be. Looking for eggs? What eggs will we still find when the time comes? But now the target of the telescope has been locked. There is no way to change the target before we find that thing. Unless Hu Yu looks under the ice. Anyone who has gone ice fishing knows that no matter how low the temperature drops, there is always water under the ice. If there is a submarine, maybe he can continue to move forward under the ice. But where can I get this thing? I can't go back to China. Can I? Hu Yu frowned. Lu Ling, who had prepared dinner, had returned to work. Seeing his boss's expression, He couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" "I encountered a little difficulty," Huyu replied helplessly. "I'm considering whether to release Octopus Girl as a sled dog." Chu, Octopus Girl, who was looking forward to her freedom, sneezed. She wandered around the fish pond bored, cursing a human who didn't keep his word. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Huyu suddenly had an idea. This method seems to be possible. Anyway, with Octopus Girl's size and healing speed, this level of hail is like nothing to her. Let her be a sled dog. It's just a little slower, but she can still reach the North Pole. He did it as soon as he said it. Huyu took out the fish pond and released Octopus Girl to the outside world. Freedom. A roar sounded immediately. Octopus Girl reveled in this icy and snowy place. Whether it was the extremely cold temperature or the overwhelming hail, it was not a problem for her. The only problem is, there is no water. Although octopuses can survive on the shore for a while, they are aquatic creatures after all. If they lack water for a long time, even Octopus Girls can't survive. It realized that something was wrong and immediately turned around and came to the top of the heart of the ocean, stretched out a tentacle, and put it at the door of the cabin. "Brother, what's wrong with you? You promised to give me 12 hours of free time? Do you want to turn me into an ice sculpture directly? Let's talk about this later. I have something to discuss with you. If you agree, the activity time can be appropriately extended." Octopus Girl suddenly got excited. "You say? Have you heard of sled dogs?" "No. Not to mention ice sculptures. I won't do it even if you treat me like a stupid sculpture." Octopus Girl is not stupid. As soon as she heard Huyu's words, she understood what he meant. "What do you mean by appropriately extending the activity time? Isn't this like treating me like a cow and a horse and squeezing me?" "Hey! Look! What are you talking about?" Huyu smiled. "I'm also considering your freedom. I'd rather not have this freedom." And the Octopus Girl raised her tentacles and pointed at the ice surface. "This is not water, and I can't move on it for a long time. Even if I agree to be your sled dog, I can't be one for long. It seems so. If the ice surface can be collected." "Wait!" Huyu's pupils trembled. Previously, he tried to collect water into the space, but because each drop of water belongs to an independent individual, it is almost impossible to collect all the water. But now, the water has frozen into ice. Ice is always a hole, right? No matter how broken it is by hail, it is still a whole ice. Without thinking too much, Huyu ran directly to Diaoyu Island, looked at the ice in front of him, and thought, "Collect." In an instant, the huge ice surface covering the entire White Bear country was collected into the space. The hail falling from the sky hit the water, splashing layers of water. Octopus Girl's whole body fell into the water and began to have fun. Huyu felt the ice collected in the space backpack, and his jaw almost dislocated. The volume of the ice was beyond his imagination. Even if the entire island country was placed on the ice, it would seem insignificant. Not even 1% of it could be covered. Xiao Hai. Can the satellite detect the current surface of the blue planet? Master. Yes. See how much the water level has dropped. Yes, Master. Huyu's voice began to tremble, while Xiao Hai's voice remained calm. About 30 seconds later, Xiao Hai's voice sounded again. Report to the Master. According to satellite images, from 60 degrees north latitude to the Arctic region, the ice in the entire area has disappeared. The global average water level has dropped by 35 meters, accounting for 120th of the average water level. It has dropped. It has really dropped. Don't look at it as only 35 meters. That is 35 meters worldwide. If it continues at this rate, the global water level will return to normal in less than a day. Of course, this is impossible. The reason why the ice was harvested so well this time was that the ice was frozen for a long enough time, resulting in a sufficient thickness of ice. The next time we harvest it, we have to wait until the ice reaches this thickness again. But at least there is a chance. Huyu was delighted, and did not put the Octopus Girl into the fish pond, but shouted to the water surface. Remember to follow. If you fall behind later, you will be responsible for any consequences. A tentacle stretched out of the water and shouted to the heart of the ocean. Got it. The problem with the ice surface has been solved, and similar problems will not occur again in the short term. Now we just need to sail at full speed, having found a way to quickly resolve the apocalypse in the future. Huyu had a satisfying dinner. This dinner may be the best he has had in a while. No matter what the water level will be in the future. At least the future is promising. Of course, except for those above 10,000 meters. At that level, it doesn't matter whether the rain stops or not. After a simple dinner, Huyu had no intention of returning to the base. He glanced at Astrid, who was imprisoned in the swimming pool and still refused to cooperate, and then went back to sleep. No words were spoken that night. When Huyu woke up the next day, the Arctic Ocean had arrived. Logically, the last section of the road should be unobstructed. But the heart of the ocean still stopped. It was not because of the glacier. The Arctic Ocean without the glacier had not been frozen again. What blocked the heart of the ocean was a school of fish. Mutated school of fish. Chapter 283 Countdown, 20 hours. Unlike other seas, human development of the Arctic Ocean is almost negligible. Except for a small number of Eskimos and Inuit living here. There are almost no other humans visiting here. So even though it is extremely cold here, the fish underwater far exceed those in other seas. And the number of mutant fish is naturally the largest on the blue planet. But, Huyu never thought that the number would be so large. Looking out of the porthole, he could only see dense schools of unknown fish guarding the edge of the Arctic Ocean. As if as long as the heart of the ocean took another step forward, they would rush forward collectively and swallow the ship directly. Although the mutant fish he had encountered before were ferocious, they were not to this extent. Not only did they gather in groups, they even volunteered to fight. Fish school? It's no exaggeration to say that they are a well-trained army. Master, shall we start today's morning report? Xiao Hai's voice slowly sounded. Huyu also got up and dressed, ready to go outside to see the details. Go ahead. Yes, Master. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning on August 10th, and 28 days have passed since the end of the world. The current water level has reached 6,343 meters, rising at a rate of 204.8 meters per hour, and only 5% of the land area remains. My ship has sailed to the Arctic Ocean area. We are intercepted by a large number of unknown creatures ahead. We may be attacked if we continue to move forward. Please give instructions. It is still increasing. The water level has now reached more than 6,000 meters. Not to mention that the rainfall continues to increase. If it does not drop at this speed, by this time tomorrow, the water level will increase to more than 10,000 meters. By then, not only will the base be flooded, but even the oxygen concentration will drop to a point where it is difficult for humans to survive. No, it will not take 24 hours. Only 20 hours. Huyu frowned. So far, he can only think of one way to break the situation: find eggs. The water cannot be taken away. Even if he runs to the South Pole now and takes away the frozen waters on the other side, it is just a drop in the bucket in the face of this level of world-destroying natural disaster. Only by finding the remaining 5 eggs can he find a way to break the situation. Huyu can't be sure of other things. But there is one thing he can be sure of. These 7 strange eggs must be related to this doomsday. This is the only clue he has at present. And he can't give up no matter what. As for Astrid, who pretends to be Atlantis, just close it again. And when she can't stand it anymore, she will definitely be more anxious than herself. The key to the problem now is the Arctic Ocean. We have to find a way to get there as quickly as possible. If it's too late, it will be all over. If it was a few days ago, maybe he would have the energy to slowly deal with this group of mutant fish, and slowly deal with them without polluting the environment. But now, it's too late. Huyu didn't even wash up. He just pushed open the cabin door and said to Xiao Hai, Xiao Hai, notify Ancienner that Xiao Zissou will gather on the first deck in half a minute. Yes, Master. After the voice fell, before Xiao Hai could issue the notice, Ancienner had already walked out from the corner of the room. She and Huyu exchanged a glance, and the meaning in their eyes was very clear. I have come. Huyu did not say much, and walked directly to the deck. As soon as he arrived at the cabin, Lu Ling, who was sitting on the sofa doing yesterday's work summary, stood up directly, and looked at Huyu, who got up so early, which was a bit strange. Boss, you, so early. Not early, Huyu replied, not intending to let Lu Ling follow. You continue. Don't worry about us. While he was talking, Xiao Zissou just walked out of the room, packed up briefly, and was already in place. The 3 of them went all the way to the deck. To be on the safe side, Huyu also shook the big octopus out. Shake it in the physical sense. From the surface of the water alone, He couldn't see where the octopus girl was, so he had to take out the crystal stone from it and shook it in his hand. In an instant, the octopus girl's tentacles stretched out from under the heart of the ocean. Put the microphone close to Huyu's face. I'm here. I'm here. Stop shaking. If you keep shaking, the octopus will almost become an octopus ball. I'm afraid few people can eat such a big ball. Huyu teased and put away the crystal. Is there any problem dealing with the fish in front? You must be kidding. The heroic voice of the octopus girl sounded, and she said the most cowardly words in the most fierce tone. Of course there is a problem. No problem, What did you say? Huyu was stunned for a moment. There is a problem, Octopus Girl said, as a matter of course. I have never fought. It was others who came to eat me and were poisoned to death by me. Now you want me, a poisonous mushroom, to chase these fish and bite them. Am I crazy? Although I don't want to admit it. But the words are rough, but the truth is true. Then you stay by the side and protect them. If you find any movement, report it in time. Okay? That's no problem. After arranging the octopus girl, Huyu looked at the two people around him. Sienna and I will lead the attack later. Zissou, you will be responsible for collecting the blood of these mutant fish and make sure it does not leak out. Okay. Xiao Zissou responded immediately. And Sienna beside her also nodded. Xiao Hai. Start. With Huyu's order, the heart of the ocean officially sailed into the Arctic Ocean. Just as the bow was about to cross the border of the Arctic Ocean, the many fish lurking under the water immediately started hunting like hunters who had been waiting for a long time, and jumped onto the hull. Go! At Huyu's command, thousands of blades were released from space. This island country has nothing else but a lot of small steel knives for cesarean section. As long as these steel knives are broken, there will be as many metal blades as you want. Under the control of Huyu and the others, thousands of metal blades are like a group of butterflies, constantly fluttering and dancing on the water, because the density of the fish school is too large. Each release and recovery of the blades can take away the lives of hundreds of mutant fish. Whenever a fish dies, the blood in their bodies will be directly sucked away by Xiao Zissou, condensing into several blood crystals in the air, and then falling on the deck. Fortunately, although there are many fish in this group, their levels are not too high. Most of them are ordinary mutant fish, and there are only a few elite mutant fish. The threat is not great. Soon, the heart of the ocean continued to move forward in this environment. The speed is not fast, but it is definitely not slow. 1 hour later, the water level reached 6,500 meters. The heart of the ocean also officially entered the Arctic Circle. Finally, the direction of the telescope slowly began to change, pointing to a gorgeous giant mountain in the distance. The height of the outer mountains above the water is almost catching up with the giant turtle. And there is a whole area of mountains like that. Looking far away, you can't even see the end. Wait! Doesn't that seem to be a mountain? Huyu looked at the gorgeous giant mountain, and a panel suddenly popped up. Name, Yuanshan Coral. Chapter 2843 billion. Coral? What the hell? Is this a living thing? Or has that strange egg reached the point where it can affect non-living things? How can this be? If it was something else, it would be fine. But if it accidentally hit a nuclear power plant, it would be a piece of cake. This thing is even different from the big turtle and the others. Whether it is the big turtle or the octopus girl, they essentially eat those mutant fish to increase their size and hatch strange eggs. But the mutant fishes we just saw outside the Arctic Ocean all swam out of this coral. Huyu looked at the huge mountain in front of him and didn't dare to move forward rashly. Xiao Hai, give me the coral information. Yes, master. Before the information was sent to the tablet, Lu Ling handed her tablet over first. Boss. Here. Huyu was stunned for a moment. This was the first time that Lu Ling's reaction was faster than Xiao Hai's. It seems that his secretary is becoming more and more competent. He took the tablet, which displayed the basic information of the coral. This thing is really a living thing. No. To be precise, the coral polyp is a living thing. And the coral is just the secretion of the coral polyp. According to the data, coral polyps generally live in tropical or subtropical areas, and it is difficult to survive below 18 degrees. But now, Huyu wrapped his down jacket. 18 degrees? It's almost minus 18 degrees. Right? What kind of coral polyp can survive in such an environment? Or, this coral polyp was only active in tropical areas at first. and only move towards the Arctic Ocean after obtaining the strange egg? No matter what the reason is. What is the situation with these densely packed mutant fish? During the time he was just thinking, thousands of mutant fish swam out of the coral. Even if the ecological environment of the Arctic Ocean is good, there shouldn't be so many mutant fish. Right? Something is wrong. However, since the coral itself is not a living thing, can it be put into space? As long as you lift up this charming beauty. Can't you see the specific situation below? Cyanur. Cover me. Who you spat out a sentence. And he was already stepping on a thick steel plate, flying towards the huge coral. As for why he didn't step on the sword, that thing is narrow and dangerous. Since the conditions allow, why not step on the slightly safer steel plate? Anyway, no one is watching. So what's the point of being handsome? Within Cyanur's cover, who you easily passed through the jumping mutant fish and quickly came to about 1 meter of the huge coral. Raise your hand and collect. The corals that almost covered the entire Arctic were collected into the space. The situation under the water was completely exposed. But who you only took a look, and a long-lost feeling came over him. Fear, panic, nausea. The last time I had these feelings was when I was bled by that woman and was about to be made into bacon. I saw dense black spots gathering under the seawater. Wriggling, crawling, stacking. There were at least millions of them. When the coral reef disappeared, those black eggs were like mice with their tails stepped on, and began to surge and expand wildly. One after another, mutant fish hatched from the black eggs. In just a moment, millions of mutant fish had sunk to the surface and swam towards the heart of the ocean. Kill? Who can kill them all? Even if he and Cyanur can control metal. Conservatively estimated that even if a bullet passes through, it can kill hundreds of mutant fish. And these millions of mutant fish will have to be killed tens of thousands of times. Even the contemporary Baichi can't kill them all. Before who you could return to defense, millions of blackfish eggs emerged below. Is it over yet? Still coming. Wait. The coral reef is just the secretion of the coral polyps. Logically, if I take away the coral polyps should appear directly in front of me. But why is there not even a hair in front of me now? Could it be? Who you looked at the fish surging under the water, and there was only one possibility in his mind. The coral polyps may be just the first generation host of this strange egg. Just like the big turtle and the octopus girl. Even if they are separated from the strange egg, there are still 2 words Yuan Shan on their panels. Coral should be no exception. But what is the situation of the host of the strange egg now? Cockroaches don't have such terrible reproductive ability. Warning! Warning! Xiao Hai's voice echoed over the Arctic Ocean. The ship is under attack, and the protective barrier is descending. Have they crossed the defense line established by Cyanur? This wave of attack is a 1,000,000-strong army, and Cyanur alone will definitely not be able to withstand it. But Huyu does not plan to return to defend. With this speed of troops, there is no point in returning to defend. Sooner or later, he will be dragged to death by the things below. Why not? Attack Wei to save Zhao. He took out a large number of steel plates from the space, surrounded himself, and dived directly into the water. At the same time, he put the door handle in front of one of the steel plates and twisted it. The door handle worked. Huyu did not return to the base, but shouted directly at the door. Su Zilong. Hurry! Huyu always asked Su Zilong to wait at the door to avoid similar accidents. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy. Su Zilong entered the gate at the fastest speed, and Huyu also closed the door and immediately uttered 2 words. Dive. Su Zilong did not answer, and a barrier was formed around him. The steel plate was taken away by Huyu. The situation outside came into view. Black eggs, still black eggs. Su Zilong can control water, but he can't control the things in the water from rushing over. When the steel plate was removed, the black eggs surrounded Huyu and the others. After he dived more than 10 meters, he dared to open the door to let Su Zilong come to support him, fearing that this situation would happen. But I didn't expect the coverage area of those black eggs could reach such a depth. Maybe because of the contact with the 2 people. The black eggs squeezed into the barrier have begun to mutate. One after another mutant fish pounced on Huyu and the others. They had to kill them. Huyu took out a bunch of bullets and threw them casually. After killing the mutant fish that squeezed into the barrier, a circle of steel barriers was formed around the barrier. With the double barrier, the 2 were able to continue moving forward. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. After diving another 20 meters, Hu Yu and the others finally passed through the black egg layer. If one layer of black eggs per centimeter can hatch millions of mutant fish, then this nearly 30-meter black egg layer represents 3 billion mutant fish. Hu Yu couldn't help but take a breath. He was a little relieved now. He was relieved that the first target found by the telescope was this strange egg, not other targets. If it continues to develop, what will happen? Find the egg first. Hu Yu removed the steel barrier and searched for the location of the strange egg with his naked eyes. With just one glance, he found the real parasite of the strange egg. But the next moment, he almost vomited. Chapter 285: The Collision of Eggs. Ugh. Before Hu Yu could start vomiting, Su Zilong vomited first. There was no way. That thing was too disgusting. The head of a sunfish looked like an anglerfish, and the body looked like a squid, giving people a sticky and soft feeling. There were 2 short fins next to the body, which looked like penguin fins, and the lower limbs looked like coral polyps. The densely packed fin limbs lifted up the nearly 100-meter body. The whole body looks ferocious and incongruous. Just looking at it makes people feel sick. Just below the fin limbs, clusters of black eggs are constantly discharged, and the number is countless. It is said that the sunfish can ovulate hundreds of millions of eggs at a time. It seems that the reproduction ability of this monster can reach this level, thanks to the genes of this fish. And there are coral polyps. The data just showed that coral polyps are hermaphroditic, and as long as there are 2, they can reproduce indefinitely. Now there are so many coral polyps under this monster, plus the reproduction ability of the sunfish. This is why there are such a terrifying number of black eggs. What on earth is this? After Su Zilong vomited out his breakfast, he controlled it and threw it outside the barrier. Boss Hu, where did you find this monster? Was it affected by nuclear radiation? It may not be affected by nuclear radiation. Hu Yu frowned and said, if I guess correctly, this thing should be a living organism made up of several marine organisms. At present, each strange egg has its own unique characteristics. Could this strange egg be able to integrate the organisms it contacts into one? Or is it learning to imitate? And after swallowing those organisms, it evolves into different parts? No matter which possibility it is, you must not rashly approach this chimera. Mischio? There are not many Mischio left in the inventory now, so it is useless even if they are used for bombing. Fish pond? Don't even mention whether Hu Yu is willing to let such an ugly thing enter his fish pond. Even if he is willing, he has to consider the problem of close combat. If he makes a mistake and lets this guy evolve into a human brain, then what's the point of playing with a mantis shrimp? Both of the big killers are useless. Now, there is only one way left. Close the door and leave it alone. Judging from the current behavior of this egg, its way of evolution seems to be to swallow other marine life and continue to give birth to cubs to achieve its goal. The one in Yuxian's body stayed still. The 2 eggs have the same status. If Yuxian carrying the egg is thrown in front of this guy, there will inevitably be a conflict. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, unless one is male and the other is female. And Yuxian is also very lucky, as long as he can affect the monster in front of him. The victory or defeat is already determined. Hu Yu took out the steel plate again and used the door handle to go to the bottom cabin. Looking at Yuxian, whose belly was almost 1 meter big, he spit out helplessly. Sorry, brother. As long as you survive this time, I guarantee that you will be rich and prosperous in the future. And you can eat while lying down. Yuxian didn't answer. Judging from the frequency of his eye tremors, he was probably asleep. So Hu Yu took it as his tacit agreement. Back to the bottom of the sea. Su Zilong next to him was stunned. Boss, where did you find the pregnant woman? It's the pregnant father, Hu Yu replied, and threw Yuxian out, and said to Su Zilong, give him an air ball and send it to the monster. Are you going to use him to make a nest? Su Zilong complained, but his hands didn't slow down at all, and he was already carrying Yuxian to fly towards the monster. No nesting. Just explode? Explode? How? Su Zilong had just finished asking, and before Hu Yu could answer, the situation in front of him had already answered him. The moment Yuxian approached, the monster in front of him stopped secreting black eggs, and swam towards him as if it had smelled some delicious food. On the other hand, Yuxian seemed to be snoring. The monster didn't care whether anyone was sleeping or not. It just raised its abdomen, rolled up a vortex on the seabed, and sucked Yuxian into its abdomen. 3 seconds. The monster had finished eating. It ignored Hu Yu and the other person, who looked like insects in front of it, but landed directly. After a short rest, it started a new round of ovulation plan. Is this the end? Su Zilong looked at Hu Yu, his eyes full of doubts. This shouldn't be the case. This person has never missed a moment since the end of the world. Could it be that this time, he made a mistake in judgment? Wait a little longer, Hu Yu said calmly. He didn't believe that the two eggs would not react at all when they were put together, even if Yu Xian's egg was really swallowed. The monster in front of him should have changed a little. It is impossible to continue ovulating normally like just now. 1 minute later, the monster really stopped ovulating. Its body was like a balloon, and began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unlike the expansion of the octopus girl and the big turtle, this expansion speed is obviously abnormal. Got to get away. Hu Yu didn't dare to hesitate, and didn't even let Su Zilong control the bubble to avoid it, but directly used the door handle to return to the heart of the ocean. He immediately rushed to the bow and shouted to Xiao Zissou and Xianer. Come back. Quickly. Xiao Hai. The defense system is fully activated. Yes, Master. Xiao Hai responded, and Xiao Zissou and Xianer also returned to the cabin at this moment and stood beside Hu Yu. The two of them had indeed reached their limit and were on the verge of collapse. Even after seeing Su Zilong, Xianer did not take action immediately. Even at this point, she still protected Hu Yu with her whole body, fearing that he would be hurt in the slightest. What's going on down there? Xiao Zissou was also exhausted, so she turned to Hu Yu and asked. You'll know in a moment. Hu Yu had just finished speaking when the next moment, the sea surface began to rise. All the black eggs that had been hatched and those that had not yet hatched were pushed up. A sunfish head with the facial features of an anglerfish poked out of the water, followed by a squid body and penguin fins. When the two girls saw this, their expressions froze instantly, and what they were thinking was probably no different from what Hu Yu was thinking at that time. What the hell is this? Before they could get rid of their doubts, the monster directly covered the heart of the ocean. Given the terrifying size of this monster, if it really covered it, even if the protective shield of the heart of the ocean could withstand it, everyone would probably be disgusted to death. It is estimated that Hu Yu will not take the heart of the ocean when traveling in the future, so as to avoid nightmares. Xiao Hai. Hanging mode. Get out of the way. Yes, Master. As soon as the voice fell, the heart of the ocean soared into the air, brushing against the monster's fins and barely passing by. Just as everyone was celebrating, a blood mist exploded. Pink blood covered the entire heart of the ocean. Chapter 286: The Convergence of 10,000 Seas. Luckily, fortunately, Su Zilong and Xiao Zissou were both present. The two of them worked together to barely control the pink blood that was both liquid and blood lingering outside the heart of the ocean, forming a barrier. In order to avoid secondary pollution, Xiao Zissou used her last bit of mental strength to condense the pink blood into a crystal. This might be the largest hemolytic crystal she had ever condensed. At this size, it was almost larger than the heart of the ocean. That guy is dead? Lu Ling asked tentatively. Among the people present, she was the only one who had not evolved or mutated, and could not find out the situation below. Despite her professional qualities as a secretary, she could not help but ask in this situation. I think so, Hu Yu replied and walked towards the bow. No matter what the result is, put this hemolytic crystal into the space first. There is no name written on this thing. Whoever eats it will be the beneficiary. What if the thing below is not dead and eats this thing to revive with full blood? Who can he go to for justice? Wouldn't our salted fish suffer in vain? But just when he stretched out his hand and was about to put the hemolytic crystal into the space, a black shadow jumped up from below and stuck to the hemolytic crystal. Hu Yu had no time to cancel the previous operation of storing it in the space, and the next moment he stored the hemolytic crystal in the space, and the black shadow was also brought to the front. Wait! Don't do it! The capable people present subconsciously wanted to take action. But fortunately, Hu Yu was one step faster, and saw who it was before he stopped it. Yu Xian. He was still alive. Yu Xian was now covered with pink mucus all over his body. In addition to the giant egg in his stomach, he was holding a pink strange egg in his arms. Close your eyes. It's too late. When Hu Yu roared, everyone had already noticed the egg. Unlike everyone else who was nervous, Yu Xian was still lying on the deck, sleeping soundly as if nothing had happened. Back off. Hu Yu uttered 2 words. No matter what the result would be if they touched this pink strange egg, the best thing to do was to take it back first. But just as he was about to put the egg into the space, Pieces of broken eggshell began to disappear. This is... shit! This thing is hatched. As a non-living thing. If the egg is stored in the space, it will be directly stored in the space. And it will not be stored in the space as it is now. There is only one possibility that can lead to the current situation. The egg is hatched. Now, the non-living subject is no longer the egg, but the pieces of eggshell in front of him. Yes, he wants to see what this thing looks like after hatching. But it couldn't be the current situation, whether he wanted it or not. It had already happened. When the pieces of eggshell disappeared, a pink little snake coiled on Xian's belly. From the perverted and disgusting guy just now, who thought that the egg would hatch out a strange creature. But he didn't expect just a snake? No. It seems to be more than a snake. Although the snake's body is still small, you can see the prototype of something from it. For example, the 5 claws on the abdomen and the horns on the top of the head. But Huyu was still a little unsure whether it was a symbol of the dragon or he was dazzled. When everyone looked at the little snake was also looking at them. It seemed to be looking for something. And soon, its target was locked on Huyu. It was the eggshell. Some creatures usually eat the eggshell after breaking out of the shell to supplement protein. But this guy had just hatched, and the eggshell was taken away by someone. Now, the only one who still smelled of eggshells was Huyu, except Yu Xian under him. At the moment when the little snake pounced, Huyu directly took out the fish pond. No matter what you are, go in first. Although the body length of this little snake is less than 20 centimeters. It is only 0.02 centimeters after being contained in the fish pond. And it is invisible without a magnifying glass. But this is the only safe way at present. Maybe it is because it was just born, and its new brain is not working well. Seeing the fish pond appear, the little snake did not dodge, and its whole body disappeared in the glass tank. Huyu heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was barely avoided. Just as he was about to take out a magnifying glass to see what the little snake was like now, the scene in front of him shocked him. The water in the fish pond was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the core was a vortex in the center of the fish pond. The little snake was in it. The speed of this little snake was even faster than Astrid's before. In less than 10 seconds, the water level of the fish pond dropped by about 2 centimeters, and its body length was also increasing. You know, this is the result after its size is reduced by 1,000 times. What if? Put it in the water? Can it alleviate the crisis of the current water level increase? Give it a try. Huyu sent the little snake in the fish pond into the Arctic Ocean. Maybe the iced water tastes better. Or maybe it's because the Arctic Ocean is still full of hatched and unhatched black eggs. The little snake's eating speed is obviously faster. Looking down from the air, they can even see that the water level of the Arctic Ocean is dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the little snake, which was only 20 centimeters long, is also growing in size. When it reached 2 meters, less than 3 seconds had passed. The little snake had not forgotten its original intention. It looked up and stared at the heart of the ocean. Charge. For the eggshell. After the impact of 1,000,000 troops, the heart of the ocean had less than 10% of its protective layer left. Huyu didn't want to collide with such a monster with the heart of the ocean. So he immediately put it into his space backpack. Everyone was exposed in the air, but they also avoided the attack of the little snake. In a flash, Huyu took out 6 steel plates again to form a simple room. Pushed the door open with the door handle. Opened the passage to the base. And immediately led everyone away from the scene. A second ago, they were still over the North Pole. The next second, they returned to the East China Sea. No matter how strong the little snake is, it won't come through space to find them. Right? Huyu exhaled a breath of foul air. And after returning to the base, he felt a lot more relaxed. He looked at Xiao Hai first. Xiao Hai, what is the situation in the Arctic Circle now? Master, you should see it yourself. As he said, a satellite image appeared on the tablet. It showed the water flow near the Arctic Circle. It can be simply summarized in 4 words. All the seas converge. Chapter 287. The second egg hatches. The Arctic Circle today is like the legendary Guishu, madly swallowing up all the liquid in existence. In less than 10 minutes, there were even some sporadic waves in the East China Sea waters in front of us. If the little snake continues to swallow at this rate, the water level that has been rising for days may even drop. Xiao Hai, what is the current water level? Huyu asked Xiao Hai with a hint of joy in his eyes. Master, the current water level is 6,500 meters. Why is it still 6,500 meters? No. The last time Shanghai reported 6,500 meters was half an hour ago. It is still 6,500 meters now. Which means that in the past half hour, the water level has not risen, but remained flat. From the time the monster egg hatched to now, less than 10 minutes have passed, and it has swallowed half an hour's precipitation. Even if the precipitation doubles tomorrow, the water level will only drop, and will not continue to rise. Unexpectedly, by accident, the most urgent matter was actually solved. But why? It's all right for now. Let's go back and rest. Huyu said casually. Sienna and the others were tired, so it wouldn't be too late to rest first. He returned to the hotel, leaned on the desk, and tapped the table with his fingers. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He realized everything that happened in these days was connected in his mind. Rebirth, or because of rebirth. Before rebirth, although the heavy rain continued until 49 days later, the precipitation was far less violent than it is now. After rebirth, the horror of the rainstorm is still increasing exponentially, and the water level will soon rise to the point where humans cannot survive. The reason is that in addition to some small things that changed because of Huyu, the biggest thing is the strange egg. Since the pink strange egg will absorb a lot of seawater after hatching. What about other strange eggs? Do they have the same characteristics? In the past few days, he first took away the giant turtle in the Pacific Ocean, and then put the octopus girl into the fish pond. If he hadn't interfered, perhaps 2 days or even earlier, the big turtle or the octopus girl would have finished hatching a strange egg. By then, the water level would naturally drop like it is now. After offsetting the exponentially growing rainstorm, wouldn't the growth of the water level be normal? As for what exactly is going on with the rainstorm, that is far more terrifying than the previous life. Huyu hasn't figured it out yet, but it is estimated that it should also be related to his rebirth. As for how to deal with the little snake later, Huyu has no idea at the moment, and can only take it one step at a time. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Huyu subconsciously glanced at the surveillance camera and found that the person who came was Xiao Zissou. Didn't I tell them to have a good rest? Come in. Xiao Zissou immediately pushed the door open and walked in. Something happened. Hurry to the operating room. Huh? Huyu immediately stood up and followed Xiao Zissou all the way to the operating room. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to rest? How did you get to the operating room? That's salted fish. Xiao Zissou frowned and said. When I just came back, he also showed up in the hotel room. Originally, he looked fine, so I didn't want to disturb you. But now, I have to disturb you. Hotel room? That's not right. Although the heart of the ocean was in the space backpack. When he left the Arctic Circle, the fish pond automatically took Yuxian, Astrid, and Octopus Girl into it. In this case, they should all be in the fish pond. So why did Yuxian come out? Huyu frowned slightly. The last time a creature escaped the control of the fish pond. It was just now. Could it be that the egg in Yuxian's body is about to hatch? There was no time to explain too much. Huyu just followed Xiao Zissou all the way to the operating room. As soon as the door of the operating room was opened, a ball of flesh lying on the operating table came into view. Just now, even if Yuxian's belly was bigger, it still looked a bit human. But now, let alone human shape, the expansion of the flesh ball is like a braised lion's head with a diameter of 2 meters. The head, limbs, and body are not similar to Yuxian at all. Is this Yuxian? Even though he had already seen Yu Yun's father Xian's faceplate, Huyu couldn't help but ask. Although it's not obvious, it's definitely him. Xiao Zissou replied helplessly. When we found him, he still had some human form. And then he expanded wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When I went out to find you, his diameter wasn't that scary. I'm afraid it's going to explode. Huyu frowned and spat out a sentence. Didn't the monster hatch the egg after it exploded last time? Maybe the egg in Yuxian's body is trying to replicate this action. But even if it explodes, it can't be exploded here. There is a Guishu in the North Pole. But if there is another Guishu here, the base will really have to move. To put it another way, even if Yuxian is to be released, the best choice is to go to the South Pole. But in this situation, can he still hold on to the South Pole? Huyu tentatively stepped forward and tried to use the fish pond to collect Yuxian first. When the fish pond touched him, he did fall into the pond and became a tiny black dot. But this only lasted for a moment. The next moment, Yu Xian disappeared into the fish pond again and returned to the operating table. Is this teleportation? No. It's impossible. If he could teleport, how could he still stay here? He must have returned to the sea like that little snake and started to absorb seawater crazily. Xiao Hai. Replay the video. Yes. Master. A screen appeared above the two people's heads. It played everything that had just happened at 0.1 times the speed. And a shadow jumped out of the fish pond and appeared directly on the operating table. The huge meatball was as agile as a cat. The whole process was so fast that the two of them didn't react and didn't see the shadow. So they all thought Yu Xian had mastered the ability of teleportation. But, since he had this ability, why did he still lie on the operating table? Hu Yu frowned and said nothing. And an unlikely possibility popped up in his mind. This guy is so lazy. Could it be that he is too lazy to come out? So he wants Hu Yu and the others to perform a cesarean section on him? After eliminating all the impossibilities, the only answer left is this. He turned his head and glanced at Xiao Zissou. Although she behaved normally, her right hand was already shaking slightly. Obviously, she had never seen this scene before and seemed a little nervous. Otherwise, she would not have forgotten to find Xiao Hai to report directly, but would have run all the way to find him. Hu Yu took a step forward, staring at the location of the strange egg, raised his hand and patted Xiao Zissou on the shoulder. I will be the main surgeon. You teach me. Chapter 288 Opportunity to Ask Questions. Ah? Xiao Zissou was stunned for a moment. Then she realized what Hu Yu had just said. You are the surgeon? What are you going to do? Of course. I am going to take the baby out of the patient, Hu Yu said helplessly, and came to Yu Xian, and took out the scalpel in the space. But he didn't know how to start. Where should we start cutting? Or you can draw an auxiliary line for me. Let me do it, Xiao Zissou said, and was about to take the scalpel from Hu Yu. But Hu Yu stared into her eyes and shook his head. You just need to guide me from the side. No other way. In addition to being the parasite of the strange egg, Yu Xian has another identity. The owner of strong luck. At this time, if Xiao Zissou is the main surgeon, once the strange egg causes any danger, she will be the first to bear the brunt. Even if Hu Yu is watching beside her, he can't protect her in the first time. The best solution is to perform the surgery himself. Even if there is any danger, Xiao Hai will build the first layer of barrier, and he can also retreat to the fish pond for shelter. At worst, he could take the entire hotel away and create a time difference to avoid damage. No matter how you look at it, it is safer than Xiao Zissou's operation. Seeing Hu Yu so determined, Xiao Zissou did not hesitate, raised his hand, and drew a line on Yu Xian's belly with his fingernails. Here, the first cut is 2 centimeters, and judge the situation inside. Xiao Zissou frowned and added, let me make it clear first. I have never participated in a cesarean section, let alone a cesarean section of this size. I just read the knowledge in the book. Nonsense. Hu Yu has already started to cut. Didn't you participate in it last time? To be honest, I followed the dissection process at that time. The same is true this time. Hu Yu looked at Yu Xian in front of him. It's just that the thing to be dissected is a little bigger. The blade fell, and a layer of skin was cut open, exposing the fat underneath. Luckily, Yu Xian's skin is still in human condition, so he doesn't need to use an electric saw. Otherwise it would be really difficult to operate. But the data Xiao Zissou just gave, 2 centimeters. Obviously not enough. Hu Yu made up his mind and directly stabbed the scalpel deep into it, and only started to cut when he felt the difference in the touch. The nearly 10 centimeter long scalpel had been inserted for most of the time. After slowly cutting it open, he could finally see the specific structure inside. It was different from what he saw last time. Last time, there were still many organs in Yu Xian's body, wrapped around the azure strange egg. But now, all the internal organs in Yu Xian's body disappeared, leaving only a touch of azure in the abdominal cavity, constantly trembling, like a heart. The only difference is that there is no blood vessel connecting the heart. Whether or not to take out the egg, Yu Xian will not survive in this situation. Therefore, the wound is not big enough. Hu Yu could only continue to dig open Yu Xian's abdomen. The nearly half-meter long cut, carved on the huge meatball, did not seem abrupt. Just as Hu Yu opened the cut again and was about to take out the strange egg, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Ka! This is the sound of the eggshell breaking. Too late. Yu opened the meatball with one hand and reached directly into the meatball with the other hand. Like just now. He put the broken eggshell into the space. Although I don't know what the purpose of this eggshell is. Seeing how persistent the little snake was last time. This thing must be extremely important to them. Put it into the space first to avoid being passive in the future. As pieces of eggshell flew into the space backpack, a blue snake embryo gradually appeared. It looked 99% similar to the pink snake just now, as if they were carved from the same mold. Yu immediately dodged sideways, ready to face the attack of the little snake. 1 second, 5 seconds, a full 10 seconds passed, and there was no movement inside the meatball. Yu was stunned for a moment. Could it be that this little snake also maintained its previous personality after hatching? A hopelessly lazy personality? He really wanted to see the situation inside the meatball. But he didn't dare to stick his head in, for fear that it was a trap set by the other party. Fortunately, there is everything in the space backpack. Yu took out a searchlight camera and pointed the lens at the inside of the meatball. Looking at the picture on the display screen, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. I saw that the little snake was not coiled in place, but vomiting. Every time it vomited, a pool of light blue liquid would appear inside the meatball and begin to change gradually. Small intestine, large intestine, stomach, pancreas, one organ after another, derived from the light blue liquid, until the entire meatball is filled. Is it saving people? What's going on? Under Yu's shocked eyes, the little snake spit out the last pool of light blue liquid, and then spit it under itself, wrapping itself up, and then turned into a beating heart. The next moment, blood vessels extended from the heart, connecting all other organs. The thumping heartbeat echoed inside the meatball. Because the wound caused by the dissection began to heal quickly, even the meatball began to shrink continuously, gradually returning to a human-like state. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds. The originally huge meatball turned into a salted fish again. Yu first glanced at the panel and found that it was still the same as before, and then tried to approach slowly. When he came in front of Yu, he was speechless. This guy actually fell asleep. He was even snoring. They were so nervous in front of the operating table. But this guy was sleeping soundly. Hey! Wake up! Yu raised his hand and patted the guy's face. But there was no response. This forced him to use his special move. He raised both hands, pinched Yu's nose with one hand, and lifted his jaw with the other hand. Normally speaking, if a normal person is controlled in these two places while sleeping, he will wake up in no more than 3 seconds. But Yu, he opened his mouth again, right next to his cheek, and continued to breathe fresh air. Okay. This is how you play it. Right. Do you think I can't do anything about it? Zissou. Turn your head. Yu said, as he was about to take out another strange egg from the bottom of the box in the space. I don't believe you won't wake up. As if sensing someone's thoughts, Yu actually raised his eyes. His originally black eyes had now turned azure blue. His lips on his cheeks moved up and down, making strange sounds. Human. Yu seemed to be thinking about something rude. This tone. Yu took a step back, giving Yu space to get up. But he didn't intend to get up, but continued to lie on the operating table, closing his eyes, as if he was enjoying this feeling. Since you helped me hatch, you have a chance to ask questions. Chapter 289 The Truth. Ask a question? This is so attractive to Yu. If nothing else, his mind is full of confusion, and he just needs someone who can answer his questions. Since this little snake has the ability to communicate with people, it knows at least much more than Astrid. But there is only one chance. Yu thought for a few breaths, still thinking about what to ask. Before he asked the question, Yu's eyes began to tremble slightly, and it looked like he was about to fall asleep. No matter what, ask the most important question first. How to end this apocalypse? Yu's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly uttered, Apocalypse? For those of you who are still alive, this has never been the apocalypse. After saying that, his eyelids closed. Yu raised his eyes again, and the pupils in his eye sockets had returned to black. He propped himself up and looked at Yu in a daze. President? What's going on with me? The whole process happened so fast that Yu didn't have time to think about it. And Yu had temporarily returned to normal. Not the end of the world. What kind of answer is that? Old 6. At least give an accurate answer. Why be so careless? What do you remember? Yu looked at Yu and asked. I just remember it was under the cabin. Yu Xian was horrified when he said that, and looked down at his belly. That egg. Is it in my stomach? Don't worry. It's not in your stomach now. Thank you, President, for saving my life. The snake that hatched is just in your heart. Yu Xian, can you finish your words at once? Snake, what snake? Why is it in my heart? Yu Xian asked questions one after another. But Hu Yu didn't know how to answer these questions. He could only walk to Yu Xian's side, raised his hand, and patted him on the shoulder twice. Don't worry. It's not dead. Now you can live the life you most desire. Ah? Eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. Don't take anything to heart. If you need anything, just call someone. I will prepare a full-time nanny for you. This? Yu Xian tilted his head and blinked. Didn't you promise me this before? You're so stupid. You can't remember other things. But you remember this thing clearly. Right. Yes. Hu Yu patted him on the shoulder. I'll give you an extra benefit. A nanny to serve you. How about it? Isn't it loyal enough? The boss is generous. Okay. I'll ask the nanny to come to you later. You can rest for a while. And call Xiaohai directly if you need anything. After that, Hu Yu took Xiao Zissou out the door. Thank you. Boss. It's just a small matter. The door of the operating room closed. Xiao Zissou looked at Hu Yu and asked directly. Are you really going to leave him in the hotel? What else can we do? Hu Yu frowned and said. You also found that the snake in Yu Xian's heart is obviously different from the previous one. It has wisdom and can communicate. It is our only source of understanding the truth of the world. Since it is willing to cooperate now, and has not shown any aggression, we can only keep it by our side for the time being. This is a helpless solution. Let's take a step back. With its ability, even if it treats us as piglets in a livestock farm, we can only accept it. Thank it for not eating us now. Xiao Zissou did not speak. After a while of silence, she had to admit that what Hu Yu said was true. What about the nanny? Su Zilong. Hu Yu immediately named a candidate. He is the most suitable. I will go find him later. Except for the three of us. Don't let anyone else know about this for the time being. Anyway, the salted fish has a low presence, and no one will care if he disappears. If I have a chance, I will find a way to get rid of him. Yeah. That? Yu Xian's voice suddenly came from the operating room. Why don't you go farther away to discuss? I can still hear it. Hu Yu was speechless. Who the hell could have thought of this? Although the specifications of the operating room converted from this room are not as good as the one in the heart of the ocean, the soundproofing level is also the standard of a 5-star hotel. Who knew that this kind of thing would happen? But fortunately, even if this salted fish heard it, he was too lazy to take any measures. So the impact was not that big. Hu Yu took Xiao Zissou to find Su Zilong, assigned him the task, and repeatedly told him that he must not tell the fourth person about this matter. Even Shinshan was not allowed. Shinshan was in charge of the entire base, and he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to Brother Shan. After getting the guarantee, Su Zilong went to take care of Yu Xian, and the two of them had to stay together 24 hours a day. So the rooms were arranged as suites, in order to pay attention to him at the first time. Hu Yu arranged the suite for the two of them next to him, only one wall away from his bedroom. If something unexpected happens, he can deal with it immediately. After dealing with Yu Xian's affairs, Hu Yu collapsed on the bed and didn't want to do anything. What is this? It's the end of the world. I have a space and a system, so I can live well anyway. But what's going on now? The rainstorm is more terrifying than the previous life, and it is even related to the world-destroying flood 10,000 years ago, and the mutant creatures that are almost gods. This, don't talk about rebirth and system. Even if the motherland comes, they will hug the Nani and scold it for not being able to play. Alas, Hu Yu sighed. He didn't want to do anything now. He just wanted to sleep. Anyway, he would wait until the water level dropped to the limit before looking for the answers to these questions. Time passed by little. Hu Yu's heavy eyelids gradually closed. But just when he was about to fall asleep, a crisp sound came. Ding! It is detected that there is a message from the heart of the ocean. Do you want to receive it? Hu Yu snorted. News from the heart of the ocean? Who else would send a message except the octopus girl in the fish pond? Forget it. I don't want to care. Wait for the octopus sister to lock it up for a while, and then give it the so-called freedom after it wakes up. Just when Hu Yu was hesitating between sleeping and waking up without giving a response, Xiao Hai's voice sounded again. The signal has been received by default for you. The next moment, the picture of the indoor swimming pool popped up. Astrid, who was imprisoned in the cage, was like crazy, and his hands kept hitting the steel plate. Because of excessive force, blood had already soaked into the swimming pool. Huyu just raised his eyes for a moment, and his mind was instantly clear. Right in the middle of the swimming pool, there were 2 words written in blood: the truth. What does it mean? Has she come to her senses? Alas, Huyu sighed, and had no choice but to get up from the bed. My life is such a tiring one. After leaving the hotel, Huyu stepped on the steel plate, found a relatively large open space, and released the heart of the ocean again. When he walked into the heart of the ocean and came to the swimming pool, Astrid's eyes had completely changed, and he roared at him ferociously. Monster! You released the monster? Chapter 290, They are the real apocalypse. Monsters? When Huyu heard these 2 words, his brows knitted tightly, and his expression became extremely serious. Whether it was the existence that could communicate with them normally just now, or the horror that was swallowing up seawater in the Arctic Circle, they could all be called monsters. But the reason why he frowned was not this. But how did Astrid know all this? When the pink little snake came out, she was imprisoned under the swimming pool. She shouldn't have sensed any movement. Moreover, judging from her tone and reaction, she should have known about the existence of the little snake. Are you going to tell me the truth? Huyu didn't ask directly, but moved a sofa out and sat across from the swimming pool. Your so-called truth is that you want me to come and see you go crazy? You don't know what happened at all. You don't know at all. Astrid continued to roar. She hit the cage on the surface of the swimming pool. The end of the world. The real end of the world is coming. The end of the world has already come. Huyu frowned and said, getting up from the sofa, if you asked me to come here just to talk about these things, then you should just stay locked up slowly. Wait! Astrid called Huyu. She also realized that her state was not right. So she took her hands off the cage and tried to keep herself in a peaceful state. We need to talk. What? Talk about your Atlantis? Huyu sneered. Or have you come up with another lie to test my bottom line? I am indeed from Atlantis. Astrid's tone sounded calm, but one could hear the suppressed tremor in his voice. It's just that we don't live in the sea, but in another place. A place very close to the blue planet. Where? Huyu half-jokingly said. On the moon? Yeah. Yeah. Hearing Astrid's movements, Huyu immediately exclaimed in surprise. Huh? What are you talking about? Are we really on the moon? After our evolution, technology has made great progress, and we have built aircraft to land on the moon. Wait. Don't fool me. Huyu frowned and said. There is no air or water on the moon. How can you live there? Can you think about this lie? To be precise, there is no air and water on the surface of the moon. But inside, you haven't explored it yet. Right? Astrid said calmly. The mass of the moon is far less than that of the blue planet, and it cannot capture the atmosphere. But there is still water. From your current exploration data, you should have detected water in the lunar soil and rocks on the lunar surface. Right? Huyu did not speak. He was too busy taking care of the things on the blue planet to pay attention to these things. So he went straight to Xiao Hai and asked, Xiao Hai, is there any information about the lunar soil in the database? Yes, Master. I have retrieved it for you. Huyu looked at the data on the tablet, which indeed recorded that there was water in the lunar soil and lunar rocks on the lunar surface. But the water ratio was very small, with only 120 grams of water in 1 ton of lunar soil, and only 180 grams of water in 1 ton of lunar rocks. This water was composed of solar wind, celestial body impact, and a small amount of native water on the moon. This level of water is probably not enough for Astrid in 1 day. Right? It seems that you should understand something. Astrid smiled bitterly. Do you remember the blue liquid that flowed out when you cut open my space suit? That is the native water inside the moon. Unlike the water on the blue planet, that water contains a nutrient element that can provide us with water-oxygen conversion without too much. It is precisely because of this thing that we can continue our civilization on the moon. Huyu fell into silence. After a few breaths, he shook his head. No, it's still not right. Let alone whether your technological level can reach this level. Even if you can make a manned lunar landing vehicle, how do you know that there is such a substance inside the moon? Huyu stared at her and said word by word. I don't believe you would gamble the future of the entire race on this matter. Yes, we didn't gamble. Astrid also stared at him. We know. We knew from the beginning that there is an environment suitable for our survival on the moon. Who told you? That? The monster. Instantly, the heart of the ocean fell into silence. Monster, a little snake? If it is it. It seems possible. Just now. Didn't a little snake give him a chance to ask questions? It, or what they know, may be much more than who you and others expected. Who you sat down on the sofa again, without saying a word, and listened quietly to Astrid's explanation. In the beginning, we lived on this continent just like you. But unfortunately, a devastating flood came. Just like now, bringing an evolutionary storm and disaster. At that time, there were more civilizations on the continent than just us. Most of the civilizations were wiped out by the flood. And only a few ethnic groups, including us, survived. Including your civilization. China. Flood. Is this talking about Nuwa mending the sky? Yes. Who you discovered it when he was looking up information. No matter which existing civilization, myth, or legend, they all have one thing in common. Destroying floods. China has Nuwa mending the sky. The West has Noah's Ark. And other civilizations also have similar descriptions. As for evolution, Gongon who controls water, Zhurong who controls fire, and those gods. Could it be that they all gave rise to evolved humans? Who you took a breath. Unlike last time. At least so far. He has not found any evidence that Astrid lied. Let's take a look. You can't ask questions at this time. Only by letting her continue to talk can we catch her flaws. The remaining tribes have evolved in different directions and degrees. You should have discovered the direction of our tribe's evolution. Super strong adaptability? No. There should be development of intelligence. Otherwise, how could such a manned aircraft be built in ancient times? At first, all of our tribes thought it was a gift from God. But later we found out. God was just using us as food. Astrid's voice continued to sound. Food? Who you couldn't help asking. You mean? Just what you understand. Astrid sighed and said helplessly. The things you released are not the first time they have appeared on Blue Star. The last flood was the real end of the world. Chapter 291 I Want Revenge. Huyu was silent again. No loopholes. He still couldn't find any loopholes. At present, every word Astrid said, every excited expression, and even all the logic were correct. Is everything she said true? That's too outrageous. Right? Wait. There is still a question. Huyu suddenly had an idea and asked Astrid. You said that all our tribes have evolved. And we are used as food by those so-called monsters? That's right. What about the tribes on Blue Star now? With their appetite. They can't leave us here. Right? I don't know about that either. Astrid lowered his head. In the beginning, most of our tribes were fighting those beings with their own methods. Trying to kill them. But later, our tribe was on the verge of extinction and couldn't stand the attacks of those monsters. We had no choice but to launch the backup plan. We once got a clue from a monster that there is space for us to survive inside the moon. We escaped to the moon, continued our race, and slowly found a way to destroy these monsters. Not long after we entered the moon, the flood dissipated, and the group of monsters disappeared. Originally, we planned to return to the blue planet, but no matter how many spacecraft we sent back, they would be blocked by a barrier, as if they were protected by something, making it impossible to land. We could only wander on the moon, watching our homeland being changed little by little, and the traces of our existence being erased little by little, until a few decades ago, something flew into space from the Blue Star. It was at this time that we knew that the barrier had been eliminated, and we began to exclude our people to contact the current human race on the Blue Star and slowly understand the current world. In other words, Astrid's ancestors participated in the last evolution and became bystanders of the final battle? No. To be precise, they were not even bystanders. They didn't even know what happened on Blue Star in the end. They just saw the results and became a recorder. In addition, due to the scarcity of their tribe, there was no war or other civil strife during the period, and the most ancient records were not lost. But what about other tribes that participated in the evolution? Wait. Huyu looked at Astrid and asked. You know that the flood is over and that the monster disappeared. Can you also see other things that happened on Blue Star? Of course. What about the other tribes that participated in the evolution? Did they live in other places like you? No. Astrid looked at Huyu. Aren't you that tribe? Huyu frowned and said. But we evolved after we came into contact with rain. So how can we be related to the ancient tribes? I don't know about that. Astrid shook his head. According to the records left by our ancestors, after the monsters disappeared, the races that participated in the monster suppression operation stayed on Blue Star. As for why the gene degeneration occurred, we don't know the specific reason. The clue is broken. So far, all of Astrid's statements have reached the level of logical self-consistency. Even if Huyu has doubts in her heart, she can't find a way or evidence to disprove it. If all this is true, then what is her purpose? So, Huyu tentatively said, "You are coming down from the moon now. Are you going to make up for the regrets of your ancestors?" "No." Astrid shook his head helplessly. The bitter smile on his face was uglier than crying. "I came here to bring something down." "What?" Huyu frowned slightly. "Didn't you just bring a pendant down?" The red gem did not belong to any mineral on the blue planet. Now it seems that it is probably a product unique to the moon. In order to prevent her from doing anything with the thing, Huyu also deliberately put it into the space backpack. That is actually the latest technology we have developed, which can shrink some things and put them in it. Shrink? Wait! Huyu immediately took the pendant out of the space. At first glance, the crystal was red and translucent, which looked pretty good. But if you look closely, you can see that there is an egg in the middle of the crystal with the same color. No. To be precise, it is a fragment of eggshell. The colors of the two are too similar. If you don't look carefully, you can't see that there is such a thing inside the crystal. Huyu took a breath of cold air, and the hand holding the pendant trembled slightly. No wonder Astrid was willing to brave the heavy rain and floods and come down from the moon. It turns out that he brought this thing with him. Now, do you know why I am anxious? Astrid sighed helplessly. I didn't lie before. Our tribe is indeed facing a crisis. It's just that this crisis is not a flood, but a monster hatched on the moon. It's right. Huyu uttered a word. Let them be the sixth one. They are fighting in the front. And you are just jumping to another server to develop. Now it's fun. The enemy has chased you, and you turn around to see. Well, the support is all on the previous server. You can't win in a one-on-one fight. Who can you blame? Huyu leaned on the sofa and put the pendant back. Okay. Tell me. What is your purpose? I don't believe that you suddenly went crazy and wanted to find me, and told me all the truth, just to gain sympathy. I received the message. Astrid had a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Just an hour ago, I was the last person in our tribe. I want to survive, so I have to cooperate with you. News? Huyu still didn't believe her and asked again. You are locked up here. Where did you get the news? Here. Astrid raised his hand and pointed at his head. During the evolution, our tribe has already completed the spiritual sharing. As long as the individual is willing, he can upload his memory to the collective consciousness network. Just now, a total of 2,123 death videos have been uploaded to the consciousness network. This is the last gift given to me by a total of 2,113 people from Atlantis. Huyu was silent. Now he understood why Astrid was so devastated. He brought the hope of his people to find the fire that could save them. But now, the fire was not found. And when he was imprisoned, all his people had died. Huyu could understand this kind of sorrow and pain. My condolences. I don't want condolences. Astrid raised his head and stared into Huyu's eyes. I want revenge. Chapter 292 Actually, you don't have to be so tired. Revenge. It is indeed an enduring topic in human history. But according to the current situation, Astrid's words are like an ant trying to eat an elephant alive. Is it possible? Unless this ant can also mutate or evolve. The possibility is almost zero. Even so, Huyu did not lift the steel plate, but half squatted on the ground, looking at Astrid and said, You know, we are the only ones on Blue Star now. It's hard to survive, let alone revenge. Forget revenge. No! Astrid uttered a word hastily. She stared at Huyu and roared. They are still here. They must still be here. There is no reason why our races that withdrew from the stage can still survive and retain the traces of evolution, while their more evolved races are gone. They must still be here. I have studied the myths and legends of your Chinese people. There are many, many, many traces of evolution in them. I believe they must still exist. Whether they exist or not is not up to you. And it has nothing to do with me either. Huyu said helplessly. No matter what the situation is, he will not easily release Astrid. You can say he is cautious or he is afraid of the ropes after being bitten by a snake. No matter what the reason is, before everything she said is confirmed. This will only be her only residence. Hu turned and left without taking the heart of the ocean away, leaving a pool of water in the original place. Being tough is a matter of attitude, and what needs to be done still needs to be done. This pool of water is just a tribute to those seniors. Back to the hotel. Hu collapsed on the bed. If it were just now, he would have fallen asleep. But now, his mental state is too good, and his mind is full of what Astrid just said. Ancient civilization. Ancient floods. Ancient evolvers. Each point is enough to make him unable to fall asleep. If everything she said was true, where did all those evolvers go? Did they die? Apart from anything else. Even he now could feel that his vitality was particularly exaggerated. It would not be a problem to live for at least 200 or 300 years. If he continued to evolve, this time would only increase at a terrifying rate. Thousands of years? 10,000 years would not be an exaggeration. For those who could move mountains and fill the sea at will, wouldn't it be easy for them to live for 10,000 years? But now the end of the world has come again. Where have they gone? Problems. All problems. Hu had no intention of getting up after lying down. He forced himself to sleep. But there was no way. Until, bang bang, there was a knock on the door. Hu subconsciously glanced at his phone, and the screen lit up. The time on it showed 8:13 p.m. It had been almost 4 hours since he came back. But he had no reaction at all, and his mind was still full of those messy thoughts. If Astrid's purpose was to disturb Hu's mind, then she had completely succeeded. Bang, bang bang. The knock on the door sounded again. What's the matter? Hu turned over and asked outside the door. I was afraid that you fell asleep and didn't have dinner, so I asked you to get up and eat. Xiao Zissou said and pushed the door open. Have you put on your clothes? I don't want to get a sty. Wow. Doctors can get sty? Hu teased, covering up his emotions just now. There is no clue. No clue. And no solution to this kind of thing. The more people know, the more trouble they will be. There is no need to let too many people follow and scratch their scalps. Yes. Xiao Zissou replied as a matter of course. You have never seen the anorectal department. Anything can be taken out of it. Doctors go to the ophthalmology department every now and then. Aren't they also considered ophthalmology? You'd better not let the anorectal department hear you. Hu shrugged, said nothing, and walked out the door. Let's go. What delicious food are you eating today? You'll know after you take a look. Xiao Zissou kept it a secret. Hu followed her all the way to the kitchen, and the two of them were stunned. 5 non-staff crew members stood in the kitchen, busy washing today's dishes. Okay. They're done eating. I don't know. Xiao Zissou's expression was a little embarrassed. I just woke up from a nap and thought of calling you to eat. Then you called the right person. Hu reluctantly took out 2 buckets of instant noodles. Let's eat this. Okay. Instant noodles are something that can be eaten in a simple way or in a complicated way. 10 minutes later, on the observation deck at the top of Zijing Mountain, 2 bowls of hot instant noodles were opened, covered with lobster, abalone, fish maw and other delicacies. Noodles? It was like a string connecting each abalone. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it at all. Just a mouthful of soup in the bowl. In the end of the world outside, is enough to make a person's uric acid exceed the standard. But Hu and the others didn't care. Evolvers. The metabolism is high, and the consumption is much higher than that of normal people. After eating this bowl, it may be only 60% full at most. We'll talk about midnight snacks later. Huh? Xiao Zissou held one of the bowls. Her eyes almost straightened. Instant noodles in a dream. I'll start first. Eat. Eat. Hu replied, and started eating by himself. The two were really hungry, and they had eaten most of the bowl before they thought about chatting. You went out once this afternoon, right? Xiao Zissou put the bowl aside and asked. Yeah. I went to find someone. Who? Woman. Oh. Does our president, who need to be sneaky when looking for a woman? Xiao Zissou was determined to get to the bottom of it, and asked Hu directly. Tell me, which queen is about to take the throne? What's being broadcast in the cafeteria recently? The Legend of Jinhuan. What's wrong? Nothing. Hu replied helplessly. No wonder. He finished the remaining instant noodles in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, stood up and said, It's getting late. Let's go back. What happened? Xiao Zissou actually noticed that something was wrong with Hu early on. It was not because of his condition, but because of the smell on his body. A smell of blood. A smell of blood she had never smelled before. It's okay. Hu Yu was still holding on. Unwilling to say. Tomorrow. I will call you to a meeting tomorrow to talk about what happened today. Meetings are meetings. And talking about things is talking about things. But what to talk about in the meeting is still up to Hu Yu to decide. Hu Yu. Xiao Zisu's tone suddenly became serious. She looked at Hu Yu and said word by word. Actually, you don't have to be so tired. Chapter 293. What's up with you looking for me? Boom. 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 A rumbling tremor came from next door. Hu Yu immediately sat up straight, frowned and looked at the front. Ready to evacuate at any time. Yu Xian lived in that place. No. To be precise, it was that monster. Hey. That's not right. In this situation, shouldn't Xianer be the first to react? Why didn't she react at all? As if she noticed Hu Yu's doubts. And Xianer spoke calmly. This movement has been going on since last night. Last night? Hu Yu was stunned for a moment. Why didn't I notice it? And Xianer didn't answer. And the mind-reading skill didn't trigger. But Hu Yu still felt that she was thinking about something rude. Forget it. Let's see first. Hu Yu waited for a while, and found that as Xianer said. The roar continued. But there was no real movement. After about 15 seconds, the roar disappeared. Xiao Hai. Turn on the surveillance in the next room. Yes. Master. Instantly, the surveillance footage appeared on the tablet. In the footage, Yu Xian was lying quietly on the bed, without any movement, looking like he was asleep. Now nothing can be seen. We have to see what happened during the roar. Hu Yu rewound the surveillance footage for a few seconds, and the footage suddenly became weird. Yu Xian's body on the bed began to twist. His right hand passed under his left leg, and he bent his entire left leg over his head, with his calf turned outward. His left hand also made the same movement, and the whole person fell on the bed. And then the trembling sound followed. The movements he made were all impossible for humans to do. All the muscles in his body were trembling with the rhythm, one after another. 15 seconds later, Yu Xian's muscles began to swell with blood, and the color of his skin began to turn dark purple. And the sound stopped. He gradually relaxed, restored his hands and feet to their original positions, and lay flat on the bed, as if nothing had happened. Hu Yu frowned slightly. It was obvious. Yu Xian, before doing that set of movements, was completely different from Yu Xian now. Not only was the muscle tissue more dense, but even the skeleton had changed. Could it be that the monster in his heart was affecting him? Xianer. Hu Yu turned to look at Xianer. How long did this sound last night? 3 times. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. And 10 seconds respectively. This time it was 15 seconds. Which means that the duration of this behavior is increasing. If it continues like this, what will Yu Xian become in the future? Hu Yu doesn't know, and doesn't want to guess. Now they are in the honeymoon period with the monster. Instead of guessing, it is better to take the initiative to contact and ask what is going on. Xiao Hai. Prepare 3 breakfasts and send them to the door. Yes, master. Hu Yu washed up. And when he went out, breakfast had been delivered to the door of the room. He picked up a sandwich and gave it to Xianer. This is for you. Thank you. And Xianer took the sandwich and ate it silently. Since the second evolution, Xianer has indeed become more talkative. Although her temperament is still as unfriendly as before. She has at least talked to Hu Yu and the others. You're welcome, Hu Yu added. And when Xianer finished eating, he picked up the remaining 2 portions and walked towards Yu Xian's door. The door opened, but he didn't let Xianer in. Instead, he went straight to Yu Xian's bed and sat down, put down a bedside table, and placed breakfast on it. Chat? After asking, Yu Xian was still lying on the bed, not moving at all. I know about the ancient times. That salted fish was still motionless. You should have been there at that time. Right? Don't move. Just don't move. In addition to the one in the Arctic Circle, there is another one of your kind that was hatched on the moon. Hu Yu's voice remained calm, or maybe it shouldn't be called hatching. It should be called rebirth. This time, Yu Xian raised his eyes. Here it comes. Was I right? Since the number and types of monsters that appeared this time are exactly the same as those recorded in Astrid civilization, they are very likely to be of the same race, the offspring of those monsters, or some other kind of relatives. But in addition to this relationship, there is another possibility. They are themselves. The reason why Hu Yu had this guess was because of the opportunity given in Yu Xian's heart. An opportunity to ask questions. Let me ask. It is reasonable for a newly hatched life to have instincts. But if it has such a mature attitude and way of dealing with things, then the possibility of the latter is far greater than the former. Just when Hu Yu was about to continue to bring up the topic and elicit the other party's answer, Yu Xian stood up, grabbed the sandwich with both hands and started to bite. Hu Yu looked into Yu Xian's eyes, and the expected dazzling blue did not appear, but a pair of black eyes appeared in his pupils. What is this? The monster didn't wake up at all? As if he noticed Hu Yu's gaze, Yu Xian asked in confusion, President? What's wrong? Is this breakfast yours? Not really. Hu Yu said helplessly. You continue eating. Okay. Yu Xian replied righteously. Wait for me to finish eating. And then I will continue to sleep. I promise not to delay your business. Business? Sleep? When can these two words be used together? Hu Yu was helpless. But there was nothing he could do about this guy. If the thing in his heart doesn't come out, Yu Xian will be just an ordinary salted fish. And staying here honestly is the biggest help. Let me show you something, Hu Yu said. And he turned on the surveillance camera in his room and put it on the table for him to watch. When the picture in the surveillance camera just now came out, Yu Xian's face changed instantly. And the sandwich in his hand didn't smell good anymore. After watching it, Hu Yu asked directly, What do you think? Yu Xian didn't answer, but buried his head and moved between his legs. Can you be more normal? Hu Yu was speechless. I think it's quite normal, Yu Xian whispered, but didn't try any more. He stood up, raised his hand and pointed at his heart, looked at Hu Yu and asked, So, those actions were made by the stuff here? If it was you, the stuff I recorded should have been mosaicked. Then I'll ask him. Ask? Hu Yu asked in confusion, before he could come to his senses and figure out what happened. He saw Yu Xian close his eyes and lie down. When he got up again, the right pupil began to turn blue, but the other pupil was still black on a white background. The blue looked at Hu Yu and said calmly, What do you want to see me for? Chapter 294. Okay. Let's play it this way. Right. You could really ask. Hu Yu almost choked on his breath. But he came back to his senses in the first place. What a rare opportunity. He looked at the other party and was about to ask. But the blue didn't give him a chance to ask questions at all, and interrupted him directly. I'm not asking you. One sentence. Hu Yu felt as if his throat was pinched by something. He couldn't tremble at all. This feeling was very much like being affected by Xiaomo's mental power. But unlike the previous one, the feeling this blue brought to him now was more domineering and more terrifying. Hey! I said. Yu Xian's voice came from the same mouth. But the tone, intonation and emotion were completely different. What on earth are you going to do with my body? If you don't tell me, I can commit suicide. No, you won't, Yuan said calmly. I just want to use your body to survive. As for other things, I'm too lazy to consider them. TSK, Yu Xian's voice sounded again. I warn you, you'd better not do anything while I'm asleep. If I find out, humph, even if I commit suicide, I won't let you get away with it. Heh. Yuan sneered and looked at Hu Yu. You smell like other races. Why? Are they still alive? In an instant, Hu Yu felt that the restrictions on him were lifted. He swallowed his saliva and said calmly, Other races? So, you really survived the last apocalypse? Is it just you? Or are other monsters the same as you? Cunning. Yuan said these two words lightly. He didn't seem to care about Hu Yu's little thoughts. It's like a human seeing a monkey that can peel bananas and eat them. Just watching calmly, praising it for its cleverness, and never thinking that this monkey will threaten its existence. I can give you a chance. In addition to the egg in your hand. As long as you can find another one. I can answer you a question. If the egg you found is black or white, I can answer 2 questions for you. Even if it's immortality, I will give you a feasible solution. Forget about the rest. As soon as the voice fell, Hu Yu wanted to ask more questions, but he saw Yu Xian fall on the bed. When he stood up again, the color of both pupils returned to black. He is so cool. Yu Xian couldn't help but spit out a sentence, looking at Hu Yu and said, President, it's okay. I'll help you beat him up when I have a chance. I'd rather not. Hu Yu said helplessly, It's good enough if you don't help me reward him. After interacting with Yu Xian for a long time, He also found that this guy has a middle school character in his bones. After all, he is just a 25-year-old middle school syndrome. After all, the word steady will never appear in his personality. Yu turned and left, throwing 2 dolls into the room. There is nothing else on the island country. Just this thing. You can get as much as you want. In addition to the dolls, he also threw a surveillance remote control. The remote control can turn off the surveillance at any time. Remember to keep it on except for special reasons. Long live the president! Yusian shouted loudly, almost worshipping him as his godfather on the spot. Be more restrained, Yu added helplessly, closing the door. And then Sienna immediately came up to greet him. Although she didn't speak, she also asked about the situation with her eyes. Nothing is wrong at the moment. Don't worry. Sienna nodded slightly, still with doubts in her eyes, as if asking what to do next. Yes, although the room is well soundproofed, it can't keep out the evolved in Sienna. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to let Yu go in alone. The original plan was to find the eggs, Yu said slowly. Whether it's for the answer to the question or for something else, we have to find all the eggs first. Xiao Hai notifies Yisu, Xiao Mo, and Lu Ling to set off after breakfast. Yes, master. Yu took out the telescope and looked for the target again. This time, it was in the south. Fortunately, there are still eggs that have not hatched. Now, including the one on the moon, 3 strange eggs have hatched. Except for one lying in the space backpack. There are 3 outside. If some eggs have already hatched, he has no way to find them back for the big guy. Breakfast is over quickly. 9 o'clock in the morning. After briefly arranging the tasks of the base, Yu and others set off again. I just hope that we don't find it in Antarctica this time. The distance from the East China Sea to the South Pole is much farther than to the North Pole. If there is any problem on the way, it will take 2 or 3 days to arrive. It's just time. Yu is not in a hurry now. At least the water level will not rise to the critical point in a short time. As for whether the monster egg will hatch, he can't stop it. And there is no way to stop it. Just let it go. The heart of the ocean set sail again. Yu didn't go to see Astrid in the swimming pool, but just sat in the cabin alone, playing a single-player game with a controller. The impact of the past 2 days on him was really too great. Now he can only use games to relieve his emotions. No one disturbed him on the boat. Xiao Zissou was doing experiments. Lu Ling was studying. Xiao Mo was eating snacks. And he would PK with Yu from time to time. And Sienna was watching silently by the side. Until the evening. The heart of the ocean was sailing safely until a prompt popped up in front of Yu. Ding! The experience value of the heart of the ocean has been detected to be sufficient. Do you want to start upgrading? Note, the upgrade takes 48 hours. Once started, it cannot be cancelled. Do you want to continue? Upgraded. Yu was instantly excited. With the experience sharing of so many Poseidon equipment, the heart of the ocean finally accumulated enough upgrade experience. It was already a legendary level. If it is upgraded to the next level, wouldn't it be a myth? Pack up while the waves are not big now. Yu immediately looked at Sienna and others. Let's change boats. Ah? Why? Xiao Mo didn't want to move at all. Isn't this ship good? It will be even better in 2 days. Yu chuckled and replied. Wait. Xiao Zissou had experienced evolution once. Heart of the ocean is going to evolve again? Yes. Yu nodded and replied. This time there are only 2 days. Let's get off the ship and start evolving right away. 2 days. It's really troublesome. Xiao Zissou complained while packing. It would be great if the evolution could be completed in a flash. How is this possible? Wait. It seems. It is really possible. Yu tentatively said. Evolution is completed instantly. No movement. After the evolution begins, it is completed instantly. Still no movement. Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head at the others. It seems not possible. If you want evolution to be completed instantly. Before he finished speaking, a prompt popped up. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the refined word spirit. Okay. Okay. This is how to play it. Right. Chapter 295. Okay. Okay. Let's play it this way. Right. You could really ask. Yu almost choked on his breath. But he came back to his senses in the first place. What a rare opportunity. He looked at the other party and was about to ask. But the blue didn't give him a chance to ask and interrupted him directly. I'm not asking you. One sentence. Hu Yu felt as if his throat was pinched by something. He couldn't tremble at all. This feeling was like being affected by Xiao Mo's mental power. But unlike the previous one, the feeling this blue brought to him now was more domineering and more terrifying. "Hey!" I said. Yu Xian's voice came from the same mouth. But the tone, intonation and emotion were completely different. "What on earth do you want to do with my body? If you don't tell me, I can commit suicide." "No, you won't," Yuan said calmly. "I just want to use your body to survive. As for other things, I'm too lazy to consider them." "TSK," Yu Xian's voice sounded again. "I warn you, you'd better not do anything while I'm asleep. If I find out, humph! Even if I commit suicide, I won't let you get away with it." "Heh." Yuan sneered and looked at Hu Yu. "You smell like other races. Why? Are they still alive?" In an instant, Hu Yu felt that the restrictions on him were lifted. He swallowed his saliva and said calmly, "Other races? So, you really survived the last apocalypse? Is it just you? Or are other monsters the same as you?" "Cunning." Yuan said these two words lightly. He didn't seem to care about Hu Yu's little thoughts. It's like a human seeing a monkey that can peel bananas and eat them. Just watching calmly, praising its cleverness, and never thinking that this monkey will threaten its existence. "I can give you a chance. In addition to the egg in your hand. As long as you can find another one. I can answer you a question. If the egg you found is black or white, I can answer 2 questions for you. Even if it's immortality, I will give you a feasible solution. Forget about the rest." As soon as the voice fell, Hu Yu wanted to ask more questions, but he saw Yu Xian fall on the bed. And when he stood up again, the color of both pupils returned to black. "He's so cool." Yu Xian couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Looking at Hu Yu and said, "President, it's okay. I'll help you beat him up when I have a chance." "I'd rather not," Hu Yu said helplessly. "It's good enough if you don't help me reward him." After interacting with Yu Xian for a long time, he also found that this guy has a middle school character in his bones. After all, he is just a 25-year-old middle school syndrome. After all, the word steady will never appear in his personality. Hu Yu turned and left, throwing 2 dolls into the room. "There is nothing else on the island country. Just this thing. You can get as much as you want." In addition to the dolls, he also threw a surveillance remote control. The remote control can turn off the surveillance at any time. Remember to keep it on except for special reasons. "Long live the president," Yu Xian shouted loudly, almost worshipping him as his godfather on the spot. "Be more restrained," Hu Yu added helplessly, closing the door. And Sienna immediately came up to greet him. Although she didn't speak, she also asked about the situation with her eyes. "Nothing is wrong at the moment. Don't worry." Sienna nodded slightly, still with doubts in her eyes, as if asking what to do next. "Yes, although the room is well soundproofed, it can't keep out the evolved in Sienna. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to let Hu Yu go in alone. The original plan was to find the eggs," Hu Yu said slowly. "Whether it's for the answer to the question or for something else, we have to find all the eggs first. Xiao Hai, notify Zisu, Xiao Mo, and Lu Ling to set off after breakfast." "Yes, master." Hu Yu took out the telescope and looked for the target again. This time, it was in the south. Fortunately, there are still eggs that have not hatched. Now, including the one on the moon, 3 strange eggs have hatched. Except for one lying in the space backpack. There are still 3 outside. If some eggs have already hatched, he has no way to find them back for the big boss. Breakfast is over quickly. 9 o'clock in the morning. After briefly arranging the tasks of the base, Hu Yu and others set off again. "I just hope that we don't have to find it in Antarctica this time. The distance from the East China Sea to the South Pole is much farther than to the North Pole. If there is any problem on the way, it will take 2 or 3 days to arrive. It's just time." Hu Yu is not in a hurry now. At least the water level will not rise to the critical point in a short time. As for whether the monster egg will hatch, he can't stop it. And there is no way to stop it. Just let it go. The heart of the ocean set sail again. Hu Yu didn't go to see Astrid in the swimming pool, but just sat in the cabin alone, playing a single-player game with a controller. The impact of the past 2 days on him was really too great. Now he can only use games to relieve his emotions. No one disturbed him on the boat. Xiao Zisu was doing experiments. Lu Ling was studying. Xiao Mo was eating snacks. and he would PK with Huyu from time to time. And Sienna was watching silently by the side. Until the evening. The heart of the ocean was sailing safely until a prompt popped up in front of Huyu. Ding! The experience value of the heart of the ocean has been detected to be sufficient. Do you want to start upgrading? Note, the upgrade takes 48 hours. Once started, it cannot be cancelled. Do you want to continue? Upgraded. Huyu was instantly excited. With the experience sharing of so many Poseidon equipment, the heart of the ocean finally accumulated enough upgrade experience. It was already a legendary level. If it is upgraded to the next level, wouldn't it be a myth? Pack up while the waves are not big now. Huyu immediately looked at Sienna and others. Let's change boats. Ah? Why? Xiaomo didn't want to move at all. Isn't this ship good? It will be even better in 2 days. Huyu chuckled and replied. Wait. Xiao Zissou had experienced evolution once. Heart of the ocean is going to evolve again? Yes. Huyu nodded and replied. This time there are only 2 days. Let's get off the ship and start evolving right away. 2 days. It's really troublesome. Xiao Zissou complained while packing. It would be great if the evolution could be completed in a flash. How is this possible? Wait. It seems. It is really possible. Huyu tentatively said. Evolution is completed instantly. No movement. After the evolution begins, it is completed instantly. Still no movement. Huyu smiled bitterly and shook his head at the others. It seems not possible. If you want evolution to be completed instantly. Before he finished speaking, a prompt popped up. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the refined words. Okay. This is how it works. Right. There is a problem with the release. It will be recrawled on Monday. Dear readers. Wait. Chapter 296 Heart of the Ocean Mythical Version. Huyu was speechless. But no matter what, at least the word spirit was successfully triggered. As long as the evolution is confirmed, the heart of the ocean should be able to evolve immediately. Right? This is an existence beyond legend. With a trembling heart, Huyu silently thought in his mind. Confirm the evolution. As soon as the thought fell, the heart of the ocean in front of him was suddenly wrapped in a colorful light. When the light dissipated, a series of panels suddenly popped up in front of Huyu. Ding! The heart of the ocean has been upgraded. The onboard facilities have been upgraded. And the level of all facilities has been increased by +1. And shall not exceed the level of myth. Additional capabilities have been upgraded. And the level of all capabilities has been increased by +1. And shall not exceed the level of myth. The ship's performance has been increased by 4 times. Including but not limited to speed, resistance to impact, attack capability, and carrying capacity. The ship's volume has been increased by 4 times in proportion. And the layout of the internal facilities remains unchanged. And the expanded area is repeated according to the original layout. Unlock new facilities. Ecological Simulation System. Waste Conversion Station. Energy Conversion System. Name. Ecological Simulation System Category. Ship Facility Effect. Any organisms, plants, non-organisms, bacteria, etc. can be put into it to simulate an entire ecosystem and reproduce and expand it. Note 1. The area of the ecosystem is the area of the heart of the ocean *2, which has already accommodated greenhouses and livestock farms. Note 2. Please pay attention to maintaining ecological balance. Otherwise mosquitoes that survive normally in winter will appear. And the consequences will be at your own risk. Name. Waste Conversion System Category. Ship Facility Effect. All substances can be put into it and converted into basic energy crystals. Note. 1 Ocean Heart Energy Stone is better than 6. Name. Energy Conversion System Category. Ship Facility Effect. Can convert and store all energy to provide ocean heart energy. Note. If you can put the sun in, I can take you out of the black hole. Unlock new ship abilities. Energy Cannon. Energy Shield. Energy Repair System. Name. Energy Cannon Category. Ship Ability Effect. Can gather a minimum of 1 point and a maximum of 99 points of energy. And fire a laser beam forward. With an effective strike range of 100 km 9900 km. Note. Truth is only within range. Name. Energy Shield Category. Ship Ability Effect. It can gather a minimum of 1 point and a maximum of 99 points of energy to build a protective shield around the ship. Note. Don't ask me what will happen if I use an energy cannon to hit the energy shield. Name. Energy Repair System Category. Ship Ability Effect. when the ship is damaged. It can consume a minimum of 1 point and a maximum of 99 points of energy for repair. And the repair level is 1% to 99% of the damage. Note, as long as you have one shipboard left, you can recast the heart of the ocean. Ding! Ship capability detected, hovering. Ship intelligence upgraded to legendary level. Unlocking new features. Name, hovering category. Ship capability effect, allows the ship to maintain its original speed and hover, with no time or number limit, consuming 1 energy per hour. Note, spaceship. Name, ship intelligence category. Ship capability effect, artificial intelligence will appear in mimicry mode, and computing power will be increased tenfold. Note, Jarvis? I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone here is garbage. His. Who you looked at the panel that popped up in front of him and couldn't help but take a breath. How can this be called a ship? It's clearly an aerospace aircraft carrier. He checked the details of the energy conversion pool. Whether it's solar energy, kinetic energy generated by water hitting the ship's board, or even water falling on the hull, it can be converted by it. According to the current rainfall, 1 point of energy can be accumulated every 10 minutes, which is 6 points per hour, even if it is in a 24-hour hovering voyage. Not only will it not consume energy in a day, but it can even accumulate 120 points of energy, just enough to fill the energy tank. Is the evolution finished already? Xiao Zissou asked in confusion. Didn't it take 2 days? I was just kidding. Who you made up a reason. In fact, the last upgrade was also completed in an instant. The reason why I said there is a time limit is just to see if we can survive without the heart of the ocean. The answer is obvious. Since we already have the answer, there is no need to experiment again this time. That being said, Xiao Zissou still looked at Huyu with some doubt. But she did not ask questions, but turned around and began to familiarize herself with the new heart of the ocean. The heart of the ocean, which was upgraded to the mythical level, still had the same luxury level as before, but with the increase of 4 times in various indexes. Even the aisle that could only accommodate 2 people side by side had now become an aisle for 8 people. The length of the aisle alone was as large as some other small yachts. The length and width of the entire heart of the ocean reached a terrifying 1,240 meters and 156 meters. This data may seem insignificant, but the length of a standard football field is only 105 meters. 1,240 meters is equivalent to 12 football fields lined up together. Even the width reached the height of a 32-story building. This can no longer be called a ship. It would be more appropriate to call it a mobile fortress. If I had known that the heart of the ocean could reach this level, why would I have built a base? The original 144 rooms have now increased to 576 rooms, with 2 people living in each room, which is enough for everyone in the base to live on the ship. What's more, when Huyu looked at the experience slot of the heart of the ocean, he could see the accumulated experience. In other words, it can still evolve to the next level, until, above mythology. This time the improvement is twice as much as the last time. So next time, won't it be 8 times as much? The current maximum speed can reach 160 knots, which is 296 kilometers per hour, which has reached the speed of high-speed rail. It's hard to imagine that if this data is increased by 8 times, it would be twice the speed of sound. Huyu took a breath. If such a behemoth can reach twice the speed of sound, there is no need for an attack system. Just crash. Not to mention living things. Even the Earth's crust may not be able to withstand it. But think about it. It's normal for the existence above myth to be a little outrageous. The most important thing now is to get to Antarctica first. At the current speed of the heart of the ocean, it will take another 46 hours to get to the South Pole in a straight line. It's really far. Huyu sighed. And after starting the heart of the ocean's hovering voyage, he suddenly remembered something. That's right. Where's Shanghai? Didn't it also upgrade? Why hasn't it come out after so much time? Chapter 297 Brother. Brother? Shanghai. Master. I'm here. Shanghai's voice sounded immediately. Still the mechanically synthesized female voice. But for some reason, it gave people a feeling of excitement and trying to hide something. Didn't you unlock the mimicry function? Come out and show me. Yes. Master. Shanghai's voice sounded again, sounding extremely shy. The next moment, a short-haired girl in a maid outfit appeared in front of him. Master. Hello. Huyu just took a look and was stunned. It's not because Xiao Hai is so good looking. But it's too weird. Its whole face looks like it was pieced together. And Xian'er's eyes. Xiao Mo's face shape. Lu Ling's dimples. Xiao Zisu's nose. Who you can only see these parts at present. It's not that these parts are not good looking. But when these facial features are pieced together, it looks very strange. You look like this? Of course not. Xiao Hai lowered his head and responded. It's just the system's calculation. The master should like this look. Like a mantis shrimp. Who you waved his hand helplessly. Hurry up and change to a normal face. Yes. Xiao Hai said and called up a database, which recorded countless facial data. Master. The faces of celebrities. Internet celebrities. And beauties around the world are all in it. Please choose for me. Yes. This is a mimic ditto. Who you casually swiped through the database. Wow. There are not only yellow people, white people, black people, but also pandas, crocodiles, and even gorillas. Even if it includes internet celebrities. It shouldn't be so comprehensive. Right? Who you was speechless for a while. And had to randomly pick a yellow-skinned person who looked decent. He didn't know the name. Probably an 18th tier celebrity. None of this matters. After Xiao Hai changed his face again, he finally looked much more normal. Fortunately, after the heart of the ocean evolved just now, everyone went to see what had changed in their rooms. Except for Xian'er. There was no third person present. So naturally no one noticed this. If they saw this, it would be so embarrassing. Who you turned to look at Xian'er, who had a blank expression on her face. Xian'er, you won't tell anyone about this. Okay? Xian'er shook her head silently. That's good. Who you replied, feeling relieved. He picked up the telescope and took a look, and found that the strange egg currently locked was still in the south. He could only continue flying. This flight lasted a whole day. The heart of the ocean sailed in the air without any accidents. Nor did it encounter any other ships. Nor did it find the location of the strange egg anchored by the telescope. The whole process was as peaceful as it could be. Who you even slept until 10 o'clock. If it weren't for the crackling sound of the porthole, he might not have woken up. Xiao Hai. Master. I'm here. Xiao Hai's new image immediately appeared beside Hu Yu. She stood respectfully beside the bed and bowed slightly. Where are we now? We have entered the junction of the Indian Ocean and the Antarctic Circle. May I ask if you would like to open the morning newspaper? Open it. Hu Yu replied, but did not get up. Still lying on the bed. Yes. Master. Xiao Hai imitated Lu Ling, holding a tablet in his hand, and began to report. It is now August 12th. 10 o'clock in the morning. It has been 30 days since the end of the world. The water level is currently fixed at 3,150 meters. It is expected to gradually rise in 1 hour at most. Fixed? Hu Yu frowned slightly. Why? Has the water flow in the Arctic Circle decreased? Or has the rainfall decreased? The former is decreasing, while the latter is increasing, Xiao Hai replied. According to satellite detection images, the speed of water inflow from the Arctic Circle has continued to decrease since yesterday morning. So far, it has decreased by 20% in total, while rainfall has increased by 50%. Now the two are in a state of balance. Continue. Hu Yu uttered 2 words after pondering. This is also inevitable. It is impossible to expect that one thing to restore the water level of the entire blue planet to normal. Right? Yes. Xiao Hai nodded and continued. In terms of agriculture in the base, the production of Sinza beans has been rolled out, and the daily output is expected to reach 93 beans, of which 60% are ordinary Sinza beans, 35% are fine Sinza beans, and 5% are perfect Sinza beans. In terms of city construction, Minono and Misuzu have officially joined the city construction plan. The progress of city construction has been advanced by 5%, and the daily growth estimate has increased by 4%. It is currently estimated that the city construction work will be completed in 19 days. In terms of personnel, 34 non-staff crew members were promoted to trainee crew members, and 1 trainee crew member was promoted to full crew member. Oh! Hu Yu asked in confusion. That Jin Wakai is silent? Master, Jin Wansai's points have accumulated to 4,100 points. Enough points to exchange for a junior crew position. But he did not exchange it. Hu Yu frowned slightly. Ask Shin Shan to pay attention to this person, and don't let him cause trouble. Yes, Master. Xiao Hai responded immediately. The message has been sent. Anything else to report? Nothing else has happened yet. Please give me your orders. Remove this mimic projection first. Huyu replied helplessly. I'll get dressed. Although he could understand that this was an artificial intelligence, it was still a bit difficult for him to accept changing clothes in front of this guy. Yes, master. Xiao Hai bowed his head respectfully and disappeared in the next moment. Huyu was about to get up and dress to start a new round of 3 consecutive prize draws, when a figure suddenly appeared again. Oh, right. Master. Damn. Huyu was startled by the noise and jumped back. What are you doing? Sorry. Master. Xiao Hai bowed his head humbly, with a little panic in his tone. There is something I need to ask you for. What is it? Xiao Hai looked up, his eyes fixed on Huyu. Can I call you Xiao Hai? Huyu was stunned. He had felt that something was wrong with Xiao Hai before, and now he could confirm it completely. Xiao Hai had begun to have human-like emotions. He thought about it, used the space backpack to quickly change into decent clothes, and walked slowly to Xiao Hai. He raised his hand and rubbed her head. Although there was no actual touch, he still made this gesture. Of course. Really? Xiao Hai exclaimed. Thank you. Master. Don't call me master anymore. Huyu smiled. Xiao Hai. Call me brother from now on. Brother? Hey! Chapter 298, the legendary one. If it was in the past, Huyu would not be disgusted if Xiao Hai called him master. But now, since she already has her own independent thoughts and emotions, in a sense, she is an independent life form. When the title of master comes out of her mouth again, Huyu always feels weird. After a long time, he might be regarded as a pervert by others. Okay, brother. Go wash up first. You can go play by yourself. Okay, brother. Having said that, Xiao Hai disappeared into the room. Huyu had indeed not expected that the evolution of the heart of the ocean would actually bring about such a change. It is only at the myth level now. If it is upgraded to the next level, will Xiao Hai directly have his own body and become a silicon-based life? Forget it. It is still early. The experience slot for the myth level is more than 10 times that of the legend level. By the time other things in the Poseidon series have been upgraded to the myth level, I am afraid that it has not yet been upgraded to the next level. Huyu thought about it and went into the bathroom. Today is August 12th, and it has been 3 days since the last egg opening. It is time to start a new round of European and African testing. 3 black eggs were lined up. Huyu looked at the black eggs in front of the mirror and felt familiar. This looks like a small monster egg. Last time, the monster said that if you find a black or white egg, you will have the opportunity to ask questions. How about trying to use a black egg to pretend? Forget it. He doesn't want to experience that suffocating feeling again. If I get caught, I might die. It's better to stay calm and don't waste time. Raising his hand to knock the eggs, Huyu knocked open 3 black eggs in a row. In the toilet, 3 rays of light burst out at the same time. White, purple, white. Well, since the last time I got rid of Africa and joined Europe, this time I was beaten back to the original state. 3 black eggs. Only 1 perfect level product was opened. Not to mention legendary. Not even 1 epic. The 2 ordinary quality products are both breakfast. Since the last time I opened stinky tofu, it seems that this kind of thing appears every time. I don't know if it has disturbed the breakfast street. This time, there are 2 of them. Huyu bit off a piece of the bun angrily and looked at the only perfect product. In a round ball, there is a touch of crystal green, which looks like an eyeball. Name, mystical vertical pupil type, disposable item effect, after use. You can see anything you want to see. And the duration is 3 seconds. Note, when you stare at him, he also stares at you. What a weird thing. If you say it is useless, it is another perfect disposable item. And its value is needless to say. Anything you want to see. The definition of this thing is very broad. If Huyu wants to see the secret of immortality, maybe it can find it. But if you say it is useful, 3 seconds. In the case of uncertain perspective, uncertain what you can see, and uncertain whether the other party can track him back, these 3 seconds seem too poor and useless. Huyu finally put it into the space. In any case, it is also a perfect prop. What if it comes in handy one day? The egg is opened. Huyu walked out of the room and came to the cabin. He looked out and saw the Arctic Circle at that time. Although we have not officially entered the Antarctic Circle yet, The temperature has been below zero. Hail fell all over the sky and hit the deck of the heart of the ocean. But this time, there was no sound. Xiao Hai. Brother. I'm here. Xiao Hai appeared beside Hu Yu in a flash. What do you want? Why is there no sound when the hail falls? Because of the energy conversion system. Xiao Hai responded obediently. The kinetic energy generated by the hailstones, when they fell, was absorbed by the surface of the ocean heart. Without the kinetic energy, there would be no vibration. And naturally no sound would be heard. What about the hailstones? Hu Yu pointed at his nail plate. Why did the hailstones disappear? Because of the waste conversion system. The hailstones that fell on the ocean heart were treated as waste and thrown into the waste pool. Good fellow. You really took advantage of it. You didn't even let go of this little bit of energy? Hu Yu's mouth twitched. But he didn't say anything. He sat down on the sofa and took out a telescope to check the location of the strange egg. At this time, the target is still locked in the south. It is estimated that it has landed in the Antarctic Circle like the pink strange egg before. In any case, go down and take away the ice first. Although the threat posed by the water level is not great now. As the saying goes, I'm here. It doesn't matter if I take it away directly. Hu Yu looked at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai. Land? Okay. Brother. The heart of the ocean landed on the ice layer. Hu Yu thought about it and took away the entire ice layer. The water level dropped suddenly. The situation under the water surface was also exposed. Hu Yu just glanced at the clear and colorless sea water. He didn't realize that something was wrong at the first time, and turned around to continue on his way. But he soon came to his senses. No! The depth of the water is the abyss. Generally speaking, the deeper the water, the darker the color. With the current water level, even if it is not near the sea, the color cannot be so light. There is a problem. There must be a problem. Hu Yu walked slowly to the porthole and looked down at the clear water in front of him. Which means that there are no fish in the water now. Otherwise, maybe you can see the legendary wonder of floating in the air without support. The panel starts. Water, or normal seawater. From the panel alone, nothing can be seen. Unless, take this water to ask Astrid. This guy's professionalism in water is no less than an electron microscope. Xiao Hai. Stay in the air. Stay where you are. Don't move forward. Okay, brother. Xiao Hai responded obediently, mobilizing the heart of the ocean to take off. Hu Yu collected some of the clear and transparent water, took the water and the ice cubes he had just collected, and walked towards the swimming pool. As soon as he arrived, Astrid couldn't stop talking. Oh! What? Have you figured it out? I thought you would be troubled for a few more days. Don't get me wrong. Hu Yu said as he put a piece of ice and a cubic meter of water into the swimming pool. I came to you to see if you recognize this thing. Huh? Astrid took a look at the ice and water, and his brows frowned instantly. Where did you get these? You just need to answer my questions. Pure water. Astrid did not keep the secret and spoke directly. There is nothing in this ice and water except pure water. No microorganisms. And no substances that can make you evolve. What do you mean? You know. It should be us. Astrid's face suddenly became serious. It is very likely that we have approached the legendary person. The legendary person? The legend says that my ancestor showed me the way. Chapter 299 White Egg. Hu Yu fell silent. Obviously, the one Astrid was talking about was also one of the monsters. But wasn't the location where the telescope was pointing to an egg? Could it be that the other party had already hatched? Or did the other party already have this function before hatching? Hu Yu didn't ask Astrid. Even if it was their civilization, it would probably not know about this level of things. He only needed to get an answer, and he would naturally explore the rest. Anyway, he had come to this place. Whether the other party was an egg or a hatched little snake, he had to go and see it first. After leaving the swimming pool, Hu Yu ordered the heart of the ocean to continue sailing at full speed. At the current speed, it would take less than 3 hours to reach the Antarctic region, and the egg would be no further than there. I just hope it's really just an egg. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The heart of the ocean didn't fly very high. Hu Yu had been sitting on Diaoyu Island, overlooking the situation under the water. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. The crystal clear water had covered the entire Antarctic Circle. From the drone that Xiao Hai left outside the Antarctic Circle, the transparent water was still spreading. According to this trend, once this water surface covers the entire blue planet, Even if there are still humans alive, it will be meaningless. All microorganisms on the blue planet have disappeared. Not to mention other organisms. In this case, it is almost impossible to reconstruct the entire ecosystem. Even if the water level returns to normal and the continent resurfaces, the extinction of mankind is only a matter of time. But all the creatures within the Antarctic Circle have disappeared. So how can the parasites of the strange egg absorb nutrients? It can't be like the heart of the ocean, getting energy from the kinetic energy generated by the falling hail. Right? Suddenly, a bright white pierced Huyu's eyes. He was stunned on the spot, and then immediately looked inside the cabin, and exclaimed at the first time, "Everyone, look at me!" After yelling, he immediately ordered Xiao Hai. "Xiao Hai, cover the area around the heart of the ocean." "Okay, brother." After the voice fell, the cabin of the heart of the ocean suddenly fell into darkness. The orange-yellow light was still on, illuminating the interior of the cabin. Everyone looked at Huyu. Their eyes were all blank. "What's wrong?" Xiao Zissou sat on the sofa, looking puzzled. "You don't mean to say that all of us here are garbage, right?" Huyu did not answer, but began to check his own condition. Mental state, no problem. Physical condition, no problem. It seemed that nothing had happened. Huh? He let out a long breath, then looked up at everyone. "Just now, I saw the egg." After saying that, everyone, including Lu Ling, took a step back. The eyes looking at Huyu were full of fear. "What's wrong?" Huyu smiled helplessly. "I just checked everything. Nothing happened." "I suggest you check it again?" Xiao Zissou asked tentatively. "For example, look in the mirror?" Huyu asked doubtfully, raised his hand, and took out a mirror. When he saw the situation in the mirror clearly, a chill suddenly surged into his heart. Pupils. His pupils had turned purple. This purple color was like the color of mutant blood. Under dim light, it was not visible at first glance. But if you look closely, you can still see some differences. That's why. Before Huyu said he saw the strange egg, no one reacted. After he said it, they immediately came to their senses. They saw the difference in Huyu's eyes. "Zissou, I know." Xiao Zissou threw out a hemolytic crystal. This is the hemolytic crystal condensed from the blood of the giant turtle. It is the most effective at present. Try it. "Yes." Huyu responded and immediately absorbed the crystal. A warm current surged up, and it really felt a lot more comfortable. He kept staring at the situation in the mirror. But after 3 minutes, the color of the pupils in the mirror was still the same as before. Strange. Logically speaking, if the color of the pupils has changed, there should be other changes in himself. But so far, he has not noticed anything unusual. Ignore these for now. Since there is no reaction now, let's deal with the egg below first. Although it was just a flash just now, Huyu saw it clearly. That egg is white. This is the strange egg that the monster in Yuxian's body has named and can be exchanged for 2 questions. The importance is naturally self-evident. But why is this egg exposed? According to the experience accumulated from the previous strange eggs, wouldn't these things find a kind of organism to parasitize and be hatched by that organism? Xiao Hai, broadcast the picture. Yes, brother. A huge screen fell. The situation of the Antarctic core suddenly appeared on the screen. A white egg that was almost the same size as the heart of the ocean lay on the bottom of the clear water, which was particularly eye-catching. Compared with the previous strange eggs, the volume of this white egg was unknown how many times larger. If it hatches, won't the little snake turn into a dragon? No. This egg must be put into the space, and it can't be allowed to hatch any further. Everyone, stay where you are. I'll go out and take a look. In this situation, I was the only one who saw the white egg, and my body had changed. So I naturally had to follow the plan with the least loss. Even if there was a problem, I wouldn't let another person get involved. I'll go with you, Xiao Zissou said immediately. And Xiener didn't say anything, but just stepped forward, and had already mobilized the 2 small steel plates she carried with her, and placed them under her feet, obviously intending to go with them. As for Xiao Imo and Lu Ling next to them, they knew it was useless for them to go, so they could only look at Huyu with concern. Don't worry. It's okay, Huyu said to Xiao Zissou, and then looked at Xiener. Xiener, you stay in the boat too. If you die, my mission will fail. I can't do that. Huyu was speechless for a while. He knew Xiener's temper. And no matter what, she would not agree to Huyu going down to explore alone. And after her evolution, the two of them had the same degree of control over metal. And Sienner's control was even higher than his. So he had no way to stop Sienner from following him. And could only compromise. Follow me. Don't move without my order. Okay. To be on the safe side, Huyu also took out the door handle from his hometown, twisted it on the nearest door, and connected it to the base. He turned his head to look at Xiao Zissou and others. If something happens to me later, you leave here directly. Xiao Hai. You too. Drive away from here at full speed. Don't stop. Brother. Xiao Hai surprisingly did not respond directly to Huyu's order, but fell into hesitation. This is an order. Yes. Brother. Open the window. Yes. Chapter 300. You are here? The window in front of Gaoyu Island opened. The scene on the sea surface was in full view. The white egg just lay quietly in the water, like a quiet beauty, quietly bathing in the thousands of hailstones falling from the sky. Huyu stepped on the steel plate and flew out of the window, followed by Sienner. Just as the two were about to control the steel plate to block their heads to prevent the hailstones from falling, the heart of the ocean moved up first, blocking their heads and blocking all the hailstones. Xiao Hai now looked more and more like a person. Without the hailstones blocking the way, the two of them had to do much easier. Just get within 1 meter of the white egg, then put it into the space, and everything will be done. Quick fight. Quick decision. Huyu flew towards the white egg at the fastest speed, getting closer and closer. He could already clearly see the mysterious patterns on the white egg. Every strand, every line seemed to be carefully carved, forming a mysterious pattern. He took out his mobile phone and took a lot of photos of the white egg. Xiao Hai. Analyze this pattern. Is there any meaning? Analysis completed. Xiao Hai's voice immediately sounded in his ears. Compared with 15.3 billion similar images in the database, the highest similarity is 2%, and no significance has been found yet. Is it really something that does not belong to humans? Huyu put the phone back in his pocket and continued to dive downwards. The distance is getting closer and closer. For some reason, the closer he got to Baidan, the more excited he felt. This feeling was like the first time in his life to go to the podium, facing many classmates or teachers under the podium, and preparing to read out his own composition. Tension, fear, and uncontrollable trembling. Huyu suppressed these psychological and physiological reactions, and finally came to 1 meter away from the white egg. He raised his hand and placed his palm within 1 meter around the white egg. Retract. The whole process was surprisingly smooth. The huge white egg disappeared in an instant, and the water level dropped sharply. But before he could react, a more dazzling paleness suddenly came into his eyes. Just under the white egg, there was a touch of pure white like snow. That was a white python. No, this size can already be called a white dragon. At the bottom of the white egg, a pure white dragon-like creature was curled up quietly. A dragon head with 2 horns on top, its lower jaw resting on its body, its scales covered with the same patterns as the white egg just now, flashing a dazzling metallic luster, unlike the pink little snake that just hatched. This guy obviously didn't know how long it had been hatching. No wonder it was just a white egg outside, not some kind of parasitic creature. It turned out that this was a creature that had already hatched. When using a telescope to search for similar existences, it may not necessarily find unhatched eggs. If it is like this thing, the egg body is intact, but the things inside have already hatched. It will still be locked by the telescope. But who would have thought? Whose good people's eggs are still intact after hatching? No matter what. Retreat first. This kind of thing is definitely not something they can contend with. In a flash, Huyu reacted in his mind the moment he took away the white egg, and immediately took Sienner to fly to the top. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Under the sea, ripples appeared, and a light golden light gradually overflowed. A pair of light golden eyes looked at him in the air through the water. A faint roar sounded. Huyu could tell that this syllable did not belong to any language in human civilization, but he could clearly distinguish what it meant. You are here? What's going on? How can I understand their language? If he can understand what the thing in Yuxian's body says, it is because of Yuxian's own language system. Then, what's going on? The white dragon didn't parasitize humans, nor did it speak in human language. So why could he understand the sounds it made? What should he do? Should he slip away now, or go back to fight? If he slips away, he's already been discovered. Can he really get away? If he goes back to fight? And if he fails, he'll probably be swallowed up in a matter of minutes. Hu froze in place, not knowing what to do, before he could make a decision. And Sienna took the lead and stepped forward, blocking him and the white dragon. The meaning is obvious. Let Hu go first, and she will cover the rear. But in the next moment, heh, ant, a cold snort sounded, and Sienna flew backwards and fell into the clear sea. Blood dyed the sea red. Damn! Killed in one move. No! I have to make a decision quickly. Escape is not a solution after all. You? What do you mean? Bai Long's voice sounded again. I thought you were asleep. Hu turned around, looked down at Bai Long in front of him, and forced himself to respond in human language. I don't want to disturb you. From the tone of Bai Long just now, it should be that it thinks of itself as someone it knows. Then it is natural to respond in the tone of an acquaintance. The best thing is to establish a personality to respond to the other party. For example, Yu Xian. Just right. Anyway, my pupils have changed color, so I will just think that there is a monster in my body. I slept for so long. I can't sleep anymore. The voice of Bai Long sounded again. At least from this first confrontation, the other party did not find any clues. It gradually raised its dragon head and came to a position equal to or even higher than Hu, looking down at him. Why did you take my molt? Molten? Is this what they call eggshells? From the attitude of these few words, Bai Long was talking to him in an equal manner, but from a certain perspective, it seemed to want to be superior to him. In this case, then the attitude should not be too low, and it should not be submissive. Nothing. Study it. Hu replied with a stiff face, and tried to fly higher, a little higher than Bai Long. Do you have any objections? Heh. Bai Long snorted coldly. It hasn't even started yet. And you want to start a war with me? Start? What start? What does it mean to start a war? Is there something between these monsters that I don't know about? Of course not. Hu chuckled and shrugged. In order to show his friendship, he lowered his altitude a little, looking at Bai Long at the same level, and at the same time glanced at Sienna in the water. But you hurt my servant. Do you want to start a war with me? Servant? The white dragon sneered. You are really down and out. After saying that, it raised the claws growing from its abdomen and tapped lightly. In an instant, the bright red on the water surface gathered towards Sienna's body. Hu could see it clearly from her panel. It only took a moment. She recovered to her peak state and even started the third round of evolution. What kind of existence is this guy? Chapter 301 Swallow. Above the South Pole. While Hu was shocked, Bai Long spoke again. It seems that you are faster than me this time. How about another time? Another time? Another time for what? Who does it think it is? Hu pondered for a few breaths, his brain working rapidly, thinking about how to get out of this quickly and safely. This sentence must not be responded to rashly. What if this so-called another time means a fight? Then it might be faster for him to commit suicide directly. That's right. Bai Long just mentioned the beginning, and also mentioned the start of the war. If this is a battle for monsters, then besides starting a war, is there another choice? Cooperation. Hu spat out two words and looked at Bai Long in front of him. I came here to find you to cooperate. A hint of hesitation flashed in Bai Long's eyes. I don't know if it noticed something or for other reasons. After a few breaths of silence, it slowly spoke. Tell me about it. Hu casually took out a fragment of the pink snake from the space. I have seen them before you. But you are qualified to be my partner, as long as you cooperate with me. After we start. Okay. Before Hu finished speaking, Bai Long heard a Chinese language. His pupils trembled immediately. This guy didn't know Chinese just now. He learned it completely after listening to a few words from me. This learning ability is too scary. Although I don't understand why you use this language. But it's quite interesting. After saying that, the white dragon rolled up and curled up near the Antarctic Circle again. 2. Take it as my sincerity in cooperating with you. Everything will be discussed after the start. Let's go, Hu said to Sienna and immediately returned to the heart of the ocean. Under the puzzled eyes of everyone, Hu had no time to explain and immediately asked everyone to return to the base through the door handle. After taking away the heart of the ocean, he opened the door through a steel plate, left the Antarctic Circle, and returned to the base. The steel plate used to open the door was left in the Antarctic Circle, as long as Hu wants. He can go back through the door handle at any time. Of course. At least, he has no plan to do so far. Horrible. It's really too terrifying. At the entrance of Jinling International Conference Hotel, Hu Yu's hands were trembling. Even though he had left Antarctica, he still felt like falling into an ice cave when he recalled the feeling just now. Xiao Zissou immediately came forward when she saw this, raised her hand and fell on Hu Yu's left pulse, frowned for a few breaths, and asked, "How do you feel now? What happened down there? And your eyes, how did they return to their original state now?" "No. I'm fine," Hu Yu trembled and said. He really wanted to question the monster hidden in Yu Xian's chest right now, and ask what was going on. But he also knew that now was not the best time to ask. At least, he had to wait until he recovered. "Send me back to rest first." Hu Yu's face was pale. Not because he was scared, but because of a simple physiological reaction. He was extremely calm and his brain could think normally. But for some reason, his body couldn't stop shaking. It was like he had a bad cold. Xiao Zissou and Xianer sent him back to the room. Hu Yu wrapped himself in layers of UVs and turned the air conditioner to the highest temperature. But he still trembled. Xiao Zissou also fed him a piece of hemolytic crystal produced by the big turtle. When Hu Yu ate the hemolytic crystal just now, he still had some reaction. But now, he has no reaction at all. "Xianer." Xiao Zissou had no other choice but to turn to look at Xianer. "What happened to you guys down there?" "Long Yin. I don't understand." "He's talking." And Xianer stuttered out a sentence. And Xiao Zissou frowned and listened. There was no logic at all when these 9 words were put together. Zissou. Hu Yu curled up in the quilt and trembled constantly, and said to the 2 girls, "Don't ask. I'm fine. Just cover it for a while. You just need to cover it for a while." Xiao Zissou frowned and said, "Do you want to see your current body temperature? 32. If you keep this temperature, you will be sent directly to the incinerator at more than 1,000 degrees later." "It's okay. It's okay." Hu Yu trembled, and could still feel his body temperature getting lower and lower. He didn't even know what the white dragon did to make him like this. "No matter. Even if the current state is not right, I can only go to find the guy." Hu Yu pulled open the quilt, got up, and walked to the next room. "Now I just hope that the empty white egg can also be exchanged for a question. At least save your life first." Seeing Hu Yu insisted on getting out of bed, the 2 girls knew where he wanted to go. So they hurriedly supported him on the left and right, and took him to the next room. As soon as they arrived at the next room, Yu Xian, who was lying on the bed playing the handheld game console, stood up immediately. "Damn! Boss, what's wrong with you?" In Hu Yu's current state, anyone can see that something is wrong. Even Xian Yu subconsciously threw away the handheld game console in his hand, ran to Hu Yu's side, and helped him up. "If you want to come to me, tell me. In this situation, why are you here? Are you planning to leave your inheritance to me? I'll leave you AF ****. Hu Yu couldn't help but swear. If it wasn't to show his attitude to that person, why would he bother running to this place? He frowned at Yu Xian and said, "Call out the guy in your heart. I have something to say to it." "Ah!" Yu Xian was not annoyed after being scolded. He stepped back a few steps and came to the edge of the bed. His eyes rolled up, and he fell directly onto the bed. The next moment, he stood up, and his pupils had changed color again. Just like last time. One was blue, and the other was black. "I found the eggshell," Hu Yu said, raising his hand and putting the white egg out of the window. The size of the white egg was too big to fit in the room, so he had to put it out of the window. When it appeared next to Jinling International Holiday Hotel, the whole hotel seemed a little small. The voice of the monster came from Yu Xian's body. "Hatched?" "Yes. The egg has already hatched," Hu Yu responded casually, and directly asked the question he was most concerned about. "You said you wanted the eggshell, but you didn't say whether it was a complete, hatched, or broken eggshell." "Heh. You're so smart," the monster sneered, then sat on the bed and looked at him with interest. "What do you want to ask?" "2 questions. Asked. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain." Hu Yu trembled with white lips and immediately said, "The way I want to survive." "Simple." The monster controlled Yu Xian's body and raised his hand to point to the door. "Did you see the eggshell?" "I saw it." "What's wrong with the eggshell?" "Swallow it." Chapter 302 Digesting Lust. "Swallow it? Are you kidding?" The size of that thing is enough to make you die several times. If you really swallow it, the symptoms will be relieved. But you will die. Yu hesitated for a few breaths, trembling, and asked, "Can you just swallow a little bit?" "This is the second question. Are you sure you want to ask?" "Forget it." Yu spit out 2 words, and did not ask the second question. He forced a smile. "Sorry for bothering you. I will come back to bother you after I recover, and ask you the second question. Whatever you say." After saying that, Yu Xian fell backwards. When he stood up again, he was back to normal again. "How is it, boss?" Yu Xian looked at Yu, his eyes full of worry. "Will it work?" "No matter whether it works or not. We can only try it out," Yu said helplessly. He raised his hand and put the huge eggshell outside the house into the space, left Yu Xian's room, and then took out another eggshell, the eggshell of the pink snake. Since these monsters belong to the same family, the effects of the eggshell should be similar. The eggshell of the pink snake is the most suitable. Whether it is a piece or a whole, Yu is sure that he can stuff it into his throat. Try eating one first. Yu took out a piece of eggshell from the space and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The pink eggshell is like an ice cube. It feels cool in the mouth, and then it turns into liquid and melts in the mouth. A warm current flowed down his throat and finally reached his lower abdomen. It worked. It was just one eggshell. The effect was not obvious yet. Another one. Yu swallowed 2 eggshells in a row, and his body's ability to move was gradually recovering. His body was no longer cold. His legs were no longer shaking, and his whole body was upright. He stood up with the help of the 2 girls. His face flushed, and he exhaled a breath of turbid air, which turned into white mist. This is a situation that occurs when the body temperature is too high. "No." Xiao Zisa frowned and touched his forehead with the back of her hand. "You're not cold now, but you have a fever." I'm fine." Yu waved his hand and walked towards the room. "I feel good now." As he said that, he even took out the 3rd eggshell from the space. He knew that he was no longer cold, but for some reason, he just wanted to continue eating. This feeling was like a cat's claw scratching his heart. "No! You can't eat it." Xiao Zisa raised her hand and grabbed his wrist, but she couldn't stop Yu with her strength. The eggshell was still moving closer to him. "Xiener." Xiao Zisa frowned and said, "Stop him." "No." Yu was almost crazy now. It seemed that he would die if he didn't put the eggshell in his mouth the next moment. "Xiener, you have to listen to me. Don't let him eat it." Xiao Zisa frowned and said, "His body temperature is over 40 degrees now. If he eats it again, his brain will burn out." Xiener didn't say anything, but quietly took the eggshell out of Yu's hand. She was a little bit shrewd, but that didn't mean she was stupid. She knew what was going on. "Heh. Just one piece." Yu's eyes flashed red, and he took out the 4th eggshell from the space and stuffed it into his mouth again. Fortunately, Xiener was quick and pressed him to the ground in the first place, stopping him from eating the eggshell and putting his hands behind his back. "You dare to attack me? You're outrageous." Yu's tone was completely different from before. He shouted directly, "Xiao Hai, go! Blast him!" "Brother." Xiao Hai's projection appeared instantly, and he was in a state of hesitation. "Are you sure?" "Sure." "Quick!" Yu glared at her and said, "Unless you don't listen to me either. The weapon system is aiming. Please confirm the launch command." Xiao Hai's voice sounded helplessly. "Yes." Before Yu could spit out the word, and Xiener covered his mouth first. Xiao Zisa had no other choice but to rush into Yu Xian's room, looking at Xian Yu lying flat again and asking, "Yu Xian, what did he do just now?" "Ah?" Yu Xian was stunned and quickly stood up. "I didn't do anything. I just asked a few questions." "Boss, wait! What's wrong with the boss? Your boss is crazy." Xiao Zisa frowned and said, "Who did he ask? What did he ask? What did he answer? Tell me everything. Quick!" "Twice. Since Yu Xian entered this room, Yu has entered this room twice. And even the secretary Lu Ling did not follow him in during the 2 times. Not to mention her and Xiener." Before Xian could answer, a surveillance video popped up on the big screen on the bed. It played what just happened in the room at double speed. Xiao Zisa immediately thought of what Yu had told him on the top of the mountain. Could it be that everything was true? Never mind. There is still one more chance to ask questions. Right? We have to save his life first. Yu Xian, letting Gu come out. I want to ask him questions. This? Yu Xian was stunned for a moment. Sister Xiao? Are you sure? He has a bad temper. My temper will be fine? Right away. Yu Xian's mind moved, and one of his pupils suddenly turned azure. He locked onto Hu Yu, who was restless at the door, with a smile on his lips. You really like to play tricks. Second question. Xiao Zisi got straight to the point. How can I get him back to his original state? Little girl. Yu Xian locked onto Xiao Zisi, his eyes full of disdain. You have no deal with me, so you are not qualified to ask questions. Oh! Xiao Zisi raised her hand and snapped her fingers, and the blood in Yu Xian's body instantly poured back and suddenly piled up in the heart. The blood filled his ventricles and atria. Yu Xian's expression changed instantly, and even his azure eyes trembled. Where did you get this ability? You just need to answer my questions. Xiao Zisu's tone was very calm, but it faintly revealed a ruthlessness. Otherwise, you should prepare to go down and answer his questions. Originally, he can digest the white eggshell after swallowing it. Yu Xian quickly replied. But now the eggshell he swallowed belongs to lust. Swallowing it can relieve his current symptoms. But lust, after all, needs to be digested to offset the negative effects. How to digest it? It's very simple. Yu Xian quickly replied. As long as you satisfy the lust, you can help him digest it. Satisfy lust. Xiao Zisi seemed to understand something, and turned to look at Hu Yu with a complicated look in his eyes. Now he is on the verge of collapse. Chapter 303 Weakness. I know you don't like to read it, so I omitted 3,333 words before. I don't know how long it took. Hu Yu slowly raised his eyes. He looked at the scene in front of him, and felt a burst of pain in his brain. He couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his temple, trying to relieve the pain. The moment he stood up, Xiao Hai immediately appeared, with a look of surprise. Brother, you finally woke up. What's going on? Hu Yu rubbed his head and tried to get up, but felt a chill in his lower body. Your sterilization operation was successful. What? Hu Yu immediately lowered his head and lifted the quilt to confirm something. Xiao Hai's voice also sounded faintly beside him. Basic cognition was determined successfully, and there was no cognitive confusion or other situations. Xiao Hai. Hu Yu covered the quilt and wanted to strangle this little thing to death. He just woke up. How could he test like this? Brother, I can't help it, Xiao Hai said helplessly. And now her conversation logic is completely the same as that of a normal human being. Since you just woke up, please forgive Xiao Hai. Deduct 1 to forgive Xiao Hai. And watch the surveillance video. Deduct 1 million digits after pi to refuse forgiveness. 1. Hu Yu uttered a word. Of course, he didn't care about Xiao Hai, but Xiao Hai seemed too lively in his current personality, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Yes, brother. I will play the video for you soon. 8 screens fell from the ceiling, from 8 angles. Every scene after Hu Yu swallowed the pink eggshell was played without blind spots. It also includes the video of Xiao Zisi forcing the monster in Yu Xian to surrender. Well done. These 4 words suddenly appeared in Hu Yu's mind. If he was not facing life-threatening danger, how could he be so servile and compromise with the monster? There is no way. He is just an ordinary person. He does not have the calmness to face life and death. He only has the nature of seeking life when facing a life-saving straw. He still knows that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. It's just that the time is not right now. After we understand what the other party is, and what their weaknesses are. Our ancestors could drive them away. So can our generation. The video continues. Hu Yu heard the conversation between the other party and Xiao Zisi. Lust? If the pink snake represents lust, then the strange egg in Yu Xian's body, doesn't it represent laziness? The strange egg belonging to the big turtle is gluttony? 7 deadly sins. In addition to these 3, there are 4 remaining: rage, arrogance, jealousy, and greed, which just fits the 6 categories mentioned by the big turtle. Which one does the white dragon belong to? Arrogance? Or greed? Hu Yu doesn't know, at least from the characteristics shown by the white dragon so far. These 2 are the most likely. As for the one on the moon, he wiped out the entire Asterid clan in one fell swoop. I guess it was probably out of rage or jealousy. Wait! Something is wrong. What did this guy say? Resolving lust? Doesn't that mean? In the video, Xiao Zisi walked out of the room with a red face, lowered her head, and said to Encianer, Throw him into the room, and I'll take care of the rest. And Sienna did as she was told. As for the next scene. Stop! Stop! Don't watch it! Yu interrupted quickly and said. Xiao Hai. Delete the video and all backups. I don't want to see this video again. Okay. Brother. But are you sure you don't want to keep it as a souvenir? To commemorate you. You idiot. Yu blushed and cursed. Hurry up. Okay. How long has it been now? 3 hours have passed since you calmed down. Xiao Hai responded calmly. It's time for dinner. Then, where's the perilla? Miss Xiao went back to rest after seeing that you were not in danger. After all, you did a lot of exercise. What the hell? A lot of exercise. Yu couldn't say anything, so he could only roll his eyes helplessly, change his clothes, and get up to wash. If you want to say what you feel. I fainted. How can I feel anything? Logically speaking, it should be a huge profit. But for some reason, it always gives him a feeling of loss. Forget it. Don't think about this. Now the key to the problem is restraint. How did Xiao Zissou restrain that monster? Analyzing from the language of the monster, it used its ability. Xiao Zissou's ability was acquired through evolution. So is it possible that their ancestors also acquired some ability to restrain these monsters in a special environment and drive them away? Apart from this answer, Yu can't think of any other possibilities at present. It seems that a meeting should be held. The evolution process of all members must be accelerated. This is like a multiple-choice question that you don't know how to answer. No matter what the correct answer is, you have to write it down. It's just, Yu now needs to answer a multiple-choice question. And there are too many answers to choose from. Tens of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands of possibilities? He was not sure. He could only try them one by one. Unfortunately, now the second questioning authority has been used up. Yu originally wanted to ask himself why this happened. But now it seems, he can only wait until next time. Leaving the room, Yu had a simple dinner, and asked Lu Ling to sort out the existing information. Before 9 o'clock, he called the committee members, including EC, to prepare for a small meeting. 13 people quickly gathered in the meeting room. Except for Su Zilong, who needed to stay by Yu Xian's side for 24 hours. Everyone was present. This included Xiao Zissou, who had taken a break. When she sat down, she glared at Yu and walked awkwardly. Sister Zissou. Minono was the most observant, and could tell something was wrong at a glance. Are you injured? Well, it's nothing serious. I just twisted my foot. Xiao Zissou smiled and sat down. As if nothing had happened. Don't you have a crystal? Heal your wound first. Crystals are too precious. I just sprained my ankle. It will be healed soon. Xiao Zissou replied with a smile. Ahem. Yu coughed twice and said, Everyone is here. Let's have a meeting first. Everyone immediately sat up straight and stopped chatting. This time, I called you all together for an important matter. Yu glanced at Lu Ling and Xiao Hai beside him. The paper documents that had just been printed were distributed. And the videos of the white dragon and the pink snake began to play on the screen simultaneously. This is what I gained from going to the South Pole and the North Pole. His eyes swept across the faces of the people in front of him with stunned expressions, carefully observing their attitudes. If I tell you that there are 7 things like this now, I wonder what you think. Chapter 304. Don't be polite. Let's join together. Everyone fell into silence. 7. The information on the video is not comprehensive enough. But if you count the files that Lu Ling handed over to them, the amount of information is huge. The entire Antarctic Circle has been destroyed, including but not limited to the disappearance of all microorganisms. And the 10,000-meter deep water looks like clear water. The water level of Guizhou in the Arctic Circle was able to drop before. All because of that monster. Adding these two data together, combined with the images on the screen now, everyone has a concrete concept of the 2 monsters in front of them. And there are 7 of these things. How can we play with them? Forget about building a base. Just eat and drink and wait to die. What are you doing? Seeing that everyone's mood was about to drop to the lowest point, Yu also spoke at this moment. We have actually found the 3rd one. We just didn't take a video. Then, where is this 3rd monster? As Huyu's number 1 fan, Minono naturally knew when to respond and asked immediately. Upstairs. Yu stared into everyone's eyes and said slowly. To be precise, this 3rd monster is now living next door to my room. What? Next door to the president. Isn't it Miss Sienner? No wonder. I said Miss Sienner's fighting power is so terrifying. She is not like an ordinary person. As expected of the president, he can even take Miss Yenner under his command. Yu was helpless. The effect he wanted was completely led astray by the guy who guessed in Yenner. But there was no way. Yenner lived next door to him. It was a fact known to everyone. And it was hard for anyone not to think so when he said so. It's not Yenner. Yu had to explain again. It's Yu Xian. Who? That salted fish? What salted fish? Do you know this person? He used to be on Tu Xingyi's ship. And later, he was promoted to the heart of the ocean as an exception. Misusu frowned and said, President, you said he is this kind of monster? Impossible? Nothing is impossible. Yu said, and turned on the surveillance live broadcasting Yu Xian's room. Now he is lying on the bed and watching the show. Even with his legs crossed. Reciting the lines along with him. Even after seeing the surveillance camera moving. He still raised his hand to greet the camera. I have to say, this guy has a really good mentality. If a normal person's heart was controlled by a monster of unknown nature, he would have lost his appetite. Only he was still like a salted fish. Eating and drinking as he should. And not taking anything to heart. He is in a normal state now. Yu said to Yu Xian in the room. Yu Xian, let that guy out and take a look. Ah. Wait a minute. President. Yu Xian tried. But failed in the end. He smiled bitterly at the camera helplessly. He seems unwilling to come out. Saying that you don't respect him. And there's no need to talk about future cooperation. Without waiting for Yu to speak. Xiao Zixu snorted. When he heard her voice, he didn't even need a second word. One of Yu Xian's pupils turned blue. Human. Don't go too far. Yu Xian's voice sounded again. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm just giving you face. If you want to cooperate, you'd better show me some respect. For some reason, this last snort always gives people the feeling of a spoiled little princess failing to act coquettishly. Yu shook his head, and threw this feeling out of his head. Even if a being of this level is threatened, he shouldn't have such emotions. Illusion? It must be an illusion. He hung up the surveillance and looked at the people in front of him. I believe you have seen it too. Although the monster has terrifying abilities, we also have ways to restrain them. As long as it is used properly, others will also face the same threat. And the method is evolution. When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. This means that evolution is going to be promoted on a large scale. Does that mean that points will not be used to exchange for it? In an instant, Misusu and Minono, who exchanged points for the qualification to evolve, looked a little unhappy. No matter how respectful and reverent they are, their mood will inevitably fluctuate at this time. Of all two people every day in the future, Yu said directly, sort them according to the time they boarded the ship. Those who have points will pay their points first. And those who don't have points will pay part of it first. The remaining points will be used as a loan and repaid without interest. As soon as these words came out, everyone was instantly excited. Misusu and Minanio's faces also looked much better. Others made a lot of money. But they didn't lose out. During this period, they also earned a lot of points by using the abilities they had acquired. Although there was no interest-free loan. It was a good thing to experience it first. Don't worry about the rest for now. Let's first decide on the number of people who will be evolving today. Yu looked at Zhao Zhong and Li Ji. According to the order of boarding, they were the first two members of the committee to board the ship. Now, except for Zhao Yi, all the other members of their team have completed the evolution. So it's their turn. Don't just stand there. Come on up. Zhao Zhong didn't mind. He stepped forward and showed the points he had accumulated these days with a wry smile. Boss, I'm almost accumulating 3,000 points. You can give me an interest-free loan, which will be a surprise. It's good that he's not frightened, Yu said, and looked at Li Ji. Why are you still standing there? Come up. Boss. Li Ji smiled awkwardly. Why don't you evolve him first? And I'll come later. To be honest, he enjoys this kind of life now. He cooks and drives when he has nothing to do. And the scenery outside is pretty good. He is also in a high position. As the saying goes, if the sky falls, there is someone taller to hold it up. Evolution? Why evolve? If something goes wrong, won't this wonderful life be ruined? Don't be polite. Let's go together. Together? Li Ji was stunned. Before he could refuse, Yu pulled him over. If it was someone else, it would be fine. But he would at least ask the person concerned for his opinion. As long as they are members of the committee, Everyone must participate in the evolution. Having enjoyed the convenience brought by the committee seat, they should naturally bear this cause and effect. Evolution is the only way. With the experience of the previous few times, Hu Yu also tried to use the word spirit. It's a pity that neither Zhao Zhong nor Li Ji triggered it. However, after both of them evolved, the skills they obtained really gave Hu Yu a surprise. No, to be precise, one of them was a surprise, and the other was a pure shock. Chapter 305 Hu Yu confessed. Name, Zhao Zhong. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, proficient in flame control, perfect first aid, perfect survival, proficient in off-road, proficient in fighting, proficient in cooking, proficient in firearms, proficient in assassination, proficient in swimming, proficient in survival. Personality, loyal, heroic, protective, chatterbox. Favorability, 77. Name, Li Ji. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, ordinary word spirit, perfect driving, perfect cooking, proficient in survival, proficient in first aid, proficient in fighting, proficient in firearms, proficient in off-road, proficient in assassination, proficient in swimming. Personality, loyal, kind, stubborn, and protective. Favorability, 79. Zhao Zhong's ability is to control fire. Whether the effect of this ability is only to control fire or to create fire out of thin air, as long as he can accurately control the temperature of the fire and adjust it. It is what the base urgently needs now. There is everything on Zijing Mountain, but there is no large-scale energy supply. Even if there is the heart of the ocean that can convert energy, it still needs to go outside to absorb seawater or bathe in heavy rain to recharge every once in a while. But it's different with Zhao Zhong. Infinite flames. Flames that ignore burning materials. Is there a cleaner and more stable energy source than this? Obviously not. This is the surprise. As for the shock, Li Ji, he also got the word spirit skill. You know, this is the evolution direction that Hu Yu carefully selected at the beginning. Logically speaking, this should be a surprise. But when he subconsciously looked at the description of this skill, he was not feeling well. Name, word spirit. Category, skill effect. Any sentence spoken may trigger cause and effect and make it come true. The probability depends on the target grade. When the target is ordinary, the probability of coming true is 0.1%. For each level increase, the probability is reduced to 1/10. It can only be used once a day, and the corresponding cause and effect must be born. Note, God said, "Let there be light." Whether it is the description or the notes, they are exactly the same as the ordinary words that he first obtained. The only difference is the effect. The probability of it coming true is only 1 in 1,000. You must know that when Hu Yu obtained the ordinary words, the effect was 10%. Could it be that the same evolution has different effects on different people? Or is it because Li Ji evolved by swallowing his own blood? So this situation occurred? But it shouldn't reduce the efficiency by 100 times. Right? Hu Yu frowned slightly, but didn't say much. He simply told the two to pay attention to the changes in their bodies, and come to him as soon as there was anything uncertain. By the way, Hu Yu looked at the people in front of him. The content of this meeting and the subsequent actions do not need to be told to others for the time being. I don't want to cause unnecessary panic. Yes, President. Everyone replied in unison. The meeting is adjourned. Hu Yu's eyes fell on Xiao Zisu's face. Zisu, please stay for a moment. Soon. There were only 3.5 people left in the meeting room. 1 Hu Yu, 1 Xiao Zisu, 1 Xianer, and Xiao Hai, who was silently chewing a virtual watermelon. Hu Yu took a quick glance and felt a pain in his trigeminal nerve. Xianer, you go out first. And you? Where did you find the melon? Put it back to the civet. Oh, Xiao Hai replied helplessly, silently took the melon back, and disappeared in an instant. And Xianer also left the meeting room. Now only Hu Yu and his wife were left in the meeting room. Just now. Nothing happened just now. Before Hu Yu could finish his words, Xiao Zisu made the final conclusion. You don't remember anything? I don't know anything. You don't want me to be responsible? Hu Yu frowned and said, for a scumbag. Xiao Zisu's words just now were no less than heavenly music. But Hu Yu is not a scumbag. As a person who has been hurt in love, he values feelings more than anyone else. What responsibility? Xiao Zisu asked back, with a very calm expression. A doctor's heart is like a parent's. I just saved my own child. Just think of it as being pushed by a pig. Hu Yu frowned, looking at Xiao Zissou in front of him, and asked, "Do you have so little confidence in me?" "Confidence?" Xiao Zissou shook her head and said, "The love in my heart is not something that is forced out of flesh and desire. I saved you. That's my business. Whether you like me or not is your business. These are two unrelated things. If you fall in love with me because I saved you, then I'm sorry. I don't want this kind of love." "I understand." Hu Yu's brows relaxed, and he understood what Xiao Zissou meant. Speaking of liking, then he definitely liked Xiao Zissou. In fact, he didn't know when it started. Maybe from the last shipwreck, or maybe from the first time they met. In short, Xiao Zissou had already occupied an irreplaceable position in his heart a long time ago. It was just because of the things in the previous life that he always found it difficult to open his heart and dared not express his feelings. "As long as you don't dislike him." He stood up and looked at the other party, smiling and saying, "Then, can I start pursuing you now? A pursuit from the heart. Not for any other reason." Puff. Xiao Zissou chuckled. She looked at Hu Yu, who was serious in front of her, with a smile in her eyes. "I say, my President Hu. Boss Hu. You haven't been in love before, right?" Hu Yu was hesitant. If the one before his death in the previous life is not counted, then he really has never been in love from beginning to end. What he said just now was taught by the ancestor Lu Xiubu. If you bring up the topic like this, girls generally won't refuse. After all, it's not like you're asking directly if I can be your boyfriend. If you're just pursuing, no one will refuse. It seems so, Xiao Zissou said as she took 2 steps forward, her body trembling, and came to Hu Yu. "Words like the ones, just now, are only suitable for people you just met. For people like us who have known each other for a long time, you need to say another word." What word?" "I like you." Xiao Zissou stared at Hu Yu's eyes, and said word by word, "Can you be my girlfriend? I will take good care of you in the future, and will never let you suffer any grievances. The rest of my life is you. And only you. I like." Hu Yu blushed and was about to say the line Xiao Zissou taught him. But the next moment, boom! A tremor came. The whole hotel began to tremble. Earthquake? No! How could there be an earthquake in this place? Something went wrong outside. Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou looked at each other, and without saying anything, they immediately stepped on the steel plate and flew out of the hotel. When they arrived above the glass cover, they looked down at the scene in front of them, and their expressions were instantly dull. Chapter 306 Give Xiao Hai a little heart. The sea level is dropping. Not far from the base, a whirlpool with a diameter of about 100 meters appeared, swallowing up the seawater. This is not just a drop in the water level, but a crustal movement. There is something wrong with the geological layer on the seabed. What love? The two of them threw it all behind their minds. The most important thing now is how to survive the crisis. Everyone, stay where you are. Don't panic. Don't move, Hu Yu said, and immediately put the heart of the ocean on the water. Using the door handle, he brought Xiao Zissou to the heart of the ocean and rushed to the cabin. Raising his hand, the entire base was put into the space. Instantly, thousands of people in the base came to the heart of the ocean. Fortunately, the heart of the ocean had completed the upgrade not long ago, and both the ship space and the ability to deal with crisis have been greatly improved. As long as we come here, we will be safe. Without Hu Yu saying anything, Xiao Hai autonomously controlled the heart of the ocean to take off. It left the water, and the vibration disappeared. Everyone's hanging hearts were put at ease. Xiao Hai. Hu Yu looked down at the strangeness in front of him and frowned and asked, "Is it possible for this level of geological changes to occur in the waters of the East China Sea?" Logically speaking, it's impossible. Impossible. That's easy to judge. Thanks to the big turtle, now the entire East China Sea area has few normal creatures, let alone mutant creatures. It's not a geographical problem, nor a biological problem, so there is only one possibility left. Xiao Hai. See if there are other places in the world with similar environments. And also look in the Arctic Circle. I want to know what the little pink snake is doing. Okay, brother. After the voice fell, Xiao Hai's figure appeared a little illusory, but soon returned to normal. She looked at Hu Yu and reported slowly. The detection is over. Currently, there are 144 places around the world with similar situations. The vortices are of different sizes, causing the global sea level to rise continuously. The Arctic Circle is still normal, swallowing seawater at a constant speed, and no abnormalities have been found. Hu frowned slightly. 7 eggs. In addition to the pink, pure white, scarlet on the moon, the azure in Yuxian's body, and the dark purple in the space backpack. There are still 2 left. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the result of one of the 2 eggs hatching. Now you just need to take out the telescope to confirm it, and you can know the location of the last egg. Anyway, this situation cannot be stopped. So why not try it and determine the location of the last egg first? He immediately took out the telescope and searched for the location of the last egg. But just as he aimed his pupil at the telescope, a line of words appeared in front of him. The target was not retrieved. Please try again. Is this broken? No. The system must be a fine product. It is impossible to be broken. The most likely thing is... Hu trembled, and suddenly thought of a possibility. He immediately took out the dark purple strange egg in the space and looked at it again with the telescope. Sure enough, the direction immediately pointed to the location of the dark purple strange egg. The case was solved. It was not that the telescope was broken, but the egg was gone. 7 eggs. Except for the dark purple strange egg in front of him. All the other strange eggs have been hatched, excluding the monster on the moon. There are now 5 monsters whose background and abilities are unknown wandering on the blue planet. I don't know how long it will take for a battle to break out between them. Of course, this battle may have nothing to do with Hu and the others. After all, they are very likely to all die before the battle breaks out. Hu exhaled a breath of foul air and put the dark purple egg back into the space. He turned to look at the others. Let's go and rest first. Wait until things here are over, or I will find a suitable place to build a base again. Yes, President. Everyone responded in unison, thinking that this was just a chain reaction caused by the heavy rain, and didn't think much about it. Only those people in the committee did not leave, but stared at Hu in front of them, and asked tactfully with their eyes what happened. Hu didn't say much, just waved his hand and collapsed on the sofa. He just wanted to be quiet now. All the strange eggs were hatched, which not only meant that he had no chance to take in the strange eggs, but also meant that he had no chance to ask the monster any more questions. And among these hatched strange eggs, there was also the black egg in the monster's mouth, which was as valuable as the white egg. No! This would never work. A ruthless look flashed in Hu's eyes. The only monster that could be contacted and communicated with normally was the one in Yuxian's body. If they wanted to speak, they could only use the strange egg to seduce it. From its mouth, they learned that one of the strange eggs is black. What if they use the black egg produced by the system instead? No matter whether it can see it or not, they have to give it a try first. If the other party can't see it, then they still have 2 chances to ask questions. If they can see it, from the previous video, the other party is very afraid of Xiao Zisu's ability, so they can only try to fight to the death and see if they can force the other party to say something valuable. Chronic death or a desperate fight. Hu could only choose the latter. This is to survive. However, the egg was just opened this morning, and if we want to take out the black egg to disguise it, we have to wait until tomorrow. It just so happens that if we take out an egg directly now, it will also arouse the other party's suspicion. Let the bullet fly for a while. Hu's mind flashed the figure of Xiao Zisu and the words she just said. Now is not a good time to confess. Let's talk about it after tomorrow's things are settled. There was no conversation that night. Hu woke up early from the bed, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Hai appearing at the head of the bed. This guy seemed to have turned on pupil lock, and as long as Hu opened his eyes, he would pop out directly. Brother, do you want to listen to the morning report? Listen. Hu uttered a word, propped himself up and leaned on the bed, took out a small square table, and put sandwiches and milk on it. After the morning report, remember to call Zisu over. Okay, brother. Xiao Hai's voice sounded quickly. It is now August 13th, 6:30 in the morning. It has been 31 days since the end of the world, and the current water level has reached 4,851 meters. In terms of the base, all aspects are suspended. In terms of the heart of the ocean, all passengers live in peace and rest comfortably. A total of 1,251 people. All 5-star praise. 0 negative reviews. Xiao Hai smiled at Hu. Please don't be stingy with your praise. Give Xiao Hai a little heart. ... Hu was speechless for a while and stuffed a sandwich into his mouth. Anything else? Nothing. Xiao Hai said, and gave Hu Yu a heart. Miss Xiao has left, and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. I wish you have fun and pay attention to safety measures. Have fun? Safety measures? Wait. What tone did this guy use to inform Xiao Zissou? Chapter 307 I found Haydn. Hu Yu panicked instantly. He kept calling Xiao Hai, wanting to know what she had said to Xiao Zissou. But this guy just didn't come out, and pretended to be down, whether it was a mobile phone or a tablet. Hu Yu got a 404 error and couldn't connect to the server. As a result, even if he wanted to explain to Xiao Zissou, he had no time and method to send her a message. He had to prepare first. He finished the food on the table in half a minute, got up immediately, brushed his teeth and washed his face, changed into normal clothes, and sat down on the sofa in the room. But he was still a little restless. 2.5 minutes later, Hu Yu heard a knock at the door, and his body jumped up suddenly, as if it was equipped with a spring. Come in. He was still trying his best to maintain the dignity of the president. But when Xiao Zissou came in, he was stunned. She was wearing a very tight chemical protection suit and a gas mask on her face. With this equipment, there was no problem at all to inspect the nuclear explosion site. As for Hu Yu, he was wearing a neat suit, and he didn't look like he had just gotten out of bed, but rather like he had just come out of a wedding scene. You are? Xiao Zissou looked puzzled. Aren't you going to a dangerous place? Why are you wearing this? Yes. Hu Yu replied with a stiff face. I'll change my pajamas right away. Wait for me. It's better to be considered as having some quirks than to be misunderstood as having bad intentions. He went into the bathroom and changed into normal clothes as quickly as possible. But he didn't put on a protective suit on the outside. After coming out, he looked at Xiao Zissou and said, You don't have to wear so tight. That place is dangerous. But there is no biochemical crisis. Xiao Zissou took off his helmet and gas mask, his face showing strange colors. Are you going to see that monster again? Hu Yu nodded. There is only one monster on the ship now. The thing in Yu Xian's body. Now we can only rely on it to break the situation. Hu Yu sighed and patted the sofa. Sit down first. I will tell you slowly. 15 minutes later, he told Xiao Zissou all his speculations, and everything he knew. Like Hu Yu before. She frowned at this moment. I understand. What do you need me to do? It's very simple. Hu Yu said slowly. If the opponent doesn't cooperate, we will fight to the death with it, and use the trick you used last time. Are you sure? What's wrong? Is there any problem? Hu Yu said puzzledly. That trick. I'm not sure if it really works, Xiao Zissou said helplessly. That time I took the lead, and the opponent didn't know my ability. What if its ability also affects me? Don't even mention me taking action. As soon as I get close, the other party will suppress me just like they suppressed you. And I won't be able to do anything at all. It's a fight to the death. Maybe only the fish will die. This is the only way. Hu Yu also knew Xiao Zissou's concerns. But if they didn't take this step, they would always be suppressed by the monster. And they would not know the truth of the matter, nor the various possibilities that might happen in the future. This feeling was like when he fell into an ice cave, with no other choice but to ask the monster for help. Helpless, powerless, and extremely humble. The other party was teasing him like playing with an ant, watching him step by step into the abyss. According to what the monster said later, even if he swallowed a pure white eggshell instead of a pink eggshell, he would still have uncontrollable negative effects. At that time, it would still watch the show quietly in Yu Xian's body, as if everything had nothing to do with it. After all, it did say the way to save people. If it weren't for Xiao Zissou, Hu Yu might not have died of the cold, but he would definitely have died yesterday. So, he must take control. That feeling. He doesn't want to experience it again. Not even once. It's okay. Hu Yu slowly stood up and smiled at Xiao Zissou. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. I will do it my own way. Who said I don't want to go? Xiao Zissou also stood up and just looked at Hu Yu. Please. How can I not know the importance of the matter? I tell you this in advance just to let you know all the details so that you will have a clear mind when the time comes. As long as you make up your mind, I will definitely stand by your side. Hu Yu's heart suddenly warmed up. Then don't stand there. Go! Go! As soon as the word fell, the two were about to open the door and leave, and saw another person standing at the door. And Sienna. She stood silently at the door. Her eyes swept over the two people. Although she didn't say anything, a question mark silently floated in her head, as if asking, not taking me? Sienna, this is too dangerous. Hu Yu frowned and explained. You watch at the door. If anyone tries to come in, just stop them. There is no other way. If he was fighting a normal creature, he would definitely bring Sienna with him. But now, Hu Yu couldn't be sure what the thing he was facing was. If Xiao Zisu's ability was not able to restrain it, she would have been locked out. And Sienna nodded silently, indicating her agreement. She has never been a reckless person. Since Hu Yu said so, she naturally did it. The three of them quietly came to Yu Xian's door. Xiao Hai used his authority to open the door directly. Yu Xian, who was still sleeping soundly, didn't react to what happened at all, and was still sleeping soundly on the bed. Only Su Zilong, who was guarding next to him, woke up instantly. But when he found that it was Hu Yu and others who came, the alertness in his eyes instantly turned into confusion. What are you doing so early in the morning? Hu Yu put his finger between his lips and made a gesture to keep quiet. Su Zilong nodded, and for fear of making a sound, he didn't even move. Everyone tiptoed to the head of Yu Xian's bed. Hu Yu gave Xiao Zisu a look, and the latter instantly raised his hand and pressed it on Yu Xian's forehead to control the other's blood. Control? Success? On the other hand, the salted fish whimpered in his mouth. Not only did he not wake up, but he even tried to turn over. Hu Yu was speechless. Xiao Hai, turn on the light. As the voice fell, the lights in the whole room were bright. It almost blinded Su Zilong. Since the lights are on, he should be able to talk. Right? He was about to ask what happened, but he didn't expect Sienna to suddenly step forward and hit him in the lower abdomen with a hook punch, while making him lose his ability to fight. He turned around and made an okay gesture to Hu Yu, and dragged him out of the room. Bang! The door of the room closed, and the light in front of him came on. Yu Xian finally woke up gradually. When he saw the situation clearly, he was stunned. Boss? Miss Xiao? What are you doing? Don't ask these questions, kid. Hu Yu interrupted and took out a black egg given by the system. Let the guy in your body come out. I found the black egg. Chapter 308. All members vote. As soon as the voice fell, before Xian could react, his pupils had already turned blue. He stared at the black egg in Hu Yu's hand, with strange emotions flashing in his eyes, and said nothing. At this moment, Hu Yu and Xiao Zisu's hearts were almost hanging in their throats. Both of them were ready to take action at any time. But it didn't seem to see any clues, and even intended to reach out and touch the black egg, as if he wanted to inspect the goods? How could this be possible? It's the black egg, right? Hu Yu held the black egg in his hand, took a step back, and asked at the same time. Sloth responded in a low voice, but couldn't help but speak. But it seems a little strange. Strange? What's strange? Hu Yu immediately put it into the space backpack. You just said I found the black egg, but didn't say I would give it to you. Now you need to answer 2 questions for me. Time passed by minute. This feeling is like being in a casino, holding a bad hand, but betting against the opponent's excellent hand, using information that the opponent doesn't know to cheat the opponent. If you win, everyone will be happy. If you lose, the two are ready to flip the table. After a few breaths, Sloth slowly uttered a sentence. You asked? It's done. It's fooled. Hu Yu couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes, but he still coughed twice and asked the monster, what do you need to accomplish on Blue Star? Or, what do you plan to do on Blue Star? This is the information he deduced from Bai Long's words. These monsters must be doing something on Blue Star, so they used words like start and alliance. A game. Sloth slowly spit out 4 words. More details. Hu Yu frowned and said, the value of this black egg is far more than that. Right? More details? You can treat it as a ritual. Laziness said lightly, every once in a while. We will come here to compete with the other 6 compatriots for a seat. The winner will get what he dreams of and break away from the current level. How to compete? Hu Yu's eyes were full of confusion. Is this your second question? Sloth looked at Hu Yu with a playful look. No. Hu Yu immediately refused. This question is meaningless. You will see it after a while. This last opportunity to ask a question must be cautious. With their status, they should not bite each other face to face, fight each other, and then decide the so-called winner. Right? Wait. No. Each of them represents an original sin. If they fight for a seat every once in a while, Even if there was only one before, there should be only 6 original sins now. Why are there still 7? Is it true that the so-called leaving the level after winning is not leaving, but coming back to participate in the next competition? Or, after the winner leaves, there will be a new successor? No matter what the reason is. It doesn't matter. The old monster that has lived for tens of thousands of years, or the new inheritor are all targets that need to be killed. Second question. Who you pondered for a while and asked, when will you start the so-called ceremony? 2 situations. Laziness held up 2 fingers. 1. Everyone is ready. We have a sense of each other. The second, do you see the rain outside? Yeah. When the rain stops, it will start. Laziness looked out the window. I guess there are still 18 days. 18 days. That is, the 49th day of the end of the world. This is exactly the same as the time in the previous life. Who you frowned slightly, looked at Laziness, and asked a third question. Why, are you in a hurry? Without waiting for the other party to speak, he took the initiative to explain. This is not a question. You can choose to answer or not. Heh. Laziness sneered, and naturally did not answer, but chose to close his eyes and hand over the control of his body to Yuxian again. Who you frowned slightly, but said nothing, turned around and left the room. He and Xiao Zisa looked at each other, and neither spoke. When they returned to the room, Xiao Zisa tentatively spoke. That egg. Fake. But how could it think it was real? Xiao Zisu's tone was full of doubt. As a fellow, it shouldn't be unable to recognize it. Right? I don't know. Hu Yu shook his head. Maybe it's because of your presence? It feels scared or terrified. Then why don't we just give it to? Xiao Zisa raised his hand and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Fear or terror does not mean that it is a threat to its life. Hu Yu frowned and shook his head. It's not time to fight to the death. Judging from its description, the so-called fight between those monsters doesn't seem to affect us. No. To be precise, our existence is just an ant to them, because it is a byproduct of the heavy rain. If you are in a bad mood, you can kill us. If you are in a good mood, you can keep us. Hu Yu clenched his fists. This is not about a single person, but all human beings. As a creature that has been at the top of the food chain for tens of thousands of years. Just hearing this description, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. But what can he do? At this stage, they can only survive and develop, while praying that those beings don't pay attention to them. They also think of ways to attack them. If the best case scenario is that they will start the so-called ceremony after the rainstorm ends, then we still have 18 days to prepare. Just after he finished speaking, Xiao Hai projected a countdown. It was exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, and the countdown was 432 hours. For 31:59:59, the red numbers kept jumping, giving people a sense of urgency, as if they were about to enter the college entrance examination room. Hu Yu curled his lips helplessly, but still walked towards the cabin. Xiao Hai, notify the committee members to have breakfast together and hold a small meeting. Okay, brother. Hu Yu walked all the way to the meeting room. I don't know when he began to become like the person he hated the most. The unscrupulous capitalist who held a morning meeting at 7 o'clock. But who cares about these now? Letting every minute and every second pass is irresponsible for one's own life. If it was in the previous life, if he didn't have food and drink and still couldn't feel comfortable, then he would die and live one day at a time. But now, he has food and drink, and even lost something that he had kept for more than 20 years. But he didn't experience anything. He must relive it anyway. The notice was passed on. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was in the meeting room. This is the advantage of living in the company. No matter what kind of meeting, it can be held as soon as possible, even if it is not yet time for work. Hu Yu asked the question he asked this morning, and at the same time, he looked at everyone. Everyone. What do you think? 18 days. Zhang Siri was the first to speak. There are 11 evolvers on the ship. If you want to make everyone on the ship become evolvers before this time, you need to evolve 68.888 people every day. President, can you stand it? Stand it? You can't even ask that. Even if everyone only takes 10 milliliters of their own blood, that's 690 milliliters. It's okay for 1 or 2 days. But if it happens every day, even a blood cow can't stand it. Not everyone needs to trouble the president to participate. Misusu spoke up at the right time. If it's just a simple evolution, it should be okay. right? Yeah. Hu Yu nodded in response. This was the main reason why he called the meeting. The deadline has been given to us. What to do is what we have to decide. I called you together to hear your ideas. If the entire ship is to be evolved, how many people do you think will agree? 99%. Shinshan, who was standing next to Hu Yu, spoke up and assured him by looking into his eyes. I can guarantee that at least 99% of people will agree. The remaining 1% will mostly have their own reasons. Although they are both members of the committee, Shinshan has always regarded himself as Hu Yu's bodyguard. Even if a seat is reserved for him during meetings, he still doesn't like to sit. I just like to stand beside Hu Yu, so as to protect his safety at any time. Are you sure? Are you sure? Seeing Shinshan's certainty, Hu Yu knew what was going on. As someone who had been in charge of the base, he was even more attentive than Hu Yu because it was a task assigned by Hu Yu. Zhang Shijing had talked to almost everyone in the base, including the armed personnel who had just boarded the ship, and could even recite all the names of 1,251 people. That's good. Hu Yu smiled knowingly and told his plan. Xiao Hai informed everyone to gather on the deck. There is something that needs to be voted on. Before the formal vote, I hope everyone here will not do anything that will affect their self-judgment. I want to hear their true thoughts. Yes, President. Half an hour later, the Ocean Heart deck. More than 1,200 people gathered on the deck, each with a fist-sized gap between them, and lined up on the deck, not even seeming crowded. The committee members headed by Hu Yu stood at the bow, scanning everyone's face. As for the rainstorm, although Su Zilong was in the room, it was still easy for him to control the rainfall over the entire heart of the ocean. Today, I called you all together to ask one question. Hu Yu manipulated the metal plate embedded in the sole of his shoe and slowly rose into the air, while overlooking the crowd. His eyes also swept across their faces. The projections of the Arctic Circle and the Antarctic Circle immediately appeared behind him. In an instant, the crowd began to stir. Almost everyone here had seen the mutated monster and understood how terrifying this thing was. Hu Yu did not speak. He was waiting for the crowd to boil. Chapter 309 Laziness, the reason for laziness. Look at the picture on the left. Such a big vortex. Now the water level of Blue Star is dropping. Could it be because of this vortex? Are you still looking at the vortex? You should look at the snake under the vortex. If it is really this vortex that causes the water level of Blue Star to drop, then the source of everything should be that snake. How terrifying it is. The water of the entire Blue Star is gathering there. What's the matter? Look at the right. That white dragon is the real horror. Okay. The entire sea surface is clear. What's so scary? This should be a large purifier. No, it's a good omen. Clear. The most terrifying thing at this moment. Hu Yu waited quietly until the voices of the crowd became louder and louder. Even after discovering that they did not stop it, the armed men began to discuss in a low voice. The timing is almost right. Ahem. Hu Yu coughed twice, and the sound was transmitted by Xiao Hai through the radio. Everyone on the deck was instantly quiet. Everyone. I believe you have all seen it. The picture in front of you is not a video. Nor is it something synthesized by AI. It is a real picture happening at the north and south poles of the blue planet. The things in the picture are not mutant creatures, but more terrifying existences. Based on the information we have now, these things have visited the blue planet tens of thousands of years ago. And the form is the same as now. Heavy rain, floods, and world-destroying natural disasters. The people at that time survived and recorded this series of things in history books. This is why there is a world-destroying flood in every mythological system in the world. As for how they survived and drove these things out, I don't know yet. But what I know now is, if they continue, they will become godlike existences. I understand. You must want to ask how to stop it. Others won't tell me. But I know you. Hu Yu raised his hand and pointed at the armed men in front of him. When the finger fell, everyone stood at attention unconsciously. You, even if you have to die, are willing to fill the gap between mortals and gods. Everyone was silent, just looking at the scene in front of them silently. Their eyes were full of excitement. That is, now there was silence all around. No one was talking. If someone, whether it was the group of people who you pointed at, or other people who were not pointed at, they would roar out, willing. Hu Yu shook his head. He looked at the people in front of him and said helplessly, "It's a pity. I don't know this method. I only know another method. One may not work, But it is also the only feasible method at present. Evolution. Who you raised his hand and pointed to the sky. You should have seen what's going on up there. The rain won't fall. That's because some of us have gained the ability to control water due to evolution. Now you have the same opportunity. The opportunity to evolve. And the opportunity to gain similar abilities. Only by controlling these powers can we enter the eyes of God and become slightly larger ants. Of course, the price is also obvious. Death. Who you lowered his arms and glanced at everyone's faces again. If anyone wants to quit, I won't force you. The base still needs your help. Of course, there will be more opportunities than this one. As long as you think it over and tell me, I will help you complete the evolution. The only thing that can stop you is time. 18 days. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Hai projected the countdown to the center of the two screens. Oh, that's not right. Hu Yu looked at the countdown and corrected it. It's 431 hours and 52 minutes. This time is the deadline for the group of gods to take action. At the latest, they will start a ceremony at this time. And we humans will live or die. I'm not sure. At the earliest, I don't know when it will start. Maybe tomorrow. Or maybe the next second. Okay. Everyone. I've said everything I want to say. He has said everything he should say. And it doesn't matter what these people will choose. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. One more person's choice is only one more chance in 10 million. Hu Yu exhaled a long breath and opened his thin lips. Those things regard humans as ants. And life and death are just a matter of thought. I don't know whether you like it or not. But I don't like it anyway. Now there may be a glimmer of hope. You can fight against God and kill everyone who is willing to take a chance. Me. I am willing. I am willing too. As soon as the words fell, one arm after another was raised. At the front of the team, the armed men raised their hands high. In the middle of the team, regardless of gender, regardless of their previous positions, regardless of their identities and ages, their arms were raised above their heads one after another. At the end of the team, the 42 children all raised their hands, with flashing lights in their eyes. Brother, Xiaohai's voice sounded in a headset. 1,240 people all raised their hands, without exception. From the technical analysis of their facial features, they are all willing, without being forced, considered, or unwilling, or following the crowd. Everyone raised their hands. Whether it was the crew of the Heart of the Ocean, the armed personnel brought aboard by Isitsai, or the marginal crew members on Misusu and Tushingi's ship. Everyone, even those in the class, raised their hands and were willing to participate in this plan. Very good. Hu Yu uttered 2 words, and a huge stone in his heart fell. He looked at the front and smiled knowingly. Every day from now on, there will be 124 evolution quotas, which will be randomly drawn and allocated to you. This operation is called Test God. The word sure means to try. Not sure means to kill. We are not worthy of the latter word. Of course, if there is a chance, I also hope that one day I will become the word sure that you think of in your heart. The meeting is over. Disbanded. Everyone left. And Xiao Hai started the first round of drawing lots. The names, appearances, and physical conditions of the first batch of 124 people were sorted into a book and sent to the tablets of all committee members. At the same time, the point system was used to notify these 124 members. Take turns. Hu Yu looked at Shinshan and casually took out a large bag of mutant crystals. Brother Shan, you go and guard this batch first. These are the mutant crystals you need. If they are not enough, tell me again. Okay. Shinshan took the mutant crystals. Boss. The location. In front of the fish pond. Hu Yu thought of a certain octopus girl who had not come out to shout for freedom for several days. It's strange. Since the monster in Yuxian's body was hatched, it rarely clamored for freedom and swam in the fish pond most of the time. It seems he knows something? I'll go first. You guys come over in half an hour. Yes. By the way, Hu Yu looked at Zhang Siri and Mr. Fong in the committee. You guys come to see me later. The committee's quota will be calculated separately. Okay. Boss. Zhang Siri didn't have any objection. As for Mr. Fong. Me? The old man got excited instantly. Is it really me? President. Do I have a chance too? I almost forgot that this person is a staunch theist. And he used to regard Hu Yu as a savior. Now that he has been named by the savior and can participate in the evolution. It is naturally a supreme honor for him. Yes, it's you. Yu smiled and stepped forward, holding Fong Lao's hand. Fong Lao, I'm counting on you to live longer so that we can increase our grain production. Of course. Fong Lao raised his head. When it comes to agriculture, he is so proud. Although the main food now, the fairy beans, are produced by the system. Under Fong Lao's care and planting, it has indeed given everyone many surprises. If we change to another kind of food, the role of Mr. Fong will be completely different. Remember to come back in half an hour. Yu said as he went all the way to the bottom cabin. Seeing the octopus girl in the fish pond regaining her calm, he boldly opened the microphone. Yo, what's wrong? Are you possessed by laziness again? Here? The octopus girl turned her head and stared at him with one eye. When Yu heard these two words, he trembled all over, recalling the scene when Bai Long said these two words to him. He seems to have some PTSD. Don't use these two words next time. It hurts my liver. Yu sat outside the fish pond, looking at this big guy. Why don't you make a fuss about going out recently? Don't you want the 12 hours of exercise every day? No. My life is more important, Octopus Girl said, looking at Yu. Don't say you don't know what's going on now. Those things all came out. Huh? You still have perception? Yu was surprised. The big turtle had perception before because it was carrying the strange egg. But now the strange egg on the octopus girl has already been on Yuxian. Even the strange egg has been hatched. But it still has perception? This is not right? Just a little bit. The octopus girl spit out a string of bubbles. Just like a bubble. Even if it floats to the surface and dissipates, it will still cause ripples. No need to be so literary. Yu frowned and said, What else do you know? No more. The octopus girl shook her head. Anyway, I won't pose any threat to you. And I can't go out and do anything. Now I just hope to stay here and wait for everything to end. Then you stay, wait. Yu suddenly had an idea. Staying. From the current situation. Whether it is the one on the moon, or the North Pole, the South Pole, or even the monster that caused multiple ground cracks before. They all seem to be doing the same thing. Accumulation. Except for one guy. The laziness in Yuxian's body. Yu understood. He understood why the guy still had to answer his own questions even though he saw an empty shell and a wrong shell. Why did that guy communicate with him? The ants? There is only one reason. It doesn't want to fight. And it can't win. That's easy. Chapter 3 Tin Xiaohai's Solution. I just went to see Sloth not long ago. Now that I know what he is thinking, there is no need to rush. Let the bullet fly for a while. By the way, Yu looked at the octopus girl and asked, Are you free recently? The octopus girl was stunned. She knew with her tentacles that this guy must have bad intentions. Is he free or not? How can you not know it? It tentatively said. You want to talk to me about something? It's not a big deal. I want to make a deal with you. Trade? Another trade? For some reason, Octopus Girl couldn't help but shiver. Last time she traded, she almost sold herself. This time, it's okay if we don't trade. Yu saw the other party's hesitation and said lightly. At worst, we can release you back to nature. You should eat and drink as you should. And don't take anything to heart. Release? How can this be possible? Octopus Girl was anxious in an instant. Don't. As long as you let me live here, you can ask me to do anything. Really? Yeah. Octopus Girl nodded. Just give the order. I will send a group of people here to evolve. If there is any danger, you will be responsible for handling it. You don't have to worry about anything else. Deal. Octopus Girl immediately uttered two words. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. This is not right. Last time we traded, we were in exchange for free time to leave here. Why is it the other way around this time? It turns out that no matter whether we go out or leave, we have to pay some price. That's good. I'll leave this to you. Yu immediately dodged, fearing that Octopus Girl would regret it later. He still had to go and see the other prisoner. Astrid. Now all the monster eggs have been hatched. Plus what Sloth said. It is enough to prove what she said before. It's time to talk to her. Yu came to the swimming pool, put the steel net on it into the space, and filled the pool with clean water. In just a moment, Astrid swallowed all the water in the pool. Yu didn't say anything, just silently added water. After about 5 or 6 tons, Astrid returned to normal. He didn't continue to drink water, but soaked his body in the pool and slowly swam to Huyu. She folded her hands and floated to the edge of the pool. What? Do you believe what I said now? I just want to know. Is there anything else you know that you didn't tell me? Nothing. Astrid shook his head. Although the inheritance of our tribe has not been cut off. After so many years, the information passed down is extremely limited. The only thing left is the appearance of those things. But they are portraits that have been passed down for who knows how many years. In the words of your civilization, they are abstract. Very abstract. And useless. Appearance? Wait. That is to say, the appearance of the 7 monsters is different. Who said it's useless? No matter how abstract it is useful. Huyu immediately took out a pen and paper. Come on. Come on. Draw it. Will this thing be useful? Useless. Astrid smiled helplessly. That thing is in my mind. I can't draw it. Whether it is text, painting or sound. As long as the description of them appears on a certain carrier, all records will disappear. I have only seen it on the sacred stone of our tribe. As for how the sacred stone records these, I don't know. Huyu frowned slightly. When you see those monsters, can you recognize who they are? Of course. Xiao Hai. Bring up the footage from Antarctica. Okay. Brother. The real-time monitoring appeared on the tablet in Huyu's hand. The white dragon was still hovering over Antarctica, closing its eyes and resting, as if waiting for something. He handed the tablet to Astrid. Look which one she is. Arrogant. Astrid immediately uttered 2 words, then shook his head. But what's the use of knowing? This kind of existence is not something we can contend with at all. I advise you to find a place to hide well. Maybe we can hold on until everything is over and start a new era again. Then what? Huyu put away the tablet and asked her. Develop for tens of thousands of years and continue to be harmed by them? Maybe your tribe doesn't care and has long been accustomed to this inferior or lingering life. But we Chinese will never bow our heads. Heh. Astrid sneered. Then what do you want to do? Kill the gods? Don't be funny. No. We never want to kill gods. We just want to farm. Huyu said calmly. But if someone leaves us without a field to farm, we will have to use their corpses to nourish the soil. After that, he turned and left. He came here to give Astrid normal treatment, just because she provided the real information. We are all one of the victimized groups, so we should help them. That's all. As for her opinion, there is no need to refer to it, and Huyu will not refer to it. Huyu returned to the cabin and sat in front of the fishing island. But he didn't fish. He just looked at the water level that was constantly falling in front of him and asked Xiao Hai beside him. Xiao Hai, how much has the current water level risen from the normal level? 4,325 meters. It has dropped, but not much. Xiao Hai's figure immediately appeared. According to satellite images, the number of sea ice is now decreasing, and it is estimated to return to normal in 12 hours. Yes, Huyu responded. After the sea surface returns to normal, we can find a place to continue to survive. This wait lasted a whole day. At night, as the last sea eye disappeared, everyone's hanging hearts were finally half relieved. After all, no one knows whether a new sea eye will appear tomorrow, and it is impossible to be completely assured. But even if the sea eye reappears, that will be tomorrow's matter. Huyu released the turtle shell and base of the big turtle again, and the location was above the location where the sea eye appeared today. According to the crater theory, in the case of completely random ejection, the probability of 2 bombs hitting the same position is less than 1 in tens of thousands. Especially with the entire blue star as a target range, the probability is even smaller. Infrastructure work started again, and the 124 people who participated in the evolution today also completed the evolution before dinner. Unfortunately, Huyu glanced at everyone, and various skill information came into his eyes. None of them could surprise him. I don't know if it's because they didn't use their own blood, or for some other reason. More than half of the skills these people obtained are just like Shinshan. Just ordinary physical changes. Only the remaining half have special abilities, and some of them are even uneven. Some skills are so useless that they can control air vibrations, but only within a range of 10 and emit sounds no more than 40 decibels. Huyu had a headache. Fortunately, there is some good news. At least everyone's physical fitness has improved, and the work efficiency when being Palu has increased by nearly 3 times. The city construction work that originally took 19 days to complete is now estimated to be completed in 8 days. Of course, the premise is that they are still alive after 8 days. After dinner, Yu lay in bed early, looking at the ceiling of the hotel, not knowing what he was thinking. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe the next second, the world he lives in will change drastically. Not to mention the ability to change all this. He can't even participate in or witness it. The feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. I don't know how long it took. When Yu opened his eyes, it was already the next morning. He didn't even know how he fell asleep. There was only worry in his mind. Nothing else. As for confession or not, who has the mood to think about it now? Brother. Xiao detected that Yu had woken up and immediately appeared beside his bed. Today's morning report is ready. Do you need to broadcast it now? Yes. Yu responded and heard Xiao voice ringing in his ears. Today is August 14th. 5:30 in the morning. It has been 32 days since the end of the world, and the current water level has reached 5,651 meters. Base area, brother? Before the report was over, Yu's eyelids drooped again. He didn't sleep enough. He just woke up. If possible, he wanted to continue sleeping. Brother, how about you sleep a little longer? Okay. Yu uttered 2 words inside. Xiao, do you have any other solutions? Yes. Oh, forget it. I know you are just... Wait. What did you say? Yu suddenly woke up, looking at Xiao in front of him. The sleepiness in his eyes disappeared. He originally wanted to say that Xiao was just an AI, and he shouldn't embarrass her. But now, there is really a surprise. Brother, I just said that I have a solution. What solution? Is it reliable? It can ensure that the survival rate of humans is more than 90%. As for the solution, Xiao kept it a secret. Brother, you won't agree. How do you know I don't agree if you don't tell me? Leave. Leave, where? Blue planet. Xiao said seriously. The current ocean heart can be used as a space-class aircraft, with almost inexhaustible kinetic energy, sufficient living space, a stable ecosystem, and genetic samples. The only thing missing is the hibernation system. Brother, as long as you nod, I am confident that I can lead future humans to find a more suitable living space. Of course. Xiao repeated again. I know you won't agree. No. I agree. Yu spoke immediately, but he also looked at Xiao in front of him and spit out the second half of the sentence. But that is the last resort. Now, no one knows what the future fate of mankind will be. Before that, I, and no one else, are qualified to decide whether to leave our homeland on behalf of our future descendants. Xiao, promise me. Seal this plan. And once an irreversible situation occurs, take them away immediately. Then, brother, what exactly does this irreversible situation refer to? Chapter 311, Fire in the City Gates. The fish in the pond are affected. August 14th. 8:30 in the morning. Yu woke up again after a nap. He sat on the rooftop of the hotel, overlooking the infrastructure work in full swing in front of him, and ate morning tea with peace of mind. After the morning conversation, Yu felt much better. This feeling is like the original goal was to get a perfect score of 750 in the college entrance examination. And you knew it was impossible. But you still took the time to review. When the exam was about to start, the president of a 985 college found you and said that as long as you apply for his school, you can get 375 points. Although this school is not Tsinghua or Peking University, it is also a 985. The burden on Yu is not just half lighter. He also studied the possibility mentioned by Xiao. According to the current structure of the heart of the ocean, it can use all the energy generated in the universe for charging, including but not limited to various cosmic radiation, collision, and material transformation. In addition, there is a protective shield to prevent cosmic radiation from irradiating the human body, a livestock farm for growing fairy beans and pigs, cattle, sheep and other creatures, sufficient rooms, and enough people. It can maintain a speed of 296 kilometers per hour in the universe. Yes, this speed is very slow, only 0.24 times the speed of sound. It will take 3.75 million years to fly out of the solar system bounded by the Oort Nebula. Even if it is promoted to a higher level and has 8 times the current speed, it will take 468,750 years. Escape from the blue planet. Yes, but to escape from the solar system, The heart of the ocean may be able to do it. But humans, it is almost impossible. This is just the time to leave the solar system. Not the time to find a suitable place to live. Unless the heart of the ocean has the ability to create and travel through wormholes after evolving to a certain level. Otherwise, it is always just a chance. An extremely slim chance. Alas. Hu Yu sighed. Lu Ling next to him immediately came forward. Boss, how about some entertainment? Relax and relax? No. Just let me sit for a while. Hu Yu replied, silently looking up at the sky. Boss, is there something wrong with the dome? Shall we go up and take a look? No need. Is it because the morning tea doesn't taste right? I'll ask someone to change it. No. Hu Yu looked at Lu Ling with some confusion. What's wrong with you? You don't look right. Lu Ling lowered his head and said nothing. Xiao Hai, who was standing by, said, Miss Lu Ling is worried that I'll take her job. So she's a little worried. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, that's the reason. Come to think of it, Xiao Hai was just an emotionless robot before. She just did what she had to do. Never said or did anything. But now, except that she doesn't have a physical body, she is not much different from a normal human. So now Hu Yu asked Xiao Hai to do everything. And Lu Ling seems to be more and more redundant. Don't worry. I won't. Hu Yu explained to Lu Ling. Some work still needs you to complete. Don't deliberately find a sense of existence for yourself. Really? For example? I advise you not to embarrass my Huaihai Road Peppa. Hu Yu said with a bitter smile. He didn't have any hard work like carrying bags to do. In practical terms, he really didn't need Lu Ling anymore. He said that just to make her feel at ease. Okay. Lu Ling also knew what Hu Yu meant. And just smiled gently. I will stay by the boss side anyway. If you need me, tell me. If not, I will also stay by your side shamelessly. Don't worry. The points are enough to pay you. Hu Yu said, lying on the chair, closing his eyes again, and trying to take a nap. But not long after he closed his eyes, Xiao Hai's voice rang in his ears. Brother, something's wrong. Huh? Hu Yu didn't open his eyes, but just asked in confusion. What's wrong? The North Pole, the one at the North Pole, and the South Pole is moving. What? Hu Yu was so scared that he almost couldn't get up from the chair. He immediately asked Lu Ling to take the tablet. And the images of the North and South Poles appeared on it. Just as Xiao Hai said, Pride and Lust had left their hatching place. One heading south and the other heading north. Swimming at a very fast speed. What happened to them? Is there something wrong with Blue Star? According to satellite images. Except for this rainstorm. The situation on Blue Star is normal. Xiao Hai quickly responded. It is very likely that something is attracting them at the same time. Attract at the same time? Could it be something related to the ritual? Before Hu Yu could figure it out, the tablet in his hand vibrated. The source of the news was Yu Xian. Boss! Come quickly! Emergency! Did Sloth also respond? Hu Yu immediately got up, took out the steel plate from the space, installed the door handle, pushed it open, and came to Yu Xian's room. This was a special protective measure taken last time to prevent special circumstances. In the room, Yu Xian was half lying on the bed, and the other half was propped up. One eye was closed, and the other eye was flashing a blue light. His eyes were full of panic. Seeing this, Hu Yu couldn't help but raise his hand and applaud. Absolute. Too awesome. This salted fish can be so salty. Even laziness is not as lazy as him. When Hu Yu came to the room, laziness wanted to speak, but he couldn't control the sound of his throat. So he could only control the hand that he controlled to fan the other cheek. What are you doing? Yu Xian's muffled voice sounded. I'm asleep. Stop making trouble. Hu Yu was speechless for a while. He looked at Su Zilong next to him. Zilong. What time did he play until last night? 6:30. That's not. Hu Yu was stunned. You didn't mean 6:30 in the morning. Did you? Su Zilong nodded helplessly. And added. He listened to what you said last night. And said that he would finish the unfinished episodes and the unfinished games. So, that's his style. Hu Yu sighed. This was not a solution. He took out a bottle of Lichuan and gave Su Zilong a look. The latter immediately understood and controlled the sweet spring to pour into Yu Xian's mouth. In just a moment, he immediately became energetic and stood up to look at Hu Yu. Boss? What's the situation? Don't talk first. Hu Yu interrupted him and looked at Laziness. You can say whatever you want to say. Human. For your sincere worship, I can give you a chance. What chance? Leave. The tone of Laziness was still as high-handed as before. Leave, Blue Star. You can live. Otherwise, you won't live for more than 12 hours. Oh. Really? Who you knew what was going on. And just said 3 words lightly. After talking with Octopus Girl yesterday, he discovered something. Sloth has been hiding in the body of Xian. Probably because of the same idea as Octopus Girl. It is not difficult to know from its mouth that this so-called ceremony is nothing more than a competition for 1 out of 7 positions. In the competition, there will inevitably be some friction. But if you don't participate, there will be no friction. No danger. The worst case scenario is that you won't win. But you won't die anyway. Think about what Sloth will do. Of course, it is too lazy to fight. Giving up or hiding may be the options it chooses. As long as you grasp this weak spot, you can get all the information you want to know through it. Now it is so panicked. Probably because it is afraid of being found by those 2. Thinking of this, Huyu directly took out a chair from the space and sat on it. Then we will wait here. It just so happens that I don't want to care about it. So I will die. You? Sloth uttered a word, and seemed to find something wrong. It looked at Huyu and said slowly, What do you know? Nothing. I just feel that life is meaningless. And I want to drag you down with me. Huyu laughed at himself. A group of ants? Being able to drag an elephant down with us. Perhaps it is our highest honor. Right? Sloth was silent. After nearly 30 seconds, he controlled Yuxian's body and spoke. What do you want? Why are you hiding in a human body? Huyu did not give a clear price, but asked directly. Abstain. Sloth also responded calmly. As long as you don't make any preparations before the start, and live in the body of an intelligent life, sharing life with it, it means giving up and not participating in this fight in any form. This is in line with the inference. What exactly is the fight you are talking about? You don't need to know. Sloth said calmly. There are 2 ways now. Either you take me away from the blue planet, or stay here with me and wait for death. If those 2 come, your small place, Wait a minute. Huyu interrupted Laziness, since you have given up. Why are they looking for you? Besides, it hasn't even started yet. Have you allowed each other to meet? How the hell should I know? Laziness cursed. Hurry up. It will be too late if you are slower. If only one of them comes to me, it's fine. But if 2 of them come together, I'll give up. But they will definitely fight. Then I will. Yu Xianxue took over the control of his body and uttered 8 words. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond are affected. Yeah, Lotzi said again. So, leave. This is the only way now. I won't. Huyu said 2 words calmly. Turned around and left the room. Zilong, keep an eye on him. Okay, boss. As soon as he left the room, Xiao Zisu came up. She had been guarding outside the door and heard the conversation inside. She looked at Huyu and asked, You really don't want to leave? No. Can you survive? Of course. Huyu replied confidently. They are here to find Laziness. When the time comes, can't we just throw him out? Why don't we go to the heart of the ocean to watch the show? Such a dog-eat-dog scene is rare. Xiao Zisu's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Chapter 3:12 Appearance. If you say you are not panicking, that is definitely a lie. They are 2 godlike beings. Even if they are not looking for you, there will be an invisible pressure in your heart. But since it has been decided, just do it. Gao Qiqiang, a famous researcher of Sun Tzu's art of war, once said that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Danger also comes with opportunities. Only by getting close to each other can you have enough understanding. This is an opportunity. The 3 monsters will gather together, and maybe they will fight. Although the so-called ceremony has not started yet, the probability is not high. But the low probability does not mean no probability. It is also a good opportunity for everyone on the ship to see the horror of those monsters with their own eyes, so that they can have an idea in their minds. If they only watch the video to understand, it is a bit poor after all. For safety reasons, Huyu still collected the base and brought everyone to the heart of the ocean. Only in this way can mobility be guaranteed. And even if any accident occurs, they can escape from the scene at the first time. Of course, Yu Xian has also controlled it. After learning Huyu's idea, Yu Xian did not refuse. He is lazy. But he also understands one thing. The lips and teeth are cold. Although this behavior is a bit like pushing him to death. That is also under the premise that they will take action. If those monsters really take action, even if the heart of the ocean runs to outer space, it is not guaranteed that it will be stopped by the one on the moon. He will still die. If those monsters don't take action, then it's okay for him to be thrown down in sea. At worst, he can be retrieved later. Anyway, he won't die. So he can just think of it as attending a meeting that has nothing to do with him. Sometimes, Huyu also envied his mentality. Everything is ready. Huyu sat in front of Diaoyu Island, watching the two monsters on the satellite image coming quickly. The speed is no less than that of the heart of the ocean. At this speed, in 12 hours, the one coming out of the Arctic Circle will arrive here first. In another half an hour, the one in the Antarctic Circle will also arrive here. Time is running out. Huyu has no intention of sitting and waiting to die. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we must fight for it. A new day. There can be 124 new evolvers. These 124 are also under the responsibility of Shinshan. He called Su Linglong and Han Weiwei over to help them complete the evolution. Unfortunately, whether it is Su Linglong, Han Weiwei today or Zhang Siri and Fan Lao yesterday, the abilities they have acquired are not outstanding. Su Linglong and Han Weiwei's abilities are both auxiliary. One is used to enhance the speed of collective research, and the other is used to enhance the collective learning efficiency. It's useless, but it's the most suitable ability for them. It's useful. This ability won't produce much effect in less than 10 or 20 years, and it can't solve the current problem. Zhang Siri and Fan Lao's abilities are even more outrageous. Zhang Siri is proficient in mind reading. This is different from Huyu's unreliable mind reading ability. She can accurately read every thought in everyone's heart. The only flaw is that it can only be used 10 times a day, and it is an active skill. Fan Lao's ability is like a mobile version of the epic fairy beans. As long as the crops within 100 meters of him will grow faster, and there is a certain probability of mutation. The same sentence. It is useful, but it is useless for now. Not to mention the 124. Huyu collapsed on the fishing island, watching the time passing by, and he was almost unable to stop the beating heart in his chest. This should be considered his first confrontation with those so-called gods. Although it was only from the side, the significance it represents is self-evident. 11 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Before the 12th hour, the sea surface in the distance had already been stirred up by violent waves. According to visual estimation, the wave head is at least more than 100 meters. The thickness is nearly 1,000 meters. If this wave head covers, it is enough to cover all traces of human civilization in the coverage area. And the cause of all this is obviously only one existence. The pink snake. Yes, from the satellite image. It is only a little bit. But if you put it in front of you, the length is at least more than 1,000 meters. The people on the heart of the ocean looked far away, and could even see a faint pink from the huge waves. Huyu, of course, also saw this scene. He slowly stood up from the Diaoyu Island, and looked at Lu Ling and Xiao Hai beside him. Notify everyone. First level combat readiness. Okay, brother. Yes, boss. Both of them used their own ways to notify the leaders of each department and team at the first time. As soon as Huyu's order was issued, EC's voice sounded from the radio. Attention everyone. EC stood at the bow and roared. Appointed by President Huyu, I will temporarily serve as the temporary wartime commander, and everyone will listen to my orders. Now, we will officially enter the first level combat readiness state. Yes. Whether it was the armed personnel who were originally under EC or the people who joined the heart of the ocean later, they all roared at the same time. This was the order Huyu issued 3 hours ago. From the perspective of wartime leadership, EC was obviously much more suitable than himself. Letting him command would maximize the use of the power of those armed personnel. Even if this force could not fight against the two so-called gods, it could at least maintain order. After EC gave the order, everyone followed Xiao Hai's arrangement, separated by men and women, and stood in the most heavily defended areas of the heart of the ocean. Don't move. This is their mission. And the only mission. Protect yourself. No matter what happens below. The first priority is to protect the opposite sex around you while protecting yourself. This is for the continuation of mankind. As for the rest, they have no control over it. And they don't need to care about it. As soon as he saw the waves, Huyu came to Yuxian's room. Xiao Zisu, Su Zilong, and Xianor were guarding 3 different directions of the room. No matter where Xian left from, they would immediately stop him, ensuring that 2 people would attack at the same time. So far, Xian had no intention of resisting. He just lay quietly on the bed, sleeping with one eye and standing guard with the other, snoring from time to time. Needless to say, the sleeping eye was naturally the one controlled by Xian, and the one standing guard had blue eyes. And after seeing Yu coming, he kept winking at him. It was a pity that he couldn't control the other half of his throat, so he couldn't speak, so the meaning he wanted to express could only be conveyed through his eyes. Unfortunately, the look was too complicated for Yu to understand. He could only step forward, take out a wooden stick, and poke Xian, who was sleeping. "Hey, wake up!" Xian gradually opened his sleepy eyes. He had been catching up on sleep for so long. It was time to wake up. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Yu, and he immediately got up and sat up from the bed. "Boss!" Yu snorted lightly, and before the two could continue the conversation, laziness intervened. "Mad. You humans are all crazy. A group like you should be extinct." "Extinction? You know? Oh! Don't tell me you said something similar to the dinosaurs? That's not the case." Sloth spat out 4 words, staring at Yu and said, "I have participated in so many long ceremonies, and only you humans deserve these 2 words. Whatever you say." Yu shrugged, with a dead pig fearless posture. "Anyway, we are grasshoppers on the same rope now. If you have the energy to curse, you might as well think about how to face your own kind when you go out." "Face? Do you still need to think about it?" Sloth said doubtfully. "I give up. As the same kind, they won't attack me. You should be the ones to consider what to do. When I see them, the main thing is to complain. I won't join the war, but I want to destroy a group of ants. That shouldn't be a problem. Right? Clap. Clap." Yu raised his hands and clapped, still smiling. "The idea is good. I hope you can really do it. But as long as you say that, we will fight you to the death in front of your fellow tribesmen. Since you have already given up, you are a useless chess piece to them. Instead of keeping you around to get in the way, you might as well throw you under the table and let rats and ants eat you. Then guess, will they kill all of us for your safety? Or will they want to kill you and let us go? After all, you gave up. But they just won't attack you. If we attack you, they don't seem to need to protect you. Right?" Laziness instantly fell silent. He had thought that Yu was not easy to deceive, but he did not expect that he would be so hard to deceive. He had even used his trump card, but the other party did not make any move, and even became a chess piece to kill him. "What do you want?" "It's very simple." Yu raised his mouth and said calmly, "Now the stage is ready, and one of the 2 protagonists is about to arrive. As a supporting role, isn't it time for you to appear?" "What do you mean?" Sloth frowned and replied. He didn't quite understand what Yu meant, and he didn't know what he was going to do. What you need to do is actually very simple. Yu stepped forward and raised his hand to his shoulder. "You want to sow discord, right? Since they are all looking for you, their goals are likely the same. The original conflict itself exists, and you just need to add fuel to the flames a little bit. It's just a few simple words. It shouldn't affect your status as a renouncer. Right?" Chapter 313 Dispute. Devil. Laziness looked at Yu in front of him, as if he saw the devil in their cultural works. He naturally knew that the guy in front of him wanted more than just to sow discord. What he wanted was the consequences of sowing discord. No matter if he succeeded or failed, that barb would always pierce the hearts of arrogance and lust. Even if it didn't break out now, when the 2 sides met again in the future, they would definitely be on the verge of a fight. And all this was the result of him using the last spark of his civilization as a bet. If they won the bet, they could survive, and might even witness the fight between gods with their own eyes. Lost the bet. Civilization. Live up to existence. But it also affected 2 gods with its ant-like existence. No. Even 3 gods. But he likes it, because he is fighting so hard now. It means one thing. He believes it. He believes in the so-called waiver, and also believes in his current performance. Then the next step will be easy. Sloth laughed wildly in his heart, but still showed a painful look. Transaction. Human. You should know the nature of the transaction. I can help you accomplish this. But you also need to give something. What do you want? The egg in your hand that belongs to Gluttony. Who you frowned. Didn't you give up? What do you want this thing for? Gluttony and I are both the weakest. We have cooperated with each other before. Now a new round of rituals is coming. I don't want him to just stay in the egg. This sentence is true or false. Who you naturally won't agree. But he can give him another thing. No. He refused flatly, frowning and saying, You two are allies. How dare I let him go to you? What if you two team up to cause trouble? How can we ants bear it? Switch. I can give you the black egg. That's fine too. Laziness replied helplessly. Give it to me now. Are you dreaming? Who you mercilessly said. Wait until you finish the job. And then I'll give it to you after the rain stops. Who knows if the black egg is also your ally? You want to bug? No way. You? Sloth frowned and spat out a word. Then gave up angrily. Okay. I hope you keep your promise. Don't worry. Who you smiled and spat out 4 words. Isn't it just a black egg? Wait until the rain stops and give him one. By then, the ceremony will start. Even if Sloth can't hatch the contents of the black egg. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Hu Yu's goal has been achieved. He immediately walked to the door, pushed it open, and raised his hand to make an invitation gesture. Please. Lazy pondered for a few breaths, and stood up. He looked at Hu Yu's face and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word, so he could only snort coldly. Wait! Yu Xian's voice suddenly sounded, and he turned to look at Hu Yu. Boss, if this guy doesn't cooperate, is there anything I can do? Yes. Hu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Will he curse? Yeah. Yu Xian patted his chest while speaking. Professionals on piano level 10. I know all kinds of things you know and don't know. That's fine. Hu Yu walked to Yu Xian and patted him on the shoulder. If he doesn't cooperate, you can just spray those 2 things. Spray as dirty as you can. Oh, 98k. Lazy rolled his eyes silently. It's just a curse. Who would care about these at their level? Unless Yu Xian's firepower output is really strong enough to make those 2 unable to control it. Otherwise, it's useless. Watching Yu Xian walk into the cabin and come to the deck. Now the huge waves are almost sweeping to the heart of the ocean. Without Hu Yu saying anything, Xiao Hai raised the sailing altitude on his own, so that he was above the waves and could always pay attention to the movements near the waves. Looking at the waves getting closer and closer, Hu Yu stepped forward, came to Yu Xian, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder. Jump? You don't have to say it, Laziness said, and jumped into the waves. In an instant, the world seemed to be frozen. The ray around him was suspended in the air, like the stars dotted in the Milky Way, lingering between Laziness and the pink snake. Neither the man nor the snake spoke, but just stared at each other, as if waiting for something. It was precisely because of their silence that everyone on the boat did not dare to make any sound. Under the heavy rain, there was only one sound left in everyone's ears. Heartbeat. People can only hear their own heartbeats now. Except Xiao Hai. She is just an AI projection and will not be affected by these. Even after monitoring the movements of the white dragon, she did not forget to step forward and remind Hu Yu. Brother, the one from Antarctica is coming soon. Hu Yu suddenly came out of that state. He looked around and found that everyone was in a state of silence, and frowned immediately. In this state, let alone testing the gods, it would be lucky to be able to keep his life under the power of the gods. However, except for a little loss of consciousness just now, he is not affected now. Before Hu Yu could figure out what was going on, there was an ice blue cloud in the sky in the south direction floating towards this place. What is that? In the thick black clouds, the ice cloud looked particularly dazzling. According to the data, the temperature around the ice cloud is as low as minus 18 degrees Celsius. The core temperature is close to minus 100 degrees Celsius, and the coverage area reaches 800 square kilometers. As long as the water surface is covered by the ice cloud, more than 99% of the creatures will be extinct, and satellite images show that the white dragon is behind the ice cloud. He does this, it seems, to clear the field. It can only be said that he is arrogant. Hu Yu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He was so arrogant that he didn't allow any creature to get close to him, let alone anything that blocked the way. Thinking back, he seemed to have taken someone's eggshell away. If he was found to be a disguised fellow, it would be strange if the icy cloud didn't cover his head. Maybe Bai Long would give him an exclusive VIP. A 24-hour annual package. Huyu couldn't help but shudder and asked Xiao Hai, can the heart of the ocean withstand it? Or is there any way to avoid it? You can't avoid it. But you can resist it. Xiao Hai directly adjusted the energy shield to the maximum, consuming almost 2 energy points per minute. And this consumption was twice as much as hovering flight. Turning on the highest level of the energy shield can effectively offset part of the temperature and convert it into energy reserves. As for the remaining temperature, you brothers have to bear it by yourselves. The remaining temperature? Can you elaborate on it? How many degrees is it? At the edge? It can be guaranteed to be 27 degrees, which will not have a negative impact on the human body. The core area can only be guaranteed to be minus 23 degrees at most. It's okay. I can accept it, Huyu said helplessly. As long as he didn't freeze into ice chips. He could keep warm by adding more clothes. But he glanced at the people who were still in a daze. More than 1,000 people. Do we, the president, have to put on the clothes for them personally? Forget it. The lives of these guys are more important. Huyu took advantage of the opportunity and collected the heart of the ocean as quickly as possible, and then released it from the space backpack. After operating back and forth, all the crew members on the heart of the ocean gathered on the deck. Like more than 1,000 emotionless salted fish, they lay motionless on the deck. Huyu waved his hand casually, and a large number of down jackets, quilts, and windbreakers fell on everyone, covering a full 10 layers. Should that be enough now? Of course. Although these things are heavy, Huyu still left them some breathing space. When he finished all this, Bingyun had already arrived in front of him. The biting cold wind blew. Huyu stood at the bow and saw the white dragon rising from the water in the distance, swaying and slowly flying to the opposite side of laziness and the pink snake. At that moment, thousands of water droplets suddenly turned into ice beads, dotted in the sky, more like stars than before. Huyu didn't dare to move a bit, or even breathe loudly, so he could only stand on the deck and stare at what was in front of him. 3. Sloth, lust, and arrogance. 3 of the 7 deadly sins are all here. We will know what they want to do soon. Huyu felt that his heart was about to jump to his throat. And soon, he heard a doubtful voice in his ear. You are here too. Why don't you come down to chat? This is Bai Long's voice. He still thinks he is of the same kind. Could it be that he really disguised himself so well? There are 2 real people of the same kind in front of him, and he still can't recognize them? Never mind. It's useless to not wave up the tiger skin banner given for free. No, Huyu said silently in his heart. You guys deal with it first. Although he didn't make a sound, he knew that with this person's ability, since he could talk directly to his brain, it shouldn't be difficult for him to hear his inner voice. Just a good time to test it. Okay. Huyu suddenly felt helpless when Bai Long's voice came. I can really hear it. What abilities do these monsters have? Huyu was speechless for a while, but he stood aside and watched quietly, as if he had won a death-free gold medal. Bai Long, one of the 7 deadly sins, arrogance, personally went down to certify. What's the difference between that and a death-free gold medal? Just when Huyu was complacent, a voice came from below. It was the pink little snake. It spit out a snake tongue. Hand over your things. Yu Daician immediately spread his hands and expressed his opinion. Things? What do you want? I am now living in someone else's body, and I have given up my rights. Why do you still ask me for things? What does it have to do with me? Heh. Little White Dragon sneered. His head gradually raised, overlooking the snake and the man in front of him. It doesn't matter. Do you smell like him? Him? Yu Daician was stunned at first, and then reacted. You mean gluttony? Leave it to me. Lust spoke immediately. Otherwise, the ceremony has not started yet. You are not considered to have given up. You? It is not equal to laziness. The little white dragon looked down at it and spoke calmly. You are qualified? Yu Xian's body trembled slightly. The boss seemed to have miscalculated. Without laziness speaking, these 2 could fight on their own. But the key point is, they are about to fight. How can I escape? Chapter 314 I understand. I understand everything. Fight. Fight. Huyu looked down at the movement below, wishing he could personally intervene. He did not expect that this arrogance could be so arrogant. Since he dared to speak in this tone, he must have the strength to match it. Whether he and Lust were both injured, or Lust was directly destroyed, it would be good news for mankind. It might even allow Huyu to witness the method of killing God. But at the critical moment, humph, Lust snorted coldly, without answering Pride's ridicule, and obviously chose to retreat. He looked up and down at the little white dragon, and asked in confusion, "You came here? Aren't you also here for gluttony?" "No." "Then for laziness?" Lust asked immediately. "Why should I answer you?" Pride asked back. "Since it's neither, then we can cooperate," Lust said calmly. "I just want gluttony, and let laziness give me the things. I don't care about the rest. I can even help you get whatever you want." "Help me? Are you qualified?" Another taunt. After hearing this, Yu Daisian couldn't help but tremble. "Sister, I know you are strong, but you shouldn't be so arrogant. You are qualified? Are you a key maker?" Ahem. Without waiting for Dai to speak, Yu Xian controlled his body and said, "You too. If you fight later, it has nothing to do with me." As he said this, he tentatively controlled his body to move out. The look he gave Pride was almost like saying that if he hit him, he couldn't hit me. Both Lust and Pride knew that this sentence didn't come from Sloth. Both parties just glanced at him and ignored him. Lust just gritted his teeth and pointed at Sloth. "Okay. I don't care what you do. I want to take this guy away." "Heh." Pride sneered again, obviously rejecting this proposal. "Pride?" Lust roared. "You are forcing me to start a war." "Force you?" The little white dragon's pupils straightened, and the golden eyes showed murderous intent. "So what? Cool. Too cool. Who you lay on the side of the ship?" Looking at the little white dragon, his eyes almost sparkling. "It's just crazy cool and showy, cough cough. Don't think like that. It will be bad if someone peeks at you. But then again, we are all one of the 7 deadly sins. Why is Lust so cowardly? Is it so afraid of arrogance? Why? Is there any information that they don't know? Or is arrogance the winner last time? So they are so afraid of this person? Okay. Sloth took the initiative to speak. "You too. It hasn't officially started yet. There's no need to make things so awkward. Sister Pride, how about this? You speak. What do you want? And we two cooperate?" Lust didn't say anything, just stood aside silently, tacitly agreeing to this proposal. "I want you, and you, to leave here." This sentence not only includes Lust, but also Sloth. The two looked at each other, both confused. What's going on? Is there something here that even Pride cares about? The two of them looked up at the same time, looking at the heart of the ocean in the air. Yu noticed something was wrong, and immediately squatted down, not daring to show his head again. "This is too much." Lust took the initiative to protest. "That's me." Boom! There was a loud bang. It was like thunder falling on his head. Yu trembled, and tentatively stuck his head out to look at the situation outside the heart of the ocean. He didn't know until he saw it. He was stunned. Lust was covered with frost, and his body was sealed in ice crystals. From the surface alone, there was no sign of life. Yu Deluxian, who was standing next to him, was trembling slightly and looked at Lust in horror. Pride made a move. "What happened just now?" "You?" Pride's eyes fell on the frost. "Any opinions?" Lust couldn't even make a sound, and could only roll his eyes in the ice to show that he didn't dare. Crack! The ice shattered. Lust was exposed to the air again. This time, it didn't say a word, but jumped into the sea, swam in the direction it came from, and stirred up a storm again. "Leaving now?" Yu was shocked. "Is this Lust? Just change your name to Coward. Being slapped in the face in public. Just leaving like that? At least say something harsh." Before Lust could go far, Pride turned around and looked at Sloth. "You're not leaving yet?" The corner of Sloth's mouth twitched. "I have friends up there. How about you give me some time? I'll say hello before leaving?" 3 days? Okay. I will definitely leave in 3 days. I promise I won't even leave a trace. 2. After the second syllable fell, Sloth immediately jumped into the water without waiting for Pride to say 1. He suddenly burst out with a speed comparable to Lust and swam towards the east. Good man. This dog is too good at hiding. The speed alone is almost catching up with Lust. And other abilities are probably not much different. It's a pity. He has been driven away now. And I don't know if he can come back. It's so hard to find a stable source of information. If he can't come back, it would be a pity. That's not right. Isn't Pride's target Sloth? He drove away Sloth and Lust together. Now aren't there only him and the humans on the heart of the ocean nearby. What does this mean? Is it that his target has always been them? But in their eyes, humans are just ants. What practical significance do they have? Could it be that Pride still believes in the persona he created for her? Thinks she is one of them. Then who does this person think she is? Gluttony? Impossible. He hasn't hatched in his own space yet. And lust can only sense a little breath, not its specific existence. No matter how cool and awesome Pride is, he can't sense what's in his own space. Right? As soon as Huyu's mind came up, Pride had already given him the answer with his actions. A pure white figure flashed by, and the dragon's tail curled up and landed directly on the heart of the ocean. The huge dragon head lowered, overlooking Huyu in front of him. The biting cold came again. What do you want to do? Me? What do you want to do? Please, big sister. This question should be asked to you. Huyu immediately realized that something was wrong. This person can read minds. Aren't all his thoughts exposed to his eyes? Ask me? Aowang frowned, as if realizing something. He raised his dragon tail, and the sharp tip of the tail, like a sword, landed on Huyu's head. Instantly, the chill was piercing. Huyu immediately closed his eyes, clasped his hands tightly around his legs, and trembled slightly. Now, it was completely over. 1 second, 2 seconds. Huyu could still sense the existence of his body, so he slowly raised his eyes. I saw that Aowang did not make a move, and a hint of doubt flashed in his dragon eyes. You are not he yet? Huyu didn't dare to speak. Based on what he did just now, he was afraid that if he said one more word, the original ending of immortality would become a burping ending. Heh. Aowang sneered again, looking down at Huyu, and the tip of his tail didn't pierce his head, but rubbed it on his head. It was like an elder stroking the head of a younger person. The people you find every time are quite interesting, and you even dare to deceive me. Being exposed? Huyu's heart trembled. So, can't escape the ending of death? Just when he was about to die heroically, Aowang changed the subject. But, for your sake, I'll spare him. Remember, I'm waiting for you. If you make me wait too long, he snorted arrogantly. All the ice beads within 1,000 miles were shattered into slag. They turned into little ice flowers and fell into the sea. Each ice slag could freeze the nearby sea into ice. The falling ice slag hit the ice surface, breaking the ice layer by layer and turning it into a pile of broken ice. It was just a simple snort. The sea surface suddenly turned into layers of sharp ice spikes. Is this the power of pride? Huyu took a breath, looking at the horror in front of him, and dared not move at all. Just after saying this, Pride leaped and flew into the sea, with a cloud of ice on his head. He fled in the direction from which he came. Only Huyu was left standing there in a daze, somewhat at a loss. What's going on? Pride came here with great fanfare just to say this. Who is he looking for? Me? But why did he say that I am not him? Huyu's head was full of questions, and his brows were slightly frowned. As Pride left, the surrounding temperature gradually returned to normal. The people under various down jackets and quilts gradually returned to normal. Fortunately, no matter what, at least I am still alive, and everyone else is fine. This is the best news. As for more news, I am afraid that we can only know it by finding the abdicating sloth first. Anyway, he has abdicated, and now he can only stay in the heart of the ocean and do nothing but enjoy it. It is only a matter of time to find him. Just as he was about to go east to look for Sloth, Sloth's voice rang in his mind. I understand. I understand everything. Quick, come and pick me up. I have great news for you. He actually contacted me on his own initiative? That's unusual. Where are you? Huyu asked in his heart. The old Yujing? It's only been a short time. You swam to Yujing. You're worried about being silenced. Sloth responded helplessly. I had to swim faster. Huyu was speechless for a while. Then can't you swim back by yourself? I'm lazy. I've never seen such a shameless person. Huyu sighed helplessly. You'd better have news. If not, humph. Don't worry. Sloth spoke again. I know why Pride is looking for you. And I also know why you had that coldness before. And I also know your true identity. Me? True identity? Huyu's head was full of question marks. What true identity? Could it be that his parents, who had died for who knows how many years, had left him some inheritance? Chapter 315, Who Greedy Spokesperson You? Huyu was full of doubts. But he did not rush to Yujing immediately. Before that, there were still things that needed to be arranged properly. Since the current crisis has been resolved, the construction of the base must be kept up to date. He put the big turtle shell back into the water and resumed the construction progress of Zijing Mountain. He immediately asked Xiao's father and mother to help check everyone's physical condition. There was no way. Last time, he just talked to Pride for a few words and almost froze to death from hypothermia. Although Xiao Bailong just stood on the boat for a moment and then left the heart of the ocean, it was still necessary to check everything carefully. Now everyone on the boat is a treasure. Even if there is no problem now, we must cut off any possible sequelae. After finishing all this, he drove the heart of the ocean towards Yujing. There were only 3 people on the boat. He, and Xiener, and Lu Ling. As for Xiao Zissou, she naturally wanted to go, but there were too many people who needed to be checked, so she had to stay in the base to help. At the current speed of Ocean Heart, everyone has arrived at Yujing before 10 o'clock in the evening. It's just that Yu Daishian's location is not easy to find. This lazy dog. He only gave the name of Yujing, and didn't say any other detailed information. Since the last call, he has not contacted Hu Yu again, and he has started to disappear. No need to think. He is probably too lazy to contact him again. What else can he do? Find him. Anyway, Yujing is so small, and with Ocean Heart's current ability to deploy drones, it will soon find the lazy dog floating on the sea. They started searching from the east, and the drones they deployed almost covered half of Yujing. Even so, it took them an hour to find Yu Daishan. When they found this guy, he didn't know where he got a wooden board from, and he lay on it to be baptized by the heavy rain. It was because the drone's lens was clear enough to see this guy's face. Otherwise, at first glance, it would be hard to tell which dead person was lying on the board, commonly known as lying on the board. After receiving Yu Daishan, Hu Yu didn't stop at all, and directly pulled this guy into the room, turn off all surveillance videos, and even refused to monitor Xiao Hai's authority. Hu Yu has realized that what laziness wants to tell him may not be simple. Think about it carefully. He seems to be really different from others. First of all, it is the egg of gluttony. When he saw it for the first time, he was indeed affected. But can the impact be eliminated by just being pulled out? Obviously not. At that time, there were so many people on other aircraft carriers. If they really realized that something was wrong and left the range to eliminate the impact, then shouldn't everyone on the ship be facing the black egg? The black fog is gradual. When the black fog covered the edge of the ship, some people were affected, and the people outside the black fog should have pulled him out like Xiao Zissou did at that time. As the black fog gradually enveloped the ship, those people should have sensed fear and moved collectively towards the stern. Most of them should have turned their backs to gluttony. It would never be like that time. When everyone stood in their own position and faced gluttony, there is only one possibility that can cause this situation. Leaving the black fog cannot eliminate the influence of gluttony. The second is laziness and the lust of the Arctic. Other creatures will be affected by laziness or lust, but only the existence on their own ship is not affected. At that time, Hu Yu only thought that lust had a unique nature, and perhaps looking directly at the other person would not cause any serious consequences. Later, I thought, since they are all 7 deadly sins, why can only gluttony affect them? But lust and laziness cannot? There must be a problem here. Third, Pride's attitude towards me. From the first time I met Pride, he seemed to know me and talked to me in the tone of an old friend. At that time, I thought he had recognized the wrong person. But that was Pride. No matter who recognized the wrong person, he would never recognize the wrong person. Finally, just now, all 3 of the 7 deadly sins gathered together. The impact caused at that time could even control the celestial phenomena. The other people on the boat were stagnant in place, as if they were pulled into some ordinary movie. But he himself was not affected at all. Although the above 4 points are extremely outrageous, they all point to one answer. Perhaps, without Hu Yu knowing, he has become the carrier of one of the 7 deadly sins, like Yu Xian. And the color of that egg is most likely black, because the black egg produced by the system can even avoid the identification of laziness. This is why Arrogant said those words to himself just now. Hu Yu felt his heart was dead. He has not become like Yu Xian yet. Most likely because the black egg has not hatched yet. Of course, everything is just his guess. To know the truth, you still have to see what Dai Dai says. Everything is not settled yet. Coming to the room, Hu Yu closed the door with a heavy heart. He looked at Yu Dai Xian in front of him, and was mentally prepared. Tell me, what do you know about my true identity? Greed. Yu Dai Xian spat out 2 words. And then looked at Hu Yu. I never thought that you actually had greed in your body. No wonder you were able to withstand the arrogant thoughts and not die. And you could also eat the lustful eggshells. So that's it. In this way, everything can be explained. Sure enough, Hu Yu felt that half of his heart was dead. But he still held on. What greed? My state is different from yours. What do you mean? Hee hee. Of course our situations are different. Yu Dai Xian laughed twice. But it's a bit troublesome to explain. I'm too lazy to say it. According to the current progress, maybe 10 days? Maybe in a few days, you can know the truth of everything yourself. Trouble? Hu Yu asked back, and directly used the door handle to open the door to the Antarctic Circle. Through the door frame, you can even feel the frost left by arrogance. Then why don't we go here to talk? Or, Hu Yu closed the door and opened it again. This time to the location of the Arctic Circle. Lust is on the way back. Let's go here to chat. You? Yu Lixian's expression was instantly flustered. Close the door quickly. Chat. I'll talk to you about anything you want to talk about. That's great. Hu Yu closed the door and moved a sofa out to lie down. Tell me, why do you say I'm greedy? It all started after the last ceremony. Laziness' eyes fell into deep thought. Last time, it was Greedy who won the final victory in this ceremony. As the winner, one of the rights he obtained is that he can get a small lead in this ceremony. For example, came to this world before us, selected his own spokesperson, and thus gained a partial lead. You mean? Hu Yu pointed at the tip of his nose. Am I the spokesperson chosen by Greedy? But if he is in my body, then according to your rules, shouldn't it be considered a waiver? Hu Yu frowned and asked. Who said he is in your body? Lazy asked back. I only said that you are his spokesperson. There is a difference between spokesperson and host. What's the difference? Put it simply. Yu Lazy pointed at himself. Now I and this human are one. No matter what happens in the future, we will never be separated. If he dies, I will die with him. Of course. Except for my kind, you intelligent beings cannot kill him. After that, our consciousness will gradually merge into a new consciousness. And that consciousness will become the new sloth at the next ceremony. As for you, to describe it in the simplest terms, you are a puppet. You do not have the power of greed. Nor do you control his power, let alone share consciousness with him. You are just a person chosen by him to be his spokesperson in the ceremony, participating in this ceremony on his behalf. If you win, he will take over your body and become you. And your consciousness will dissipate. If you lose, you just lose. Your consciousness will still be wiped out. The fist clenched tighter. This answer is even worse than what Hu Yu thought. Spokesperson. Is there a worse result than this? Wait. Could it be that the system I got is the ability given by greed? If I'm not mistaken, you should have an ability. Right? Yu Dai Xian's voice sounded again. You should get something every day. Right? That black egg you showed me before? This is the ability of the spokesperson of greed. When did you get it? You must have accumulated a lot of things in these days. Right? Hey! Wait! Is this the ability of greed? But, this function is one of the sub-functions unlocked by the system. Isn't the system the ability of greed? Or does the ability of greed far exceed the cognition of laziness? Hu Yu groaned in silence. After thinking about it, he still felt that the former possibility was higher. Even if the power of greed is against the sky, it won't allow him to be reborn. Right? After a few breaths, Hu Yu finally calmed down. Before, other beings also had spokespersons. Right? What was their ending? Except for the last time. No spokesperson has ever won a ceremony. Who was it last time? Arrogant. He is the only one who won 2 games in a row. But it was a pity that he was ended by laziness. Yu Lixian raised his eyebrows. What? You want to be the next one? You don't even know the meaning of the ritual now. Do you really think you can win? I just don't know it now. Hu Yu looked at Sloth. Aren't you going to tell me right now? What a trouble. Sloth complained helplessly. Why did Lust want to create a being like you? What a mess. Hu Yu felt like a thunderbolt exploded in his head. What did you say? Chapter 316 Black Myth. At that time? Lust? Creation? Hu Yu's head was full of question marks. and he couldn't put these words together at all. But the voice of laziness continued to sound. Oh, isn't this also recorded in your history? You laziness thought for a moment, and then uttered. By the way, he is called Nuwa in your history. Yes, it is Nuwa. His, who you took a breath of cold air. Nuwa created humans. The scene he saw in the North Pole instantly appeared in his mind. The densely packed mutant fish. The terrifying reproductive capacity. What version of the black myth is this? I've seen Yukong turn evil. I've seen Tang Sung run wild. But I've never seen anyone wreak havoc on Nuwa. Hu Yu shook his head, trying to get rid of the image in his mind. He didn't dare to think too much. But Yu Daxian had already promised to tell him the specific ceremony. And the voice had begun to echo in his ears. Actually, this is the so-called ceremony. After this rainstorm, the continent will return to normal. And most of the creatures will become extinct. Some of the creatures that have not become extinct will be the original contestants. Or they will be transformed. Or they will be selected. Or they will evolve. And they will all participate in this ceremony. Humans are the species transformed by lust in the previous life. Wait! Hu Yu interrupted. You said transformation? Isn't it creating humans? Who? Lust? What right does he have? Sloth sneered. He selected a part of the tribe from Homo sapiens, treated you as subordinates, and gave you wisdom and reproductive ability comparable to his. As an old winner, he does not have the ability to create a new tribe. Logically speaking, you should know Darwin's theory of evolution. Why are you asking such common sense? Hu Yu was speechless. We've already talked about mythology. And you're still talking to me about science? Darwin! Is this guy on the same wavelength as Nuwa? That's not right. According to the current situation. Shouldn't he win? How come greed won in the end? Hu Yu frowned and asked. This, you don't need to know yet. The winner will make his own decision. Wait! Hu Yu recalled what he had just said. You said he doesn't have the ability to create a race. Does that mean that other contestants have the ability? Of course. The one locked in your swimming pool is the race created by another contestant. Yu Daixin kept the secret and continued. In short, we contestants will either select a part of the race to transform, or create a new race ourselves, or select a spokesperson from the existing race to participate in this ceremony. When the baptism is over, this ceremony will officially begin. We will not participate. The ones who really participate in this ceremony are you. Hu Yu's mind was completely confused. Humans were the group that Lust had chosen to evolve. And Asrit, the Atlantean, was one of them. What about other groups that were chosen by other beings? Did they all become extinct? Or were the demons and witches in the ancient myths and legends also selected? But what about them? They couldn't have really disappeared. Right? Didn't Asrit say that these guys were expelled by the ancestors of mankind? But from what Laziness said, it didn't seem like they were expelled. Instead, it seemed like they had enough fun and left. Who is telling the truth? Are you still in doubt? Yu Daixin saw the doubts in Hu Yu's head. Since you are the spokesperson for that guy, I happen to be free today. What else do you want to ask? I'll ask you all at once. How to judge the end of the ceremony? Hu Yu stared at Dai. I want to know what the standard of your victory is. This is very important. It is so important that it can determine who is telling the truth between Dai and Asrit. This is so different. I remember the last time was the impact on the overall creatures of Blue Star. And the time before that was the judgment of force value. The 32nd time was the funniest. And it was a competition to see who could leave the Milky Way in the most labor-saving way. Well, come to think of it, I only won that one time. Who knows what this time is? It's not impossible that it's a contest of who eats more. After all, Gluttony was almost forced to withdraw from the competition by you. Hu Yu swallowed his saliva and trembled as he spoke. How many times have you held this ceremony? How many times? Let me count. Sloth actually counted on his fingers. It's probably more than 90 times. Hey! Who remembers? Anyway, after a baptism, all the previous traces will be destroyed, and the entire blue planet will be like new. No matter how tenacious a race is, it can't survive more than 3 eras. Can you believe that the weak creature called cockroach in your kitchen is the winner of the 85th time? That thing was created by lust and gluttony. I tell you, the scene was outrageous. A cockroach was more than 100 meters long. And every day it either ate its own kind or reproduced crazily. It's been less than 500 days. And every corner of the blue planet is full of it. After the judgment, Gluttony finally won. Lust seems to have fallen out with gluttony, and has never cooperated with gluttony since then. This time it came to gluttony, either revenge or cooperation. So many rituals have passed. The hatred should be gone. After so many information bombardments, Huyu felt that his tolerance had reached max. But when he heard the description of sloth, he couldn't help but shudder. A cockroach over 100 meters high? Even Ultraman would have to avoid it. Right? Ahem. Huyu coughed twice and took out a cup of Fatty's happy water to calm his nerves. Then what are you doing here? After more than 90 ceremonies. Everyone should have won once. But you are still here, participating in the ceremony again and again. What is the purpose? Why? Yu Daisian seemed to be stumped by the question and immediately fell into confusion. He scratched his head. Damn it. It's been too long. I can't remember it. But there's always a voice in my head telling me to participate in the ceremony. Win. Then I can get all the answers. But you don't look like you want to win. Yes, Yu Lazixian said confidently. Because I'm lazy. Let's not talk about the distant past. Look at Greed. He won. Right? Didn't he still choose your ace who won last time as the spokesperson to participate in the battle? He still wants to win. So the fruits of victory must be sweet. Huyu fell silent again. What Sloth said was not without reason. But it was still debatable whether he or Astrid was telling the truth, or whether what they said was half true and half false. Okay. You can rest, Huyu said and left the room. He needed enough time to sort out his thoughts. After leaving, he went into the room alone and sorted out the messy thoughts in his mind. In a blink of an eye, it was already the early morning of the next day. Xiao Hai turned into a projection and came in front of him. Brother, we've arrived at the base. Yeah, Huyu replied, and casually asked, what time is it? 1 o'clock in the morning. You should rest. Oh, Huyu replied calmly. As if he had been drained of his energy, he took 2 steps forward and fell directly on the bed. In his dream, he was stuck on a spider web. There were 7 spiders hovering on the spider web. Each of them was fat, and they approached him step by step, as if they wanted to eat him. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the spider web. Just when he thought he was going to be swallowed, he found out he was not the prey of the 7 spiders, but just a speck of dust that happened to be stuck on the spider web. His heart died instantly. Fortunately, it was just a dream. When he woke up again, Xiao Hai and Xiao Zissou were already waiting beside him. You finally woke up. Xiao Zissou breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't wake up again, I'm going to use the golden needle method. Huyu felt a little strange, and his head was inexplicably aching. What? How long have I slept? Not much. 2 full days, Xiao Zissou said unhappily. 56 hours to be exact. Xiao Hai responded respectfully. Brother, it's August 16th. 9 o'clock in the morning. 34 days have passed since the end of the world. There are still 358 hours before the rainstorm you predicted will stop. Current water level line, etc. Huyu interrupted Xiao Hai's morning newspaper and lifted it up from the bed. Why have I slept for so long? Shouldn't I? Didn't the alarm be ring? Life, Xiao Zissou said back, raising his hand. Just want to be next to the gongs. I can't wake you up by knocking you by your head with this stuff. Hurry up and eat something. You can't stand your body anymore. Okay. Huyu smiled bitterly and realized what was wrong with his body. This problem is probably related to greed. Perhaps, as the rainstorm is about to end, the time I have to control this body will be shorter. He forced himself to take out a small table and a bowl of porridge from the space, and ate slowly. Zissou, how is the base recently? Is everyone okay? No one is injured. Only a few people with poor health caught a cold. Shinshan arranged for them to undergo evolution first, and then their bodies recovered. Xiao Zissou said as she stepped forward to check his pulse. What's wrong with your body? From the pulse? There's nothing wrong. How would I know? Huyu smiled bitterly and replied perfunctorily. Maybe you're too tired recently. Just take a rest. Okay. You have a good rest. Xiao Zissou frowned and stood up, as if she wanted to say something but didn't. Come to me after you finish breakfast. I have something important to talk to you about. Important? This was the first time he saw Xiao Zissou speak in this tone. Even after helping him resolve his lust last time, she didn't do this. What happened during the 2 days he was in a coma? Chapter 317. Wow. Golden Legend *4. Don't panic when something happens. The more you panic, the more chaotic things will be. Hu Yu knew this very well. So he still sat on the bed, and did not look for Xiao Zissou immediately, but drank the porridge slowly, and looked up at Xiao Hai. Continue with the morning report. Yes, brother. Xiao Hai's voice continued. The current water level has risen to 6,985 meters, and the hourly rainfall is maintained at 102.4 meters per hour. It is estimated that in 31 hours, the water level will rise to 10,000 meters, and the oxygen content will be unfavorable for human survival. This is a big deal. Hu Yu frowned slightly. Has the heart of the ocean been put into the water? I remember that it should be able to absorb seawater and convert it into energy now. Right? Yes. But the conversion amount is far less than the precipitation, and it can only delay this time by 1 hour at most. 1 hour is also time. Let's put it in and convert the seawater first. Okay, brother. Xiao Hai responded and then reported. During your coma, a total of 372 evolvers, including number 14, were completed. Ms. Zhang Sirui and Ms. Lu Ling analyzed individual abilities and ranked the current 496 people, excluding previous evolvers and committee members. The table is as follows. It has been sent to your tablet. Please check it. Hu Yu picked up the tablet and took a look. The first thing he saw was naturally the person at the front. Just one glance made him stunned on the spot. Name, Guanli. Ability, Spatial Containment. Level, S. Is this true? Hu Yu was stunned on the spot. Spatial Containment. This ability can also be transformed. Guanli. This kid really gave him surprises everywhere. There was no other way at that time. Normally, miners need to evolve at the end. But because Guanli was frozen and his body temperature was too low, there was no other way to let him become the first echelon to evolve. That's not what I meant. Hu Yu looked at the form and frowned slightly. Why is there no specific ability on it? This is what Miss Lu Ling meant. Xiao Hai explained beside him. She said that everyone's ability is secret, in order to ensure that there are no accidents. Only a brief record of the ability is made. The specific information can only be known by you and the ability owner himself. This girl is really careful. Ability is not important, but it is also important. If it is used by someone with ulterior motives, you can't be sure what will happen. Although most of the team members are trustworthy now, people's hearts are fickle. Who knows what will happen next? Especially since they still have to go through the so-called ritual. If they want to survive, they should be cautious. Xiao Hai, please help me find everyone and record them. Hu Yu looked at the list and found several interesting abilities. But at this moment, he put them aside and drank the porridge silently. Yes, I am recording the inquiry. Please wait. Xiao Hai responded and continued the morning report. In terms of the base, the construction progress has been completed by 15%. It is estimated that all construction links of the existing base will be completed in 6 days. Ms. Su Linglong is strengthening and adjusting the construction plan in time according to the current situation. If there is enough time, the base 2.0 version will be changed in 3 days. The construction time is unknown. In terms of agriculture, we have begun to stockpile fine fairy beans, with the goal of being able to provide normal food for 1 million people. In terms of research, the local area network in the base has been completed, and mobile phones, tablets, and computers can be used normally. Everyone can check all information in various databases according to their permissions. In biochemical research, Ms. Xiao Zissou has achieved great success in a certain area and obtained remarkable research results. Since she plans to tell you later, I won't say much. Well, this guy has learned to keep people in suspense. In weapons research, Xiao Hai spoke again. Due to the progress in materials and mechanics, Mr. EC has taken the lead in establishing a weapons research team to try to make breakthroughs in thermal weapons. The application is in the reporting stage. More than 70% of the committee members have agreed in the secret ballot. If you do not use your veto power, the resolution will be passed. Weapons. I'm afraid they are just ordinary hot weapons. Even nuclear weapons are useless against those monsters. But I'm just sitting there doing nothing. Who knows what the next ceremony will test? It's not impossible to do it. Approve it. Yes. The notice has been sent to all members of the weapons team. The research project will start today. In terms of entertainment, Mr. Li Ji applies to lead a team of members to include but not limited to shooting short videos, writing, filming and other content. to provide entertainment services for existing residents. In the secret ballot, 30% of people opposed, 30% abstained, and 30% agreed. Now you are the key vote left. This Li Ji, who you said helplessly, entertainment can be passed. But it's just shooting short videos and writing those things. Let them be responsible for organizing the entertainment content in the database. We'll talk about it after the organization is completed. Yes, the notice has been issued. After Xiao Hai finished speaking, he paused for a second. A blue light flashed in his eyes. And then he spoke again. The ability database has been organized. And the updated version has been transferred to your device. Please check. Sure enough, the efficiency of data digitization is fast. It took only a short time to sort it out. Who you open the tablet. The first column is still Guanli. But there is one more detail after the previous information. Details. About 1 cubic meter of space can be used. And it is used to store non-living things. Good news. There are successors. Even if I am possessed by greed, the things in the space can be left to humans. Bad news. Only 1 cubic meter of things can be left. What's the use of this? A refrigerator can't hold it. But think about it. If everyone's ability is so abnormal, wouldn't I? The spokesperson agreed. Be too low? He looked down the table again. Soon, I saw several interesting abilities. Electricity control. But she couldn't create lightning by herself. She had to be stimulated by lightning to control it. And she had to replenish it with new electricity after it was consumed. And this was actually Wei Xingnan's ability. With her personality and this ability, her future husband is blessed. Animal speaker. No matter which country's language or which race's language. As long as the other party speaks first. She can learn the language in the first place and communicate fluently. This is the ability of an 8-year-old girl. Like Guanli, she also had to accept the evolution in advance due to physical reasons. Immortal. No matter what kind of damage he suffers, he can recover in the first time. Even if the heart, brain, or any part of the body is irreversibly damaged, it can be recovered within 0.1 seconds. The only problem is, this ability can only be used 3 times a day. After 3 times, it will be the same as it should be. Xiao Zhisu has also studied his cell structure, and finally concluded that the tissue cells cut within 3 times are no different from those of normal people. Not to mention the 3 times. There is still no difference. The person who got this ability is a 45-year-old uncle. I heard that his wife is also in the team. Now he is almost crazy with joy. After all, physical damage is also damage. 3 blue pills a day without side effects are better than treasures for middle-aged men. As for other abilities, it should be said that most of them are useless. The only ability that can be rated as S level by Zhang Sirui and Lu Ling is Guanli's ability. The ones just now are only A level. There are only 7 people with A level abilities. 37 B level, 58 C level, 79 D level, and the rest are pure body enhancers. Who you glanced at the list, put it aside, got up and prepared to wash up, and go to Xiao Zhisu to see what happened. But before that, there is one more thing to do. Open the egg. It is now August 16th, and 4 black eggs have been stored in the space. No matter what the black egg has to do with greed. The things inside are good things. It's free will. Take it first. If you don't take it, you'll lose it. Huyu went into the toilet and looked at the 4 black eggs lined up. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and cracked all 4 eggs. Suddenly, 4 bright red lights burst out in front of him. This light. He has seen it before. Legend. 4 legends at once. What's going on? Huyu felt his heartbeat speed up a bit. But as his eyes fell, he could see clearly what was in those black eggs. There was a piece of paper in the first black egg. With excitement in his heart, he opened the note. And there was only one word on it. Go, go. Go to what? Instantly, a prompt popped up in front of him. Name, summons note type, disposable prop effect, can be freely. Go to any place. Note, a note left in an indescribable place. Used to tell someone information. An indescribable existence? Could it be greed? Huyu frowned slightly, and glanced at the other black eggs. A bad premonition came to his mind. 4 legends. Could they be 4 notes? He quickly opened the other 3 black eggs, and his face instantly became darker than the black eggs. Sure enough, there were 4 notes. The other 3 notes were written with looking for, arrogance, and cooperation. What the hell? I worked so hard to save the black eggs. And you give me this? Where's your face? Even if you are greedy. You shouldn't be so greedy. Why don't you write arrogance and cooperation separately? Huyu was furious. But when he saw the panel descriptions of those notes, his face suddenly changed. Legend? If you take out the 3 words, one time on it, he would believe that these props are mythical. Chapter 318. I am blind. I am deaf. I know nothing. Name, summons note type, disposable item effect, can be used to find a lost item at will. Remarks, a note left in an indescribable place. Used to tell someone information. Name, summons note type, disposable item effect, can have the ability. Arrogance. Time limit is 3 seconds. Remarks, a note left in an indescribable place. Used to tell someone information. Name, message notes type, one-time item effect, handing the notes to any being will make them cooperate with you. Note, notes left behind by the indescribable place. Used to tell someone information. The effects of these 4 notes are self-evident. Even if they are called one-time items, the abilities they possess are enough to match their legendary titles. The only question is, what does greed mean? Is he unable to contact me? Or does he just like this mysterious tone? Whatever the reason, it seems that I have to go to Antarctica to see the arrogance of winning 2 consecutive victories. Huyu put the 4 notes away, washed up, left the room, and walked toward Xiao Zisu's office. She and Xiao Hai were both mysterious, and no one knew what they had done. He had to go and see it after all. Arriving at the door of the blood research room, Huyu raised his hand and knocked on the door, and Xiao Zisu's voice came from inside. Come in. Huyu pushed the door open and saw Xiao Zisu standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by blood that he didn't know where it came from. When he came in, he saw 2 completely different bloods merging towards the middle. Unlike normal blood condensing into crystals, the fusion of the 2 bloods was significantly slower. The crystal that could have been completed in an instant took about a second. 1 second later, a dark red crystal floated in the air. Although both were dark red, the color of this crystal was obviously lighter than that of normal crystals. Before Huyu could even think, a panel appeared in front of him. Name, explosive crystal type, item effect, after use. It can cause an explosive effect within the range. Valid for 12 months. Note, this crystal is made of the blood of a perfect mutant organism with special abilities. Please feel free to use it. It is guaranteed to contain no gunpowder. Just by taking a look, he understood what Xiao Zisu's major progress was. Is this why you called me here? Huyu's eyes were full of joy, and he stepped forward to pick up the crystal. Originally, he and everyone else thought that Xiao Zisu's ability was just a nurse who could create portable blood bags. But this crystal can completely change this perception. Explosion. This not only means that Xiao Zisu's ability has one more use, but also more possibilities. 2 types of blood can create an explosive type of crystal. What if 3, 4, or even more? Huyu looked at Xiao Zisu and asked, how many crystals like this have you made? So far, I have only tried 2 pairings of all the bloods. Xiao Zisu raised her hand and pointed to a basket of crystals in the distance. All that can be made are explosive crystals, but the quality is different depending on the type and strength of the fused blood. What about 3 kinds of blood? I have tried it, but you should see for yourself. As Xiao Zisu said this, he raised his hand and hooked it, and 3 of the various bloods in the surroundings floated out and began to condense in the air. This time, the progress was even slower. It took 3 full seconds for the blood to condense in the air. A piece of light red blood took shape. Huyu looked closely and saw that the type was different again. This time it was not an explosion, nor a cure, but control. If you crush this crystal within the range, you can gain control over the target in front of you, and the target's grade cannot be higher than the crystal grade. This can no longer be described as terrifying, but in the next moment, the crystal shattered. It turned into blood crystals and fell to the ground. This is the result of the attempt, Xiao Zisu said helplessly. No matter how low the grade of the 3 bloods are, once they are fused, they will not last more than 2 seconds and will disappear after 2 seconds. I didn't try the 4 bloods because I was afraid of problems. It's right to be cautious. Huyu nodded. You can prepare more of these explosive crystals, which may be useful in the future. To deal with mutant fish? Maybe, not just mutant fish. Huyu replied without saying anything else, and turned around and walked out of the laboratory. I still have things to do. If you have time during this period, you can also absorb some mutant crystals and complete the second round of evolution as soon as possible. Maybe after you evolve, you can stably produce crystals that fuse 3 types of blood. Yeah. Who didn't say much and walked out the door. He still has things to do. Before going to find Pride, he also planned to meet Sloth and ask what greed was like. But just as he was about to leave, a voice sounded behind him. Wait. Huh? Who turned his head and looked behind him. What's wrong? Nothing. Xiao Zixu held back what she wanted to say. You should also be more careful and safe. It won't go wrong. Don't worry. Hu replied and left the room. He walked all the way to where Yuxian was, and he could hear the deafening snoring from inside without opening the door. That's right. No matter who died in history, he would not die with laziness as a death-proof card. Even if he sleeps all day, he can sleep until the world is destroyed, or even participate in the next so-called ceremony. Others are busy all day long, but he just needs to eat and wait for death. I can only say, he is really lucky. This luck is unparalleled. After opening the door, Hu didn't plan to wait for him to wake up, and shouted directly, Hey! Wake up! The other party was lying on the bed, motionless. If you don't wake up, I will take you to find Pride. As soon as he finished speaking, Laziness immediately stood up. Just like last time, half of his body got up. One eyeball was open, and the other half of his body was still stuck to the bed, motionless. What are you doing? Disturbing people's sleep so early in the morning. You are committing a crime. Don't you know? Let me show you something. Hu casually took out 4 pieces of paper and got straight to the point. What does greed mean? He can't communicate with me directly? That's normal. Laziness replied. He has already selected a spokesperson, which is already a benefit of winning last time. If he can still communicate with you normally, then we are still playing a game of shrimp. Then, are you asking when he will appear in front of you? Yes. Maybe at the beginning of the ceremony. Or maybe, never. Sloth stretched his body. Anyway, after I won by chance last time, I chose a spokesperson and never cared about it. I don't know if greed will be like this. You are really lazy. Anything else? Sloth glanced. If not, I will continue to sleep. Next time. If you want to wake up both of them at the same time. It's not fair for me to wake up alone. Okay. I'll do it next time. Hu said helplessly, and raised his hand to point to the table. Don't sleep yet. Tell me first. What does he mean by asking me to cooperate with Pride? Do I have the qualifications? What kind of cooperation? A note. Hu raised his hand and pointed to the table. What note? Laziness asked knowingly, pointing to his eyes and ears. I'm blind. I'm deaf. I don't know anything. Well, this means he doesn't want to care. Hu didn't force him, picked up the note and turned away. Just as he was about to leave, the voice of Laziness sounded again. Don't underestimate yourself. With your current status, you are fully qualified to have an equal dialogue with us. Except for arrogance. It's as good as saying nothing. This guy is also very good at nonsense literature. Thank you. Hu still thanked him, turned around and closed the door, and walked towards the hotel lobby. He hasn't shown up for 2 days, so he still needs to give everyone a shot of encouragement. He walked all the way to the lobby, had a simple breakfast to replenish his energy, and greeted many people, and his purpose was achieved. After arranging everything, Hu refused Lu Ling's request to follow him. He returned to his room, turned the doorknob, and came to the Antarctic again. At this time, Pride was still entrenched under the Antarctic. This time, Hu didn't bring anything with him. Even Xiao Hai was still in the space. The extreme cold hit him instantly, and he couldn't help shivering, and his eyes immediately fell on Pride under the water. That, Mr. Pride, I have something to discuss with you. No, to be precise, Greed has something to discuss with you. Hu knew the temper of this little white dragon. In this case, it was always right to behave well. The little white dragon raised his eyelids, and cast his eyes on Hu with a pair of dark golden vertical pupils. What's the matter? Here, take a look. Hu directly took out the note with cooperation written on it. Nothing could be more convincing than this. The little white dragon glanced at it, and snorted immediately. Heh. Greed? He is not worthy of it. Instantly, the legendary note was frozen to pieces on the spot. Who you wished he could find a crack to get back in now. This attitude is not like what Greedy said. It seems that the relationship between these two people is not very good. If you want to cooperate, let Greedy come and talk to me. Arrogant said calmly. You are not qualified yet. Hey! I will leave now. Who you did not dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately open the door to return to the base. As for Greedy's matter, he has already done it anyway. It's because they are not cooperating. No matter what problems there are in the future. It has nothing to do with him. He just needs to stay and develop now. At the same time, Arrogant looked at the place where Who You disappeared. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And he shook his head slowly. The spokesperson now. Compared with me at that time, he is still much more immature. If he wants to successfully usurp the throne, it's a bit risky. Chapter 319 Meeting Jealousy. Back at the base, Who You hurriedly soaked himself in warm water. The temperature in Antarctica was already low enough. And now with the long-term rainfall and the existence of Arrogance, the extreme temperature there is at least minus 80 degrees. With Who You's current physical condition, it's a good thing that he only stayed there for a while. Otherwise he would have been frozen. This soak lasted until noon. Because when he was absent for the past 2 days, the base was still operating normally. So when he came back, the base would still operate as it should, without any changes. He only needed to learn to be idle, lie quietly on a bed, and enjoy life. If there was no water level crisis, only 5 hours had passed, and the water level had risen to about 7,500 meters. In another 25 hours, the water level would reach 10,000 meters. At that time, let alone oxygen, even the base built on the giant turtle shell would be completely submerged in water. All the efforts of the people will be destroyed in one fell swoop. Therefore, no matter how fast the water level rises, Who You must ensure that the water level remains below 10,000 meters before 49 days. Otherwise, the highest water level that can ensure that the base is not harmed is 8,560 meters. Above this number, the sea water will begin to infiltrate Xijing Mountain. 8,960 meters. Xijing Mountain will be completely submerged in water. The water level must not exceed this height. But apart from the heart of the ocean, is there any other way to collect water resources as soon as possible? Lust? As long as he continues to resume swallowing water, the current rainfall can even make the water level drop for a while. Unfortunately, Lust's attitude is very subtle. He doesn't care about humans, a race that he once created. If you go to him now, you will most likely come back with nothing. Unless, bring gluttony. This is the last resort. Before the ceremony begins, eliminate as many as you can. Unless the water level approaches more than 9,500 meters, Who You will never go to Lust. In addition, there is another existence. Jealousy. The one who created hundreds of holes to absorb water. Who You had asked you die about this before. The representative of rage was on the moon. Gluttony was in his space. And greed was nowhere to be found. There were 4 more on the blue planet. They were pride, lust, sloth, and envy. He had seen the other 3. But only envy, whom he had never met, had the ability to create hundreds of underground holes to absorb water. If he could help, it would alleviate or even eliminate the consequences of the rising water level to a certain extent. But how could he find it? Who You pondered for a long time, playing with the note named Go in his hand. According to the note, as long as he thought about it and went to where Indy was, he would definitely find Indy. But he was not entangled with this. He was entangled with the relationship between Indy and other members of the same clan. Just look at his name. Greed one last time. He might be jealous of greed and vent his anger on himself. Anyway, it was still early, so he had to think of a foolproof method before going. Another day passed while he was thinking about this. August 17th, 12 o'clock in the morning. 35 days had passed since the end of the world. The water level has reached 8,500 meters. The seawater is only 60 meters away from the bottom of the base. Waiting any longer is not a solution. Who You's body is returned to normal. He immediately took out the refreshed black egg, raised his hand, and knocked it open. The main reason why he didn't hoard eggs this time, but not directly, was to see if greed would continue to send him messages. If so, he couldn't just send 1 word a day. Right? What a pity. This time the black egg shattered, and only a white light flashed out. It seemed that the previous 4-way opening had exhausted all of Who You's luck. And what came out was just the simplest soy milk and fried dough sticks. No. Huyu leaned over to the soy milk and sniffed it. This thing is not even soy milk, but soy juice. One word difference. 1,000 differences. He had no choice but to put the soy juice into the space, and then took out the note named Go. He didn't think of a foolproof plan, but he did think of a few slightly safer ways. The stinky daughter-in-law will eventually meet her parents-in-law. Now time does not allow him to continue to dawdle, so he can only go ahead and take it one step at a time. The note shattered. Huyu immediately disappeared from the room. Just like the last time he met Pride, he still did not bring anyone with him, and went to the battlefield alone. In an instant, the air around him suddenly became extremely fragrant. This smell is like the first floor of a large shopping mall, which is full of various big-name cosmetics. And the first thing those big-name cosmetics do when entering the counter is to spray perfume. I wish the whole mall was filled with the perfume of my counter to boost sales. Unfortunately, everyone thought so. The various strong fragrances combined together did not smell any unique fragrance. And some people even felt stuffy when they smelled them. The smell Huyu smelled now was like this feeling. He endured the stuffy fragrance, stepped on the steel plate and flew in the air, looking around, trying to find the trace of jealousy. But it was dark all around. It was early morning, and the sky was covered by dark clouds. There was no other light source around, and it was almost pitch dark. It was obviously impossible to find the existence of jealousy in this situation. Huyu couldn't just call for help. So, he started to take things out of the space. Isn't it just dark? He threw hundreds of flash bombs around, controlling the magnesium powder inside. He sent the flash bombs to about 100 meters around, and then detonated. Boom! With a huge light exploding. The area within 1,000 meters in the dark night was as bright as day. Huyu hurriedly patrolled the surroundings, and soon found a suspected existence of jealousy. Why is it suspected? Besides himself, there is only one creature around him. But his appearance doesn't look like jealousy at all. I saw a four-legged black shadow floating on the water. Every strand of his mane was like tassels, and every scale was engraved with patterns. Under the illumination of the flash bomb, the scale shone brightly, and the mane shone even more in the light. The dragon head raised, and the dark purple pupils stared at Huyu in the strong light. This is Qilin. Jealousy. How could it be Qilin? This kind of auspicious beast and sacred beast since ancient times. How can it be related to jealousy? Before Huyu could speak. Jealousy, no. It is not certain that it is jealousy now. He still floated on the water, speaking calmly. Human? You have a rich aura. This tone is undoubtedly jealousy. But why is it a female voice? Female Qilin? As long as they can communicate. Hello, sir. Huyu stood in the air, using the faint light left by the flash bomb, and spoke again in the direction of jealousy. He immediately revealed his identity. Sir, I am the spokesperson of greed. I came to you this time for some trivial matters. Oh, the person in charge of greed? Jealousy's voice sounded calmly. You carry the smell of arrogance, lust, gluttony, laziness, and rage, but you are the spokesperson for greed. What? You came to see me last because I am not worthy? How can this be ridiculous? I want to come to see you, but you should give me a seat. That's it. And I still use props to find you. Of course not. Huyu was about to explain when he saw jealousy shaking his head. No need to explain to me. You are the spokesperson for greed, so we can communicate on an equal footing. Just say anything. Hey! Huyu thought about it, and decided not to play tricks with this old silver coin that has lived for tens of thousands of years. He came straight to the point. I want you to continue to lower the water level, and keep it below 8,600 meters before the rainstorm stops. As a price, as long as I can do it, I can do it for you. Oh! Really? Jealousy seemed to be moved. He looked down at Huyu, and without even proposing conditions first, he raised his back foot and stomped lightly. Boom! Hundreds of huge pits appeared again around the blue star and began to swallow the sea water. The water surface was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you, sir. Huyu's eyes lit up with a hint of joy. It seems that not all of these beings are difficult to communicate with. You're welcome. Jealousy spat out 2 words. And at this moment, the flash bombs also exhausted all the light, and the surroundings fell into darkness again. Just as Huyu was about to release some more flash bombs, the dark clouds in the sky also dissipated in an instant. The bright moon poked its head out, The clear light fell, illuminating the surroundings of the water's surface. This was the first time Yu had seen the moon in more than 30 days. And he was stunned. This deal. Just consider it as a gift from me. It's just a piece of cake. I want to talk to you about another deal now. Gift? As the saying goes, free is the most expensive. Yu frowned slightly, staring at the other party, waiting for him to spit out the next condition. But the other party took out a crystal from somewhere and threw it directly to him. He subconsciously caught the crystal, and the panel in front of him popped up immediately. Item, mutated crystal legend. A true legendary mutant crystal. This is not a false legend. With this crystal, I can undergo the third round of evolution. But why did he give me this kind of thing? According to the theory of the ritual, isn't this a blatant aid to the enemy? Yu's pupils trembled, and he looked at jealous with puzzlement. Sir, you mean, you should just need this thing, right? At this moment, I don't know if it was an illusion. Yu felt that this voice was so gentle and so considerate, but after he uttered the next sentence, Yu couldn't help but tremble slightly. Not because of fear, but because of excitement. This is my sincerity. If you don't mind, why don't we work together? I have a way to get you out of the control of greed. And even, it's not impossible to make you become greed itself. Chapter 320, The Third Evolution. Hearing the words of jealousy, Yu frowned slightly. Becoming greed itself? Is this possible? Of course. This does not rule out the possibility that the other party is painting a rosy picture for him. A worker, having eaten a lot of void rosy pictures, he knows how to identify rosy pictures, whether it is a rosy picture or not. Yu looked at the legendary mutant crystal in his hand, and without any hesitation, he directly put it into the space. Great. That's great. I have long wanted to get rid of the control of greed and become an independent young man in the new era. Sir, your words really hit the nail on the head. Just tell me, how do you want me to cooperate with you? Indy frowned slightly when he heard this. Isn't this a too easy agreement? He had already prepared threats and inducements if Yu didn't agree. But who knew he would agree this time? Sir? Yu saw that Indy didn't say anything, and asked, Yes. Is there anything wrong? No. Indy replied, and looked around Yu, and finally didn't trust him too much, and didn't want to let him do things. But the other party has already agreed. If he says he won't cooperate, it won't be good. Forget it. Just treat it as a casual move. It's just there. We can talk about cooperation after the ceremony officially begins. There's no need to rush now. That's great, Yu said, and he had already taken out the door panel, ready to leave here, in order not to arouse suspicion of greed. Sir, I will leave first. Goodbye. Please don't see me off. Yu opened and closed the door as quickly as possible. To be on the safe side, he did not return directly to the base, but first opened the Antarctic gate, flashed to Pride, and then opened the second gate before returning to the base. There was no way. Jealousy's move was too weird. No one knew what he was going to do. Anyway, it was always better to be careful. After this departure, the two supreme beings on Blue Star were a little confused. Jealousy didn't understand. He was clearly talking about cooperation. Why did it feel like the conversation went smoothly? But in the end it seemed like it didn't go smoothly. In the end, the things and benefits were given away. Arrogance is not understood. This guy went around jealousy. Why did he go back? A greedy person needs to report to him? Yu doesn't care about these. The first thing he did when he returned to the room was to upgrade. Last time, so many mutant crystals were absorbed, and he was only one step away from the third stage of evolution. And the key to this step is the mutant crystal in his hand. Absorb. With a surge of heat, the legendary mutant crystal disappeared in his palm. In just a moment, a reminder sounded in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the third round of evolution. The physical fitness has been comprehensively improved, and the skill word spirit has been upgraded to the perfect level. Name, word spirit category, skill effect. Any sentence spoken may trigger cause and effect and make it come true. The probability depends on the target level. When the target is perfect or below, the probability of coming true is 10%. For each level increase, the probability is reduced to 1/10. It can only be used 3 times a day, and the corresponding cause and effect must be born. Note, God said, "Let there be light." Done! Yu felt that his physical fitness was comparable to Shinshan after the first round of evolution. You know, Shinshan not only has a very strong physical fitness, but also takes the path of physical strengthening after evolution. He can be comparable to the current Shinshan, and one punch can probably smash the body of a perfect level mutant fish. Of course, it is not enough to rely on this to face the gods. We have to continue to evolve. The epic level may be able to protect itself, and the legendary level may have the power to kill gods, as Indy said. Of course, it's just a possibility. Even if it's a legendary word spirit, there's only a 10% chance of success against a legendary existence. As for facing a higher level existence, a 1% chance is already good. And there may even be no 1%. After all, no one knows whether the one above the legend is a god. And no one knows whether the 7 deadly sins are gods. Huyu shook his head. It's too early to think about these things now. Let's try to see if the perfect mutant crystal is still useful to me first. Take out a perfect grade mutant crystal, and a prompt pops up immediately. Ding! Perfect mutant crystal detected. No evolution value after absorption. Do you want to absorb it? Okay. Last time there was still 0.1%. I thought that even if it evolved this time, there must be at least 1 in 10,000. Right? As long as there is 1 in 10,000. It is not difficult to reach the next shackles on the basis of a synthesis table. Now, there is not even 1 in 10,000. If you want to continue to evolve, you must either kill 1,000 epic mutant creatures to obtain crystals, or get a higher grade synthesis table. Otherwise, forget about epic or legendary words. Perfect words are already the limit. Forget it. It's getting late. Let's sleep first. Anyway, our partners will help to look after the water level, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Huyu fell on the bed and covered his head with a quilt. Sleep. When he woke up, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Huyu opened his eyes, Xiao Hai was waiting beside him. He propped himself up and rubbed his slightly painful temple. Is there anything wrong last night? No. Everyone was a little panicked when they saw the water level rising. But it stopped rising in the second half of the night and began to steadily drop. I said my brother went out to do something, so everyone felt relieved and stopped panicking. Yeah. Huyu responded and subconsciously turned his head to look out the window. Although the original base was protected by a glass cover and there would be no heavy rain, it was still gloomy outside and there was no sign of life. But today's sky gives people a feeling of a sunny day without sun. I was just about to report. Xiao Hai smiled sweetly at Huyu. Brother, how about I start from the beginning? Yes. It is now 9:01 a.m. on August 17th. 35 days have passed since the end of the world. There are still 334 hours before the rainstorm you predicted will stop. The water level has dropped to 7,800 meters and is dropping at a constant speed. In terms of the base, the new construction plan was launched ahead of schedule, and the base reconstruction plan is expected to be completed in 13 days. There is no progress in agriculture, network, entertainment, medical care, and weapons research. In terms of personnel evolution, 124 evolvers completed their evolution at 8 o'clock in the morning today, and the ability list has been updated to your tablet. In terms of research, there has been new progress in material research. The external glass ball has been replaced with a screen made of new materials, which is waterproof, lightning-proof, and has power on display and other functions. The weather is currently sunny. You can switch the weather display at any time according to your mood. That's it for now. Huyu looked at the clear blue sky outside and smiled knowingly. Not only him, but everyone is looking forward to the blue sky coming again. Even if we can only look at it now, it is a kind of psychological comfort. Anything else? There is one more thing. Xiao Hai's tone is becoming more and more human. Mr. EC received a message, which is a message for help. Huyu frowned at this time. There is still a message for help? Now, only the fleet and the shelter have the communicator. With the current heavy rain, the fleet may not be able to hold on, and the shelters are all underwater. If a message for help is released now, it is likely that it will leave the water for some reason. Just like shelter number 004. With the current heavy rain, let alone the message for help received yesterday, even if it was received half an hour ago, it would be too late. Yes. Xiao Hai nodded and sent the message to the screen. Save us. Shelter 008. Only 4 words. Not only was there no time, there was not even a coordinate. How anxious and amateurish must he be to send out such a distress signal? No wonder EC didn't rush to find him. If there was a coordinate, he wouldn't be able to sleep until 9 o'clock and would have been woken up by knocking on the door. Can you find the source of the information? No way. Yes. Hu Yu was puzzled. Is there any source of information that Xiao Hai couldn't find? It's mainly this information. Xiao Hai snapped his fingers helplessly, and a drifting bottle appeared on the screen with a note outside. This is how it came about. Drifting bottle. Who is the good person who used this thing to send a message for help? I can't find anything. Hu Yu was helpless. Even gods can't do anything in this situation. What about EC? What do you think? The message was received at 1 o'clock last night. He was waiting at the door at 1:07. I saw that you just went to bed, so I didn't let him disturb you and turned on the do not disturb mode. Xiao Hai calculated. During these 8 hours, he knocked on the door every 15 minutes. Without any error. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. EC's voice came from the door. Boss Hu, are you awake? Awake. Please come in. Hey. EC pushed the door open, walked into the room, and came to Hu Yu's bedside. Boss Hu, there is something you must help me with. About the 008 shelter? Yes. EC frowned and said, I know you are very powerful, and you will definitely find the location of shelter 008. Please help me. Brother. It's not that I won't help you. Hu Yu was helpless. This is a drifting bottle. Have you ever seen someone find someone by drifting bottle? I know it's difficult. But, alas. EC sighed and said, my wife and son are inside. Please, please help me. Well, with this reason, I'm afraid no one will refuse. But Hu Yu couldn't guarantee it, so he could only sigh. I'll try. Don't hold your hopes too high. Hey! Thank you. Boss Hu. Chapter 321. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the perfect word spirit, *3. As soon as the voice fell, Hu Yu heard the reminder of EC's increased favorability. The original favorability was only 45, and now it has directly increased to 59. Just one step away, it will reach 60. In fact, even if EC did not come to ask for such a visit, Hu Yu would also go to find the location of the 008 shelter. For both public and private reasons, the base is now in great shortage of manpower. As long as they are qualified, he can relax some policies a little and let people join in. Whether it is the subsequent ceremony or to find the weakness of the 7 deadly sins, enough people are needed. Alas. Hu Yu also sighed. I originally just wanted to live a simple life and enjoy a peaceful death. But who knew it would become like this now? If I don't work harder, let alone enjoy a peaceful death, I don't know if I can even die peacefully. If the result is good, I can die after the ceremony. If the result is bad, I will be trapped in the cage called the body for the rest of my life. Neither can I live nor die. Boss Hu? EC heard Hu Yu sighing and asked, what are you doing? No. I just feel that life is as difficult as ascending to heaven. So I sighed and slowly, Hu Yu said, and walked out of the house. Unfortunately, there is no location information of the shelter in the database obtained by Xiao Hai. It is not difficult to find the 008 shelter. It is just a matter of time. If you want to be faster, you can use the secret method of vertical pupil, a one-time perfect prop. After using it, you can see the location of the 008 shelter, and with Xiao Hai's data analysis, you can find its location at the fastest speed. But there was no need to be faster. Not to mention that it was already 8 hours after EC received the news. Even if he came to Hu Yu as soon as he got the news, it was too late. That was a drifting bottle. In this stormy weather, who knows how long it took to come here? If it was slower, telescope. Now he has the wreckage of shelter 004. As long as he uses the telescope to look for similar items, he can find several other shelters, excluding shelter 002 in Modu, shelter 012 in Jinling, and shelter 010 in Gusu where EC and others rushed to rescue. There are still 8 shelters left, with a 1 in 8 chance. If you want to find them, you just need to run 8 places in China. At the current speed of Ocean Heart, it will take at most 2 days to finish. Hu Yu turned his head and looked at EC, who was anxious. After thinking about it, he took out the secret vertical pupil. Just think of it as a good deed. The secret vertical pupil was activated. The scene of shelter number 004 suddenly appeared in Hu Yu's eyes. Only 3 seconds. He could only try his best to observe all the useful information around him. Fortunately, at least the outer layer of the shelter is intact. The surrounding environment also shows that it is in the water, and it seems to have sufficient airtightness. There are also several mutant fish swimming around. Logically, there is no problem. What kind of help is this so-called request for help? Huyu's eyes fell on the inside of the shelter. At the third second, he saw the internal situation clearly, and his pupils trembled. There were actually two camps in the shelter. On one side was a camp led by humans, and something was being prepared in full swing. And on the other side were humanoid creatures with shrimp heads. They were mutant creatures. Moreover, they were mutant creatures that had awakened some wisdom. Huyu thought this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Now it's not a matter of assistance, but we have to hurry up and kill the emergence of these races in the cradle. Otherwise, once they are discovered by the other 7 deadly sins, they may choose them as the race to participate in the ceremony. Xiao Hai. Huyu immediately took out a tablet and drew the appearance of the mutant fish on it. Can you guess what fish these mutant fish are derived from? Where are these fish most common? Finland porpoises, black carp, white sturgeon, Yangtze River Basin. Yangtze River Basin. Huyu couldn't help but frown. This location is not small. It's Jiancheng, Isi said. There is a shelter near Jiancheng. I don't know the specific number, but if it is in the Yangtze River Basin, then the shelter in Jiancheng must be number 004. Then let's go to Jiancheng first. Huyu immediately ordered. Xiao Hai. Notify Lu Ling. Xiao Mo. Siener. Su Zilong. EC. Prepare to board the ship. After Xiao Hai notified them immediately, he asked in confusion. Brother, are you taking Miss Xiao Zisu with you? She has her own things to study. This trip is not dangerous. We can handle it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the perfect word spirit. Wow! It can be triggered like this? Does this count as adding a buff to yourself? Okay. Brother. Xiao Hai smiled gently. Your words have been recorded as a video and successfully sent to Miss Xiao Zisu's mailbox. Xiao Hai. Huyu was almost moved to tears. I have to say that Xiao Hai has been thoughtful since he was a child. Brother, this is what I should do. That is, Xiao Hai did not show her favorability. Otherwise, as soon as she said this, she would see Huyu's favorability towards her soar. Soon, everyone on the list was ready and came to the base to board the ship. Less than 10 minutes. The heart of the ocean has already set off towards Jiancheng. Others had no objection, except for one person. Xiao Mo leaned on the sofa, stuffing potato chips into his mouth, and said incomprehensibly, Hey, President Hu, what are you going to do this time? Are you going to find some terrifying existence again? It's useless for me to go. Can't you find someone else to trouble you? Do you want to eat snacks? Huyu did not answer, but asked another question. Eat, then talk less. Oh, Xiao Mo replied helplessly, but still leaned his head to Huyu. President Hu, you don't like me, do you? You? Huyu glanced at Xiao Mo. Sorry, I don't like using tablets. You? Humph. Xiao Mo snorted angrily. She turned around and shouted at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, your brother doesn't like you anymore. Nonsense. Xiao Hai's figure suddenly appeared. It's clearly a quantum computer. Not a tablet computer? I really am. Xiao Mo was so angry that a soy sauce bottle could hang from her mouth. She crossed her arms. Very angry. But she couldn't beat him. And she couldn't scold him. So she could only shout at Xiao Hai. Give me 3 pounds of papaya. 3 boxes of papaya milk. And 3 boxes of papaya yogurt. I want to eat papaya. Eat less. Huyu said helplessly. If you eat too much papaya, your skin will turn yellow, both inside and outside. I want you to be widowed. Xiao Mo yelled, silently left the sofa, and sat aside to eat papaya. As for why I had to bring Xiao Mo with me, I had no choice. This girl is kind-hearted, but she is too easy to be deceived. If it were any other situation, it would be fine. But now there are already 400 mutants in the base. It's more than 1/3 of the total number. If someone wants to do something bad, they only need to seduce Xiao Mo, and let Xiao Mo control everyone, and the entire base will be easily destroyed. So no matter what happens, Xiao Mo must always be with me. For hours passed. The heart of the ocean came to the sky above Jiancheng. The water level of 7,800 meters now is enough to submerge the entire Jiangcheng. Looking around, all you can see is a deep expanse. The black waters cover everything. Fortunately, there is no CI created by jealousy here. Otherwise it is unknown what will happen to Shelter 004. With internal and external troubles, I am afraid that I will have to say goodbye to the world before Hu Yu and others arrive. Xiao Hai. Can you detect the situation below? Hu Yu asked Xiao Hai beside him. The radar can cover the entire Jiangcheng, but it cannot detect places more than 500 meters underwater. Xiao Hai answered seriously. Within 500 meters? There is no discovery for the time being. Then dive. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong beside him. Zilong. It depends on you. It's a small matter, although Su Zilong has not yet reached the second evolution. With the continuous control of his abilities, he can already carry the heart of the ocean to perform diving missions. That's why he took Su Zilong with him. 100 meters. 200 meters. As the diving depth got deeper and deeper, Xiao Hai still had no news. EC's fists were almost broken. Hu Yu glanced at him and said with concern, "Don't worry. At least so far, we haven't found the wreckage of the shelter. We will definitely find it." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the perfect word spirit. What's going on? Since the promotion, has the word spirit been triggered so carelessly? It's been triggered twice in such a short time. I hope so. EC forced a bitter smile and replied, I just don't know what happened in Shelter 004. Are my wife and children okay? We have rushed here as soon as possible. Hu Yu did not use any affirmative or imperative sentences. After speaking, he went straight into the cabin toilet. There is another chance to use the word spirit today. Seeing that the trigger probability is so high, he wants to do something. Hu Yu began to mutter madly in front of the mirror. I want to evolve. I want to evolve. I want to evolve. According to the level, he is now at the perfect level. And even if he goes one step further, it is the epic level. In other words, there is a 1% chance of triggering the perfect word spirit. As long as it succeeds, it can directly evolve to the next level. Of course, this is also a bug. I just don't know if this bug can be successfully fixed. Ding! After mumbling for a few minutes, a crisp sound suddenly exploded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the perfect word spirit. Is this done? I can't really get stuck with this bug. Then I can mutter for a few hours every day. And soon I will be able to obtain legendary skills. But in the next moment, many black shadows suddenly appeared around the heart of the ocean. Xiao Hai's figure immediately appeared beside Hu Yu, with a flash of panic in his eyes. Oh no! Brother! Many unidentified creatures appeared around, suspected to be an epic mutant fish tide. Chapter 322 Domineering? Daddy! Good fellow. Are you moving the Llama Temple into the word spirit? The main point is to realize a wish, but not the process and the way. Right. Epic mutant fish tide equals a large number of epic mutant crystals equals evolution materials. In a sense, it can indeed help Hu Yu complete the next round of evolution. But this method is too outrageous. Hu Yu sighed. Now that the word spirit has been used up, there is no other way. Just fight hard. He pushed open the toilet door and just returned to the cabin. He saw everyone with sad faces. Epic mutant fish. You know, apart from the big turtles they encountered before, they have never encountered an epic creature. This kind of thing is probably about to evolve into intelligence. Hu Yu came to Jiayu Island, looked at the many black shadows swimming in the water, and asked Xiao Hai next to him. How many are there exactly? 1,000. Hu Yu snorted. Exactly 1,000? Yes. I counted them 10 times. This is too much of a coincidence. Not 999. Nor 1,001. But exactly 1,000. According to his current evolution value, 1,000 epic mutant fish can just meet the needs of evolution. Hu Yu doesn't believe that there is nothing fishy here. But who could have come up with such a thing? The simultaneous appearance of a large number of epic mutant fish is outrageous enough. And there are exactly 1,000 of them. Not to mention Hu Yu. Even someone who was crazy about showing off papaya next to him could sense that something was wrong. Achoo! Xiao Mo sneezed. Hu Yu turned his eyes away from her. No matter what the triggering mechanism of the word spirit is, let's deal with the situation first. Oh! Right. Didn't they say that their trip would be smooth and safe last time they successfully triggered the word spirit? Let's give it a try and see how good the effect of the word spirit is. Zilong. Release all restrictions and let these guys in. Hu Yu turned to look at Xiao Hai at the same time. Xiao Hai. Unlock all defenses and be ready to start at any time. Yes. Brother. This. Boss. Are you sure? This is the difference between artificial intelligence and human. Even if Xiao Hai thought the order was a bit strange, he would still execute it at the first time and give a response. But if it was a human, no matter how loyal the person was, he would confirm the order again. Just do it. Hu Yu simply replied. If it was before, he might be more nervous. But now, what are they sitting in? The mythical version of the heart of the ocean. Let alone 1,000 epic mutant fish. Even if it is 1,000 legends, it is only a matter of time to deal with them. What's more, Hu Yu has a trump card, which can directly use the ability of 3 seconds of arrogance. Let alone 3 seconds. Even if it is only 1/10 of a second. It can turn these mutant fish into ice cubes. So, he is not afraid at all. The reason for doing this is just to see where the limit of the word spirit is. See what this skill can do. Yes, boss. Su Zilong responded, and had to do as he was told. As the double protection was released, the 1,000 epic mutant fish outside instantly discovered the location of the heart of the ocean. They all rushed here. The first fish just crossed the water barrier and came to the heart of the ocean, and it crashed directly onto the deck. In an instant, blood splattered all over the floor. Signs of life disappeared immediately. Then came the second, the third, before everyone could react. In less than 10 seconds, more than 30 epic mutant fish smashed onto the deck of the heart of the ocean and turned into standard fish corpses. There are still a few who are not dead, and now they are all knocked unconscious. Hu Yu saw this, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This is really possible. Xiao Hai. It is a basic defense function. Xiao Hai explained. After the evolution of the heart of the ocean, all aspects of the deck have reached the mythical level. Even if no protection is turned on, it has legendary attack and defense power. When these fish hit it, it is equivalent to receiving a legendary attack. And the attack location happens to be the head. So, well, no wonder Xiao Hai was so happy to remove his defense just now. You are worthy of being the boss. Su Zilong laughed beside him. Just now I was worried. I saw Xiao Hai was so anxious and thought he couldn't handle it. Ah? Who said that? Xiao Hai asked back. I also learned it from you. Don't you report to your brother in a hurry when something happens? In an instant, except for Xiener and Hu Yu, everyone present became a little embarrassed. After all, whether it was Su Zilong, Yi Si, Lu Ling or Xiao Imo, they had all used similar methods to report to Hu Yu. Although they were all perfectly resolved later, this black history could not be washed away. Okay, since nothing happened, it's good. Hu Yu waved his hand. He turned to look at EC. General E, it will be okay if it takes a few minutes? It's okay. It's okay. EC waved his hand. In this situation, it was unrealistic for him to take this group of mutant fish down to find a shelter. The basic protection of the heart of the ocean is of legendary quality. But the shelter is not. Just like the nearly 1,000 gene big black fish in front of him. It hit the protective shield and became a problem. He would rather wait a little longer than go now. 3 minutes later, the deck of the heart of the ocean was already filled with 1,000 epic mutant fish. Originally, Hu Yu planned to go up and collect a batch first, and wait for the next batch to hit, so as to leave space for them. But he changed his mind. If the deck was covered with all these big black fish, then the black fish flying behind would not be killed by the collision? How would the word spirit work then? So, he simply did not collect the black fish, but just waited. But who knows? When the deck was filled with 600 black carps, the fish coming down later did not die directly, but crashed into the black carps, like being stuck in a quagmire, and suffocated to death. 1,000 black carps weighing 1,000 kilograms were spread on the deck in several layers. They died completely. Hu Yu felt helpless and put the black carps into the space, and became more and more afraid of the power of the word spirit. But even if he wanted to try again, he had to wait until tomorrow. The heart of the ocean continued to dive. Finally, at about 1,300 meters, the shelter was seen intact. The situation here was similar to what Hu Yu saw in the secret vertical pupil. Surrounded by fish, the shelter's waterproof function was still intact. But I didn't know what was going on inside. Xiao Hai. Send an application. Okay, brother. As the radio was sent, the other party soon sent a reply. Brother. I received the reply. As Xiao Hai spoke, he had already sent the message to Hu Yu's tablet. He picked it up and frowned. What's wrong? EC came forward and asked. What's written on it? Take a look yourself. Hu Yu handed the tablet over. Not only EC, but also Su Zilong and Lu Ling beside him leaned over to take a look. Everyone's expression was exactly the same as Hu Yu's just now. Alright. Do not disturb. Thank you. Shelter number 004. It was shelter number 004. But the message was completely different from what they received. Could it be that the crisis has been resolved? Lu Ling asked in confusion. It is possible. Su Zilong nodded in agreement, but I think we should go in and take a look. Regardless of whether there is a crisis inside. The best thing to do now is to bring the right people to the base. I think there is something wrong here. EC frowned and said. He handed the tablet back to Hu Yu. Boss Hu. You should know how sudden this doomsday came. Except for Shelter 001 and Shelter 002, which are well prepared. The other 10 shelters are not perfect. You've been to other shelters, so you should know what I mean. Yes. Hu Yu nodded in agreement. Now that outside help has arrived, the other party responded like this. And there is no need to provide any help. Something is wrong. Very wrong. Of course it's wrong. Hu Yu replied calmly. EC noticed something was wrong. Boss Hu. Do you know something? Hu Yu looked at everyone, frowned slightly and said. Go. We must go inside and take a look. But before that, I need to give you a shot of prevention. No matter what happens later. Don't be shocked. Be mentally prepared in advance. Maybe we will face a new civilization. New civilization. Xiao Mo, who was eating melons next to him, jumped up immediately. She came to the side of the crowd, looked at Hu Yu and asked, President, what's going on? I don't know what happened specifically. Hu Yu stared at Shelter 004. But from what I know now, Shelter 004 has fallen into the hands of newly born intelligent life. And they should have completely controlled all the technology in the shelter. And even the ability to communicate with the outside world. As for the humans inside, I don't know their current situation. But I think they are not doing well. I don't plan to take action directly later. It's best to communicate with them in a peaceful manner. So be prepared and don't act rashly. Everyone nodded slowly, indicating that they understood. But Xiao Mo frowned and said, Hasn't the other party already declined? Why are you still communicating in a peaceful manner? Do you know the difference between the way of Confucius and Mencius and the way of the king? Hu Yu looked at Xiao Mo and asked. But the girl shook her head. The way of the king is to beat the unconvinced until they obey. The way of Confucius and Mencius is to ask the other party whether they obey before the fight. If they don't obey, then the fight will begin. So, we are the way of Confucius and Mencius. No, Hu Yu said calmly. I like to be domineering. The opportunity to surrender has been given. Kneel down and everything will be fine. If you don't kneel, then you can only let him call you daddy. Well, domineering. Daddy way, there is no difference. Chapter 323 Shrimp-Headed Man. The heart of the ocean continued to approach shelter number 004. The other party's radio messages were sent to the heart of the ocean like crazy. But Hu Yu didn't give a single reply. The call has been made. If you say you will come to support, then you must come to support. Although it is up to you whether you agree or not. The choice of whether to come or not is not in your hands. Soon, the heart of the ocean arrived at the periphery of the shelter. The outer wall of the shelter suddenly emitted a red warning light. And even a few gun barrels appeared. Fresh. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong with a puzzled look. It seems that none of the shelters we found before have this function? No. It should be modified. Su Zilong nodded in response. He is also a good hand in mechanical assembly. After all, he also modified the 28th floor. With his ability, he can tell at a glance that this thing is not original. It's just that the modification method is a bit strange. How strange is it? It doesn't look like it was transformed by existing technology. Listening to Su Zilong's words, Hu Yu frowned slightly. Not like existing technology? Could there be a civilization like Atlantis? Hu Yu frowned slightly. And before he could make the next plan, a string of Chinese text began to play on the screen in a loop. Please leave immediately. Otherwise we will not rule out the use of force. What should we do now? Su Zilong looked at Hu Yu. How about forcing in? I have a way to clear the surrounding waters and reveal enough space. No. What water area do you want to clear? Huyu waved his hand and walked towards the deck. Have you forgotten your boss's original business? Original business? Su Zilong was stunned. Cows and horses? Or office workers? It seems that nothing is right. The storage master. Huyu. The storage master chuckled and raised his hand to the shelter. Collect. With his mind moving. The fancy shelter was collected by Huyu in the space. As for the people in that space, they all fell into the deck. The deck, which is nearly 300 meters long and 156 meters wide, can fully accommodate all creatures in the shelter, no matter whether they are human or non-human creatures. In an instant, the two forces in the shelter suddenly appeared on the deck. Due to the rules of spatial supernatural powers, no matter where the creatures are in the object, they will randomly appear in front of Huyu after the object is taken away. Non-human creatures and humans, like queuing up to grab a joint name, are all squeezed into a pile. When they reacted, they all hid to the sides. In less than 3 seconds, the deck was divided into two distinct forces. One side is human, and the other side is a humanoid creature with a shrimp head. Previously, I couldn't see clearly with the secret method of vertical pupil, but now Huyu can see it clearly. Isn't that humanoid creature the alien in District 9? It can't be said that they are very similar. They are exactly the same. Ahem. Huyu cleared his throat. And before he could speak, Lu Ling handed him a loudspeaker from behind. He took it with satisfaction, looked at the two forces in front of him, and said calmly, "Don't panic. Don't get excited. Everything is under control. As long as you listen, no matter if you are human or non-human, your life will not be in danger. Kill them! Quickly!" After seeing that the speaker was a human, the crowd immediately roared. "They are all mutants. I don't know how many of our compatriots they have killed. Kill them quickly." "Bullshit." The shrimp-headed man also spoke at this time. "We are also human. We are just mutants. Those who were killed deserve to die." "That's right. You are talking nonsense. You are not human. We have evolved. You low-level humans don't understand the meaning of evolution." Snap! Huyu raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Xiao Hai immediately understood. The protection system that had just been shut down was instantly turned on. Countless gun barrels fell, and infrared aimed at every human and non-human on the deck. The surroundings immediately became quiet. Huyu forced out a kind smile. "One more thing. I don't like noise. If someone interrupts me when I'm talking, I don't mind opening his head." The surroundings immediately fell silent. It seems that no matter whether they are human or non-human, they all know when to speak and when not to speak. Huyu turned to look at EC. "Brother E, you go find someone first." "Hey!" "Thank you. Boss Hu." EC was instantly moved. His favorability also soared to 69 points. He hurriedly stepped forward and scanned the crowd. There are still more than 300 humans now, and it is still a bit difficult to quickly find two people among them. "Dad? Dad?" A childish voice sounded. A child of about 11 or 12 years old came out of the crowd, and he asked tentatively, "Is it you?" "Dad." "It's me." EC's eyes instantly turned red. He rushed into the crowd, picked up the child, and asked immediately, "Xiao Wei, where is your mother? Where is she?" "Mom. She." Iwegwa uttered 2 words, and his eyes fell on the shrimp-headed man opposite. EC turned his head and looked at the opposite side, and saw a shrimp-headed man wearing women's clothing coming out. He had seen that dress before. "Xiao Nan? Ah, see." The shrimp-headed man spoke in a gentle voice, and her trembling could be clearly heard. Huyu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Originally, I thought it was a non-human civilization invading human civilization. But now it seems not right. "Old E," Huyu immediately said. "You bring your sister-in-law and nephew with me." "Okay." EC did not hesitate, put Iwegwa in his arms down, and walked towards Huyu holding his hand. As for that Xiao Nan, EC still couldn't accept it. He just watched her walk with his peripheral vision, but didn't reach out to hold her hand. And she seemed to be avoiding EC and Iwegwa on purpose. "Zilong, Xiao Hai, you guys watch out," Huyu said, and turned around and led the 3 of them into the cabin. He sat on the sofa by himself, while the family of 3 in front of him stood opposite, motionless. "Little friend." Huyu looked at Iwegwa. casually took out a box of egg tarts and pushed it over. Come, eat something. Dad said that we are not allowed to take other people's things casually. Iwigwa's eyes did not fluctuate at all. It seems that he really does not want it. It's okay. My brother is not someone else. Huyu smiled and replied, looking up at EC. Old E. Don't you think so? Why don't you thank your uncle quickly? EC pushed Iwigwa. Thank you, Uncle. Iwigwa put away the egg tarts and did not eat them. Huyu was speechless for a while. But think about it. If he calls him brother, then he is of a different generation than old E? Forget it. Ask questions first. He glanced at Sister Shiado. And the panel popped up immediately. Name, Wang Nan. Gender, female. Age, 47. Race, crustacean. Other information is not important. What is important is this race. Judging from the race information, although she has the word human in her name, she is no longer human. Huyu did not speak, but finally looked at Iwigwa. Wigwa, tell me, what happened to you in the shelter? How did your mother become like this? Tell me everything. Brother, uncle will be able to help you. Yeah. Iwigwa nodded, but then shook his head. Uncle, it takes too much time to start from the beginning. I'll just tell you the main point. It's because of shrimp. Shrimp? Huyu frowned. Yes. Iwigwa frowned. On the third day of the apocalypse, a group of people found the shelter, triggered the shelter's protection mechanism, and let them in. Some of them sold seafood. Among them were shrimps. These foods need to be eaten as soon as possible. So under Xuanwu's arrangement, on the fourth day of the apocalypse, most of us ate the shrimp they brought. No one who came in after the fourth day ate it. On the 23rd day, some humans who had eaten shrimp began to mutate. Like my mom, whose body did not change, but whose brain began to gradually become shrimp-like. On the 24th day, 157 people completely turned into shrimp-headed people, and only a small number of people who had eaten shrimp did not mutate. Such as me. My mom and her friends were ostracized by the crowd, and forced to leave the camp, and live on the other side of the shelter. On the 26th day, humans who had come into contact with the shrimp-headed people began to undergo the same type of mutation. And the situation was the same as the first batch of shrimp-headed people. On the 27th day, normal humans began to attack the shrimp-headed people, believing that this mutation was contagious and must be eradicated. The shrimp-headed people also began to fight back. Some normal humans died as a result. Later, it was discovered that as long as the human's head and heart were not damaged, if they came into contact with the shrimp-headed people within 30 seconds after death, they would also be transformed into shrimp-headed people and survive. And after the shrimp-headed people died, they would really die. In addition, some of the shrimp-headed people have special abilities. It is precisely because of this special ability that the number of humans began to decrease significantly after the war, and the number of shrimp-headed people increased. On the 31st day, the shrimp-headed people controlled all the facilities in the shelter, and they found that they could leave the shelter and move normally underwater. So they began to transform the facilities outside the shelter. If you hadn't come, perhaps it wouldn't be long before humans would completely disappear from Shelter 004. Infectious mutation? Huyu asked in confusion, looking Wang Nan up and down. This is new. But just as he was looking Wang Nan up and down, the mind-reading technique was triggered. A black frame instantly popped out from Wang Nan's head. Brunos, this human is interesting. If I could parasitize him, hee. Parasitize? Wait. Shrimp head. Could it be that this head? Huyu frowned. And before he could react, Wang Nan immediately closed his eyes and covered his nose. And sneezed. Achoo. A tiny drop of liquid sprayed on Huyu's face. Instantly, it penetrated into his skin. Chapter 324. I want to live. I just want to live. Fuck. 2 words popped up in Huyu's mind. He looked at EC and Wang Nan in front of him and apologized frantically. But he couldn't listen at all. Wipe face. Wipe face frantically. He took out a towel from the space and wiped the beads on his face as soon as possible. At the same time, he didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately took out the door handle and connected it to the base. After opening the door, he shouted over there as soon as possible. Xiao Zissou. Quick! Call Zissou. After receiving the notice, Xiao Zissou also rushed to the gate as soon as possible, and could come in 3 minutes at most. Huyu did not dare to slack off during this period. He immediately opened the panel, and checked his own situation. Fortunately, at least from the panel, he did not encounter any accidents. This, EC was a little embarrassed. After all, it was his wife who sneezed just now. Even if she became a shrew, from a legal point of view, she is still his spouse. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Boss who? You just sneezed. The reaction should not be so big. Right? You know nothing. Who you simply retorted. It is said that ignorance is not a crime. He did not intend to implicate EC in this fire. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Wang Nan. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Dare to attack me? I was just worried about not being able to get angry. This is what your tribe rushed to send to me. Bunos. Right? Ah? Wang Nan asked in confusion. What is Bunos? Boss who? Are you talking to me? Stop pretending. Who you chuckled. Aren't you still planning to parasite my body? Now you don't even dare to speak? Wang Nan was about to answer when his pupils began to change. From the original pure black pupils to light blue. The difference is not very obvious. And if you don't look carefully, you may not be able to find it. The next moment, a heavy male voice came from the shrimp head. Human. How did you find us? Who are you? Before who you could speak, EC raised his hand and drew his gun, pointing the gun at the shrimp head. Get out of my wife's body. Sorry, Bruno said to EC, raised his thumb and smiled. Your wife's body is really useful. Fuck, EC said as he was about to fight him. Who you did not stop him either, as he also wanted to see how strong this shrimp-headed man was. EC rushed over and punched the man in the face. The whole shrimp head tilted over. It wanted to resist, but when it punched, it just hit EC's waist lightly. It doesn't hurt. This force value is not high. Xiao Hai. I know. Brother. Before who you finished speaking, Xiao Hai's voice sounded beside him. 2 gun barrels came out directly from the ceiling, and one was assigned to the shrimp headman and EC, forcibly separating the man and the shrimp. Calm down first. Who you uttered 3 words calmly, but only those who are familiar with him know. Whenever this tone appears, it means that he has suppressed his emotions to the limit. Now, all he needs is an outlet to vent his emotions. His eyes fell on Bunos again. Tell me. What happened? What happened? Bang. Who you controlled the gun controlled by Xiao Hai and pulled the trigger. Ah! A sharp whistle sounded, and the bullet went straight through Bunos' arm. Blood spurted out, but every drop condensed in the air, without spilling a bit. He originally wanted Su Zilong to help control it, but before he opened his mouth, the blood had been controlled. Turning around, it was indeed Xiao Zissou who arrived. What's wrong? Xiao Zissou pushed the door open, closed it, and took off the door handle and handed it to Hu Yu. What's the situation of this species? I'm asking. Hu Yu put away the door handle and looked at Brunos in front of him. I'll only ask once. If you don't say it, there are still many of your people waiting to tell you. I think, even if it's a shrimp, there will always be one with a soft shell. Right? Speak. I'll tell you. Bruno shouted in a tone of near collapse. Don't kill me. Well, it seems that I'm lucky. The first thing I found is the soft-shell shrimp. No, but what do you want to hear? Everything. Hu Yu frowned slightly. From the origin of your tribe, to why you appear here, why you parasitize humans, and what you want to do. Origin. I don't know much about it. As soon as Bunos uttered a sentence, the barrel of the gun, that was still emitting white smoke, moved again. The meaning is self-evident. Boss, I really don't know. I have been in this human body since I was born with wisdom. I don't know where I came from, nor do I know how my fellow tribesmen around me appeared. I only know that we can survive and continue through the human body, whether we are alive or dead. And we can even differentiate part of the body to give birth to new fellow tribesmen. As for the rest, I really don't know. At present, it seems that Bunos is not lying. In other words, this group of shrimp-headed race is a new race born in this apocalypse? Reproducing through human bodies? Whose means is this? No. No! Hasn't the ceremony officially started yet? Apart from greed, who else can take the lead? Could it be that this is a self-evolved race? Then the speed of evolution is too fast. After dealing with this, I will go back and ask Sloth. There is one more question that has not been answered. Hu Yu's voice sounded again. What do you want to do? Survive. Bernos immediately spat out 3 words. We just want to survive. Isn't this too much? Not too much? It's indeed not too much. But if you use the human body as the nutrients to survive, then I'm sorry. At least, I think it's too much. Parasitism. Right? Who you pointed at his face. So, the liquid you just sprayed out. That is, a part of you that has differentiated. Wants to parasitize on me. What? Xiao Zissou exclaimed, and immediately stepped forward and raised her hand to press on Hu Yu's shoulder. Instantly, Hu Yu felt that all the blood in his body was controlled. In just a moment, Xiao Zissou let go of his hand and took a step back. Fortunately, there is no problem. Your body is normal. Thank you. In fact, after looking at the panel, Hu Yu could be sure that he was not parasitized. But the message to ask Xiao Zissou to come over had already been sent. And if he asked him not to come again, it would be worrying. It would be better to let her come and take a look. Maybe she can finally save these poor shrimp heads. But just from Xiao Zissou's move, Hu Yu seemed to realize something. As long as Xiao Zissou is willing, she can completely control anyone present. No. It should be said that the blood in the body of the organism. This kind of power may be what laziness fears. But not every organism has blood in its body. Organisms such as coral polyps, paramecium, sponges, and jellyfish do not have blood. They should not be affected by Xiao Zissou's ability. That? Bernos said tremblingly. I didn't know you were so powerful. If I wasn't so powerful, I would be parasitized by you. Hu Yu asked with a sneer. Bernos immediately lowered his head and dared not say a word. He walked forward slowly and looked at one of the drops of blood controlled by Xiao Zissou. Can this thing also parasitize humans? Yes. After parasitism, will your consciousness be transmitted? No. A new consciousness will be born in the individual. And all thoughts, behaviors, and memories in the original host will be under my control. Is this a clone? If this reproduction method is followed, wouldn't every original individual in this race be able to achieve immortality and approach the point of infinite bodies? Fortunately, I arrived at this 008. There was a typo before, and I just realized it. The channel pull is not easy to change. Sorry, shelter in advance. And I can handle things here before the end of the world really comes. Otherwise, God knows how much trouble will be caused by this. So, you are also someone's clone? No. Bernos is also a timid person, he said with a trembling voice. Including me, there are 13 original bodies in total. And the others are clones. Can the clones and original bodies be restored to the state of normal humans? Bernos looked embarrassed and had to explain. In fact, when we parasitized humans, they were already dead. The reason why they have independent consciousness is because our existence stimulated the activity of their cerebral cortex. Once we disappear, they will die too, and their bodies will not return to their original state. Besides humans, have you parasitized other species? Hu Yu then asked. Didn't you transform the shelter? Have you tried to parasitize other marine life? No. Bernos shook his head helplessly. The body structures of those mutant fish are very complex. And our simple blood, saliva, or other body fluids simply cannot circulate in their bodies. Why not parasitize all humans? Hu Yu spoke again, staring into Bernos' eyes. According to the degree of control you have over the shelter now, you can turn all humans into your own kind. Bernos scratched his head. We must always insist on sustainable development. What is sustainable development? Can this word be used like this? List. Hu Yu said calmly. Hand it over. Boss Hu. Bernos immediately knelt on the ground. I don't ask you for anything else. Just give me a way to live. I want to live. I just want to live. Hu Yu was about to sneer and refuse. But when he turned around and saw Xiao Zissou, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. It seems that it is not impossible to give it a way to live. Chapter 325. My dear nephew. I'll let you live. Okay. Hu Yu said calmly. And Yixi's eyes beside him began to become strange. He is not like Su Zilong, a follower who has always been by his side. And I don't know what kind of person he is. According to the current situation and the reproductive capacity of these things, we can't let any of them go. The kindness to them now will eventually turn into cruelty to humans themselves. Even if the person that Bernos parasitizes is his wife. It's the same. Righteousness does not control wealth. And kindness does not control soldiers. He can reach his current position. and the word kindness has long been erased from his dictionary. Unless Huyu has other plans. Promise me 3 conditions, and I can let you live under my supervision. Huyu shrugged. After all, you know that if you are not supervised, it will be a destruction to mankind. I agree. I agree to any condition. Don't agree so readily. Huyu chuckled. The first condition. The list. Right now. Brunos immediately pounced on the coffee table. Paper and pen. I'll write down the true forms of those guys for you right away. Huyu waved his hand, and the pen and paper appeared on the table. In less than 3 minutes, Brunos had handed over the list. In addition to the names of the parasites, there were even the real names of his fellow tribesmen. This work was done flawlessly. Perilla. Huyu turned his head and looked behind him. You and Xiao Hai go and deal with it. Remember, there is no need to explain anything. The process is not important. I just want a result. Okay, brother. Yeah. Xiao Hai and Xiao Zissou responded and walked directly to the deck. One of them was responsible for killing, and the other was responsible for controlling the pollution source. It was effortless to deal with those shrimps outside. He just needed to wait here. Old E. Huyu looked at EC and asked seriously. Before I put forward the second condition, I still want to ask your opinion. What do you think? How should I deal with him? In any case, the body that Brunos parasitized was also Old E's wife. So he had to ask other people's opinions first. EC's eyes flashed with tenacity. And he said calmly, My wife is dead. I understand. The second condition. Huyu looked at Brunos and spoke again. Leave this body, leaving only a parasite for you to parasitize. This? Brunos hesitated. What's the difference between this and death? Their consciousness is based on the human brain. Once they leave the human body, their consciousness will stagnate, although leaving a parasite behind. As long as they find a human corpse, they can regain consciousness. But whether or not human bodies can be found, that will not depend on him at all. Don't agree? Huyu chuckled. That doesn't matter. I can do it myself. Or reselect one of your people. He looked down at the list. There is a man named Halls. This name is not bad. Xiao Hai. Brother. I'm here. Xiao Hai's projection appeared instantly. I agree. Before Huyu could speak, Bruno's voice sounded immediately. He knew that he was now at the mercy of others, and could not refuse. And what else? Bruno's voice was trembling. Didn't you say that there was a third condition? I will mention this condition to you after I find your new body. Huyu chuckled and thought for a while. By the way, you should keep 2 parasites. And leave 1 more. I want to do an experiment. Yes. Brunos responded in a low voice, raised his hand, and dug out his shrimp eyeballs. Boss Hu. As long as you put these 2 things in a human corpse or a living organism with a sufficient brain, I can be resurrected. This, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. Huyu smiled. I'm still waiting to give you a third condition. Commit suicide. Yes. Brunos whispered back. His whole body softened, lying on the deck and twitching twice, then losing all life, as if to leave a good impression on Huyu. Even if it was dead, no body fluids flowed out of its body. It was just brain dead. After he lay down, Xiao Zissou and Xiao Hai also dealt with the things outside. Knowing how strong the reproduction ability of these things is, Xiao Zissou wrapped all their bodies with their own blood and transported them all the way to Huyu. How to deal with these things? Xiao Zissou asked. Simple. Huyu waved his hand, and the fish pond appeared instantly. The octopus girl inside was stunned when she saw so many people. And then she asked in confusion. What's going on? How did you get me here? I'm giving you a snack. Huyu pointed to the pile of corpses. High protein. Please help digest it. Octopus girl noticed something was wrong. You humans have a saying. If you are nice to someone without any reason, they are either traitors or thieves. What's your business? If you don't tell me, I won't eat it. I'm just asking you to deal with the harmful substances, Huyu said, and put those things into the fish pond as food. Don't worry. They are all safe and pollution-free supplements. Just help eat some. He was not worried that those things would parasitize the octopus girl. Even if she took a step back, the octopus girl's status was also at the pseudo-legend level, and it was impossible for her to be parasitized by these things. Even if she took a step back, there were still rules for the fish pond. The creature said his food could not eat the non-food in the fish tank in any form. So he told the octopus girl that this was a safe and pollution-free supplement. And there was no problem. The main thing was, this thing could not be put into the space backpack. But if it could be put in, he would not let the octopus girl eat it. Only by letting her eat it. Everything can be settled and no accidents can be guaranteed. It's not impossible. Octopus girl pondered for a few breaths. And then said, but I have a condition. Tell me first. Yu finally realized the disadvantages of putting conditions on everything. He had negotiated so hard with Octopus girl before. But he didn't expect that this trick would be learned by her. It's actually very simple. I want to have a name of my own. Huh? Yu was stunned. He thought that the many conditions that Octopus girl would put forward were nothing more than improving his living environment. But he never thought that her condition would be this. What's wrong? Is this request strange? The octopus girl said confidently. I now have wisdom comparable to yours. Shouldn't I have a name? Yes. But can't you just choose the name yourself? If I choose it, will you accept it? The octopus girl questioned. Shouldn't I still call you octopus girl? Shouldn't I still call you monster? I don't like it. Then tell me. What name do you want? Yu also said helplessly. Zhang. The octopus girl thought about it. And after a few breaths, she said, just call me Zhang Yu. Octopus? It's Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu corrected. I remember there was a beauty among you humans named Yu. Right? I want the U in Yu. Okay, Zhang Yu. No problem, Zhang Yu. Yu was a little amused. I'm sorry to trouble you with the things in the fish pond. I will go out and announce to everyone in the base later that when I see you in the future, I will call you Zhang Yu. Add a young lady. Zhang Yu said with a little pride. I'm still young. Okay. Yu responded, watching Zhang Yu swallow everything in the fish pond. And no other changes happened to his body. And he was relieved. He put the 2 eyeballs into the space. This thing is a trump card. Don't forget. There is still a glutton in his space that is not hatched. If he can use it well, maybe he can get a servant who is one of the 7 deadly sins. To put it another way, even if Bonos can't do anything to the existence of the 7 deadly sins, such an existence can also be used as a trump card in the ceremony. Think about it. After waking up Bonos, let him parasitize other races. With his parasitic ability, even if it is a race with millions of people, it will probably not last more than 3 days. Then let Xiao Zissa be responsible for controlling Bonos, which will indirectly control 1, or even multiple races. But that's all for the future. Unless Yu finds a reasonable and reliable way to control Bonos, it is impossible for him to release this thing again. If humans are contaminated by then, it will be a big trouble. At this point, the problem of the shrimp-headed people can be considered completely solved. It's time to deal with the placement of everyone in Shelter 008. Yu first walked up to EC and patted his shoulder. Oldie. I'm sorry. I hope you understand me about this matter. Your wife can't come back. This is our best solution at the moment. No. EC denied it on the spot. There is actually a better way. Huh? You shouldn't leave any possibility of resurgence. EC's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. I know you want to use that thing to cause trouble, but I still think it's a double-edged sword. So it's better not to keep it around. Well, I thought he was sad, but he was actually heartbroken. He was not cruel enough to be heartbroken. Next time. I will definitely do it next time. Yu said perfunctorily. He didn't know what to say, so he could only walk towards the deck. It was time to take the person back. But just as he walked out of the deck, a voice rang out in the crowd. Nephew. Yu? Is that you? My nephew. Yu glanced at the ant who was shouting in the crowd, and frowned immediately. He knew this person, but he never expected to meet her here. What a coincidence. As a left-behind child whose parents died early and left behind property, Yu naturally has many kind relatives. Unexpectedly, he could meet one today, which is quite interesting. Chapter 326, Trash of a Virgin Heart. The ant rushed out of the crowd and ran straight to Yu. After looking him up and down, her eyes were filled with unstoppable love. It was like a dragon seeing gold. Nephew. The ant couldn't hide her smile and raised her hand to pat Yu's arm. Do you still remember your aunt? Didn't you like to come to your aunt's house to play the most back then? Hey! Shuzi. Why are you still standing there? Come up and meet your cousin. As the auntie spoke, she turned her head and looked at the young yellow-haired man behind her. The yellow-haired man was wearing toe shoes, tight pants, and had a big flower tattoo on his arm. When he heard his mother speak, he immediately ran over. But Hu Yu just took a step back and glanced at Xianer and Su Zilong. Needless to say, the two understood what he meant. The two immediately stepped forward and stopped the auntie and the yellow-haired man. Hey! Xiao Yu, what do you mean by this? The auntie frowned and said, now that he's rich, he doesn't want to acknowledge his poor relatives. Everyone, tell me, is it reasonable for a person to do this? No one present had ever seen Hu Yu's methods. They only knew that he had a ship that could sail underwater. And as for the rest, they knew nothing. After all, the gun on his head had been taken back. Even if they had just witnessed the slaughter of all the foreigners, it was not Hu Yu who did it himself, but Xiao Zissou. Therefore, in their hearts, they naturally prefer the aunt who lives with them day and night. Young people nowadays, they forget about kinship when they have a relationship. After all, she is your elder. That's right. If I were his father, I would have slapped him directly if I knew that this kid treated his sister like this. With just one sentence, more than half of the remaining 300 people blamed Hu Yu. Most of them were slightly older. The remaining half kept silent. They all knew who was in charge of their lives, so they would not speak rashly. Soon, the aunt smiled with satisfaction. She turned her head and looked at the crowd. Oh, everyone, what you said is serious, isn't it? My Hu Yu has been a filial child since he was young. He probably hasn't seen his aunt for too long. So he is like this. Hu Yu, don't you think so? The steps have been handed to Hu Yu. As long as he walks down, he can calm the public anger. But he doesn't need to calm the so-called public anger. Heh. A cold laugh sounded. Hu Yu's eyes swept over the so-called aunt, and he didn't even look at her and her son. As for words, he didn't even give them a single word. They were just jumping clowns, and it would be a waste to say one more word to them. He cast his eyes on the crowd and said calmly, do you want to live? Everyone was silent for a while, as if they had not yet jumped out of the topic of accusing him. The aunt laughed first. Xiao Yu, are you kidding? Who doesn't want to live? Okay, let the two of them get out of the way. Let me and your brother go in and find a room, one that's close to you, so we can move around more, the aunt said as she tried to rush past Xianer and Su Zilong's guards. But who are these two people? Not to mention that there was only an aunt and a yellow-haired guy. Even if these 300 people rushed into the battle together, they could guarantee that not a drop of blood would splash on Hu Yu's clothes. You too. Do you understand? Seeing this, Wang Mao angrily scolded the two men on the spot. I'm going to find my cousin. What are you doing? Good dogs don't block the road. Don't you know? You're welcome. Hu Yu's eyes fell on the front, and he said calmly, you can fight. Wang Mao thought that this was said to him. He immediately smiled at Su Zilong and said, look, you asked for it. As he said, he slapped Su Zilong. But at the moment he raised his hand, Su Zilong had kicked him. Wang Mao fell into the crowd and flew backwards for several meters. If it weren't for the crowd stopping him, he would have flown off the deck by now. Are you kidding? Su Zilong's fighting skills and physical fitness are both epic. Not to mention an ordinary human. Even an epic mutant fish may not be able to withstand this kick. Xiao Zi, the auntie immediately cried out, and hugged her Xiao Zi, shaking her. Xiao Zi, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Su Zilong's attack was also moderate. It was just to stop him. He didn't have the nerve to kick him to death, just to make him feel a little uncomfortable. I heard a lot of noise outside. Xiao Zissou also came out, and after a glance, her eyes fell on the auntie. Hu Yu, what's going on? Do you need help? It's okay. It's normal, Hu Yu replied casually. His eyes fell on everyone. You still have one chance to answer the question. If you don't want to live, I can help you take another path. Besides living, what is the other path? It's self-evident. In an instant, the surroundings began to be noisy. I want to live. Brother, I was blinded by lard just now. Please don't take it to heart. What about lard? You were the one who shouted the loudest just now. Bullshit. More than 99% of the crowd's voices rang out. They were either arguing or showing off. Only the mother and son. Hu Yu. The aunt stood up and roared. Why don't you care about us? Didn't I just want to take you in and raise you? Are you so ungrateful? Your parents are dead, and your grandparents passed away early. Shouldn't your family property belong to us? We are taking it for nothing. Don't we have to give you a normal life? As long as Shuzi eats and wears the leftovers. Can't you use them? Apart from the facts, you have done nothing wrong. As soon as these words came out, everyone present understood what happened. No wonder this person had always pretended not to see this so-called aunt. The root cause turned out to be here. What a good one to put aside the facts. Hu couldn't help but raise his hand to applaud. With a sly look in his eyes, a new idea popped up in his mind. And he could also screen the group of people in front of him. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now kowtow and admit your mistakes. Apologize to my parents in heaven. Maybe I can give you a fair chance to participate in this election. Selection? What selection? Not only the mother and son, but everyone in front of them also expressed similar doubts. Xiao Hai announced the rules. Okay, brother. With Hu Yu's order, the selection rules previously compiled by Zhang Suri and Lu Ling immediately appeared on the big screen. In short, as long as you can pass the selection, you can enter the base, obtain the identity of a base resident, and obtain a quality of life that is almost equivalent to that of a normal society. Bang! The old lady and the yellow-haired man immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Those who can enter the shelter and survive until now are not stupid, and they naturally know what this selection qualification means. If there is no such opportunity, perhaps their only fate is to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Sorry, we are wrong. I shouldn't be obsessed with money and shouldn't be a coward. Shall you? No. Huyo, please forgive me. This kind of apology is meaningless. Huyo naturally knew it in his heart. But he still chuckled and took the initiative to help the mother and son up. It's okay. Just like you said. We are all relatives. Hey! The smile on the aunt's face was so bright. She pulled the hand of the yellow-haired guy next to her. Why don't you thank me quickly? No. You guys go to the cabin to rest first. Hu Yu turned his head and looked at Su Zilong. Zilong, take them to the bottom cabin to rest. Yes, boss. Su Zilong stepped forward, took the aunt and the yellow-haired guy into the cabin, and walked all the way to the bottom cabin. Rest? Where is there a place to rest in the bottom cabin? That lump is most suitable for handling corpses. If he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, he would have been with Hu Yu for nothing. When the three of them entered the cabin, Hu Yu also looked at the people in front of him. I won't say anything extra. The topic of this selection is very simple. I will ask you a question. You just need to nod or shake your head. Don't try to hide your true thoughts. The artificial intelligence will judge whether you are lying or hesitating. Do you understand? Everyone nodded in unison. Very good, Hu Yu replied, raising his hand to point to the direction where the aunt and the yellow-haired man left behind. Do you think it is right or wrong for me to forgive them? If you think it is right, nod your head. If you think it is wrong, shake your head. If they nod more than shake their heads, I will forgive them. Otherwise, snap. The fingers snapped and the picture of the bottom cabin appeared. I will have someone kill them in front of all of you. Now, their life and death, as well as your life and death, are all in a thought. Please make your choice. There was silence all around, and everyone seemed to be able to hear the heartbeat ringing in their ears. But they couldn't tell whether it was their own or someone else's. Nod, or shake their heads. It was just a simple action, and more than 300 people completed it quickly. Xiao Hai pulled out a statistical table at the fastest speed. There were a total of 328 people, 60 of whom shook their heads, thinking that Hu Yu's forgiveness was wrong, and 268 nodded, thinking that forgiveness was correct. The latter accounted for more than half. Sure enough, people who have been staying in the shelter are like flowers in a greenhouse, and they don't know how to write the word humanity at all. Very good, Hu Yu chuckled. Needless to say, Su Zilong in the video had already taken action. 2 lives turned into 2 bodies. He also looked at the people on the boat. What a pity. You all got the first easy question wrong. First of all, I would like to congratulate the 60 people who shook their heads. You had the opportunity to go to our base. As for the remaining 200 or so, Hu Yu smiled, took out the shelter again, and put it into the sea. Go home. My base does not want garbage. Especially the garbage of the Virgin Mary. Chapter 327 Xiao Zisu's second round of evolution. The matter of shelter number 008 has been resolved. Of course, Hu Yu did not completely let the more than 200 people who were released back to the shelter go. In addition to giving them a perfect fairy bean, They were also given tasks. Work tasks. They cannot live in the base. But they can go from the shelter to the base to work every day through the door handle. Work is paid by the hour. As long as enough points are accumulated, there is a chance to become a member of the base. Of course, before that, they could only be Palu. And the points they earned could not be exchanged for any supplies or traded in the base. Huyu did not force it. If they were willing to come to the base, they could come. If they were not willing, they could stay in the shelter. As for the 60 people who were selected, they directly joined the construction work in full swing in the base. When they understood what the base was, their desire to work was so strong. That was a mobile phone. The internet. Only those who had it and lost it later knew what these two things meant. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the supreme attraction. It was already afternoon when we returned to the base. After finishing afternoon tea, Huyu took the 2 eyeballs of Bunos, notified Li Ji, and went straight to Yudaishin's room. In addition to asking who the creator of Bunos was, he also wanted to ask what the word spirit was all about. With the knowledge reserve of Dai, it is impossible for him not to know this level of skills. When he came to the room, as expected, this guy was indeed playing games. But unexpectedly, this guy was actually playing games while lying on the bed. There were 2 straws hanging from the corners of his mouth. One connected to Coke and the other to yogurt. A bowl of watermelon was placed next to him. He was rubbing the handle in his hand. And above his head was a 100-inch 4K TV. This life is more comfortable than Huyu's. Isn't he really afraid that the TV will fall and kill him? Wait, that's not right. Where did he get the points to redeem these things? Huyu's eyes flashed with doubt. And he asked Xiao Hai beside him, these things don't require points? Of course. Xiao Hai replied as a matter of course, but didn't you say, brother, that as long as he cooperates, all items can be supplied. He made a request and there are things in the inventory. So I just brought them to him. Okay. Huyu replied helplessly. Who told him to say such a thing? Just think of it as raising 7 deadly sins. These consumptions are actually nothing. He brought 2 eyeballs and came directly in front of Yu Daisian and slapped them on the table. What are you doing again? Yu Daisian replied. And the operation in his hands did not stop at all. This tone is wrong. Huyu then discovered that there were 2 kinds of pupils in Yu Daisian's eye sockets. One black and one blue. In other words, at this time, Dai and Yu Xian jointly controlled the body. 2 brains playing games together? Isn't this cheating? He glanced at the game interface. Wow. Sekiro Hell Mode mod. Looking closely, it's still the eldest disciple of Feng Ling Yueying sect. You guys are really good at playing. The difficulty is maxed out. But it doesn't affect the use of cheats at all. Right. Look at this thing. Huyu really couldn't complain. So he could only change the topic to the main business. I found it in a shelter. Huh? Yu Daisian snorted lightly. But the handle didn't stop for a moment. What's wrong? Just get straight to the point. Don't interrupt me while I'm playing games. You call this playing games? Huyu suppressed his urge to complain, but still asked, I want to know. Is this the work of one of the 7 deadly sins? Obviously not. Yu Daisian replied casually. When the ceremony begins, the direction of the first round of targets will be announced. If there is no direction, no one will bet rashly. A creature like this should be an unexpected surprise during the evolution, which is a low probability event. Second question. Huyu picked up one of the eyeballs. Tell me, if this thing is placed in the gluttonous egg, will it be affected in some way? Are you a devil? Yu Daisian even stopped rubbing the handle, looked away from the screen, and stared at Huyu and asked. Obviously not. Huyu chuckled. I just wanted to try it. You are so nervous, it won't really work. Right? I'm not. I didn't. I don't know. Yu Daisian immediately covered his mouth with his hands and took a step back. If you want to try it yourself. But don't ask your only ally to try it. If you torture me to death, no one will pass on the news to you. Don't worry. I know. Huyu said casually. Without knowing the limit of Bunos' ability, he would not experiment on Yu Daisian. Even if he tried to control his gluttony, he had to ensure safety. Just this matter? Seeing him put all his things in, Yu Daisian also lay back down and took a sip of Coke to calm down. If you have nothing else, leave. I can't even beat the game with you here. You're kidding. You've already turned on the cheats. And you still can't beat the game? One more thing. although he complained. Hu Yu didn't want to ruin the friendship, so he turned around and shouted at the door. Come in. Li Ji pushed the door open and looked at the two people in front of him. Still a little nervous. Boss. Yeah. Hu Yu nodded in response. He waved his hand and looked at Yu Daxian again. Look at his superpowers. Superpowers? What's wrong? Yu Daxian asked in confusion, and glanced at Li Ji. Information about his superpowers had already appeared in front of him. Isn't it just a normal word spirit? Isn't this thing outrageous? Hu Yu asked tentatively if his level is raised. Can he kill you in one sentence? Raise? Are you kidding? Yu Daxian asked two questions in a row. I have participated in so many ceremonies, including this one. I have seen 11 evolvers with word spirits. Do you know what the highest level is? What? The third round of evolution, which is perfection. Ah? This ability is so abnormal that the owner dies after reaching perfection? It's not that he wants to die. Yu Daxian replied. You should know that after the ceremony begins, I and my fellow tribesmen can see the people with abilities in each other's camps. It's like dynasty warriors. I know you have an all-around warrior who can become unparalleled when he grows up. What do you think I will do? Kill him at all costs. Hu Yu's eyes turned cold, and he probably understood what Lotzi meant. That's right. Yu Lotzi sighed. I'm not afraid to tell you that the one who grew to the perfect level is also the first creature we have seen with this ability. Later, the 9 beings with the word spirit died before the ceremony began. Some of them did not even reach the second round of evolution before being forcibly wiped out by the other 6 beings. Yu Daxian looked Li Ji up and down for a while. Cherish the time you are alive. Li Ji's mouth twitched, and he could only look at Hu Yu for help. Okay. Go out first. Hu Yu patted Li Ji on the shoulder. He knew that for a salted fish who focused on logistics, the power of Yu Daxian's words just now was too great. After Li Ji left, Hu Yu asked again, then let's take a step back and assume that the owner of the word spirit has always been ahead of the times? Ahead? How much ahead? Yu Daxian chuckled. Let's take a step back. Even if this creature can be upgraded to the myth level, the word spirit is equivalent to a myth, and can only be used once a day, which is still a 1% probability. Guess what other myths will do in the face of such an existence? Not to mention the possibility you mentioned earlier. Our status is above the myth, which is a limit you can't touch. Wait! Hu Yu quickly caught the information in the other party's words. One day. Once? Didn't laziness know the true power of the word spirit? Or didn't know how terrifying the word spirit he had? What on earth was this word spirit? Why was the same skill completely different between him and Li Ji and those seniors? Fortunately, as the spokesperson agreed, he would not be spied on by the other 7 sins. Otherwise, it would not be just Li Ji who would be targeted. To be on the safe side, the rain would stop soon, and those things that should be stockpiled had to be prepared. After leaving Yu Daxian's room, Hu Yu came to the door to comfort Li Ji, telling him that no matter what happened, he would do his best to protect him, and told him not to worry. Li Ji seemed fine on the surface, but he was panicking inside. After saying goodbye to Hu Yu, he went straight to the gym and started to train like crazy. Hu Yu did not stop him, just as a way for him to relieve stress. He brought the pile of epic mutation crystals to Xiao Zisu's studio. These 1,000 epic mutation crystals can only allow Hu Yu to advance from the early stage of the third round of evolution to the peak of the third round of evolution. Without the mythical mutation crystals, he would not be able to break through that layer of shackles. Instead of wasting them on him, it is better to give them to Xiao Zisu. Her ability grows, and it is also extremely terrifying. No need to explain too much. Xiao Zisu also started to absorb directly, but the speed is a little slow. Wait until 12 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Zisu absorbed 10 epic mutant crystals, and the whole person suddenly emitted a burst of scarlet light. Her second round of evolution begins. Hu Yu looked at the refreshed number of words, cast his eyes on Xiao Zisu, and spoke slowly. I hope your evolution goes well. As soon as the words fell, the prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the perfect words. Instantly, the red light converged into Xiao Zisu's body. She raised her eyes. Her eyes were bloody, and she rushed straight towards Hu Yu. Chapter 328 Xiao Zisu's second round of evolution. Hu Yu was about to raise his hand to stop him, but the little golden dragon on his arm was already eager to rush out for the first time to protect his master. But before either the little golden dragon or Hu Yu could react, they saw a figure flashing before them. Before he could react, he saw Xiao Zissou being pushed back to her original position by Anciener. During the whole process, Hu Yu didn't even notice how she attacked. It seemed that this was the first time Anciener took the initiative to attack after her second round of evolution. This gap, is it already so big? We can't even tell the traces of the attack. Wait. This is not the time to talk about this. Anciener. Don't hurt her. Hu Yu exclaimed in a hurry. I know. Anciener responded calmly. But her hands were still on Xiao Zissou's shoulders. Hu Yu immediately moved closer, looking at Xiao Zissou's panel in front of him. His brows slightly frowned. How could this be? Name, Xiao Zissou. Gender, female. Age, 22. Status, furious. Skills, perfect hemolysis, perfect consultation, perfect massage, perfect pharmacology, perfect acupuncture, perfect bone setting, perfect medicinal diet, proficient in medicine, proficient in psychology, proficient in ancient Chinese, proficient in gathering, proficient in geography, proficient in cooking, personality, compassion, kindness, scheming, petty, curious, gossipy, middle school. Purity, 99. Favorability, 91. Evolution. It has evolved. There is nothing wrong with the information from all aspects. The only problem is this state. Rage? Why did she fall into rage after evolution? Hu Yu was puzzled. Now Xiao Zissou was in this state, and he didn't have anyone suitable. Now he had to try that method. He put his finger into Xiao Zissou's mouth and let it bite a crack. Blood overflowed and filled her mouth. Soon, the bloody red in Xiao Zissou's eyes gradually faded, and the whole person returned to normal. She looked around the environment and asked in confusion, What's wrong with me? Anciener. Let go. Anciener let go and quietly stepped aside. Hu Yu also immediately took out Li Qian to stop the bleeding, so as to prevent Anciener from falling into a rage later. If Xiao Zissou fell into a rage, there was still Anciener to help stop it. But if Anciener fell into a rage, not to mention that there were only two of them, even if the whole ship was added together, it would not be enough for her to fight alone. Xiao Zissou looked at her hands, sensing her current abilities. Evolved successfully? Yes. But something seemed to go wrong during the evolution, causing you to go berserk. Anyway, it's okay now. Hu Yu recounted the situation just now. You are a doctor. You should know your own body, and you should pay more attention to it. I know, Xiao Zissou said, and stood up and waved to Hu Yu. Give it to me. Hu Yu was puzzled. What did you bring? Blood, Xiao Zissou said, as a matter of course. I evolved to try more results of blood fusion. Didn't I? Hurry up. I can't wait. You can try again tomorrow. Why are you in such a hurry? Hu Yu smiled helplessly, saying this, but he still prepared enough blood for her as soon as possible, because it was just an experiment. The blood of the 3 mutant creatures he took out was the most common one. This can only test the stability of the crystal fused by the 3 kinds of blood, and it is impossible to fuse something of too high a level. Anyway, we already know the types of crystals, as long as they can be produced stably. What's the big deal? Be careful. Looking at the 3 kinds of blood floating over, Hu Yu did not forget to remind him. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Xiao Zissou said, and with a wave of his hand, the 3 kinds of blood suddenly condensed into a ball and fused into the shape of a crystal. A panel popped up in front of Hu Yu immediately. Name, control crystal type, item effect, after use. It can control all creatures within the range that are not higher than the quality of the crystal, with a validity period of 12 months and a control time of 24 hours. Note, a crystal made of the blood of 3 common mutant creatures with special abilities. The last time this crystal appeared, it was too short. Hu Yu just checked the category and disappeared before he could check the specific information. Now he can see the detailed information. But this ability is too scary. Originally, Hu Yu thought it was just the ability to control individuals. But now it seems, this thing is also a group control. If this is thrown into a school of mutant fish, the other party will have no chance to play. How is it? Xiao Zissou looked at Hu Yu and asked. Is the crystal stable now? Stable, huh? Shouldn't you know this? Why are you asking me? Hu Yu asked in confusion. It looks stable to me, and I want to know your opinion. Xiao Zissou's eyes flashed with excitement. Come on. Another one? Let's try the effect of the 4 kinds of blood. Okay. Hu Yu did not refuse. and immediately threw out the blood of 4 kinds of ordinary mutant fish. Xiao Zissou tried to fuse again. But this time, the 4 bloods just gathered together, and they exploded in the air before even the crystal appeared. Fortunately, Ensianer and Xiao Hai reacted quickly. The former immediately took Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou back, while the latter immediately established protective measures within the explosion range. With the protective ability of the heart of the ocean, the legendary steel plate actually trembled in this explosion. This power is estimated to be comparable to the perfect level exploding crystal. Hu Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, but he quickly came back to his senses. "Try again," Xiao Zissou immediately said. "I wasn't ready just now. Let's try again. I'm sure I can succeed." "Okay." Hu Yu frowned and looked at Xiao Zissou. "Don't try this thing yet. Go to sleep now. Even if you want to practice, try to practice the fusion of 3 kinds of blood. Come to me after you are familiar with it. We will try the fusion of 4 kinds of blood together." "Okay." Xiao Zissou's enthusiasm gradually faded. She also knew what to do and what not to do. So she turned around and went back to her room to rest. There is no need to rush to merge the 4 types of blood. After all, this evolution is also very energy consuming. It is not too late to try again tomorrow morning after a good night's sleep. Hu Yu also returned to his room. After yawning, he lay on the bed and began to think about it again. His focus fell on Xiao Zissou's ability. This is the only ability of his that has changed its name after evolution. Before, he was proficient in hemolysis treatment. But after the second round of evolution, he directly became perfect hemolysis. In terms of special abilities, it seems that there are still many things he doesn't know. He can only take it one step at a time. Gradually, Hu Yu fell into sleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Xiao Hai stood silently by the side, smiling and waiting. Hu Yu propped himself up, leaned on the bed and yawned. There was nothing to do today, so he snapped his fingers, took out the small table, and prepared a fairly rich breakfast on it. He took a bite of the fried dough stick soaked in hot soy milk. And he also looked at Xiao Hai. "It's time to start the morning report." "Okay, brother," Xiao Hai responded calmly. "It's 9 o'clock in the morning on August 18th. 36 days have passed since the end of the world. There are still 310 hours before the rainstorm you predicted will stop. The water level has dropped to 6,538 meters and is dropping at a constant speed. As for the base, it is expected that the base reconstruction plan will be completed in 12 days. There is no progress in agriculture, internet, entertainment, medical care, and weapons research. Regarding personnel evolution, the evolvers who completed evolution today have completed evolution at 8 o'clock in the morning. And the list of superpowers has been updated to your tablet. The 60 people you brought back have completed physical examinations and confirmed that they do not carry any germs, radiation, pathogenic substances, etc. Accommodation has been arranged. A total of 235 people in shelter number 008 have applied to work here. All personnel deployment and arrangements are handed over to Mr. Shinshan. Would you like to review the detailed plan? No need. Hu Yu nodded, then looked at Xiao Hai. "Xiao Hai, I found that you seem to be more human recently." "Really?" Xiao Hai asked in confusion. And a mirror appeared from nowhere, and he looked at his face in his hand. "Do you really look more human?" "Brother, don't try to make me happy. Don't worry. I'm not lying to you." Hu Yu smiled helplessly. "I just want to ask you, is your current situation normal?" "Of course." Xiao Hai put his hands on his hips. "I'm normal." "That's good." Hu Yu got dressed and got up. "Please prepare the locations of the other shelters. I plan to go and have a look. The origin of Budo's race is still unknown. If it's just shelter 008, then there's nothing to worry about. But what if this is not an isolated case? It's just that shelter 008 is lucky and can get a message in a bottle. What if other shelters are controlled, and the degree of control is higher than shelter 008? In addition to shelter 008, there are 11 shelters in China alone. He doesn't want humans to have 11 more subspecies by then. In addition, there is manpower. Judging from the evolutionists who have completed evolution at this stage, the proportion of those who want to obtain useful abilities through normal evolution is very low. Only with sufficient samples can it be possible to find a way to deal with the 7 deadly sins from this aspect. Therefore, except for shelter number 004, which has been placed in the space, these 10 shelters must be visited. Yes, brother. Xiao Hai responded obediently, and had already marked the coordinates. Are we leaving now? Who do you need to notify to go with you? I'll contact them now. No hurry. Hu Yu replied, walked into the bathroom, washed up, and took out the refreshed black egg. After being given a few notes last time, he decided, this black egg? It doesn't matter if it is not saved. The one opened on the same day is fresh. Raise your hand and knock on the egg, and a red light blooms instantly. Is this a legend? Chapter 329, Shelter Number 007. Hu Yu watched the red light dissipate, and a sense of foreboding emerged in his heart. He was afraid that it was another note that appeared this time. It was not until the prompt sounded that the foreboding premonition disappeared. Ding! Name, item synthesis table type, prop effect, after use. The system synthesis function can be turned on. All similar items with a synthesis level not higher than the legendary level can be synthesized with a certain probability to obtain a higher level product of the item. Note, if it fails, all synthesized items will be scrapped. Please use with caution. Legend. Synthesis table. Hu Yu's pupils flashed with excitement. What is the use of this thing? He simply doesn't know too well. The perfect synthesis table can synthesize epic items, and the legendary items. Isn't it possible to synthesize mythical items? This is a real treasure. Hu Yu immediately took out 25 epic mutant crystals and started synthesizing. 25 epics. Synthesized 5 pseudo-legendary crystals. At this point, Hu Yu also realized that something was wrong. 25 epics. Only 5 pseudo-legends? Then the mythical ones. Never mind. Let's try it first. Continue synthesizing. Hu Yu took out a total of 125 epic crystals, and finally stacked 5 legendary crystals. I just hope there won't be another pseudomyth on top of this legend. My little heart can't stand it. Hu Yu put 5 legendary crystals on the synthesis table and started the synthesis. I saw a colorful light emerge. The prompt sound also rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful synthesis. And obtained a pseudomyth crystal *1. Good guy. It's really a pseudomyth. Hu Yu looked at the colorful crystal in his hand, feeling helpless. The good news is that with a legendary synthesis table, the experience required for his evolution can be greatly reduced. Pseudo-legendary crystals, like legendary crystals, can provide 1% of evolution value. Now only 500 epic crystals are needed to reach the evolution bottleneck. Bad news. After Hu Yu converted 500 epic crystals into pseudo-legends, he reached the bottleneck and tried to upgrade with pseudomyth crystals. But a prompt popped up. Pseudomyth crystals detected. Do you want to try to evolve? The success probability is 0.01%, and failure will cause the gene chain to collapse. So please use it with caution. 1 in 10,000 chance. Hu Yu's eyes trembled. And just as he was about to put the pseudomyth crystals into the space, he suddenly thought of something. Yesterday, when I used the perfect word spirit to summon a bunch of epic mutant fish, I seemed to say, I want to evolve. Those 1,000 mutant fish can only meet part of the needs of evolution. And the synthesis platform that appeared in front of me seemed to appear to meet the other part of the needs. Could it be that the word spirit has been completed, and it will always exist before I complete the 4th round of evolution, and continue to push myself towards that process? Hu Yu frowned and thought. After a few breaths, he looked up at the mirror and tentatively spoke again. I want to evolve successfully. I don't know how many times I said it. Xiao Hai outside almost suspected that Hu Yu was constipated, and the word spirit still did not trigger. Hu Yu finally put the crystal into the space, not daring to try it easily. He didn't know whether the reason why the word spirit could not be triggered was because the effects of the 2 word spirits overlapped. So it could not be triggered. No matter what the reason was, he didn't plan to try it easily. There was no way, with a probability of 1 in 10,000, who would dare to try it easily. If you try, you will die. Right. 10 o'clock in the morning. Hu Yu inspected the base area, called Lu Ling, Xiao Mo, and Xiener, Su Zilong, and EC, and took the ocean hard to the nearest shelter number 007. The goal is to visit at least 3 shelters today. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the ocean hard arrived at shelter number 007. From the outside, there is nothing wrong with shelter number 007, but I don't know what's going on inside. Hu Yu is familiar with the route and puts the shelter into the space. The next moment, he was stunned. Empty! The entire shelter was taken into space. But no living creature appeared in front of him. This can only prove one thing. There is no living creature in shelter number 007. There is no one. No existence like Bono's. And not even a living fish. How is this possible? Is there a shelter that has not been activated? Huyu was puzzled. And everyone around him also had a puzzled look in their eyes. He raised his hand to release shelter number 007 and controlled the heart of the ocean to drive forward. Go in and take a look. With Su Zilong here, he created an air mass to wrap everyone and sent them to shelter 007. After detecting that a living person was approaching, the shelter's reception procedure was immediately initiated. A door opened and everyone entered. Like other shelters, this is an isolation room. After a series of work such as drainage, radiation scanning, cooling, and sterilization, another glass door leading to the real shelter slowly opened. After entering the shelter, Huyu was ready to face the contempt of the Xuanwu robot again. But the next moment, no robot appeared. In front of me, there is only desolation, barren fields and dilapidated houses. Only the dried bloodstains on the ground prove that there were other lives here before. It's not that no one has been here before, but the lives that have been here have disappeared at this moment. Only 36 days have passed, even from the beginning of the end of the world to now. These people should not collapse to the point of killing each other. Could it be that there are really other races involved? But why didn't I see a single life when I took in the shelter? Huyu frowned and looked behind him. Xiao Hai, try to connect to the artificial intelligence here. I want to know what happened here. Yes, brother. Zilong. Lao Yi. Huyu looked at the two people behind him. You two start searching from the left. Don't miss any suspicious traces. Sienna, you take Lu Ling and start from the right. Xiao Mo and I will go in the middle. And we will meet at the other end of the shelter. No. Sienna refused on the spot. I will be responsible for your safety. Well, forget that this is a stubborn idea. Huyu turned to look at Xiao Mo. This guy was still showing off the spicy strips in his mouth. If he let her out alone, he would be worried. Forget it. Just go slower. Okay. Huyu had no choice but to look at Su Zilong and EC. Go to the middle first. And when we get to the other end, we will split up and go to both sides. And gather here. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The shelter is a circular area. Going first and gathering for a while can not only minimize the degree of danger, but also give Xiao Hai time to check here. Once something is found, everyone can react immediately. If you still haven't found any problems after checking the middle area, it won't be too late to go around from both sides. And Sienna led the way. Su Zilong led the way. And Huyu and the others walked in the middle, following the center line drawn by Xiao Hai, exploring all the way forward. Along the way, there were a lot of bloodstains, but no corpses or limbs were seen. Just one or two places don't mean anything. But it was like this all the way, which proved that these corpses and remains were handled by special people. But I don't know where these things were moved to. We can only search. In addition to the bloodstains, we also searched the houses along the way. More than 80% of them showed signs of human destruction, and the remaining 20% showed no signs of habitation, as if no one had ever lived there. 2 hours later, we walked to the end of the shelter. We still found nothing. Xiao Hai had not found the data terminal of the Xuanwu robot yet, so he could not provide more effective clues. We had to split into 2 teams and search from the left and right sides. Soon after, there was finally a clue. Just as Huyu and others continued to search, Xiao Hai suddenly appeared. Brother, Mr. Su Zilong found something. Huyu just came out of a blood-stained room. What is it? Or, you go and see it yourself. I can't project it, Xiao Hai said, projecting an arrow on the ground. I'll show you the way. Okay, Huyu replied, said hello to Sienna and the others, and followed the arrow. It's always better to be careful. At first, he was just curious about what happened inside. But as he explored deeper, he felt something was wrong. Judging from the room with bloodstains, there were at least 1,000 people living in the shelter at its peak. This is the shelter with the largest number of people Huyu has ever seen. But there is no one in such a shelter now. He even found some food remains during the search. It is not difficult to judge from these traces that the food in the shelter has not been consumed to the point where people need to kill each other to survive. But the bloodstains were only human bloodstains. It doesn't match the fight with other races. And there is the Xuanwu robot. Huyu has fought with it and knows how terrifying it is. In combat mode, It is no exaggeration to say that it is a combat robot. But even with such an existence, not even a screw was found in the shelter. There must be something wrong here, which I didn't pay attention to. In addition, now, Su Zilong and the others found clues, but even Xiao Hai refused to show them directly. The problem here? I'm afraid it's bigger than I imagined. Following the arrow, Hu Yu and others also came to the clues found by Su Zilong and his companions. With just one glance, everyone was stunned and understood Su Zilong's intention. A mountain of corpses, thousands of corpses, and a mountain of corpses made of debris were right in front of them. The dark red blood dyed the floor tiles in front of them dark red. And the stench was overwhelming. What the hell is going on? Chapter 330 Silicon-based life source. Hu Yu subconsciously covered his mouth and nose, turned his head, and waved to Su Zilong, who was not far ahead. He didn't want to observe this kind of thing up close. In addition to not wanting to have nightmares at night, he also didn't want to be infected with any bacteria. Su Zilong and EC also left the area around the corpse mountain and slowly came to Hu Yu. What's going on? Hu Yu frowned and asked. Is it suicide? Or, thousands of people committing suicide collectively sounds a bit far-fetched. But it is not impossible. This is the end of the world. When there are extreme pessimists in a group, that kind of pessimism will spread wildly. And it is not impossible to grow exponentially. When everyone is in extreme pessimism, collective suicide like this is also possible. No. Su Zilong shook his head and replied. It was murder. We checked the bodies in front, and found that they all had the same fatal wounds. Gunshot wounds. And only gunshot wounds. Even the fatal parts are roughly the same, either between the eyebrows or on the temples. In short, they are all on the head. This is also the source of the blood. Gunshot wounds. Hu Yu muttered these two words. The gunshot wounds are still concentrated on the head. Not to mention whether there are so many bullets and guns for people to use. Even if there are, it is impossible to concentrate the wounds of thousands of people on the head. The problem here is not small. Anything else you found? Hu Yu continued to ask. This. EC took out a letter and said, we just found this thing, and haven't had time to read it yet. It's called a letter. But it's actually just a piece of white cloth dipped in blood and written with words. Normally, the shelter should provide paper and pen. Why would they use this method to record? Hu Yu took the white cloth and identified the words on it. The more he read, the more he frowned. On the huge white cloth, a series of words were densely written. Hello, latecomer. If you see this letter, it means that all humans in Shelter 007 have died. Don't worry. The danger has been completely eliminated by us. This letter is just a reminder for latecomers, and a witness to the traces we left behind. Let's talk about the root of everything first. It was a mechanical revolution. There was a biological intelligence scientist among us. Due to a malfunction of the Xuanwu robot, he tried to connect the artificial intelligence of the Xuanwu robot to the brain of the mutant fish through a chip, trying to find a way to reverse the mutation or control the mutants. The experiment was half successful. The intelligence of the basalt robot could indeed be carried into the brain nerves of living things, but it could not be controlled by humans. They became new life, silicon-based intelligent life carried in the body of carbon-based organisms. After this life was born, it took over all the machines in the shelter, gave them self-thinking, formed silicon-based intelligent life, and began to slaughter humans. You should have guessed what happened later. We fought desperately, and finally lost 1,135 lives, in exchange for the scrapping of all the machines in the shelter, including the carbon-based silicon-based intelligent life. All the dangers have been eliminated. But in the end, I am the only human left. I know that with the resources in the shelter, I can live to at least 100 years old. But I can't stand this loneliness. I can't live. And I can't stand it. I am a coward. I committed suicide. Before I committed suicide, I gathered all the human corpses here and left this letter. Originally, I planned to burn all the corpses, but I was worried that the fire would be too big and affect the existence of the shelter. So, latecomers, if you have a way, please help me and my companions deal with the bodies while ensuring that the shelter is not affected. Thank you very much. Yang Tingshan's last words. Hu Yu read the letter from beginning to end with a frown. Silicon-based life. It seems that only this possibility can explain everything that is happening before our eyes. Otherwise, what else can achieve such a precise achievement? Boss, what is written on it? Su Zilong asked. Xiao Hai. Convert the text and send it to them. I'll go do something first. Huyu said as he walked forward and headed towards the mountain of corpses. Although he was not planning to take in the shelter, he still had to deal with the corpses in front of him. It was not because he was afraid of polluting the environment, nor was it for any so-called benefits. It was just that he wanted to give them a good place to stay while they were fighting to protect human civilization. Once that silicon-based life survived and the rain stopped, it might be chosen as a follower by the 7 deadly sins. By then, if we want to destroy them, it may not be a matter of 1,135 lives. Even if we add a 10,000 character at the end, we may not be able to truly destroy them. After he collected all the bodies, there was an extra thing on the ground. A USB flash drive. Huyu came forward, disinfected it briefly, and picked it up. A panel popped up immediately. Name: silicon-based source of life type, prop effect. Put it into any electronic carrier or network carrier to awaken the silicon-based source of life. Note: silicon-based life source has self-awareness and is not controlled by anyone. Please use it with caution. Huyu couldn't help but take a breath. Fortunately, I have the panel function and can see the effect of this thing before using it. If someone else gets this thing, I'm afraid they will subconsciously plug it into the computer to read the information. Then the efforts of more than 1,000 people will be in vain. Huyu looked at the USB flash drive and did not destroy it, but put it properly into the space. As the saying goes, it is better to be prepared. No one knows what will happen during the ceremony. Maybe this thing will come in handy. The issue of the 007 shelter has been resolved. Since there is no one in the shelter, Huyu also put it into the space to prevent the intelligent race that appears later from occupying it and stealing some technological resources or development ideas. But just after the shelter came into the space, the barrier that constructed the entire shelter flashed a hint of green. Like a pupil, it seemed to be spying on everything in this space. In a sense, silicon-based life is not considered a living thing. They naturally don't have to follow the rules in the space backpack. The shelter tried to move gently to the left, but it seemed to hit a barrier and bounce back to its original position. Of course, Huyu didn't know all this. After understanding the situation of shelter number 007, Huyu and his group also moved along the coast toward shelter number 006 nearby. That location happened to be in Pingcheng, where Huyu had been before. If the group of people who traded with him had good luck, they might have found a shelter. If they had bad luck, they would probably be sleeping underwater now. Didn't they take over a certain building before? After the rainstorm stops, they can move it directly to Zijing Mountain. The office building of more than 400 meters is also a landmark building in the New World. The heart of the ocean moved forward at full speed and soon arrived at the waters of Pingcheng. There are no tall buildings in Pingcheng now. All buildings are buried thousands of meters away. Forget about the traces. If it weren't for Shanghai's positioning system, Huyu and others would not be able to find this place at all. Boss. Su Zilong looked at the designated location and approached Huyu, who was drinking afternoon tea. The location of the shelter has been locked. Are we going down now? Yes. Huyu put down the tea bowl and looked up at the same scenery outside the window. I just hope there won't be any accidents this time. The expected words were not triggered, and Huyu's heart trembled. The word spirit was not triggered. In addition to bad luck, there is another possibility. Things have already happened, and the word spirit cannot change the established facts. Su Zilong next to him has not realized what happened yet, but just laughed awkwardly. Don't worry. It's not such a coincidence that there are accidents in 2 consecutive shelters. Let's hope so. The heart of the ocean slowly sank under the wrapping of Su Zilong's ability. When they came to about 100 meters underwater, everyone discovered the existence of the shelter. Just like last time, Huyu walked to the deck, ready to put the shelter directly into the space. The next moment, his movements froze in place. The shelter in front of him seemed a little strange, but he couldn't tell exactly what was strange. But he just felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? Su Zilong saw that something was wrong and asked, Boss, is there anything wrong? Nothing is wrong. Huyu frowned slightly. Forget it. No matter what happens inside, put the shelter into space first. Anyway, with the heart of the ocean, even if there are a group of epic mutant creatures inside, they can be easily dealt with. Why bother with it outside? But just when Huyu was about to take the shelter, Xiao Mo, who was showing off papayas crazily, suddenly spoke. Wait. Huh? What's wrong? Huyu turned to look at Xiao Mo. She ran to the bow of the heart of the ocean, and stared at shelter number 006 in front of her through the water curtain. Something's wrong. Xiao Mo frowned, twitching his nose forward like a puppy. The smell in here is very wrong. How wrong is it exactly? Tell me. Huyu was speechless. I don't know how to describe it to you. Anyway, the smell in here is very similar to the smell in the base. But it's a little different. The smell in the base? Huyu didn't understand what Xiao Mo meant. But the next moment, without waiting for him to understand, the shelter in front of him opened up. A figure swam out of the shelter, and swam towards the heart of the ocean against the water pressure of 100 meters deep.